Battle Through the Heavens, Rebirth of Emperor Yin Chapter 1335 to Chapter 1413. In the sky above the heavenly cloud villa, Xiaoyan was less than a meter away from Hall Master Xiao. His fist, which was burning with purple flames, fiercely streaked across the air. The whooshing sound of rushing wind resounded incessantly, and circle after circle of invisible ripples appeared in the air. Countless gazes gathered on Xiaoyan and Hall Master Xiao. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the distance between them shorten. Hall Master Xiao's heart was filled with fear. He didn't have time to mobilize the remaining Genesis Qi in his body, and his entire body was out of control because of Xiaoyan's punch. He could only helplessly watch as Xiaoyan's fist rapidly grew larger in his eyes. Fear rapidly rose from the bottom of his heart. No, 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 you can't kill me. I'm the Hall Master of Ghost Hall, a deacon of the Ghost Dune sect. If you kill me, the Ghost Dune sect will never let you establish yourself in the central region. A hoarse and unclear roar was hurriedly shouted from his throat. The hot flame had already caused the skin all over his body to feel an intense piercing pain. However, Xiaoyan did not care about it. His face carried ridicule as he laughed coldly and said in a cold voice, "Humph, if I don't kill you, will you let me go?" The strength that Xiaoyan's fist carried once again soared at the same time as the cold laughter sounded. Once this punch landed, Hall Chief Xiao would definitely die. However, it was also at this moment that a dark black tent swiftly formed in the empty space not far behind Xiaoyan. At the same time, the little fairy doctor was the first to notice the unusual situation behind Xiaoyan. The expression in her pretty eyes immediately solidified. The next moment, a human figure rushed out of the tent. The little fairy doctor's lovely body also rushed forward with lightning-like speed. "Be careful, Xiaoyan." A worried cry suddenly rang out. Only then did everyone notice the black-robed figure that had suddenly appeared behind Xiaoyan. However, given Xiaoyan's current condition, it was impossible for him to respond in time. Even if Bai Hua and the others acted, it was already a step too late. Only the little fairy doctor had already charged forward the moment the black-robed figure appeared. If she was lucky, she might be able to stop the black-robed figure before he attacked Xiaoyan. However, with the fairy doctor's cultivation, it was clearly impossible for her to stop the Origin Emperor Su Zhen. Countless people's hearts instantly tensed up. Bai Hua and Luo Jin's figures shot forward. Even if they used their fastest speed, they were still unable to deal with the situation before them. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed figure had already appeared behind Xiaoyan. At the same time that Xiaoyan's fist smashed towards Hall Master Xiao, a white palm also violently slammed down on Xiaoyan's back. In order to kill Xiaoyan, Su Zhen had poured all of his strength into this palm. He was determined to kill Xiaoyan in one blow. The full power of a 6-star Origin Emperor's attack could be imagined. The white palm streaked through the air, and the powerful force turned the surrounding space into a vacuum. A concave arc was formed in front of the palm, and sonic booms continuously rang out. In the city below, countless people tensed up as they watched the scene in the sky. At the same time that the black-robed figure's palm violently slammed down, the distance between the white-robed figure and the two rapidly closed. Xiaoyan's emotions changed drastically when he saw the little fairy doctor charging forward without any regard for her own safety from the corner of his eye. The expression on his face also became completely gloomy at this moment. He used all of his strength to pull back his rapidly descending fist. Although he wanted to stop it, everything had already reached a point of no return. Even if Xiaoyan used all of his strength, his charging figure was destined to not be able to be stopped in time. In the next moment, Xiaoyan forcefully pulled back his fist that was about to land on Hall Master Zhao's chest. He stomped his feet violently in the air, and the space beneath his feet instantly shattered. His charging figure came to an abrupt halt. The black-robed figure's palm was only a moment away from Xiaoyan's back. However, it was also in this short moment that a white figure suddenly interposed between the two of them. She used her own body to block the black-robed figure's full power attack for Xiaoyan. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled explosion, the black-robed figure's full power attack was completely blocked by the little fairy doctor. A series of muffled explosions of flesh and blood continuously sounded from within his body. Almost at the same time, two stern cries that contained extreme anger and unwillingness suddenly resounded through the sky. No! Xiaoyan and Suzhen cried out sternly in unison. The former did not expect that the fairy doctor would actually risk her life to block the palm of this black-robed person for him. Suzhen also did not expect that his palm, which he had used all of his strength, would actually be blocked by the fairy doctor who had suddenly charged out. In this way, would his trip not be in vain? Damned woman. If it were not for you, my Su family would be able to take revenge today. Under the cover of the black robe, Suzhen's face was filled with unwillingness. However, after using all of his strength to unleash this palm attack, the current him had also descended into a weakened state. If it were not for the remaining poison in his body, it was likely that he would have already been unable to endure. Even though this was the case, the hatred in Suzhen's heart grew even denser as he looked at Xiaoyan, who was still alive and standing in front of him. Teacher, since things have already developed to this extent, why don't you just take action and kill Xiaoyan to take revenge for my Su family? Suzhen did his best to squeeze out the remaining strength within the various chi paths, flesh and blood in his body as he pleaded for the remaining poison in his body. At this moment, only by relying on the latter's strength would he be able to kill Xiaoyan. No. Today, you launched a sneak attack on Xiaoyan in front of so many people. This has already attracted the attention of quite a number of people. If it were not for this old man concealing your aura, it is likely that those few old fellows from the Dewey sect would have recognized you. If this old man were to take action now, forget about the fact that Xiaoyan has already regained his senses. Even if we were to really kill him, do you think that fellow Wudu would be a pushover? Once he recognizes us, our lives will be in danger. But Xiaoyan, no buts. If we fail this time, we will find another opportunity in the future. We must not send both of us to our deaths because of this. Let's go. Wudu let out a low cry. Immediately, he controlled Suzhen's body. Even though the latter was unwilling, he still uncontrollably flew out of the distant battleground. However, just as he turned around, he was blocked from 3 directions by Bai Hua and the rest, who had flown over from behind. At this moment, Xiaoyan's face was dull as he hugged the pale-faced little fairy doctor in his embrace. He sensed the life swiftly dissipating from the latter's body. His originally calm, dark black eyes had turned blood red at this moment. Even his entire body was trembling uncontrollably. His heart was filled with terror and at the same time, it was also filled with a crazy killing intent. Xiaoyan sat in the air in the sky. In his arms was the pale-faced fairy doctor, whose aura was gradually weakening. At this moment, the latter's delicate body was limp in Xiaoyan's arms. Fresh blood covered her body like red petals. Large amounts of blood continued to gush out from her mouth. The remaining trace of life in her beautiful eyes was also rapidly dissipating. If it were not for the familiar warm aura on Xiaoyan's body that made her struggle, she would have died long ago. Xiaoyan's face was flushed red. His eyes had also turned blood red due to his fury. The veins on his forehead bulged, twisting like worms. The surging killing intent in his heart caused the surrounding space to continuously distort, spreading out circles of invisible waves. Sensing the increasingly dim life force on the little fairy doctor's body, Xiaoyan hurriedly took out a medicinal pill from his storage ring. This was the best healing medicinal pill that he currently possessed. However, just as he was about to let the little fairy doctor consume it, the latter struggled and stopped him. Her mouth spat out some words in an unclear manner. Each time she said a word, a stream of fresh blood would surge out, follow her cheeks, and roll down her neck, which had already been dyed red by fresh blood, causing hot tears to swiftly pile up in Xiaoyan's eyes. Ever since he came to the Yuanwu continent and met the fairy doctor, Xiaoyan clearly knew that she was one of the few close relatives he had on this continent. The reason he had brought her along was to ensure her safety. However, Xiaoyan had never imagined that there would be a day when the fairy doctor would actually die for him. Not only was the fairy doctor aware of this, but even Xiaoyan knew that she had no chance of surviving the full force attack of the black-robed man. Even Xiaoyan himself might not be able to survive such a palm strike, let alone the fairy doctor, whose cultivation was far inferior to his. No need. I can die in your arms for you. I have no complaints, it's just that I'm unwilling, don't say any more. You have to hold on. I won't let anything happen to you. Xiaoyan opened his mouth and spoke in a hoarse voice. He grabbed the little fairy doctor's wrist with one hand and a large amount of spiritual strength swiftly poured into the latter's body. However, he was quickly interrupted by the little fairy doctor. "It's no use. I don't have a chance anymore. I just can't accept it. I can only accompany you to this point. I really want to." As the fairy doctor struggled, the blood gushing out of her mouth became more and more intense. She used the last of her strength to reach for her collar and took out the jade pendant. She wanted to return it to Xiaoyan. However, the moment she took it out, the jade pendant turned into a pile of dark green ashes and scattered all over the fairy doctor's delicate body. Don't talk anymore, don't talk anymore, I won't let anything happen to you. Hold on a little longer, once you've recovered, I'll agree to whatever you want, don't." Xiaoyan involuntarily wanted to stop Xiaoyan from continuing to speak. However, how could the latter listen to him at this moment? "I really want to be like them and accompany you for a lifetime." At this moment, the fairy doctor, who had struggled to the end, could not help but cry. Even the pain in her body was not as intense and cruel as the pain in her heart. From the beginning to the end, the man who was hugging her like a lover could only make her stop and look at him. Until now, when she was on the verge of death, she was still lying in Xiaoyan's embrace. However, it was a pity that all of this did not make her happy before it was already too late. This embrace came passionately, but it also came slowly. In the end, the fairy doctor smiled brightly. Her smile was filled with sorrow and loneliness. Her beautiful eyes slowly closed as hot and cold tears rolled down. Her delicate body was like a blooming red lotus as she lay in Xiaoyan's embrace. At this moment, Xiaoyan's eyes were lifeless. He stared blankly at the fairy doctor who seemed to have fallen asleep in his embrace. He was absent-minded for a moment. Suddenly, Xiaoyan, who was in the sky, let out a thunderous roar. It was like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone present. Numerous gazes involuntarily turned towards him. At the same time, there were also quite a number of people who noticed the black-robed person who was currently surrounded by Bai Hua and the other two. When they saw this person, everyone from both sides were surprised. However, they quickly continued to place their attention on Xiaoyan. It was only at this moment that Lian whose face was completely red, rushed into the sky. Xiaoyan's eyes were lifeless as he slowly handed the fairy doctor in his embrace to the latter. His body gradually relaxed and his arms drooped down. This caused the black-robed person behind him to feel a chill in his heart. He did not dare to be careless. "Ch." Xiaoyan's hand suddenly clenched into a fist as the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler appeared in his hand in the blink of an eye. Just as the black-robed person noticed the giant ruler that had suddenly appeared in Xiaoyan's hand, Xiaoyan's figure abruptly turned back. His eyes filled with crazed killing intent instantly locked onto the black-robed person's figure. His body swiftly swung downwards like a bolt of lightning. Blazing purple flames instantly filled the heavy Xian ruler as the boundless Genesis Qi in his body gushed out without any reservation. Next, a magnificent ruler light abruptly shot out, crashing towards the black-robed person. Such a swift and violent attack coupled with the distance between the two made it impossible for the black-robed person to dodge. However, Yudu was not afraid due to his cultivation. Using Suzhen's body, black Genesis Qi rapidly gathered between his hands. His 10 fingers linked together as he rapidly formed a series of seals. Soon after, 2 hands were ruthlessly pushed forward. Bang! Even though Yudu's attack was hasty, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position due to his powerful cultivation. However, the moment his palm landed, the heavy Xian ruler in Xiaoyan's hand furiously swung again and again. After the first foot, Xiaoyan swung out 7 feet in succession. Yudu's expression changed as vigorous Genesis Qi immediately surged out, blocking all 7 feet of power. "Humph, you're only SOSO. Yudu icily chuckled as Genesis Qi gushed out from his palm once again, intending to shatter the majestic ruler formed from the 7 ruler lights. However, it was at this moment that the heavy Xian ruler in Xiaoyan's hand began to swing again. The 8th foot, after 7 feet, the 7-fold heaven-breaking ruler gave birth to another foot. The power of this foot was comparable to the previous 7 feet, perhaps even greater. The 8th foot swung out, exhausting most of the Genesis Qi in Xiaoyan's body. In fact, even his spirit power was affected. Bang! The power of the ruler light in front of Yu soared, causing a sharp pain to spread from his palms. The power gathered between his palms was about to run out. Only then did Yu's expression change drastically. He did not expect Xiaoyan's battle power to suddenly become so terrifying. He no longer dared to hesitate as he hurriedly circulated the Genesis Qi in his body. His two palms violently jerked as Genesis Qi surged out, temporarily stabilizing his violently trembling body. Bzz. At the same time, however, Xiaoyan actually once again waved the enormous ruler. The broad blade of the ruler fell from above, and another startling ruler glow shot out. The 9th foot, the 9 feet swung out, fusing together like lightning. The power Yu had to withstand suddenly soared several times over. Genesis Qi had just gathered between his palms when the terrifying ruler light forcefully broke through all of his attacks and viciously slammed into his chest. Even the surrounding area was instantly cleaved in two. 9 feet, break the heavens. Quite a number of people held their breaths at this moment as they watched this frightening scene. The upper echelons of the heavenly cloud villa also revealed shocked expressions. By being able to unleash such a frightening energy with the cultivation of an origin emperor, it was no wonder that Wu Du would say that he had killed an elder from his clan. Xiaoyan's 9 feet attack was likely something that they might not be a match for even if they were to face him alone. This brat, the power of this Do skill is likely comparable to an E-class Do skill. No wonder he is so powerful. He is indeed able to create quite a great battle result by relying on an E-class Do skill. There is hope for this child's future. The hearts of the Luo clan members were filled with shock as they gazed at the crazed expression on Xiaoyan's face. A mere origin emperor was already able to unleash such terrifying power. What would happen when he truly matured in the future? Hence, this was the crucial moment for them to establish a good relationship with him. Fortunately, this battle would establish the most solid foundation for their relationship. In the sky, the black-robed person's body was blasted away in the blink of an eye when Xiaoyan's 9 feet descended. Although the Genesis Qi in Xiaoyan's body was nearly exhausted, the killing intent in his eyes grew even more intense. With a furious roar, his feet heavily stomped on the air, causing the surrounding space to cave in. His body suddenly shot forward as the space beneath his feet finally collapsed. As for Yu, even if he did not die, his body was already seriously injured. Even Suzhen's body had also suffered serious injuries. If not for Yu's protection, Suzhen would have been killed by the previous attack. The black-robed human figure was like a kite with a broken string as it fell toward the outside of the city. Xiaoyan's figure swiftly drew through the sky. Only a thin layer of purple flame remained on his tightly clenched fist. Even if this was the case, he would definitely kill this black-robed person here. Just as Li Bingrui was about to chase after him, she was stopped by Luo Jin and by Hua. They naturally understood what the little fairy doctor's death meant to Xiaoyan. This life and death battle should be personally ended by Xiaoyan, and they could not interfere. With no other choice, Li Bingrui descended and headed towards Lianer. Luo Jin also quickly followed after a brief hesitation. Bai Hua took in a deep breath. She could not help but feel somewhat worried as she watched Xiaoyan chase after the black-robed person. On the other side, Hall Master Xiao, who had luckily escaped death, suddenly had a strange black cloth bag in his hand. It was covered with strange runes, and it occasionally emitted a dim light. The most shocking thing was that there seemed to be a living creature in the cloth bag that was wiggling. At this moment, Hall Master Xiao looked at the cloth bag in his hand. His scarlet eyes were filled with a strong bloodthirsty intention. Gui Luo watched Xiaoyan chase out of the city from a certain spot in the sky. A cold smile involuntarily surfaced on his old face. In front of him, Huizhu could not help but frown when he saw this. His gaze shifted between Xiaoyan and the former. Immediately, he took a step forward and a powerful aura once again swept out. This old man advises you to take care of yourself before you have any ideas about others. Humph, Huizhu, don't be too pleased with yourself. This old man has already said that Xiaoyan will definitely win today. Even you can forget about stopping him. Gui Luo chuckled sinisterly when he heard this. His body trembled slightly as a powerful aura surged out once again. Outside the city, under Xiaoyan's frantic pursuit, the distance between him and the black-robed person was gradually closing. The purple flames burning on his fist flickered in and out of existence in the fierce winds. In the end, when Xiaoyan arrived behind the black-robed person, the latter's body had already submerged into the black poison fog. The killing intent in Xiaoyan's heart grew even stronger when he saw that the black-robed person was almost within reach. He used the last sliver of Genesis Chi in his body as his body abruptly jerked and his charging speed abruptly increased. In the end, he still managed to land a punch on the black-robed person's chest the instant he entered the poison fog. Bang! One could only hear a muffled collision sound. A large mouthful of fresh blood was immediately spat out from the mouth of the black-robed person. The fresh blood that was shot out of his mouth immediately turned into a blood arrow that shot toward Xiaoyan's face. Xiaoyan let out a furious roar from his mouth the moment the blood arrow shot over. A cluster of flame shot out and incinerated the blood arrow that was heading toward him. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed person's figure had completely disappeared into the poison fog. By the time Xiaoyan rushed in and used his body to resist the poison fog's corrosion, the black-robed person had already disappeared. Xiaoyan's body trembled uncontrollably as he rushed out of the poison fog. His face had turned purple-red. Although he had been corroded by the poison fog, the black-robed person's escape was the greatest source of resentment in his heart. Keek, the person most important to you is dead. You must be in a lot of pain. However, Hall Chief Xiao, whose body had strangely become bloated, once again appeared in the empty space in front of Xiaoyan at this moment. At this moment, the latter's aura had recovered significantly. With just the current Xiaoyan, it was likely that the consequences would be unimaginable if they were to fight. Huizhu could not help but frown when she saw this scene. She could not help but worry in her heart. The Ghost Temple sect is indeed a bunch of lunatics. To think that they would not hesitate to devour their own spirit-binding bag in order to capture Xiaoyan. Keek, my Ghost Temple sect has never cared about the consequences when doing things. As long as we can complete the mission, it doesn't matter if someone dies or not. Today, Xiaoyan will definitely be in the bag of my Ghost Temple sect. Gui Luan let out a sinister laugh when he heard this. His figure immediately dashed forward as he clenched his 5 fingers together. Genesis Chi gathered at his fingertips to form a drill as he thrust it towards Huizhu's throat. Humph, that may not be the case. Huizhu was unafraid of the incoming Gui Luo. An invisible flame immediately surged between Huizhu's hands. It allowed the 5 fingers to insert into the flame, carrying a chi-chi burning sound. When Gui Luo's expression changed, his gaze once again looked at the spot where Xiaoyan and Bai Hua were at, only to see that an old mysterious symbol was gradually appearing between Xiaoyan's brows. At the same time, 2 of Bai Hua's fingers behind Hall Chief Xiao had turned into a sword that pressed against the back of Hall Chief Xiao's head. A powerful strength instantly erupted. Xiaoyan, who was in front of him, similarly smashed his fist violently toward Hall Chief Xiao's head. That trash. Old Gui Luo's expression immediately changed when he saw the scene. His gaze turned towards Huizhu in front of him, only to see the latter's palm violently smashing towards his face. A pair of eyes that burned with an invisible flame flickered with a cold glint. However, just as Huizhu's palm was about to land on Gui Luan's face, an invisible force instantly sealed the invisible space between them. At the same time, a sinister chuckle sounded. Huizhu, I haven't seen you for many years. Your temperament has grown. Following this faint laughter, a dense black fog rapidly spread out from Gui Luo's body. As the black fog churned, a figure stepped out. At this moment, Huizhu, who had been pushed back, had a grave expression on her face. She looked at the figure that was slowly walking out from the black fog. Her gaze fell on Gui Luo and she said in a deep voice, "Brother Gui Luo. Gui Luo, I never imagined that you, a dignified origin venerate and the vice-sect master of the Ghost Temple sect, would actually do such a thing." This person was another source venerate powerhouse. In this way, the Crossing Disaster sect now had 3 origin venerate experts. Even Huizhu had not expected such a situation. TSK, this old man has already said that Xiaoyan will definitely become the property of my Ghost Temple sect today. Even you won't be able to save him. Gui Luo let out a dense smile when he heard this. His face was filled with disdain. The Ghost Slaughter Gate only sought results when they did things. As long as they could capture Xiaoyan, he did not mind using any method. Now that this person had appeared, even Huazhu would not be able to protect Xiaoyan with his ability. When the figure stepped out of the black fog, a powerful aura spread out from his body. The expressions on everyone's faces instantly changed. 3 Origin Venerates. This lineup was simply terrifying. Gue Luo's appearance had already shocked them greatly, but now, another Origin Venerate expert had appeared on the Crossing Disaster sect's side. In addition to Huazhu's existence, there were now 4 Origin Venerate experts present. It's actually the sect leader himself. What a surprise! Wudu could not help but grin as he looked at the old man who had stepped out of the black fog. He cupped his fists towards the latter in a rather courteous manner. The latter also returned the greeting, a warm smile on his face as he said, "Sect Master Wu, it has been many years since we last met. You are still as elegant as ever." Gue Xing, humph, I never imagined that even you, the sect master, would personally appear for such a matter. Huazhu could not help but coldly snort when she saw the two echoing each other. Only then did she look at the figure who had just stepped out of the black fog. The latter was similarly dressed in black robes. His hair and beard were gray, but his old face was unusually rosy and full. A faint smile hung from the corners of his mouth, while his eyes sparkled. At a glance, he looked like an ordinary, amiable and wise old man. If one was not familiar with him, they would likely be fooled by his appearance. Ghost Temple Sect Master? Huazhu's words caused waves of noise to erupt from the city below. Many people were stunned. It was hard to believe that today's battle had actually attracted the sect master of the Ghost Temple sect. Heavenly Mountain. Haha, you and I have not seen each other for a long time. Today, I am merely using this opportunity to come and visit. Of course, the main reason is, Gue Xing smiled faintly. His old eyes rotated as he looked at Xiaoyan below and said, You. The experts that my Ghost Temple sect has sent have been continuously stopped by you, and none of them have returned. Since you have come to the middle region, it is time for you to return with us. As he spoke, Gue Xing's white palm gently extended forward. An invisible energy immediately formed an invisible hand that grabbed at Xiaoyan. The instant the frightening energy condensed, Xiaoyan felt powerless. His body was firmly imprisoned in the air, and he could only allow the invisible hand to grab at him. With this old man here, you can't touch him. However, at this moment, Huazhu suddenly let out a cold cry. His sleeves shook abruptly and an invisible force immediately surged out. It broke the invisible pressure that was controlling Xiaoyan's body while also blocking the large invisible hand. Gue Xing's expression did not change in the face of this. He merely smiled faintly before turning his head to look at Huazhu and said, Xiaoyan, you should be careful. So many years have passed, yet you're still the same. Do you really have to stop me? If you don't come, I will naturally not force you. In response, Huazhu's old face sunk as he coldly replied. Haha, since you are so stubborn, I can only rely on some methods. Gue Xing faintly smiled. As he stepped forward, waves of black fog spread out from his body. At the same time, he ordered Gue Luo, capture Xiaoyan. This time, there must not be the slightest mistake. Remember, the situation will change if we delay. Gue Luo responded, and then smiled mockingly at Huazhu. Soon after, he turned his gaze towards Xiaoyan below. With a thought, the Genesis Chi in his body immediately began to circulate. With a leap, he charged towards Xiaoyan below. The expression on Huazhu's face involuntarily changed when he saw Gue Luo charge towards Xiaoyan. His body was just about to move when he was stopped by Gue Xing in front of him. A pair of old eyes carried a dense expression as he stared at Huazhu in front of him. He coldly said, Since your target is me, you should target me first. As for Gue Luo, I believe he will handle it well. As his voice faded, Genesis Ji spewed out from Gue Xing's hands. He quickly arrived in front of Huazhu and ruthlessly swung his palm towards the latter's chest. Terrifying power caused the surrounding space to tremble uncontrollably. Upon seeing this, Huazhu had no choice but to withdraw his gaze. He gritted his teeth and hurriedly retreated. With a flip of his hand, a ball of invisible fire immediately condensed in his palm and ruthlessly collided with Gue Xing's palm. Boom! The two forces collided, and a thunderous explosion abruptly rang out. At the same time, cracks swiftly spread in space like a spiderweb, before being blasted apart by the sweeping energy. The two rapidly retreated, and Huizhu hurriedly looked towards Xiaoyan's side, only to see that Gui Luo had already arrived above Xiaoyan and Huizhu's heads. The two were still fighting with Hall Master Xiao. Even with the help of their bloodline power, the giant elephant art and Bai Hua, they were already having a hard time dealing with Hall Master Xiao. How could they possibly care about Gui Luo, who had suddenly attacked them, while the two of them were focused on dealing with Hall Master Xiao? They did not notice Gui Luan, who had unknowingly appeared behind them. The former had naturally sensed Gui Luan's presence long ago. When he saw Gui Luan, the coldness in his eyes immediately became even denser. The Genesis chi within his body crazily surged as he violently exchanged blows with the two who were about to face him. Before they could respond, a surging force immediately spluttered from his palm, forcefully forcing the two back. At the same time, Gui Luan, who was behind them, slowly lifted his hands and gently pressed them onto the backs of the Xiaoyan duo. Rumble. But it was also at this moment that a sudden clap of thunder exploded in the clear sky above, and at the same time, a heaven-shaking dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Numerous golden lightning bolts suddenly descended from deep within the empty space. Everyone in the area was shaken. At the same time, a pair of icy-cold hands stabilized Xiaoyan's and Gui Luo's bodies from behind. At the same time, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck Gui Luo's body behind them. When everyone raised their heads in the sky, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the originally invisible space above the 9 heavens. Immediately, a huge golden dragon with golden lightning flashing all over its body descended in front of everyone's eyes. When the mighty dragon roar resounded across the land, the golden dragon's enormous body leapt out from the endless void. Its large golden eyes swept across everyone present with disdain. Anyone who saw those eyes would feel fear in their hearts. Even Origin Venerates felt their hearts tremble. This is the dragon race? Why has the dragon race appeared here? The expressions of several Origin Venerates immediately changed when they saw the dazzling golden dragon leap out from the endless void. Graveness involuntarily flowed out from the depths of their eyes. The dragon race was above all other beasts and was the supreme powerhouse of the demonic beast world. They rarely interacted with humans. Although the golden dragon before them only had the cultivation of a source ancestor, everyone present would have to face the wrath of the entire dragon race if they angered it. Even the Ghost Temple sect and the Cloud Immortal sect would not be able to withstand such fury, let alone the other two sects present. However, what made them feel strange was why a member of the dragon race would suddenly appear here for no reason. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was below everyone, had a pair of new red eyes as he raised his head to look at the huge golden-colored dragon in the sky with surprise. Although its body and appearance had changed slightly, that familiar aura still caused him to feel a sense of familiarity. This kind of familiar warmth caused Xiaoyan's emotions to be slightly soothed from the little fairy doctor's hatred and grief. When the human and dragon's gazes came into contact with each other, the emotions deep within their hearts were once again moved. Rumble, thunder rumbled continuously in the sky as the enormous golden dragon, surrounded by bursts of golden lightning, gradually transformed into a handsome young man with golden hair. Although his appearance was rather mature, there was a hint of immaturity in his eyes. Countless people stared blankly at the scene in the sky, their hearts filled with both fear and curiosity. While everyone's attention was focused on Xiao Jin, the latter's body suddenly trembled. Without causing any spatial fluctuations, he appeared in front of Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. This shocking scene caused the expressions of the several source venerables in the sky to change drastically. In their eyes, even an expert of the same level as them would not be able to move without causing the slightest fluctuation in space. However, the Dragon Clan youth in front of them had done it so casually. It was truly terrifying. When everyone's gazes once again looked at Xiao Jin, only then did they discover that a young man wearing a golden robe had unknowingly appeared beside Xiaoyan and Xiao Jin. At this moment, the latter was grabbing Gui Luo's throat with one hand and easily kicking the latter's body into the air. Hall Chief Xiao, on the other hand, had been forcefully shattered into nothingness by the thunderbolt explosion earlier. A powerhouse from the dragon race. Gui Xing's heart sank when he saw the young man in golden robes. Even with his usual calm temperament, he could not help but change his expression when he saw this young man. There was no need to doubt the strength of the dragon tribe. Once they appeared, even the ghost slaughter gate would have to withdraw. Moreover, from the looks of the current situation, it was obvious that these two people had come for Xiaoyan. This time around, all of his preparations had been turned into nothing. On the other side, Huizhu could not help but feel surprised when he saw the scene. However, what made him feel even more fortunate was that these two people from the dragon race were clearly standing on Xiaoyan's side. This also meant that the ghost slaughter sect was destined to not be able to take away Xiaoyan today. On the side of Heavenly Cloud Villa, the 7 heroes of the Luo clan, Luo Qing and the other Luo clan experts all looked at Xiaoyan, Xiao Jin and the others below in shock. They had never imagined that Xiaoyan would be in contact with a member of the dragon race. After all, the latter had only just entered the central region. If the appearance of the Cloud Immortal sect's first elder was because of the Ghost Slaughter sect, then the dragon race was undoubtedly targeting Xiaoyan himself. What kind of person was this to be able to cause the dragon race to be moved? Little fellow, I haven't seen you for many years. You've grown up. Xiaoyan involuntarily let out a praise as he looked at the unrecognizable Xiao Jin in front of him. He was naturally able to tell that Xiao Jin's current cultivation had stepped into the Source Zone class. This kind of cultivation was much stronger than his own. If it was not because of the familiar aura being emitted from the little fellow's body, it was likely that Xiaoyan would not dare to recognize him. Heh, big brother Xiaoyan, I'm not late, am I? Xiao Jin smiled in embarrassment when he heard this. He gently scratched his head and said. Xiaoyan's expression could not help but be startled when he heard these words. His mood, which had just recovered, immediately became much gloomier. When he thought of the little fairy doctor, a killing intent rose in Xiaoyan's heart. Looking at Xiao Jin in front of him, Xiaoyan clenched his fists and calmed the emotions in his heart. He slowly shook his head and said, You're not late. I'm the one who's late. Bitterness involuntarily flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes when he said these words. Although he had long understood the little fairy doctor's feelings, he was still hesitating and struggling. Only today did the little fairy doctor's death cause him to feel regret in his heart. However, all of this was already too late. Xiao Jin involuntarily frowned when he saw Xiaoyan's expression become gloomy. He turned his head to look at Long Lin by the side. The latter frowned slightly as if he had also noticed something. Two friends from the dragon race, today's matter is a grudge between my Dewey sect and the Heavenly Cloud Villa. As members of the dragon race, it does not seem appropriate for the two of you to interfere. At this moment, Wu Du's somewhat low and deep voice was suddenly transmitted. Although he saw the two members of the dragon race walk to Xiaoyan's side, Wu Du was unable to remain silent and wait for a meaningless judgment. As a origin venerate, he naturally had his pride, even if the other party was from the dragon race. Then what do you want? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin turned his gaze towards Wu Du in the sky and asked with a faint smile. The latter's emotions immediately relaxed when he saw that Xiao Jin had no intention of refuting. He parted his mouth and smiled. If Xiaoyan is a friend of the two of you, this sect master can let bygones be bygones on account of the two of you. However, he abducted the holy maiden of my Dewey sect. This person must be returned. When these words were spoken, the surrounding people immediately sneered in their hearts. The other party had merely given them a good attitude. This fellow actually believed that there was still room for negotiation. The dragon race had always been arrogant and overbearing. No one had ever been able to negotiate with them. Wu Du was no exception. Xiaoyan's expression was indifferent when he heard Wu Du's words. Xiao Jin could not help but chuckle softly. A mocking expression was revealed in his golden eyes. Regardless of whether Wu Du's words were true or not, even if they were true, as long as Xiaoyan dared to do it, he would unconditionally support him. If you want someone, you can. When these words were spoken, Wu Du's eyes immediately brightened in the sky. At the same time, Long Lin, who was beside Xiao Jin, frowned. Soon after, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression was blank as he instantly looked towards Xiao Jin, only to see the latter pointing at him with a mocking expression. As long as you can beat him, you can choose anyone here. Heh, you brat. You dare to use me as a fighter? Long Lin could not help but chide Xiao Jin when he saw that Xiao Jin had actually pushed him out. The former curled his lips and spoke in a somewhat arrogant manner. Before I left, clan leader asked you to protect me. If you are unwilling to fight him, I can only do it myself. Upon hearing this, Long Lin helplessly smiled bitterly. Soon after, he casually threw away the half-dead Gui Luo in his hand. After which, he took a step forward. As his expression turned serious, a terrifying aura that far exceeded everyone present suddenly swept out from his body. At this moment, even the sky above Heavenly Cloud Villa changed color. Waves of wind and lightning surged, causing even the air to become much more moist. At this moment, the few source venerates in the sky all had extremely grave expressions as they looked at the former. It was likely that even if the few source venerates present joined forces and the 7 heroes of the Luo clan, they would not be able to withstand such a powerful aura and pressure. From this, one could see just how powerful Long Lin was. Since you want someone, we will do as this little fellow says. As long as you can defeat me, or at least defeat me once, you can choose anyone here. In the sky, Long Lin's body slowly moved until he was level with Wu Du. His calm words were filled with arrogance. This point completely revealed the arrogance of the members of the dragon tribe. However, at this moment, when Wu Du heard these words, the corner of his eyes involuntarily twitched. Such mocking words were looking down on him too much. But then again, he had personally witnessed Long Lin casually tossing Gui Luo away. In terms of strength, Gui Luo was not inferior to him in the slightest. In fact, Gui Luo was even slightly stronger. If they were to truly fight, Wu Du might not be a match for Gui Luo. Fortunately, when facing Long Lin, he only needed to defeat Gui Luo once. As a member of the dragon tribe, your words should be powerful and resonant, right? After musing for a moment, a thought passed through Wu Du's mind. He coldly said as he faced the powerful pressure that was being emitted from Long Lin's body. Hehe, you don't have to provoke me. The people of the dragon tribe are always willing to throw out 1,000 gold coins. Don't talk about defeating me, as long as you can defeat me for one round, my words will count. Long Lin let out an icy chuckle. He clenched his right hand and gathered the surrounding Genesis Chi in his palm. This method surprised the other several origin venerates present. Although they could also control the unrefined power of the world without exhausting his own power, they could not do it as easily as Long Lin, let alone gather such powerful energy. From this point alone, one could tell that Long Lin was much stronger than them. This guy isn't an ordinary source venerate. Wu Du's heart sank when he saw this. He did not dare to be careless. Genesis Chi frantically surged out from his body as purple-black Great Dao power gathered around him. Myriad Poison Great Dao. The purple-black poison fog swiftly agglomerated into clusters of strange tents around Poison Wu's body. The latter looked at the few tents in front of him and hesitated for a moment. Only then did he clench his teeth. His body moved and directly passed through one of them. Bzz, when his body passed through the Great Way tent, his body seemed to have been smeared with a layer of purplish-black poison. A frightening aura immediately spread out from within Wu Du's body. At the same time, waves of poison gas that was even more frightening than an ordinary poison fog rapidly spread out. When the poison gas came into contact with the Great Star Plate formation, the frightening energy between the two was immediately exhausted. Under the corrosion of the poison gas, even the light on the Great Star Plate formation became slightly dimmer. When one looked at the city wall below, although it was protected by the symbols, a corner of it was still melting at a speed visible to the naked eye under the potent poison. HSS, what a terrifying poison. The expressions of everyone in the city below involuntarily changed when they saw this scene. This poison gas was really a little too frightening. It was actually able to melt even the city walls, which were protected by symbols. At this moment, Long Lin was also frowning tightly as he watched the scene in front of him. With his powerful cultivation, the poison gas might not be able to get within 100 feet of him, but the terror of this poison still caused him to feel some fear in his heart. Myriad Poison Great Dao? Legend has it that the founder of the Crossing Adversity sect mastered the Myriad Poison Great Dao. The Myriad Poison Great Dao is so terrifying that even Genesis Saint experts can't do anything to it. However, there is a prerequisite for this Great Dao power: the one who comprehended it must have the woeful poison body. Otherwise, they won't be able to withstand the pain of the Myriad Poison Great Dao. You don't have the woeful poison body, so how can you control the myriad poison great Tao? Long Lin could naturally tell that Wu Du didn't have the woeful poison body, but if that was the case, how could he display the myriad poison great Tao? Ha 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 ha, the members of the Dragon Clan are indeed knowledgeable. You even know the myriad poison great Tao so well. You're right, I don't have the woeful poison body, but I do have a fake one. When I become a true woeful poison body one day, I, Wu Du, will become the second Yi Xingdu. At the same time the wild laughter sounded, for veils had already pierced through Wu Du's body. At this moment, his body had already turned purplish black. Even the hair on his body had withered and fallen off as a result. His skin and flesh had shrunk and caved in, making him look like a mummy. His eyes had also turned purplish black. His fingers were thin and pitch black, and his fingernails were sharp and long. Purplish black poisonous gas covered them, and they emitted waves of disgusting aura. In the blink of an eye, Wu Du seemed to have turned into a monster. As he stared at Long Lin, all his emotions were thrown to the back of his mind. There was only one thought in Wu Du's mind, and that was to kill Long Lin. Disdain surged in Long Lin's eyes as he gazed at Wu Du, who was neither human nor ghost. The power of the myriad poison great Tao lay in its ability to continuously stack terrifying poisons on one's body. All the poisons would converge into one's body, and after some condensation, they would completely fuse with one's Genesis Qi, allowing one to erupt with power several times stronger than usual. However, because Wu Du didn't have the woeful poison body, he had relied on some special means to condense the power of the myriad poison great Tao outside his body and use it to strengthen his Genesis Qi. Although this would also achieve considerable results, one could tell from Wu Du's current appearance that such a method would come at an extremely painful price. Wu Du was simply digging his own grave. Other than Wu Du and Long Lin, everyone else in the sky above Heavenly Cloud Manor had retreated over 1,000 feet away. The 7 heroes of the Luo clan defended the formation, while Luo Qing led a group of elders and landed in the city. Gue Xing also retreated by himself, taking the opportunity to pick up Gue Luan. He could not help but curse in his heart when he saw the latter's miserable appearance. However, he was also extremely helpless. If the 2 members of the Dragon Clan had not intervened, Xiaoyan would have long become meat on their chopping block. How would he have ended up in such a state, in the battle between Wu Du and Long Lin? Although it seemed that Long Lin had some tricks up his sleeve, Wu Du did not possess the true woeful poison body. It was difficult for him to unleash the full power of the 10,000 poison great Tao. Naturally, one could imagine the outcome in front of this expert from the Dragon Clan. If it were not for Long Lin's words earlier, Wu Du would not have had the guts to compete with him. Forget it. Regardless of whether it is true or not, you do have some semblance. Today, let me see just how much power this 10,000 poison great path, which was once renowned across the continent, can display in your hands. Long Lin curled his lips and smiled when he saw Wu Du's strange figure. He slowly raised his right hand and extended it towards the former, making an inviting gesture as he said, "Please. Buzz." The instant Long Lin's words sounded, a frightening pressure that was several times stronger than before suddenly swept out from within Wu Du's body. At the same time, waves of dense black smoke like poison fog spread outwards. Even the few origin venerates outside the arena could not help but be slightly moved by this frightening poison fog. With a thought from Wu Du, the poison fog that lingered around him immediately gathered. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into over 100 pitch-black poisonous snakes. Under the control of his mind, they shot towards Long Lin in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of venomous snakes passed through the void in the blink of an eye like pitch-black lightning bolts. In the next moment, they appeared in front of Long Lin, twisting and twisting as they viciously bit at the latter's vital points. Long Lin's expression did not change in the slightest in the face of this. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at those poisonous snakes that were less than a meter away from his body. Only then did he slowly take half a step back. At the same time that he withdrew his right hand that was extended forward, his fingertip gently tapped a few spots in the empty space. Circle after circle of invisible spatial ripples immediately spread out above the empty space. A layer of solid barrier appeared in front of Long Lin in this understated manner. Bang 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 bang. Wu Du's sharp attacks were easily blocked as the poisonous snakes collided with the invisible barrier. Outside the battle circle, Hu Zhu and the others couldn't help but smack their lips when they saw Long Lin's move, their eyes filled with envy. He is indeed worthy of being a member of the dragon tribe. His control over spatial strength has truly reached perfection. Just this alone is something that I am unable to do as easily as him. Haha, don't tell me that your 10,000 poison great Dao only has this much strength. Isn't this a little too embarrassing? Long Lin clenched his right hand in the air. The empty space in front of him immediately became distorted and burst apart. Even the last remaining portion of the poisonous snakes were squeezed and shattered. Wu Du's face involuntarily turned slightly green when he heard this. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. Immediately, his feet violently stomped on the empty space and his body immediately rushed forward. The 5 fingers of his hands were spread open and a suction force surged from his palms. Immediately, the shattered poisonous snakes gathered once again. They entangled with each other and formed 2 extremely large pitch-black long spears that were suffused with a cold glint. Go! With a low cry, the enormous black long spears, which were entwined by a dense black poisonous fog, rushed forward one after the other at lightning speed. After which, they disappeared in a flash. When the black long spears disappeared, the expression in Long Lin's eyes hardened slightly. He slowly raised his right hand and extended his index finger. He gently tapped the empty space in front of him. Immediately, as spatial fluctuations spread out, a huge long spear also appeared. His 5 fingers rotated and clenched in the air. A terrifying spatial strength appeared at the same time. Like countless steel blades, it ruthlessly smashed against the long spear and actually shattered it. Chi! Suddenly, the sound of rushing air was once again transmitted over. However, Long Lin seemed to have already anticipated it. The corners of his mouth were lifted into a cold smile as he tilted his head slightly to one side. Soon after, another enormous long spear suddenly broke through the empty space beside him and brushed past Long Lin's left cheek. In the next instant, Wu Du's figure closely followed. He arrived in front of Long Lin with a sinister look on his face. The 5 fingers of his right hand curled into a claw and viciously slashed at Long Lin's chest. Sharp sonic booms rang out as the 5 fingers tore through the air. Even though there was a distance between them, the fierce wind was still enough to make one's heart skip a beat. Swish! At practically the same time as Wu Du appeared, Long Lin's right hand abruptly reached out and grabbed the huge long spear that was about to brush past him. Then, as the 5 fingers descended, the long spear in Long Lin's hand was viciously swung towards Wu Du's head. Wu Du's heart was greatly alarmed when he saw this scene. His charging body forcefully turned around, and soon after, he felt a cold wind sweep past his head. At the same time, the hand claw that he had swung forward was easily dodged by Long Lin. Haha, try and take my palm. Before Wu Du could catch his breath, Long Lin's figure instantly rushed over. With a flip of his right hand, Genesis Chi whizzed out from his palm, shattering the space below. Then, Long Lin laughed heartily as his palm ruthlessly blasted towards Wu Du. The surrounding space violently churned like the surface of a lake with a boulder thrown into it. Wu Du's expression changed again. As his figure rapidly retreated, poison immediately gathered in his palm. The Genesis Chi in his body did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent as it gushed out. Great Dao skill, 10,000 poison palm. Black poison gas gathered in Wu Du's palm in a lightning-like manner. In the next instant, a thick layer of black viscous energy swiftly gathered on his palm. At a glance, it appeared a little similar to mud. However, the strength contained within it was sufficient to cause one to tremble in fear. As the black poison palm rapidly formed, Wu Du immediately rushed forward and ruthlessly thrust it forward. In the next instant, he appeared in front of Long Lin's palm, and the two collided. The moment the two of them collided, the void and poisonous fog around the two of them suddenly became violent. The black poisonous fog churned violently and the invisible void cracked open. The vast energy between the two palms also poured out at this moment and collided violently. Boom! Under the attentive gazes of countless people, a thunder-like explosion immediately resounded across the horizon. A terrifying energy storm spread out from the horizon, and pitch-black cracks that were nearly 100 meters long quietly appeared like ravines in the sky. Such a scene was like a ferocious mouth that had suddenly split open in the sky, causing countless people to feel a chill in their hearts. Bang! As the energy storm spread in the sky, the two figures withdrew explosively. In front of everyone's eyes, Long Lin withdrew by 100 steps before he stood in the air with ease. On the other hand, each time the latter's feet landed on the air, a dark black scar would be formed in the air. His body appeared quite miserable. Only after he was 1,000 feet away, did he finally stabilize his feet while swaying. The spreading of the energy storm also brought about a hurricane that swept across the land. Countless towering ancient trees in the forest around the city were forcefully uprooted by this energy. After which, they flew into the distance. This scene was as though doomsday had arrived. What frightening energy! To think that a true fight between Orge and Venerates is actually such a scene. The scene that appeared in the sky immediately caused an uproar to sound from the city below. Numerous gazes contained shock as they looked at the enormous spatial crack lines in the sky. The shock in their hearts increased with each additional glance. Haha, it looks like you can forget about becoming the second Yixingdu. You are so shameless. You actually dare to dream of catching up to such a person? Long Lin could not help but mock with a mocking expression after easily forcing Wu Du back in succession. In the distance, Wu Du's pale face instantly turned green when he heard Long Lin's mocking words. At the same time, the fear in his eyes deepened. Although the dragon tribe was arrogant, it must be said that they did indeed have the qualifications to be arrogant. Even with Long Lin's tyrannical strength, Wu Du was unable to force him back even once, even after using his 10,000 poison Great Dao and Great Dao techniques. Wu Du did not doubt that even someone of the same level as him would not be able to easily receive his attack. From this, it could be seen that Long Lin's cultivation was definitely far greater than his. Haha, how is it? Does sect leader still plan on asking for more people? If you do, you can slowly try again. At this moment, Xiao Jin's faint laughter was once again transmitted over. This caused Wu Du's face to become even more ugly. The latter's insulting actions caused him to be secretly furious in his heart. Regardless, the current him could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. If he continued to be entangled in this matter, it was likely that today's matter would be difficult to resolve. At this moment, the first elder of the Dui sect, Su Shuang, also stepped forward and arrived beside Wu Du with a grave expression. The two of them looked at each other. They could see the bitterness in each other's hearts. After hesitating for a moment, the two of them viciously clenched their teeth. Their gazes once again looked towards Xiao Jin and Long Lin as they unwillingly cupped their hands together and said, "What happened today is indeed the fault of my Dui sect. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us." Once these words were spoken, not only the people in the city below, even Luoqing and the others in the sky heaved a long sigh of relief. Since Wu Du had admitted defeat, then today's battle had finally come to an end. Even though there were many twists and turns, fortunately, there were not too many mishaps. Even though. With this thought in mind, the experts from the Luo clan could not help but cast their gazes towards Xiao Yan. After the previous battle, Xiao Yan was currently sitting cross-legged on the ground, quietly recovering the condition of his body. Although he looked calm, everyone present knew that this calmness was short-lived. On the other side, Guixing's dark and solemn gaze slowly swept over everyone present. Finally, it paused on Xiao Yan's group as he slowly said, "Xiao Yan, remember, as long as you are alive, my Ghost Temple sect will capture you sooner or later. You may be able to escape for now, but you will not be able to escape for your entire life. Remember." Once he finished speaking, he lifted the half-dead Gui Luo with one hand. His body swiftly flew back in the direction he had come from. Behind him, Wu Du led the people from his sect and once again cupped his hands together towards Xiao Jin and Long Lin. After which, he swiftly turned around and left. At this point, the battle of the Heavenly Cloud Villa could be considered to have come to an end. Although Xiao Yan wished that he could capture Guixing on the spot, he did not have the strength to do so. Although Long Lin was present, they also knew that the reason why the latter had intervened was because of Xiao Jin. Moreover, with Guixing's strength, even if he had to carry a seriously injured body, it would not be difficult for him to leave this place. Once this battle was over, it would be difficult for the Heavenly Cloud Villa to recover within a short period of time. Forget about the damage in the battle, just the large amount of spirit stones used to operate the Greater One-Star Plate was also an extremely large amount. In the next few months, they would need to keep a low profile for a period of time. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had already passed. Everything in the heavenly cloud villa had already returned to normal. Other than the stricter control of the clan members entering and leaving, there were no other changes. Xiao Jin and Long Lin had also temporarily stayed in the heavenly cloud villa because of Xiaoyan's group. The entire heavenly cloud villa was naturally overjoyed with the arrival of the dragon tribe. The dragon tribe had a lofty status in the magical beast world. Even countless human forces wanted to have a good relationship with them. However, until now, no human force had been able to have a connection with the dragon tribe. Now that the members of the dragon tribe were actually staying in the heavenly cloud villa, once this news spread, it would be of great benefit to the villa. Other than this, Huazhu had also temporarily stayed in this place. Bai Hua's group was confused about the reason behind this. However, the members of the Luo clan did not dare to slight her. In an instant, the experts from the Dragon Tribe and the Cloud Immortal sect were staying in the Heavenly Cloud Villa. This caused a countless number of people to rejoice. Of course, the entire Luo clan also understood that the reason they were able to stay in this place was mostly because of Xiaoyan. In the meeting hall of the Heavenly Cloud Villa, the upper echelons of the Luo clan were accompanying Long Lin. From time to time, waves of heroic laughter would be emitted from both sides. It sounded quite harmonious. On the other side, Xiaoyan's face was expressionless as he sat cross-legged within a secret room. In front of him was an extremely exquisite ice coffin. The coffin's lid was not closed and a pretty lady in a long white dress was quietly lying within it. Her face was as white and smooth as jade. Although she was no longer breathing, she still appeared like a living person. Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with shock. This ice coffin was made from the extreme cold ice soul that Xiaoyan had in his hand. With the support of the heavenly flame and some special methods of Xiaoyan, it could ensure that the corpse in the ice coffin would remain intact. Although he did not know how long this time limit would be, Xiaoyan still insisted. After all, he did not believe that the fairy doctor in front of him was really dead. After so many years of companionship, he had already become used to all of this. Now that he was looking at the beautiful person in front of him lying on this cold ice bed, he did not dare to believe it and was unwilling to believe it. His gaze was in a daze as he stared at the fairy doctor's white face. Xiaoyan's mind could not help but recall the various things that had happened back then. The corners of his mouth could not help but widen. It was a bitter smile. Outside the secret room, Lianer and the rest were quietly guarding. As a disciple, Lianer should have entered. However, they also understood that the fairy doctor only wished to be alone with Xiaoyan at this moment. Such a situation was likely the only one. Xiaoyan stayed in the secret chamber for more than 2 months. During this period, Xiaoyan repeatedly recalled the entire process of the black-robed man's sneak attack. The abruptness and disregard for one's own safety caused him to sink into grief and resentment time and time again. Based on his memory, Xiaoyan also recognized that the black-robed man was Su Zhen, who had chased after them together with Tang Long when they had just arrived in the central region. Moreover, from the situation that day, there was likely a powerful spiritual body in Su Zhen's body. Otherwise, he would not have been able to erupt with such combat strength. Since Xiaoyan had recognized Su Zhen, the killing intent in his heart naturally surged. However, it was quickly suppressed. Although he wished he could tear Su Zhen to pieces immediately, Xiaoyan was no fool. Due to the pressure of the Dragon Clan and the power of the Cloud Immortal sect, the battle had only just ended. Su Zhen was a disciple of the Dui sect. If he killed him, it would definitely affect the Dui sect again. At that time, when the conflict arose again, Long Lin might not intervene again. As for Su Zhen, Xiaoyan must kill him with his own hands. However, as of now, no matter how much resentment Xiaoyan had in his heart, he could only suppress it in his heart before he had sufficient strength. In short, strength was the foundation for him to overturn everything. Heavenly flame, within the dark room, the light was dim. A surging flame inadvertently flashed across Xiaoyan's dark black eyes, shining like a star in the dark night. That heavenly flame had once again become his greatest reliance. Only by finding the heavenly flame would his cultivation be able to raise within a short period of time. Only then would he be able to take revenge for the dead little fairy doctor. However, Xiaoyan did not know where the remaining 2 types of heavenly flames were located. If he did not know, then as the spirit of the heavenly flame, Huizhu might know some special secrets. At this moment, the latter was in the heavenly cloud manor, rumble. The tightly shut door of the secret chamber was finally slowly opened amidst a heavy rumbling sound. Xianxia, who was guarding outside, was the first to be alarmed. When she saw Xiaoyan step out of the secret chamber, a bitter expression involuntarily appeared on the latter's pretty face. Xiaoyan's appearance had become much more haggard after 2 months. His entire appearance had also become thinner. His face was strangely pale, as though he had crawled out from a pile of corpses. However, at this moment, a pair of pitch-black eyes were flickering with a fervent fire. Take good care of her. Xiaoyan's gaze paused on Xianxia. As the disciple of the little fairy doctor, the current Xianxia was even more important in his eyes. The little fairy doctor had already passed away. No matter what, he would definitely not allow her only disciple to be harmed. Xianxia hurriedly nodded upon hearing this. After which, Xiaoyan directly left this place. By relying on the subtle connection between the heavenly flames, Xiaoyan was able to vaguely sense Huizhu's current location. If his guess was correct, it should be the square where the heavenly cloud saint weapon ranking was located. Along the way, Xiaoyan ignored the surprised gazes from the members of the Luo clan. A moment later, he appeared in the square. Huizhu was indeed here. However, Xiaoyan suddenly had an illusion that this fellow seemed to be waiting for his arrival. At this moment, the latter was standing in front of the heavenly cloud saint weapon ranking. It was as though he did not sense Xiaoyan's arrival. A pair of old eyes slowly swept over the ranking and involuntarily smiled and nodded. 5th on the ranking, the Greater One Astrolabe. In this case, the Greater One Astrolabe should have been repaired. How surprising! Just as Huizhu was exclaiming in surprise, Xiaoyan had already arrived behind him. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Huizhu leisurely turn around and smile. Little fellow, do you know what is ranked first on the Heavenly Cloud Saint weapon ranking? I don't care what it is. I just want to ask you to tell me if there are any other heavenly flames in the central region other than yours, and where are they? Ignoring Huizhu's question, Xiaoyan went straight to the point. This time, he did not want to wait a moment longer. Haha, little fellow, since you want to ask for advice, you should act like you are asking for advice. If you act like this, how can I tell you? Seeing this, Huizhu did not have any dissatisfaction. He just smiled with a hint of ridicule, turned around and ignored him. He continued to focus on the black stone tablet in front of him. Looking at the ancient and mysterious runes on it, he could not help but click his tongue in amazement. Later, Xiaoyan looked at the old man in front of him, and his emotions immediately tightened. He was about to urge him, but Huizhu suddenly turned his head and shot a cold gaze at him. He said in a half-joking voice, "Little fellow, after so many years of wandering in the continent, you don't even have this kind of temperament." The moment these words were uttered, the fire glow that filled Xiaoyan's eyes instantly disappeared. Even his hurried emotions immediately calmed down. His breathing paused for an instant. By the time he recovered, his expression immediately changed drastically as he began to pant intensely. Cold sweat involuntarily appeared in front of him and behind him. It was a long while later before he gradually calmed down. Looking at Huizhu, who seemed to have done nothing in front of him, Xiaoyan was shocked. He then respectfully bowed to the old man and apologized. "I have offended you before, please forgive me." Hearing this, Huizhu gently raised his hand again, turned around and smiled. "It doesn't matter. This old man doesn't mind. It's understandable that the person you love is leaving you. But remember, irrational anger will not be able to accomplish anything. As for your previous question, this old man can only answer that I don't know." As soon as these words came out, Xiaoyan suddenly raised his head and stared at Huizhu in disbelief. The heavenly flames could sense each other, not to mention that the heavenly flames in the world had already turned into spirits. The perception of each other was much clearer. If there was a heavenly flame in the central region, Huizhu should have sensed it. How could he say that he did not know? Don't think so much, this old man will not deceive you. If you don't know, then you don't know. It is true that the heavenly flames have turned into spirits, but it is also true that they will hide their aura. Otherwise, once they are discovered by some experts, even if they have turned into spirits, they can't hide. As soon as Huizhu's words came out, Xiaoyan immediately frowned. If that was the case, wouldn't it be difficult for him to find a heavenly flame? In that case, the revenge of the little fairy doctor. As soon as he thought of this, the expression on Xiaoyan's face suddenly became a little heavy. However, immediately after, Huizhu once again laughed softly and said, "This old man really doesn't know where the heavenly flames are in the central region, but this old man can recommend a person to you. That person must know." "Who?" Xiaoyan's eyes widened, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. His eyes were also filled with eagerness. "Pill Tower's ancestor, Yao Dan." "The ancestor of the Pill Tower?" Xiaoyan's expression was immediately stunned when he heard Huizhu's words. Immediately, he laughed bitterly. The Pill Tower was a true overlord faction on the continent. The ancestor of the Pill Tower was an extraordinary existence. He had yet to even see the face of the Xiao clan, much less the ancestor of the Pill Tower. It could be said that Huizhu's words could not be used as a reference. That's right. The ancestor of the Pill Tower has once roamed the continent and has seen many secrets of the continent that others cannot find out. I believe that he will definitely know if there is a heavenly flame in the middle region. As long as you can meet him, it should not be difficult to obtain information regarding the heavenly flame. Huizhu smiled and nodded as she spoke. Xiaoyan could only helplessly shrug his shoulders when he heard this. He temporarily ignored this point. Regardless of whether the ancestor of the Pill Tower was aware of it, Xiaoyan admitted that he was unable to meet the ancestor of the Pill Tower. There was no need to mention anything else. Ugh, since there was no news of other heavenly flames, it was likely that it would be difficult for his cultivation to increase for a long time in the future. Xiaoyan involuntarily let out a long sigh when he thought of this. Without a heavenly flame, how was he going to take revenge for the little fairy doctor? The Duerr sect was after all a super faction in the middle region with a rich foundation. As the Origin Emperor, Su Zhen's treatment within the sect would naturally be quite good. If this continued, it was likely that Su Zhen would become an opponent that was difficult to deal with before Xiaoyan could grow. Adding the Duerr sect and the spiritual body within his body, all these factors caused Xiaoyan to feel a great pressure. After this battle, the little fairy doctor had died. He and the Dewey sect could be said to have reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. However, these words could only be said in the current situation. If he wanted to take revenge for the little fairy doctor, he would need more than just courage. Without a heavenly flame, given Xiaoyan's cultivation speed, it would be difficult for him to kill Su Zhen and take revenge even if he had another 10 years. Could it be that this was it? Xiaoyan's heart was heavy. The only thing he could think of was the Xiao clan. This foreign clan, which Xiaoyan still did not know what kind of relationship it had with him, might be able to become a cornerstone that would allow him to swiftly grow. However, Xiaoyan would have to wait until he arrived at the Xiao clan to see just what kind of relationship it had. From the looks of it, the Xiao clan wasn't completely trustworthy. Haha, little fellow, there's no need to be so conflicted. Although I can't find the other heavenly flames for now, isn't there one in front of you right now? Just as Xiaoyan was feeling distressed, Huizhu chuckled and said. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's expression was immediately startled. Then, he shook his head and smiled. Senior, you're flattering me. You've saved me twice. How could I dare to think about you? Moreover, you're the great elder of the Cloud Immortal sect. If something were to happen to you, it would be difficult for the Cloud Immortal sect to explain. Haha, this old man admires your character of being considerate. You don't need to care about what I do. The Cloud Immortal sect will have someone to take care of it. As for you, you only need to do one thing for me. Huizhu chuckled. At the same time, he took out a somewhat rusty badge from his storage ring and handed it to Xiaoyan. When the badge entered his hand, he felt a heavy feeling. From its simple and unadorned design, one could tell that this badge was probably quite old. However, apart from this, Xiaoyan could not see anything special about it. Senior, this badge is something that this old man and an old friend made an agreement. Now that the time has come, it's time to return it to him. You only need to personally hand it to him on behalf of this old man. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's heart could not help but tremble slightly. Since it was something that he had made an agreement with an old friend, it was reasonable to say that Huizhu should personally return it. Of course, he could not easily take it in his hands. A thought flashed through his mind. Just as Xiaoyan was about to return it to Huizhu, the latter raised his hand and stopped him. I haven't seen that old friend of mine for many years. If this old man personally returns it, it's difficult to guarantee that he won't have thoughts about this old man's body. Therefore, I'll leave this badge with you for the time being. If you meet him in the future, just return it to him. Remember, that person's name is Luya. If you meet him in the future, do not be careless. At the end of his words, Huizhu cautiously reminded him. When Xiaoyan heard the name Luya, his heart immediately recalled that old man from the southern region's Lutsong city. However, he also knew that although they had the same name, it was likely that the strength of a person who was mentioned by Huizhu would not be too weak. Immediately, Xiaoyan nodded gently and quietly remembered this name. At the same time, he tightly gripped the somewhat rusty badge in his hand. He hesitated for a moment before storing it into his storage ring. Seeing Xiaoyan put the badge into his storage ring, Huizhu nodded and then changed the topic with a smile. By the way, you haven't answered this old man's question. Do you know what is ranked first on the Heavenly Cloud Saint weapon list? Previously, he was so focused on asking about the heavenly flame that he directly ignored Huizhu's words. Now that he heard it again, the expression on Xiaoyan's face could not help but be startled. Only then did his gaze return to the black stone tablet in front of him. The first position was clearly empty, but in that case, why did Huizhu ask such a question? After a long while, Xiaoyan could only shake his head with a bitter smile. He cupped his hands towards the old man in front of him and said respectfully, "Senior, please enlighten me." Huizhu parted his mouth and smiled when he heard this. His turbid old eyes once again looked at the stone tablet behind him. Immediately, he slowly raised his head and looked at the blue sky above his head. Xiaoyan followed his head and looked into the distance. After which, he exchanged glances with Huizhu. Xiaoyan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he saw the expression in Huizhu's eyes that contained a deep meaning. "It's the sky." As soon as these words came out, Huizhu pursed his lips and smiled, but did not explain further. Just as Xiaoyan was filled with doubts, he said, "All right, this old man will say this much for now. I believe that you will find out what exactly it is in the future. It has been 2 months and you should have a good rest. It will not be too late to look for this old man after you have made all the necessary preparations." Hearing this, Xiaoyan lowered his eyelids and nodded slightly. Only then did he bow and cup his hands towards the old man and leave. Looking at Xiaoyan's leaving figure, Huizhu could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. He turned around and looked at the black stone tablet in front of him again. There was a strange light in his eyes. A moment later, when Xiaoyan returned to his residence, he found that Xiao Jin was waiting for him alone. When he entered the door, Xiaoyan was surprised to see that Xiao Jin was holding 2 energy crystals emitting purple light in his hands at this moment. Inside the house, Xiaoyan looked at Xiao Jin who was holding 2 crystal stones in front of him. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. There was a hint of surprise on his face. The latter quickly got up with a happy face and came to Xiaoyan, handing over the crystal stones in his hand. Last time brother Xiaoyan entered the secret room in a hurry, and it was inconvenient for Long Lin to be there, so it was delayed until now. Xiao Jin smiled sincerely, but there was a hint of slyness in his eyes. Although this guy usually spoke a little childishly, his character was quite meticulous. At this moment, he was so frank when he saw Xiaoyan. Seeing this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but chuckle. He took the 2 purple crystals from the former's hand and said with a slightly surprised expression on his face, "This is, best grade spirit stone, hee." Once Xiao Jin's words were spoken, Xiaoyan's expression immediately became dull. He stared at the 2 purple-colored spirit stones in his hand and his heart was incomparably shocked. This was a true treasure that was above all other spirit stones. It was the purest and largest energy in the world. Based on Xiaoyan's knowledge in the past, this thing belonged to the legendary class. It was unexpected that he was actually able to see it today, and it was even in his own hands. This thing, while he was shocked, Xiaoyan also hurriedly looked up at Xiao Jin in front of him. He naturally knew the preciousness of the best grade spirit stone, but it was also because of this that he must understand the origin of the spirit stone. If it was Xiao Jin, brother Xiaoyan, don't worry, this spirit stone was given to me by Grandpa Patriarch, but I don't have any use for it, so I prepared it for you. You need these things now. Appearing to have seen the worried expression between Xiaoyan's brows, Xiaojin parted his mouth and smiled. Although these words were spoken carelessly, Xiaoyan understood that since it was a top-grade training resource, how could it be useless? It was because this little fellow was thinking about him that he was unwilling to use it. As he thought of this, a warm current immediately surged into Xiaoyan's heart. When he was training outside, he was always worried about his own safety and seldom thought about Xiaojin. However, the latter had always been thinking about him in his heart. This involuntarily caused him to feel a little guilty. You can keep the spirit stone, but you must not tell Long Lin. That fellow is always staring at me, not letting me leave even a single step. He is so stingy. If he knows, I'm afraid he will tell Grandpa Patriarch. Xiaojin gently scratched his head, curling his lips as he complained. Xiaoyan pursed his lips and smiled. He naturally understood the dragon tribe's intention. Letting Long Lin follow Xiaojin was because they did not want anything to happen to him. Since the tribe leader of the dragon tribe was willing to give such a top-grade spirit stone to Xiaojin, it was enough to see how important Xiaojin was to them. However, it was already useless to talk about this now, after all. Since Elder Long Lin already knows, why are you standing outside and refusing to come in? Xiaoyan lifted his hand and gently patted Xiaojin's shoulder. After which, he turned around and faced the door, cupped his hands together respectfully and said, Haha, Mr. Xiaoyan is too polite. Xiaojin has acknowledged you as his elder brother, and I usually treat him like an elder brother. Calling me elder is a little too distant. Mr. can call me by my name in the future. As Xiaoyan's words sounded, Long Lin indeed walked in from outside the door. However, from the looks of it, he should have just arrived. Xiaoyan could not help but feel somewhat surprised when he heard these words. He glanced at Xiaojin, who was standing to one side with a cautious expression. Only then did he smile, cupped his hands together towards Long Lin and said, Brother Long Lin. The latter smiled and nodded. After which, his gaze once again landed on Xiaojin. He did not know whether to laugh or to cry as he said, You brat, the tribe leader gave you this top-grade spirit stone back then to help you quickly raise your cultivation, so that you can step into the origin sect as soon as possible. I never imagined that you would actually keep it for yourself. Upon hearing this, Xiaojin curled his lips in a somewhat stubborn manner and refuted. So what? The spirit stone was given to me by the tribe leader, so it's fine if I keep it. Besides, my cultivation has already entered the origin sect, so I haven't let you down. Long Lin immediately smiled bitterly when he heard these words. Although this brat's attitude was a little intense, his words were not wrong. Xiaojin's cultivation had already advanced to a 6-star origin sect, which was already beyond their expectations. If the effects of the top-grade spirit stone were also excluded, then the talent that Xiaojin had displayed would be far too terrifying. When Xiaoyan heard these words, he could not help but frown slightly. He knew the importance of this spirit stone in his heart. Only then did he look at Long Lin again and said, Since that is the case, I think it's best to take back the spirit stone. Don't let down the tribe leader's kind intentions. After speaking, Xiaoyan was about to return the spirit stone in his hand to Long Lin, but the latter hurriedly waved his hand to stop him and smiled. Brother Xiaoyan, you don't have to be like this. Xiaojin is right. Since his cultivation has already entered the origin sect, the tribe leader will naturally be at ease for the time being. Furthermore, the tribe leader was the one who gave these spirit stones to Xiaojin, so he should be the one to distribute them. Since he has given these spirit stones to you, you can be at ease and accept them. Xiaoyan was just about to say a few more words when he heard Long Lin's words, but he was stopped by Xiaojin. After the latter's insistence, Xiaoyan gratefully stored the 2 spirit stones into his storage ring. After receiving the spirit stones, Xiaoyan and Xiaojin naturally had a hearty chat. Long Lin found an excuse to leave, leaving this opportunity to the two. On the other side, Luo Jin eagerly followed Li Bingrui. He had a foolish smile on his face as he followed beside her. This caused some of the elders in the manor to not know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, they also felt some anticipation. The manor head, Luo Qing, was busy handling the affairs of the manor every day. Only Bai Hua, Lian and the already deceased little fairy doctor waited in a lonely and desolate manner in the secret room. In the next few days, Xiaoyan found Luo Jin and handed a pill formula to the latter. Although Xiaoyan had most of the required medicinal ingredients, he was still missing a few of the more special key ingredients. Fortunately, he was currently in the Heavenly Cloud Matter. With the enormous resources and manpower of the Heavenly Cloud Matter, it was not difficult to find these ingredients. As for the medicinal pill described in the pill formula, it was the rank 6 medicinal pill that Xiaoyan had prepared for devouring the heavenly flame, the spirit-casting pill. In the short span of a week, the hundreds of required medicinal ingredients had all been gathered. Furthermore, as a precaution, 3 portions of each medicinal ingredient had been prepared. This was enough to show the importance that the Heavenly Cloud Matter placed on Xiaoyan. However, although the medicinal ingredients had all been gathered, Xiaoyan did not immediately open the cauldron to refine the pill. Instead, after some hesitation, he first took out the 2 top-grade spirit stones that Xiao Jin had given him. Ever since Xiaoyan's cultivation had broken through to the Origin Emperor realm, his spiritual strength had also improved. Although he could barely be called a rank 6 alchemist, it was still just a statement. Until now, Xiaoyan had not refined a single rank 6 pill. Hence, the authenticity of this identity had to be verified. Although he had already gathered all the ingredients needed to refine the casting soul pill, Xiaoyan still chose to increase his strength first just to be safe. The increase in Xiaoyan's cultivation would naturally increase the chances of Xiaoyan successfully refining the casting soul pill from another perspective. Absorbing the natural energy within the top-tier spirit stone at this moment would not only provide some help but also allow him to consolidate his own cultivation. Otherwise, if he were to continue refining the top-tier spirit stone after swallowing the heavenly flame, the effect he would obtain would definitely be reduced. Therefore, absorbing the energy within the top-tier spirit stone at this moment was the most appropriate time. Within the quiet room, the bright and beautiful sunlight outside the door passed through the window and scattered onto the floor of the room, leaving behind a mottled shadow. At this moment, Xiaoyan was seated cross-legged on the bed. His eyes were tightly shut as his hands formed the training seal. The flame mantra chi method within his body was circulating with a hoo-hoo sound. As he breathed in and out, threads of pure energy would follow Xiaoyan's breath and flow into his body from the top-tier spirit stone that was lying quietly in his embrace. After which, it underwent a simple refinement before finally agglomerating into the vortex. Compared to the high-grade spirit stones that Xiaoyan had used in the past, the top-grade spirit stone was very different. The energy contained within it was especially pure, reaching the point where it could be directly absorbed. In comparison, the world's energy within the top-grade spirit stone was even more vast. Just this one spirit stone alone was enough for Xiaoyan to break through to 3 stars. If he completely absorbed and refined these 2 spirit stones, his cultivation would definitely be able to step into 4 stars. It might even be possible for him to become a 5-star Origin Emperor. With this thought, Xiaoyan's emotions could not help but become fiery. He became even more eager to refine and absorb the spirit stone. As the flame art cultivation method in Xiaoyan's body rapidly circulated, waves of pure and vast energy crazily surged into his body. As the enormous energy surged into the meridians in his body, Xiaoyan's body could not help but tremble. After a long while, he gradually became accustomed to it. With a thought, the enormous energy began to circulate in an orderly manner. After circulating along the route of the flame art cultivation method for a cycle, it converged into the vortex space and became a part of Xiaoyan's body. The majestic energy all over his body caused Xiaoyan's breathing to become a little hurried. Fortunately, the energy did not possess any wild and violent character. Although it was pure and majestic, it could be considered gentle. Under this endless refinement and absorption, the aura of Xiaoyan's body swiftly rose. Even the empty space around him began to fluctuate intensely. Under Xiaoyan's refining, the Genesis chi in his body gradually filled up, and everything slowly began to return to the right track. Given Xiaoyan's current cultivation, although the energy contained in the supreme-grade spirit stone was enormous, it was not enough to make him panic. Everything proceeded as smoothly as moving clouds and flowing water. As for what level he would reach after completely absorbing and refining the 2 spirit stones, that would depend on the results. After Xiaoyan entered a slow refining state, the courtyard he was in became a forbidden area of the Heavenly Cloud Villa. In the outside world, Bai Hua and Lian were still patiently guarding the ice coffin. Although Li Bingrui was stubborn, her heart of ice that had never melted for thousands of years was still slightly moved by Luo Jin's thoughts. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Jin was seated cross-legged on the peak of the wretched disaster mountain range. As the last wisp of energy in his body converged into the vortex, he slowly opened his eyes. His brows were slightly furrowed, and a look of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists, feeling the power in his body that had not changed much. A gloomy look involuntarily flitted across his eyes. It's been 2 months. Although my injuries have all healed, my cultivation still hasn't shown any results. I'm still quite a distance away from reaching the Source Ancestor realm. The 2 months had allowed Su Jin to completely recover from the serious injury he had suffered the last time. Although his cultivation had advanced a little, it was very little. Additionally, Xiaoyan had not died. This caused Su Jin's heart to be even more dissatisfied. Hehe, what are you so anxious for? Since your cultivation has already reached this level, it's only a matter of time before you break through to the Source Ancestor realm. As for Xiaoyan, he was lucky enough to escape the previous time. Next time, we must ensure that he has no way to survive. Yu Du's figure slowly appeared in the void beside Su Jin. He gently patted Su Jin's shoulder, and a sinister look appeared in his gloomy old eyes. He did not notice the gloomy and cold glint that flashed across the depths of Su Jin's eyes when he looked at him. Teacher, why don't this disciple go find another prey? As long as my cultivation breaks through to the Source Ancestor realm, we can go and kill Xiaoyan again. I don't believe that there will be anyone who will die for him this time. Su Jin smiled sinisterly, and a bloodthirsty look appeared in his eyes. His 5 fingers suddenly clenched, and a ferocious force actually caused the space under his hand to explode. It was a terrifying sight. However, when Yu Du saw this, the expression on his old face instantly changed, and he hurriedly shouted in a deep voice. Absolutely not. You know about the melting poison hand. It can indeed help you raise your cultivation, but if you want to rely on it to break through the bottleneck, don't tell me you don't want to live anymore. You're your teacher's only disciple. If you get rid of this matter, what will happen to my life's worth of knowledge? Hearing this, Su Jin's face tightened. He frowned slightly and hurriedly apologized. This disciple is impatient for revenge, which is why I said such impulsive words. Teacher, please don't blame me. However, this disciple also hopes to raise his cultivation as soon as possible and settle the matter of the past for teacher. That's why, forget it, this old man also understands your thoughts. However, you must remember that the path of cultivation is still about gradual progress. You must not be too hasty. As for Xiaoyan, it won't be too late to kill him in the future. The most important thing for you now is to cultivate steadily. After a simple reprimand, Yu Du patted Su Jin's shoulder to comfort him. Su Jin respectfully lowered his head, rested for a moment, and once again entered the state of cultivation. Seeing this, Yu Du nodded slightly. He slowly took a breath and glanced at Su Jin's calm face. His gloomy old eyes faintly flickered, and with a twist of his body, he turned into a ray of light and rushed back into Su Jin's body. Space rippled endlessly in the quiet room as wave after wave of boundless energy swiftly surged, forming a large pillar of qi that frantically poured into the body of the young man seated on the bed. In the face of such an endless influx of energy, his body was akin to a bottomless pit. No matter how much energy was poured in, there was no sign of it overflowing. Ever since Xiaoyan had refined the first top-tier spirit stone, he had maintained this state for nearly a week. During this period of time, his body did not move even a little like a rock. Only the dim glow of the spirit stone in his chest and the empty space around his body trembled unceasingly within the room. This caused the natural energy to surge in the air above the room where he was located, emitting waves of whistling wind. With the terrifying energy contained within the top-grade spirit stone and the blaze mantra's refinement, wave after wave of extremely pure Genesis Qi flowed in Xiaoyan's meridians like the tide. Moreover, there was also quite a bit of natural energy mixed within. After being refined and absorbed, it was transformed into pure Genesis Qi that fused into the vortex in Xiaoyan's body. However, although there was a lot of natural energy, after being refined by the heavenly flame and the blaze mantra, the amount of pure Genesis Qi that could be absorbed by Xiaoyan was naturally not much. However, it was still better than nothing. What's more, cultivation was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Everything accumulated over a long period of time, reaching an extremely terrifying level. Otherwise, the result of relying on external items to raise one's strength would definitely not end well. No matter how good the cultivation resources were, they were after all only shortcuts to external items. If one placed too much emphasis on them, it would likely produce the opposite effect. However, if one were to really talk about it, this really appeared to be the first time that Xiaoyan had relied on a spirit stone to break through his cultivation. Although he had used a high-grade spirit stone to help his incarnation raise its strength in the past, if one were to really talk about it, it was not something that Xiaoyan himself used. Hence, this could not be considered an external object. Under Xiaoyan's cultivation, the majority of the natural energy contained within the top-grade spirit stone was completely absorbed by Xiaoyan in a week's time. His cultivation naturally advanced to the level of a 3-star origin emperor. From the looks of it, he was already an advanced 3-star origin emperor and was not far away from 4 stars. Taking advantage of the fact that the Genesis Chi in his body had yet to be completely absorbed, Xiaoyan immediately took out another top-grade spirit stone. In addition to the continuous infusion of natural energy around him, his cultivation broke through again, reaching the level of a 4-star origin emperor. However, this was clearly not the end. There was still a lot of energy left in the top-grade spirit stone. With this energy, he might be able to break through to the level of a 5-star origin emperor in one go. With this thought, Xiaoyan's heart suddenly burned with excitement. As the space around him fluctuated more and more violently, waves of pure energy continuously poured into the vortex in his body. The combination of the top-grade spirit stone and natural energy strengthened Xiaoyan's aura. In just a few hours, his cultivation had completely stabilized at the initial level of a 4-star origin emperor. Over the next few days, Xiaoyan focused all of his attention on absorbing the pure energy within the top-grade spirit stone. This caused the Genesis Chi flowing in his meridians to become increasingly vigorous. Every circulation would bring him nearly endless power. This feeling of fullness caused Xiaoyan's aura to rise faster and faster. When he reached the advanced 4-star origin emperor stage, the energy within the spirit stone gradually depleted, and the surrounding Genesis Chi slowly became insufficient to support him. If this continued, Xiaoyan's aura would likely stagnate. However, the more he reached such a stage, the calmer the emotions that Xiaoyan displayed were. He continued to absorb the modeled energy around him for his own use while withdrawing all the remaining Genesis Chi within the veins in his body and suppressing it back into the vortex space. Since he had already reached such a stage, Xiaoyan's strength would rise again if he could charge forward with all his strength and forcefully break through. When the vortex space in his body was completely filled and his chi paths were filled with Genesis Chi, Xiaoyan's body trembled slightly as he slowly clenched his fists. His eyebrows tightened as a sense of urgency formed within his body, suppressing the vortex space and causing it to undergo a change. The originally abundant Genesis Chi within it was no longer at peace. As the pressure in his body gradually increased, Xiaoyan felt as if there was a wild beast within his body that was about to furiously charge out. This situation lasted for more than 2 hours. On the bed, Xiaoyan's face was already covered in beads of sweat, and his back was drenched in sweat. His face was flushed red, and the aura in his body grew increasingly tense, as if on the verge of bursting. The space around him constantly surged, and circle after circle of invisible spatial ripples spread, causing the furniture and decorations in the room to tremble. Until a certain moment, Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes suddenly lifted his head. His eyes were wide open and filled with malevolence. His 2 fists, bulging with veins, slammed against each other in front of his chest. As powerful energy ripples unfurled, an invisible barrier in Xiaoyan's body suddenly shattered. Huh! At the same time, Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook. He stood up and the breath that was suppressed within his chest suddenly transformed into a thunder-like long roar. It actually sent the roof flying. An earth-shaking cry spread over the place like a bolt from the blue. The expressions of quite a number of people within the heavenly cloud villa suddenly changed. Bai Hua and Lian Er, Luo Jin and Li Bingrui, the small golden dragon scale, Hua Zhu, and the upper echelons of the Luo clan swiftly rushed over after hearing the sound. All they saw was that Xiaoyan was currently standing in the empty air. The clothes on his upper body were completely shattered, revealing his white and firm body. A powerful aura and pressure was spreading from his body in waves. However, this was not the end. With the breakthrough of Xiaoyan's cultivation, the vast and mighty natural energy in the area was once again attracted, forming an enormous energy tornado above Xiaoyan's head. The tornado whistled as the enormous energy pillar entered Xiaoyan's body from the top of his head. Under the crazy refinement of the heavenly flame, it was completely refined into waves of pure Genesis Qi that was absorbed into his body within a short period of time. By the time the tornado scattered, Xiaoyan's aura had completely stabilized at the initial 5-star origin emperor level. The entire process only lasted for less than half a month. In half a month, Xiaoyan had leapt from a 2-star origin emperor to a 5-star origin emperor. Although most of this was due to the effects of the supreme grade spirit stone, it was ultimately a fortuitous encounter of Xiaoyan's own. This made many people envious. In the sky above the heavenly cloud villa, Xiaoyan slowly withdrew his powerful presence. A sliver of satisfaction appeared on his face. The expenditure of 2 supreme grade spiritual stones had brought him the greatest benefit. He had advanced by 3 whole stars, and he had even used the opportunity earlier to completely consolidate his cultivation at early 5th-star origin emperor. Xiaoyan had made the best use of the 2 supreme grade spiritual stones. "You succeeded?" At the same time that Xiaoyan landed in the courtyard below, Luo Jin and the others swiftly came forward. Their faces were filled with joy as they looked at the former. Xiaoyan's gaze involuntarily swept over Li Bingrui's lovely body by the side as he looked at Luo Jin, who had clearly become much more spirited. Immediately, he smiled and nodded. "Hehe, it's not just a success. You've actually used 2 supreme grade spiritual stones to increase your cultivation by 3 stars. This is something that's extremely rare even in the past. You've really benefited greatly this time, kid." Luo Ao smiled and came forward. His turbid old eyes sized up Xiaoyan's body. Even with this old man's temperament, he could not help but praise and sigh emotionally at this moment. The remaining few people beside him also involuntarily raised their eyebrows when these words were uttered. Everyone turned their gazes to Xiaoyan with surprised faces. The latter smiled in a somewhat embarrassed manner and said, "Don't worry." He smiled awkwardly and said, "I was just lucky earlier." Everyone naturally scoffed when they heard these words. When it came to training, all that mattered was one's success. Who would really believe in luck? As long as one could succeed, this was Xiaoyan's ability. They had lived for so many years. Naturally, they would not simply think about it because of these words. "I never thought that in just half a year, the gap between your cultivation and mine would be so great." Beside Luo Jin, Li Bingrui involuntarily curled her mouth when she saw Xiaoyan in this manner. Her tone contained an unwillingness. It had only been half a year, but Xiaoyan's cultivation had leaped from the peak of the Origin King class to the level of a 5-star Origin Emperor. Looking at her, her cultivation was still lingering at the level of a 2-star Origin King. Although she was not far from a 3-star Origin King, she felt ashamed when compared to Xiaoyan in front of her. "But I still say the same thing. If you want to kill me to avenge your master, I'm always ready." Xiaoyan smiled faintly when he heard that. He spoke half-jokingly. Li Bingrui glared fiercely at him when she heard that. She then looked at Luo Jin, who was smiling at her foolishly. She snorted and said, "Forget it. For this guy's sake, I can put this matter aside for now. We'll talk about it in the future." The moment these words were uttered, everyone present immediately gathered their gazes onto Luo Jin. This was especially the case for Xiaoyan. His gaze clearly revealed some surprise. He naturally understood Li Bingrui's icy cold demeanor that had not melted for 10,000 years. However, this fellow was able to get her to utter such words. It was sufficient to see just how much effort Luo Jin had put in for Li Bingrui. It was also Luo Jin's ability to make such an icy beauty melt. After everyone laughed and chatted for a while, the others left one after another. Only Xiaoyan's group, Xiao Jin, and Long Lin were left. Huizhu stayed for a while, then looked at Long Lin and left together. "Haha, you're really not simple. 2 supreme grade spirit stones. It can be said that you made the best use of them. You broke through 3 stars in one go and became a 5-star Origin Emperor. With such a cultivation, you can be considered to have a foothold in the central region. Luo Jin laughed heartily. Bai Hua and Lianer looked at each other and nodded. Xiaoyan lowered his eyebrows and sighed softly. This is still not enough. Compared to the power of the Dui sect, this bit of strength is far from enough. The atmosphere in the arena suddenly stilled when Xiaoyan's words were uttered. The few of them looked at each other and were silent. They were naturally clear about the meaning behind Xiaoyan's words. The matter of the little fairy doctor had already become a huge knot in Xiaoyan's heart. If he was unable to untie this knot, it was likely that even his training path would be affected. Fortunately, Xiaoyan's current state of mind was still considered calm. After everyone chatted for a while, Xiaoyan was led by Luo Jin to the largest square in the Heavenly Cloud Villa. The Sky Array platform was the largest square in the Heavenly Cloud Villa. It was also one of the symbols of the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Due to the fact that the square was filled with mysterious formation runes, it was also an important place where countless disciples of the Heavenly Cloud Villa used to practice their formations. However, an exception was made today. All the disciples of the Luo clan were not allowed to enter the square. Everything here was handed over to Xiaoyan for no other reason than the fact that Xiaoyan was going to refine the casting spirit pill here. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was the first time Xiaoyan had come into contact with a rank 6 medicinal pill. At this moment, his chances of successfully refining it were not high. Hence, at this moment, he needed to borrow some external assistance. For example, a heavenly flame and a medicinal cauldron. Xiaoyan already possessed these two items, so there was naturally no need to mention them. Other than ensuring his safety, Xiaoyan had also taken into account some specific environmental factors. With the help of the Sky Array platform, if Xiaoyan only had a 50% chance of successfully refining the casting spirit pill before, now he had a 60 to 70% chance of success. Other than being a structure formed by countless formations, the Sky Array platform also had the ability to draw in natural energy. By borrowing this ability to assist in refining the pill, it would undoubtedly increase the chances of successfully refining the pill. At the center of the Sky Array platform, there was a tall array platform. 4 stone steps surrounded it, and a white jade stone pillar stood at each corner. There were mountains, rivers, birds and beasts, as well as water and fire totems. In addition, it was filled with mysterious talismans. Although there were no spirit stones to operate them, they still flickered with a dim golden light. It was quite mysterious. Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily flickered. Soon after, he lifted his feet and stepped onto the array platform under the gazes of the crowd behind him. At the center of the array platform, there was a protruding white jade praying mat. Other than the talisman markings on the ground around it, Xiaoyan also discovered some old marks left behind by heavy objects. With a glance, he knew that these marks were left behind by a medicinal cauldron. After pondering for a while in his heart, Xiaoyan immediately understood. Luo Ao had said that the ancestors of the Luo clan were once famous for refining weapons. Although they only flourished for a short period of time, it was likely that the marks of this medicinal cauldron were left behind. He wondered if he would be able to successfully refine a rank 6 medicinal pill with the help of his predecessors. Xiaoyan sighed in his heart. Immediately, he moved and sat cross-legged on this white jade futon. He gently exhaled a breath of air. After which, he flicked his finger and an enormous green-gold medicinal cauldron rose out of his storage ring. The huge medicinal cauldron, which was entirely green-gold in color and covered with various landscapes of mountains and rivers, landed heavily on the stone platform. When the huge and heavy medicinal cauldron landed, it emitted a buzzing sound when it collided with the stone platform. Xiaoyan took a deep breath as he gazed at the completely repaired medicinal cauldron. His eyes flashed. After Luo Ao's repair, the Luo Tian cauldron was even more domineering than before. The cracks all over its body had disappeared, replaced by an even thicker and more stable aura. The azure gold medicinal cauldron reflected a strange azure-colored light under the sunlight. At first glance, it looked as though a flame was burning on it. When one touched it, one would find that it was not as cold as an ordinary medicinal cauldron, but instead had a faint warmth. It was indeed different from a medicinal cauldron ranked on the heavenly cauldron list. After the surprise on his face, Xiaoyan opened his mouth. As he circulated the Genesis Qi in his body, a raging purple flame spat out from his mouth. After a moment of twisting and turning, it poured into the medicinal cauldron through the fire entry hole. Immediately, it exploded, transforming into a large cluster of raging flames that continued to churn within the medicinal cauldron, raising the temperature of the medicinal cauldron even more. While the Genesis Chi within Xiaoyan's body was being maneuvered, an unusual phenomenon suddenly occurred on the heaven array stage where he was located. The originally calm symbols on the ground suddenly flickered and spread. They spread to the four sides of the stone stage and stopped along the edges of the four stone pillars. Subsequently, circular light continued to climb until the four stone pillars were completely lit up. Golden light lingered and shot out from the four stone pillars. After which, it gathered at one spot. Finally, it formed a golden formation barrier in the sky above the stone stage. From the looks of it, it should have been left behind by the predecessors. The tensed emotions in Xiaoyan's heart finally began to relax as he watched the scene in front of him. At the same time, he was also surprised by the tactics of a formation master. To think that there was such a method hidden within these seemingly ordinary symbols. If he had not maneuvered the Genesis Chi in his body earlier, it was likely that he would not have discovered the special connection between these symbols. This was especially the case for the four stone pillars. The drawings on them caused him to be extremely surprised. Xiaoyan withdrew his mind. His gaze once again landed on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. As the flame rose within it, Xiaoyan waved his sleeve. Light rapidly flickered on his storage ring as one medicinal ingredient after another immediately flew out. They were wrapped in Genesis Chi as they floated in the air above the medicinal cauldron. There was a shocking number of them. At a glance, they gave off a beautiful feeling. The spirit casting pill was a grade 6 pill that had the effect of stabilizing one's spirit source. Once used, it would strengthen one's spirit power. It was a rare treasure for alchemists and array masters. Of course, the effects of the spirit casting pill could not be stacked. Hence, one could only use it once in one's lifetime. If one used it more than once, it would no longer be of any use. The ingredients needed to refine it were quite numerous. There were roughly 500 types, and the majority of them were precious ingredients that could strengthen one's spirit power. They were priceless existences on the market, and several of them had been obtained by Xiaoyan through luck. At most, he could only use them twice. If he failed, the spirit casting pill would be a complete failure. Once the pill was formed, the spirit casting pill's special effects would allow one to resist the power of the heavenly fire and refine Huizhu's body. It was a pretty good choice. Xiaoyan carefully looked at the pill formula in his hand a couple of times. After memorizing some of the key points in his mind, Xiaoyan finally inhaled a deep breath of air. After which, he slowly exhaled. The instant he lifted his head, a fire glow flickered deep within his eyes. When the temperature within the medicinal cauldron reached a certain peak, Xiaoyan suddenly raised his hand and slammed it onto the medicinal cauldron. The instant a clear collision sound appeared, quite a number of the hundreds of medicinal ingredients that were suspended around the medicinal cauldron rushed into the medicinal cauldron. Soon after, the unceasing raging fire within swallowed them. Under the wild refinement of the heavenly flame, waves of turbid viscous liquids surfaced on the surface of the medicinal ingredients. Some of them formed a hard surface, while some of them emitted waves of wild and violent energy that temporarily blocked the attack of the heavenly flame. However, Xiaoyan was unconcerned about all of this. He calmed his heart and his cross-legged seated body did not move. Both of his eyes were slowly shut tightly. By relying on his enormous spiritual strength, everything within the medicinal cauldron landed in his mind without any mistake. For hours later, the medicinal ingredients within the medicinal cauldron had all undergone changes. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the purple flame, all of the medicinal ingredients were completely refined into pure powder and medicinal liquid. After which, they gradually merged together under the exquisite control of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. The first step had been safely passed. This was indeed within Xiaoyan's expectations. However, the second step, pill fusion, would likely not be so smooth. It was precisely because most of the ingredients were of similar attributes that there were much fewer medicinal ingredients needed to harmonize the medicinal properties. This was not because there were insufficient medicinal ingredients, but because the spirit casting pill's characteristics were as such. Due to the excessive pursuit of enhancing one's spiritual strength, the refinement method was excessively extreme. The spiritual strength contained within the medicinal liquid and powder was excessively vast, and the medicinal properties were naturally even more intense. Fusing them together was naturally not an easy task. At the beginning of the fusion process, the first step was to fuse several medicinal liquids and powders with relatively mild medicinal properties. Once the medicinal properties gradually stabilized, the fused viscous ointment would slowly be mixed together. Although the process sounded simple, truly fusing the enormous medicinal properties within the medicinal liquids together was not an easy task. Relying on stubborn patience and tremendous spiritual strength, the initial fusion process lasted for nearly 2 hours. Even Xiaoyan's Genesis Qi and spiritual strength had been consumed by quite a bit. Fortunately, everything was still considered stable. Within the medicinal cauldron, most of the originally hundreds of medicinal liquids and powders of different sizes had already been completely condensed, forming a dozen new viscous medicinal balls the size of a palm. The medicinal properties within had basically fused together. Although it was not perfect, it was stable on the same level. At the very least, there would not be any energy riots. Next, it was time for the remaining dozen medicinal balls to fuse together. If they succeeded, the most crucial step of the spirit casting pill would be considered to have passed. However, bzz. When 2 of the medicinal balls gradually approached each other under Xiaoyan's control, berserk energy undulations abruptly surged out from the 2 medicinal balls, ruthlessly slamming into the inner walls of the medicinal cauldron. Immediately, a loud and clear sound wave rapidly spread, causing the entire medicinal cauldron to tremble. The enormous green-gold medicinal cauldron in front of Xiaoyan on the sky array stage trembled violently a couple of times. A clear collision sound suddenly appeared. Even Xiaoyan, who was seated on the prayer mat, had a change in expression. A thought passed through his mind and an enormous spiritual strength was immediately poured into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. By relying on the heavenly flame, he was able to gradually suppress the 2 wild, violent energy ripples. The body of the cauldron gradually stabilized. Fortunately, the remaining medicinal balls within the medicinal cauldron did not suffer much of an impact under the wrapping of the heavenly flame. Otherwise, once the energy contained within those medicinal balls exploded, it was likely that it would cause quite a big commotion. Did something happen? Outside the heaven array platform, Luo Jin frowned as he lifted his head to look at Xiaoyan. Due to the isolation of the array, he couldn't see the contents inside, but the energy undulations just now made his heart tighten. Don't be anxious. Don't worry. How can refining pills be so easy? It's reasonable to encounter some trouble. I believe that the little guy will be able to solve it. Besides, you and I are outsiders. Even if something really happens, what can we do? It's better to wait for his good news and peace. While Luo Jin was feeling nervous, Luo Ao had unknowingly appeared in the crowd. He gently patted Luo Jin's shoulder, suppressing Luo Jin's anxious emotions. Only then did Luo Jin sigh softly and calm down again. Although this place had calmed down, the group of Luo clan disciples behind them were currently making a ruckus. Their endless chatter was like a ferocious beast hovering above everyone's heads, causing the emotions in the hearts of Luo Jin and the rest to be stirred up once again. Seeing this situation, Luo Ao helplessly curled his lips. He turned around and berated them, causing everyone present to immediately leave like the receding tide of the sea. At the same time, Xiaoyan's brows were tightly knitted together. While his mind was racing, he quickly raised his hands. Genesis Qi gathered in his palms as he slammed his palms into the medicinal cauldron. Together with the pressure of his spirit power, invisible waves of energy formed in the medicinal cauldron, temporarily suppressing the energy suppressed in the medicine balls. Soon after, the 2 medicine balls from before slowly approached each other and began to merge again. Chi. When the 2 came into contact, the 2 energies contained within them immediately began to churn and collide. The originally round surfaces of the 2 medicinal clusters were churning unceasingly at this moment. They were just like living creatures. Wave after wave of energy ripples repeatedly collided at the point where the 2 came into contact. Despite Xiaoyan suppressing them, this merger process still appeared incomparably strenuous. However, Xiaoyan also understood that this was merely the beginning. The 10+ medicinal clusters needed to undergo repeated merging until all of the medicinal clusters were merged into one. Moreover, the energy within them would be maintained in a balanced state and would no longer erupt. This process would definitely be long and difficult. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with joy as he looked at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with joy. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed since Xiaoyan began the process of merging the pill. During these 6 days, waves of intense energy ripples would occasionally be emitted from the sky array stage. That scene caused some of the passers-by outside of the stage to be extremely shocked. At this moment, in front of Xiaoyan, there were only 2 medicinal balls left of the dozen or so medicinal balls in the cauldron. These 2 medicinal balls were the product of fusing all the medicinal balls. Although the enormous energy within the dozen or so medicinal balls had been fused, the size of the 2 medicinal balls was not as shocking as imagined. They were still the size of a palm, and all the impurities within them had been removed. After being refined by the strange fire, the surface of the 2 medicinal balls had become even rounder and glossier. Although the pills had not been formed, one could already smell a trace of pill fragrance, which made one feel refreshed. Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. His gaze stared intently at the 2 medicinal clusters within the medicinal cauldron. He inhaled a deep breath of air and held it in his chest. After which, he carefully and cautiously controlled the flame within the medicinal cauldron, controlling the 2 medicinal clusters to slowly approach each other. As long as this step could be completed, there was nothing to be worried about in the following steps. Under the isolation of the heavenly flame within the medicinal cauldron, the 2 medicinal clusters slowly approached each other at an extremely slow speed. The short distance of a few inches lasted for nearly half an hour. At this moment, Xiaoyan's forehead was already covered by dense perspiration. His pair of dark black eyes stared intently at the 2 medicinal clusters within the medicinal cauldron. Only when the surface of the 2 gradually came together did Xiaoyan leisurely exhale the breath that he had held in his chest. Just as Xiaoyan was about to let out a sigh of relief in his heart, an energy fluctuation that was even more violent than the past few days suddenly surged out from the place where the 2 collided. It forcefully extinguished the fierce purple flames around the 2 and then violently collided with the inner wall of the cauldron. Clang! The heavy cauldron suddenly trembled. Even the entire stone platform Xiaoyan was on shook. The formation barrier above his head fluctuated violently. Only then was it able to resist the aftermath of the shock. At this moment, Xiaoyan's expression also changed drastically. He hurriedly mobilized all of his remaining spiritual strength and poured it all into the cauldron. With a wave of his sleeve, the fierce flames enveloped the entire cauldron from the outside. A powerful aura and pressure swept out from his body, forcefully resisting the abnormality within the cauldron. Although this was the case, it had yet to reach the stage where it could be calmed down. When Xiaoyan focused his gaze and stared intently at the space between the 2 medicinal lumps, a purple flame surfaced deep within his eyes. Everything in front of his eyes also became even clearer. At a certain instant, Xiaoyan absent-mindedly saw the intense battle between the 2 medicinal lumps as the energy eroded and merged. Under Xiaoyan's observation, the energy within the 2 medicinal lumps was indeed soaring at an extremely fast speed. If this speed continued, it would not take long before all of the energy within the 2 medicinal lumps would merge together. Logically speaking, this was indeed something to be happy about. However, what caused Xiaoyan to be solemn at this moment was that although the spiritual strength within the medicinal lumps was increasing explosively, the energy that was used to balance the stability of the medicinal lumps was rapidly flowing away under this intense consumption. If this continued, the final result of the merging of the medicinal lumps would be to form a frightening spiritual strength that no one could control. Once this energy exploded within the heavenly cloud villa, the result would be unimaginable. This time around, Xiaoyan could be said to have merged a terrifying bomb with this pill merger. Clang clang clang, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged in front of the medicinal cauldron, his brows tightly knitted together. His expression was grave as he stared intently at the 2 gradually fusing medicinal balls in the cauldron. His heart sank to rock bottom. The situation in the cauldron was no longer under his control. Even if he used all of his spirit power and Genesis Chi to stabilize it, the result was still unsatisfactory. The remaining balanced medicinal strength within the 2 medicinal balls was still rapidly decreasing. Waves of powerful soul ripples that caused one's heart to palpitate spread out from within the medicinal cauldron. The majestic energy aura was simply shocking. Every time the enormous soul strength within the medicinal cauldron fluctuated, the sturdy array barrier that enveloped the stone platform outside the medicinal cauldron would also tremble intensely. Such a commotion immediately alarmed many people within the villa. Outside the sky array platform, Luo Ao and the others frowned. They could not help but become nervous as they felt the powerful spirit undulation spreading from the platform. Beside them, the 7 heroes of the Luo clan arrived one after another. Even Luoqing had appeared. This immediately caused a commotion in the crowd. Curious gazes gathered at the center of the sky array platform. Although they couldn't see clearly, they could feel the terror within. "Patriarch, what should we do?" A Luo clan elder behind Luoqing asked in a low voice as he stepped forward. "What can we do? Refining pills isn't fighting. How can we help just because we want to? In this situation, the only thing we can do is to make preparations to prevent any unforeseen events from happening." Hearing this, Luoqing frowned and reprimanded him. Only then did the latter hurriedly withdraw respectfully. After which, he led the elders of the Luo clan to set up a huge array barrier outside the sky array platform, covering the entire sky array platform. At this moment, the space beside Luoqing became slightly distorted. Immediately, Huazhu's figure appeared. Seeing Huazhu, Luoqing hurriedly bowed. Huazhu waved his hand and continued to look towards the depths of the sky array platform. With his powerful cultivation, Huazhu could clearly see Xiaoyan's current situation. He couldn't help but frown. The spirit power in the medicinal cauldron had reached an extremely terrifying level. Based on the current situation, it wouldn't be long before the spirit power in the medicinal pill exploded. The array barrier alone was likely unable to withstand the impact of the spirit storm. Moreover, Xiaoyan was still inside. Once the medicinal pill exploded, he would be the first to bear the brunt of the explosion. With this thought in mind, Huazhu couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. He then turned to Luoqing. "Patriarch Luo, let's disperse the array barrier." Hearing this, Luoqing's expression froze. He wanted to refute, but when he saw the calm expression on Huazhu's face, he nodded hesitantly and ordered the elders of the Luo clan to disperse the huge array barrier that enveloped the entire sky array platform. "Elder, this old man will do it." Huazhu's body trembled, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared on the stone platform at the center of the sky array platform. Even the array formed by the 4 stone pillars couldn't stop him. The powerful energy of a source venerable was fully displayed at this moment. A powerful spiritual storm swept out from the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiaoyan the moment Huazhu appeared on the stone platform. At this moment, Xiaoyan might have sensed the arrival of Huazhu, but he could not afford to be distracted by the situation within the medicinal cauldron in front of him. All he could do was use all his strength to stabilize the situation within the medicinal cauldron. "Kid, you just need to follow what this old man says. I'm afraid that you will need to use all your strength in the following process." Huazhu's tone was solemn as he glanced at the huge medicinal pill that was violently churning in the medicinal cauldron. He didn't care if Xiaoyan listened to him as he waved his sleeve. Immediately, an invisible flame surged out, covering the entire medicinal cauldron in the blink of an eye. The frightening temperature caused even the runes on the array platform to distort slightly. Tiny cracks even appeared on them. "Kid, stop now. Withdraw all the heavenly flames and spiritual strength." Huazhu let out a low cry. The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes immediately shook. He immediately withdrew his consciousness from the medicinal cauldron in front of him. He didn't dare to hesitate as a thought passed through his mind, withdrawing all the heavenly flames and the spiritual strength that had spread out. At the same time, a powerful aura surged out from within Huazhu's body, suppressing the energy waves that were wildly colliding against the inner walls of the medicinal cauldron. While the medicinal pill was trembling rapidly, a thought passed through Huazhu's mind. An even more powerful spiritual strength immediately gathered crazily within the Luotian cauldron. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a small, invisible medicinal cauldron that wrapped around the medicinal pill. The invisible flame quickly followed and began to refine it. With Huazhu's spiritual strength suppressing it and the wild refinement of the fallen heart flame, the wild and violent spiritual strength within the medicinal pill was forcefully mixed together. However, this method was after all relying on an external force to forcefully mix them together. It was unable to truly merge the pill. What was required in order to perfectly merge those energies was Xiaoyan's personal refinement. Xiaoyan, the old me will use my body to suppress the energy within this medicinal pill and stop it from rampaging. However, remember, this is only temporary. You must successfully refine this medicinal pill before the old me's spiritual strength is completely exhausted. Otherwise, the consequences will likely be even more serious than now. Huizhu's solemn voice was once again transmitted over while Xiaoyan was panting intensely. When the former raised his head to take a look, Huizhu's body gradually became illusionary. Finally, it transformed into a cluster of invisible flame that entered the medicinal cauldron. It agglomerated into a small cluster of flame that lingered above the small medicinal cauldron, constantly suppressing the medicinal pill within it. Seeing this scene, the expression on Xiaoyan's face instantly froze. This scene had also appeared on Haimachin and the others back then. Dissolving the physical body and returning to the original body. Once the spiritual origin was dispersed, the Huizhu before him would completely return to the original body and become an ownerless object. The power of the fallen heart flame would also erupt without restraint. The consequences would be unimaginable. It was also because of this that Huizhu had requested him to refine the spirit casting pill and use it to refine the fallen heart flame before his spiritual origin was completely exhausted. Huff, after exhaling a long breath, Xiaoyan's state of mind gradually tensed up. With a flip of his palm, he took out a few medicinal pills from his storage ring and consumed them. He felt waves of warmth gradually spreading within his body. Only then did his gaze return to the medicinal cauldron before him. With a thought, purple flames immediately surged out. As the energy fluctuation within the medicinal cauldron was suppressed, the huge medicinal pill that had already fused together could be considered to have taken shape. The medicinal strength within it was mixed together under the pressure of the fallen heart flame and Huizhu's enormous spiritual strength. Although it was in one place, it was as messy as hemp. At this moment, what Xiaoyan needed to do was to sort out this mass of indiscernible and chaotic energy. With the help of Huizhu's strength, Xiaoyan could be considered to have barely passed this stage. Although there were some dangers during this period, it was not as if he did not gain anything. Other than his own powerful spiritual strength, this embryonic pill also contained a portion of Huizhu's spiritual strength. It was also because of this spiritual strength that it was able to balance out the rest of the energy. If this medicinal pill could be successfully refined, Xiaoyan believed that it would be the most special and powerful casting spirit pill in history. In the past, other than the rich spiritual strength, the rest of the casting spirit pills were used to balance the medicinal properties. However, this casting spirit pill was mainly made up of spiritual strength. The rest of the miscellaneous energy had long been exhausted. Once the pill was refined, its effect would naturally surpass the casting spirit pill that everyone knew. Outside the sky array platform, everyone sensed that the energy fluctuation at the center of the stone platform had gradually dissipated. Only then did they secretly sigh in relief. Luo Qing and a few villa elders beside him also looked at each other. They knew that with Huizhu's help this time, this accident could be considered to have come to an end. However, what surprised them was that Huizhu did not appear again after entering the depths of the sky array platform. As for what exactly had happened, it was likely that only Xiaoyan knew about it. Since the problem has been solved, the next refinement should only be a matter of time. Luo Jin sighed as he looked at the depths of the sky array platform. The expression on his face had also calmed down as the energy fluctuation calmed down. Hearing this, Luo Ao beside him could not help but smile and say, "Haha, the casting soul pill can be considered as a high-grade pill amongst tier 6 pills, and is rather difficult to refine. If this little fellow is really able to successfully refine it on his first try, that would truly be unbelievable. According to what I know, even some of the young disciples of some alchemy clans in the central region might not be able to succeed on their first try at refining a tier 6 pill, let alone this casting soul pill, which is not easy to begin with." Luo Ao smacked his lips. His old face was filled with praise. This also caused the smile on Luo Jin's face by the side to become even brighter. This fellow had a kind of blind confidence in Xiaoyan. Now that he heard Luo Ao's praise, the emotion in his heart could not help but become a little excited. While everyone was sighing in relief, Xiaoyan's mind had once again gathered on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. All of his remaining spiritual strength was poured in. A fierce purple-colored flame surged up, further refining the palm-sized medicinal pill within it. Within the medicinal cauldron, the purple-colored flame wrapped around a palm-sized medicinal ball. The color of this medicinal ball was a little colorful. Overall, it was more purple-colored. However, it was mixed with other colors, causing it to appear disharmonious. There were even minute gaps that could not be seen with the naked eye at the places where the colors connected. However, under the continuous refinement and merger of the heavenly flame, the energies of different colors continued to slowly merge together. Xiaoyan heaved a sigh of relief as he sensed the continuous fusion of energies within the pill ball. After the previous unforeseen event, the casting soul pill was finally gradually on the right track. The subsequent matters would become much more stable. From the looks of it, as long as all of the medicinal energies within it were completely fused, it would gradually condense into an embryonic medicinal pill. However, the problem that Xiaoyan was currently facing was that he needed to refine the casting soul pill before Huizhu's spiritual energy was completely exhausted. This required Xiaoyan to go all out. The process of fusing the pill was destined to be slow. Fortunately, Huizhu was in charge of the casting soul pill this time around, making the process much simpler. As long as no energy riot appeared within the embryonic pill, it was not impossible to refine the medicinal pill within a short period of time with the might of the heavenly flame. Of course, this was also destined to be a difficult battle of attrition. Xiaoyan clenched his teeth. While controlling the ferocious flame within the medicinal cauldron, he once again took out a bunch of medicinal pills from his storage ring and stuffed them into his mouth without any hesitation. After swallowing one of them, he wildly absorbed the energy that surged into his body. The flame within the medicinal cauldron had clearly become a little more ferocious. The so-called battle of attrition was not even worth mentioning in front of Xiaoyan's enormous amount of medicinal pills. With the continuous replenishment of the medicinal pill, the flame within the medicinal cauldron gradually stabilized. The embryonic pill rotated and rotated under the wild refinement of the heavenly flame. At the same time that the medicinal strength was swiftly merged, its size also gradually decreased. Now, the thing that Xiaoyan needed to do was to quietly wait. This wait lasted for a full week. During this week, the crowd that had gathered outside the sky array stage had also gradually dispersed. The situation had returned to normal. The upper echelons of the heavenly cloud villa had also relaxed. However, there would occasionally be people who would come outside the sky array stage to look inside. On one hand, they were observing Xiaoyan's movements. At the same time, they were also there to prevent the same unforeseen event from happening again. Fortunately, once that kind of matter was resolved, it would not happen again. Within the stone platform, Xiaoyan's seated body was as still as a rock. All of his attention was placed on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. The raging flames continued to refine the medicinal pills. At the same time, waves of rich pill fragrance also lingered on the sky array stage like a misty cloud. This caused many people to stop in their tracks. Many people's eyes even flickered with admiration. The pill fragrance was the prerequisite for the refinement of a medicinal pill. It could be said that as long as the pill fragrance was condensed during the refinement process, the medicinal pill was considered complete. Currently, the sky array stage was shrouded in a misty cloud. The pill fragrance was so rich that it refreshed one's heart. Everyone could naturally imagine how the refinement of the spirit-casting pill was. Until a certain moment, Xiaoyan's body, which was seated cross-legged on the stone platform, suddenly trembled. His hands were swiftly lifted and his 10 fingers moved together. His fingertips formed a seal and circular flame rings swiftly appeared on the exterior of the medicinal pill that had already been formed within the medicinal cauldron. After which, they gradually gathered and merged into the medicinal pill. The originally trembling medicinal pill also stopped the instant the flame rings entered it. Rumble, almost at the same time, in the originally clear sky above the 9 heavens, a series of shocking thunderclaps suddenly resounded, and dense dark clouds rolled out along with it. The rank 6 medicinal pill, the spirit-casting pill, is complete? This kit is really surprising. In a courtyard of the villa, Luo Ao and Luo Jin raised their heads to look at the scene in the sky. While their eyes flickered, they could not help but exclaim in admiration. The sudden appearance of such a phenomenon in the sky above the great difficult cloud mountain villa also alarmed the upper echelons of the Luo clan. Immediately, a wave of rushing wind sound appeared in the sky. Numerous figures stepped into the sky and paused in the sky above the sky array stage. They lifted their heads and looked at the dark clouds that were swiftly spreading in the sky. Their expressions were grave. Rank 6 pill lightning is not easy to deal with. Luo Xiong's body stood proudly in the sky. His expression was grave as he looked at the frightening thunderbolt that continuously flashed like a swimming dragon within the dark clouds. His tone was a little grave as he spoke. Beside him, Bai Hua and the rest were also present. They felt the waves of frightening pressure that spread from the thunder clouds. Even they felt their hearts palpitate. Form the formation. That little fellow has just finished refining a medicinal pill. He is definitely at his weakest now. Leave this pill lightning to us. The thick dark clouds in the sky had almost covered half of the heavenly cloud mountain villa. Luo Xiong involuntarily cried out with a grave expression upon seeing this. The elders of the heavenly cloud mountain villa in the sky were just about to respond when a sharp rushing wind sound suddenly appeared below them. Soon after, an ice-cold human figure that was filled with a murderous aura appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was the Northern King. Puppet? Luo Xiong involuntarily lifted his eyebrows when he saw the Northern King. A surprised expression was revealed on his face. He was naturally able to tell that the Northern King in front of him belonged to Xiaoyan. However, what use could a mere puppet have in the face of such a pill lightning? He was about to act and form the formation when Xiaoyan's somewhat weak voice was suddenly transmitted over. "Great Elder, leave the pill lightning to my puppet," said Ji Futian. The expression on Luo Xiong's old face immediately changed when these words were uttered. If these words had not come from Xiaoyan's mouth, it was likely that he would have already retorted. The pill lightning was formed from the strength of the world. Its strength was naturally self-evident. How could a mere puppet block the strength of the pill lightning? First Elder, don't worry. If he was not completely confident, he would not have said such words. Moreover, this pill lightning may seem a little troublesome to us, but it is the best nourishment for the Northern King. At this moment, Bai Hua by the side smiled and spoke. Even though the thick pill lightning in the sky made her feel pressured, all of this did not matter as long as the Northern King was present. After hearing the latter's words and Xiaoyan's request, Luo Xiong suspiciously ordered the elders to back off. Luo Xiong. After hearing the latter's words and Xiaoyan's request, Luo Xiong was skeptical. Luo Xiong. Luo. Currently, the Northern King's battle prowess was comparable to a 6-star origin emperor. If he used his full strength, he would be even stronger. From the looks of it, the Northern King should have absorbed all the lightning energy absorbed from the lightning pool in the sky. That was why he had advanced. Rumble, the Northern King stood proudly in the sky. Its empty eyes looked at the churning thunderclouds in the sky. Its fists were tightly clenched, and a frightening force caused even space itself to distort. Many tiny cracks even appeared. Luo Xiong and the rest involuntarily raised their eyebrows when they saw this scene. Just this point alone showed that the Northern King was different from ordinary puppets. Crackle. Suddenly, an earth-shattering bolt of lightning shot out from the churning thunderclouds in the sky. The blinding light caused the dark sky to brighten. Then, like a giant beast, it charged towards the Northern King below. As the pill lightning descended, the North King did not show any signs of weakness. He stomped his foot in the air, and the space beneath his feet immediately distorted and caved in. Accompanied by a dull explosion, the North King's figure shot up into the sky. On the stone platform below, Xiaoyan quickly put away the spirit-casting pill. He did not have the time to bother with the pill lightning and the Northern King, who were about to clash in the sky. He hurriedly consumed 2 more pills. While the medicinal effects were still in effect, he once again focused his attention on the cauldron in front of him. The casting soul pill had already been successfully refined, and there was not much spiritual soul source left in the medicinal cauldron. It would probably completely disperse in a short while. At that time, the fallen heart flame would also explode. He needed to consume the casting soul pill before that happened, and start devouring the heavenly flame. Boom. A deafening explosion suddenly spread in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. The Northern King puppet was not afraid of the pill lightning at all. Not only did the former's fierce attack not cause any injuries to the Northern King, it even caused the lightning symbols on the surface of the Northern King's body to become even brighter. Its body also became even more plump. This puppet actually has the ability to absorb lightning energy. No wonder Xiaoyan is so confident. Luo Xiong's old face was filled with shock as he watched the scene in front of him. It was a long while later before he recovered. He still found it hard to believe what had happened in front of him. What kind of puppet could actually absorb the power of the pill lightning for its own use? In that case, the alchemists on the continent no longer had to fear the pill lightning. Luo Xiong thought in his heart, but he did not understand why the Northern King was able to absorb the pill lightning in such an unbridled manner. Other than its special refining method, it was a huge exception. How could a human body compare to a puppet refined from the Dragon Clan? If it was an ordinary puppet, it would have exploded into pieces under the pill lightning's attack. In the sky, the Northern King did not retreat in the slightest in the face of the pill lightning. No matter how powerful the lightning strike was, when it landed on his body, it was like duckweed that had fallen into water. This caused the people watching by the side to be extremely shocked. The earth-shattering lightning continuously collided with the majestic and unmoving body. Two rays of light rapidly flashed past, and waves of shocking energy ripples spread out in the sky. Sharp sonic booms and the sound of energy explosions continued to resound for a long time. On the stone platform below, Xiaoyan had finally consumed the spirit-casting pill in his hand. As a surge of medicinal strength spread throughout his limbs, a warm aura climbed onto Xiaoyan's soul. The instant the lid of the medicinal cauldron was opened, Xiaoyan opened his mouth. A suction force surged out and swallowed the cluster of invisible flames that were about to burst into his body. Bang! A rumbling sound once again sounded in the sky. At the same time, a muffled explosion sounded from within Xiaoyan's body. The invisible flames swept out in an unbridled manner, as though they wanted to incinerate Xiaoyan's entire body. However, the medicinal strength of the spirit-casting pill quickly took effect. Following the eruption of the pill lightning back then, an entire 3 months had passed. During this period of time, Xiaoyan's figure had been sitting cross-legged in front of the medicinal cauldron with his eyes tightly shut. He stood there like a stone statue. Waves after waves of suction force surged out from within his body, continuously absorbing the surrounding natural strength into his body. Perhaps it was because of the casting spirit pill or because Xiaoyan had subdued the fallen heart flame earlier, but the swallowing and refining this time around was actually much smoother than before. Although the heavenly flame was strong, it seemed to possess a kind of unique affinity with Xiaoyan. This time around, regardless of whether it was the refining speed or swallowing, it was actually much easier. This caused Xiaoyan to no longer need to worry about his little life. Of course, despite this, Xiaoyan did not dare to be unbridled during this entire process. After all, it was a heavenly flame and its strength could not be underestimated. Although everything was going smoothly, if he was careless and lost his way, it was likely that he would bring about an irreversible result. Fortunately, Xiaoyan was originally a cautious person. Even when faced with such a situation, he was still able to guard his heart. This also caused the entire process to be much more stable and calm. With the eyesight of Luo Xiong's group, they were more or less able to see this condition of Xiaoyan. Although they were a little surprised at the way Xiaoyan was refining the heavenly flame at this moment, they were naturally a little more at ease since everything was fine. After being aware that he was in the midst of a breakthrough, the large area where the sky array stage was located was forcefully isolated. Other than Bai Hua's group, no one was allowed to easily approach it. Since he was in the critical period of his breakthrough, if Xiaoyan was disturbed by the outside world at this moment, the loss would be quite great. Moreover, he was swallowing the heavenly flame. If he were to lose control of the heavenly flame, it would be an extremely great harm to both Xiaoyan and the heavenly cloud villa. Although some of the ordinary disciples from the villa were also curious about this, they could only bitterly withdraw under the strict supervision of the various elders. Numerous gazes looked towards the center of the distant sky array stage and the blurry black-robed human figure. Many people's faces revealed a trace of respect. At this age, he was not much different from some of the younger generation in the villa. However, in comparison, the level that the former had reached was not inferior to some of the elders in the villa. When they thought of The respect in the eyes of the disciples from the villa involuntarily became a little denser. Xiaoyan's achievement was worthy of their respect. Under the attention of countless gazes, Xiaoyan, who was on the stone platform, was completely immersed in refining the heavenly flame in his body. It was as if he had completely lost his perception of the outside world. As the heavenly flame in his body was frantically refined, waves of natural energy also moved around him. In the outside world, Luo Xiong and the rest could not help but be secretly shocked when they saw the scene. With their keen senses, they discovered that Xiaoyan's aura was rapidly becoming stronger as the natural energy continued to gather. As a result, he had already reached the peak of the Origin King level. He was only a step away from the Origin Zone level. Under the azure sky, there were no clouds for thousands of miles. It was a clear sky. Bai Hua stood in the air. She was dressed in white and her expression was calm. When a cool breeze blew over, her sleeves fluttered and rose with the wind, causing many people in the villa to cast their gazes over. In particular, when some of the girls saw the latter's elegant and otherworldly appearance, they were extremely moved. Ignoring the chaotic gazes, Bai Hua's gaze stared straight at the stone platform below. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and there was some worry on her face. Due to the isolation of the formation barrier, even he was unable to clearly see the situation within. However, he could sense that the current Xiaoyan was wildly absorbing the surging natural energy around him. This might not be a bad thing, but this matter was ultimately related to the heavenly flame. Thus, he did not dare to carelessly relax. Thinking back, Xiaoyan had gone to search for the karmic fire of the Red Lotus for 3 years. However, in a short 3 months, Xiaoyan had already reached such a level. It was unavoidable for him to be worried. It would be great if Senior Long Lin was still here, Bai Hua sighed helplessly. Long Lin and Xiao Jin had been summoned back by the Dragon Clan 2 months ago. It was no longer possible to use Long Lin's cultivation to investigate Xiaoyan's situation. With a bitter laugh, Bai Hua slowly turned around and was about to leave. However, just as she turned around, a terrifying energy explosion suddenly came from the stone platform. Bai Hua abruptly turned around, her expression rapidly changing. Her eyes abruptly turned to look at the stone platform with a worried expression. The Genesis Qi in her body was already circulating. If the situation turned bad, she would immediately rush over to save Zhou Yuan. Is it over? Luo Qing and the others hurriedly flew over. Just as the words left their mouths, Bai Hua shook her head with a solemn expression. No, it has just begun. Bang! A human figure slowly stood up from the stone platform below the moment Xiaoyan's voice sounded. Circular intense energy ripples spread from Xiaoyan's body. It was just like a storm that caused the surrounding empty space to become distorted. Even the stone platform under his feet trembled. Invisible and visible purple flames wildly lingered around his body. The natural energy also became violent because of it. At the same time, the aura spreading from Xiaoyan's body began to rapidly rise. Bzz. Suddenly, a frightening aura suddenly swept over. The expressions of quite a number of elders present instantly changed. At this moment, Xiaoyan's cultivation had already stepped into the Yuan Zone class, from a 5-star origin emperor to a Genesis ancestor in 3 months. This was truly shocking news. However, this was not the end. Even though his cultivation had already broken through, the aura in Xiaoyan's body continued to rapidly rise. From the looks of it, he had no intention of stopping. His momentum was already heading straight for a 2-star Genesis ancestor. Such a scene shocked many people even more. Stepping from a 5-star origin emperor to a Genesis ancestor in 3 months was already shocking enough. If he broke through to a 2-star Genesis ancestor at this moment, wouldn't this be unprecedented? Under everyone's gazes, Xiaoyan's aura rapidly rose. In a short few minutes, he had already reached the advanced and peak 1-star Genesis ancestor level. Only now did the rapidly rising aura in his body gradually slow down, return. However, it was also at this moment that Xiaoyan suddenly raised his head. His arms shook as he spread open his fingers. A suction force instantly erupted from his palms, sucking the 2 heavenly flames around him into his body and perfectly fusing them together. When the 2 heavenly flames completely fused together, the enormous energy that was produced caused Xiaoyan's cultivation to rise once again, even to the point of breaking through. Genesis ancestor, 2-star. On the sky array platform, the energy ripples that swept out gradually dissipated. Only then did Xiaoyan's figure slowly appear in front of everyone. He was dressed in a black robe and his figure was skinny. His posture looked much messier than a few months ago. However, the aura around his body was exceptionally vigorous. His eyes that had been tightly shut for several months slowly opened. At this moment, a bright flame flashed in the depths of his pitch-black eyes. Even the space in front of him distorted slightly. The aura in his body also stirred. However, it only lasted for a short moment before it was quickly retracted back into his body. After all, he had just broken through and his aura was not stable. Everything still needed time to be polished. If he revealed too much at this moment, it would not be a good thing. When Xiaoyan raised his head, he was somewhat stunned to see that quite a number of people had already gathered around the sky array stage. Other than the upper echelons of the Heavenly Cloud Villa, there were also quite a number of disciples from the Luo clan. Clearly, the sudden unexpected change had indeed attracted the attention of quite a number of people. The powerful aura that Xiaoyan had displayed earlier had likely been completely absorbed by these people. Waves of noisy uproars also sounded. Hiss. I seem to have only felt that aura and pressure from a few elders of the villa before. Sorsong? How is this possible? He just broke through to the 5-star Origin Emperor 3 months ago. It's impossible for him to break through again in such a short period of time. Moreover, he has broken through to the Sorsong level? But how do you explain that aura and pressure just now? For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Voices of debate rang out continuously. The elders of the villa could not be bothered with them. They all cast their gazes on Xiaoyan. The surprise in their eyes was especially intense. They also found it hard to believe that Xiaoyan's cultivation could actually increase so much in a short half a year. Compared to these old bones, Xiaoyan's performance could be said to be terrifying. Xiaoyan did not care about the uproar from the disciples of the Luo clan. He moved his body slightly and casually clenched his right hand. He could not help but grin as he felt the powerful energy in his body that was more than a few times stronger than a few months ago. Now, he had finally surpassed the Origin Emperor level and successfully advanced to the Sorsong level. Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath of air. His eyelids were slightly lowered. A certain killing intent flashed across his eyes. Immediately, he turned his head to look at the southern sky. The distant sky was still clear for tens of thousands of kilometers. Although he could not see anything, Xiaoyan's eyes faintly reflected a clear and handsome face. Crossing Disaster Sect, Xiaoyan's gaze was somewhat absent-minded as he stared at the southern sky. His mouth softly muttered. It was a long while later before he gradually recovered. In the blink of an eye, Bai Hua, Luo Xiong and the others had already arrived in front of him. I'm sorry for making everyone worry. Seeing Luo Xiong and the rest, Xiaoyan gathered his emotions and cupped his fists apologetically. He had already sensed the arrangements outside the sky array platform when he broke through. However, the situation was special at that time and he was unable to inform them. Hearing this, Luo Xiong and the rest smiled in an unconcerned manner and waved their hands to indicate that it was fine. To the side, Luo Jin stepped forward and looked Xiaoyan up and down with a smile. He could not help but sigh and shake his head as he laughed. You're really terrifying. Back then, my cultivation was a bit higher than yours, but I didn't expect that you would leave me far behind now. I only borrowed external power. Without it, how could my cultivation have risen so quickly? Hearing this, Xiaoyan shook his head and said modestly. Luo Jin and the few upper echelons of the Luo clan present were non-committal in the face of this. Although Xiaoyan's words were true, their Heavenly Cloud Villa was not lacking in terms of training resources. Being one of the top factions in the middle region, there was naturally no need to mention its foundation. Putting aside his own talent, Luo Jin was able to possess the strength of a Yuan king at such a young age. Naturally, he did not lack the help of various training resources from the villa. Even though this was the case, he was still lacking when compared to Xiaoyan. After a simple conversation, Xiaoyan's following words caused the few people present to frown slightly. You're leaving? Xiaoyan nodded and cupped his fists. I've caused a lot of trouble for everyone during my days in Heavenly Cloud Villa. I'm really sorry. Moreover, I came to the central region with another purpose, so it's not convenient for me to stay for long. Therefore, I hope everyone can understand. If I have time in the future, I will definitely come to the villa again to visit. Haha, since that's the case, we won't force you to stay. However, as long as you can come in the future, my heavenly cloud villa will definitely welcome you. Luoqing smiled faintly. The remaining elders around him also nodded their heads heavily when the words in his mouth sounded. Soon after, Xiaoyan's gaze turned as he hesitantly said. There's one more thing, little fairy doctor. Let me take care of her. With me around, no one will get close to her. Without waiting for Xiaoyan's words to fall, a slightly cold voice suddenly sounded from the side. Xiaoyan turned his head and saw that it was Li Bingrui. When the latter stepped forward, Luo Jin hurriedly accompanied her with a smile on his face. This caused Luoqing and the others to smile bitterly. Their young master was usually arrogant, but in front of Li Bingrui, he was actually so docile and obedient. He was simply like a clingy little kitten. In this regard, Xiaoyan smiled slightly. Then, his gaze returned to Li Bingrui's body and he said in surprise, "You plan to stay?" Li Bingrui's gaze paused and stopped on Xiaoyan. After looking at him for a moment, she said, "I don't know how much trouble you will encounter when you leave this time. I don't want to die. With little fairy doctor here, I believe that you won't never come again. Therefore, it won't be too late to kill you in the future." Li Bingrui's beautiful eyes flickered slightly when she said this. Then, she frowned and looked at Luo Jin, who was approaching from the side. She gave him a fierce glare and pushed the latter out. The Luo family members immediately smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Xiaoyan's heart felt a little warm. He could naturally tell how much truth there was in her words. Since she was here, he could more or less be at ease with little fairy doctor. "Little friend Xiaoyan, when will you get up?" Xiaoyan smiled slightly when he heard this. His gaze turned towards the northeastern sky. The Xiao clan was located there. For some unknown reason, a burning and impatient emotion suddenly emerged in his heart. He seemed to be looking forward to the so-called Xiao clan and Xiao Xian, whom he had not seen for many years. "We will leave tomorrow." The next day, Xiaoyan's group, along with the head of the Luo clan Luoqing and a few elders, as well as Luo Jin and the rest, were all present on a distant mountain in the northeastern direction of the Heavenly Cloud Villa. "Let's stop here. With such a long distance, I believe that the Dewey sect will not trouble themselves to send people to follow us." Luoqing smiled as he looked at Xiaoyan's group in front of him. He sighed softly and said. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan and the rest nodded. They cupped their hands towards the few people in front of them and said, "Thank you, Elder, for escorting us. Haha, given your current strength, it will naturally not be a problem for you to leave this place safely. We are only worried about that bastard Wu Du from the Dewey sect. As long as he follows us, the rest of the journey will be much more stable." Luoqing laughed softly. At the same time, he flipped his hand and took out an array disc from his storage ring. He handed it to Xiaoyan. "Take it. This is a rank 7 array disc. Consider it a token of appreciation from my Heavenly Cloud Villa. If you meet any danger, as long as you open it, although I don't dare to say that it will protect your life, no one below the Origin Venerate level will be able to easily break it. Even an Origin Venerate expert, in short, it is best to be more careful and try not to provoke that kind of expert." Luoqing suddenly paused halfway through his words. Only then did he change his words. Xiaoyan naturally understood Luoqing's meaning. He immediately smiled and nodded. After receiving the array disc from the other party's hand and keeping it properly, his gaze swept over everyone in front of him. After which, he led the two people beside him and respectfully bowed. Immediately, he turned around and walked towards the northeastern direction. Behind them, Luo Jin looked at the backs of the three people as they left. He could not help but feel a lump in his throat. He was just about to open his mouth to say something when Luo Ao by the side slapped his head and scolded with a smile. "You little brat, we are all in the middle region. It is not like we are going to part forever. Why are you acting so miserable?" Seeing this, the remaining people present could not resist laughing out loud. At the same time, the little fairy doctor, who was quietly lying in an ice coffin within a secret room within the Heavenly Cloud Villa, suddenly bent her ice-cold hands that were covered by a long dress in a manner that could not be detected. Within the interior of the secret room, threads of strange energy that could not be detected slowly gathered towards this ice-cold lovely body that had already lost its aura. This slow speed was such that even if Luo Xiong was here, he would not be able to detect it. In the blink of an eye, it had been over a month since Xiaoyan's group had left the Heavenly Cloud Villa. The size of the middle region had exceeded their imagination. Although they had traveled a great distance with the help of the teleportation formations in a couple of cities, the three of them were still quite a distance away from the Xiao clan at this moment. The Xiao clan is in the northeastern part of the central region. Based on our current speed, we will be able to reach the Xiao city where the Xiao clan is located in around a week's time. Bai Hua glanced at the map in her hand as a helpless expression appeared on her face. Even in this week's time, they still had to use the teleportation array twice to reach their destination. With such a long distance, even with his temperament, it was somewhat difficult for them to travel such a long distance. Xiao Yan could only bitterly smile and shake his head in the face of this. Based on what he knew, other than the border region where the four large factions were located, there were large teleportation formations all over the middle region. These teleportation formations could easily teleport them to the city they wanted to go to. However, the problem they were currently facing was that based on the map, there were no cities with large teleportation formations around their current location. The closest large teleportation formation to them just so happened to be the main city of the Ouyang clan, St. Gold City. Being one of the three large clans in the middle region, the strength of the Ouyang clan naturally could not be underestimated. In order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, they could only eliminate this option. Hence, it was likely that they could only follow their current plan and travel for another week. Of course, it was still alright for Xiao Yan and Bai Hua. However, it was likely that Lian Er would have to suffer during this journey. Lass, it has been hard on you during these few days. Once we reach the place, I will definitely let you have a good rest. Even the two of them were gradually unable to endure such a long journey, let alone Lian Er, whose cultivation had not even reached King Yuan's. Lian Er gently rubbed the latter's exquisite little head and nodded with some hidden bitterness. After which, she landed on Bai Hua's shoulder and pouted her little mouth. Her face was filled with laziness. Upon seeing this, the two of them could only smile tenderly. Soon after, they decided to temporarily rest in the mountain forest below. After which, the three of them leaped down. However, just as they moved, Xiao Yan suddenly stopped. He frowned and looked at a mountain forest not far away. His eyes were filled with surprise. What's wrong? With Bai Hua's cultivation, she was naturally able to clearly sense that there were many people fighting in the mountain forest not far away. However, such things happened every moment in the continent. Hence, they naturally did not need to pay attention to it. However, since it was able to cause Xiao Yan to stop, it was likely that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Xiao Yan did not answer Bai Hua's question. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the mountain forest not far away. His spiritual strength involuntarily spread out. The situation of the battle was also reflected in his eyes. In the mountain forest, a group of middle-aged men wearing black brocade clothes were surrounding a few people wearing blue robes. Other than two middle-aged men, the rest of the people were of the younger generation. Hee, let's see where you can escape to. Among the black-clothed people, a middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks was standing in the air. He looked down at the group of people who were currently in a miserable state and laughed sinisterly. Every escape route had been sealed and the group of people had nowhere to retreat. Looking at the group of black-clothed people in front of them, the few young people in the group could not help but feel completely disheartened. They did not expect that they would actually face such a situation when they came out this time. Everyone, hold on a little longer. The news has already spread. As long as the reinforcements arrive, this group of bastards, together with the families behind them, will definitely pay the price. Among the few people, a young man with a stable aura clenched his teeth and encouraged the people behind him. Only then did he return his gaze back to the black-clothed people within his sight. His face was filled with cold murderous intent. Hee, I'm afraid that you won't be able to wait until then. The strange laughter rang out once again. The aura of the group of black-cloaked people also began to spread outwards, enveloping this part of the mountain forest. Waves of cold murderous intent caused many young girls in the battle circle to cry out in alarm. "Zhao Ming, if anything happens to us, your Zhao family will definitely pay the price." In the group of people, the young man who had spoken earlier coldly shouted once again. When the latter heard this, he immediately sneered and said with a cold smile, "You're still trying to stall for time at such a time? Attack, don't leave a single one alive." As his laughter rang out, the other black-clothed people in the surroundings immediately roared and released the powerful Genesis Chi in their bodies. The combined aura of more than a dozen Genesis King experts could only be described as terrifying. At the same time, the expressions of the people in the encirclement changed. The two middle-aged men in the lead exchanged a look and nodded in unison. With a thought, the remaining Genesis Chi in their bodies frantically gushed out without reservation. At the same time, the two men swiftly raised their hands to their chests and rapidly formed seals. The seals linked together, and the power gathered in their palms rapidly grew stronger as the seals rapidly changed. It was the special seal that these two people had formed in their hands that caused Xiaoyan to raise his eyes. There was no other reason other than that the seal was the secret technique of the Gu clan that he had practiced, the God Seal skill. That is, the Emperor Seal art? In the sky, Xiaoyan's expression abruptly changed as he involuntarily let out a cry of surprise. The Emperor Seal art was a secret technique of the Gu clan that originated from the Dochi continent. Why would he see it here? Emperor Seal art? By the side, the expression on Bai Hua's face involuntarily froze when she heard Xiaoyan's words. She quickly recovered and said with a surprised expression, "Isn't it a secret technique of the Gu clan? Isn't that the ancient race's Do technique? Why would it appear here? Could I have seen wrongly? It can't be wrong. The Emperor Seal art they are using is exactly the same as the Emperor Seal art that I practice. However, the Emperor Seal art that they practice seems to be a little more special." Xiaoyan could not help but be a little surprised when he reached the end of his sentence. The Emperor Seal art was a secret technique of the Dochi continent's Gu clan and was divided into 5 seals. However, from what he could sense, the two individuals using the Emperor Seal art in the mountain forest seemed to have formed many more seals. Emperor Seal art, Universe Seal. In the mountain forest, 2 middle-aged men roared in unison in the battle circle surrounded by a group of black-robed men. They formed a seal with their hands and pushed them forward. At the same time, the surging energy contained in their palms rapidly condensed into 2 giant Genesis Chi handprints in front of them, and ruthlessly blasted towards Zhao Ming and the others opposite them. "Humph, Emperor Seal art huh." A grave expression involuntarily appeared on Zhao Ming's face when he saw the enormous energy hand that was charging towards him. His Zhao clan was naturally well aware of the reputation of this God Seal skill. Their 2 clans had fought for so many years, and an unknown number of experts from their clans had died under this God Seal skill. Now that he had personally witnessed it today, he naturally did not dare to underestimate it. "Attack together and finish them off." With a shout, Zhao Ming immediately waved his arm. He clenched his hand tightly and a silver spear that flickered with lightning landed in his hand. With a thought, surging Genesis Chi immediately poured into the spear before it was suddenly thrust forward. Thunder immediately rumbled in everyone's ears as numerous lightning snakes furiously charged towards the people in the middle. Heavenly Lightning Spear, Lightning Snake Dance. In the next moment, the attacks of a group of black-clothed men came crashing down from different directions. In the blink of an eye, the long spear in Zhao Ming's hand, as well as the attacks of the few people beside him, collided fiercely with the 2 huge handprints. As for the attacks of the others, they were naturally blocked by the young generation behind the 2 middle-aged men. Boom! A series of muffled explosions abruptly rang out. While energy swept across the mountain forest, the group of men in black outside were blasted back several dozen feet. The 2 middle-aged men's faces were deathly pale from the energy shockwaves. They had already experienced several battles, and coupled with the intense consumption earlier, there was very little Genesis Chi left in their bodies. Although this was the case, the fact that the 2 of them were able to push back the dozen or so black-clothed men was enough to see how powerful the handprints were. When the storm dissipated, a large area around the battle circle had been razed to the ground by the storm. Countless towering ancient trees were cut in half or even shattered into pieces. Even the ground had a thick layer of mud and sand lifted up, forming a huge pit where everyone was standing. It is indeed a secret technique of the ancient race. Its power is indeed extraordinary. This is only the 7th seal. If the two of you can use the 8th seal, the seals will be linked and it is said to be comparable to a Saint-Class Do skill. The surprise in Zhao Mian's eyes grew as he gazed at the huge pit below his feet. At the same time, a strange splendor emerged in his eyes. If his Zhao clan could obtain the Emperor Seal art, he believed that their overall strength would definitely rise. If the two of us were able to use the 8th seal, do you think you would still be standing here? A middle-aged man took a step forward. His face was filled with disdain as he sneered in a low voice. Although I don't like to hear these words, you are right. I am indeed unable to withstand the 8th seal of the Emperor Seal art, but the two of you will similarly not have any possibility of increasing your strength, with the exception of the storage ring. Clean up the rest. Zhao Ming laughed coldly. When his voice sounded, the 10+ black-clothed people immediately responded. After which, they once again charged forward. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of those young men and women. Seeing this, the expressions of the two middle-aged men changed. They hurriedly turned around and pounced towards those black-clothed people. If you want to save them, you should first take care of yourselves. However, it was at this moment that Zhao Ming's figure appeared in front of the two men like a ghost. With a flip of his hands, Genesis Chi surged from his palms as he slammed his palms into the two middle-aged men's chests. Ugh! Blood instantly sprayed out as the two figures were sent flying uncontrollably. They heavily smashed into the ground below. The Genesis Chi in their bodies had completely scattered, and their auras had fallen to rock bottom. They were clearly seriously injured. I'll let you see with your own eyes how your clansmen die. Zhao Ming looked down from above at the two men who were unable to move. He did not even turn his head as he listened to the muffled sounds of collisions behind him. The iciness from the corners of his mouth widened. It was only at a certain moment when several figures fell to the ground that he was astonished to find that they were all dressed in black. They had lost all signs of life the moment they hit the ground. From the looks of it, they had been killed with a single blow. What's going on? Zhao Ming's expression instantly changed drastically. As he turned around, he suddenly saw a face that was extremely close to him. Immediately, the pupils in his eyes shrunk to the size of a needle tip. His body had just retreated when a warm hand quietly landed on his throat. After which, with a gentle pinch, Zhao Ming's body was lifted up in an easy and natural manner. My lord, crack. However, just as Zhao Ming was about to beg for mercy, Xiaoyan gently swung his wrist in front of him. Zhao Ming's neck was broken. The life force that covered his eyes swiftly disappeared like floodwater. Xiaoyan carelessly tossed Zhao Ming's body aside. Only then did he turn around with a curious face and look at the group of young people. Only at this moment did this group of young people clearly see the appearance of the person who had attacked in front of them. Immediately, everyone felt even more shocked in their hearts. In terms of appearance alone, the Xiaoyan in front of them did not appear to be much different from them. However, he was able to kill over 10 Yuan King class experts within a short couple of breaths. From what they knew, it was likely that only the heir of the Ouyang clan could be so powerful within the younger generation. Who are you people? Why do you have the Emperor Seal art? Xiaoyan's sudden question caused all the young people present to be stunned. They were even unable to recover. According to common sense, they should be the ones asking an outsider such a question. Cough cough. Sir, could it be that you are here for the Emperor Seal art of my Gu clan? At this moment, the two middle-aged men in the pit below finally supported each other and once again climbed up. When they heard Xiaoyan's words, their faces immediately revealed a cautious expression. From the looks of it, it was likely that they had not met any so-called good people. Hearing this, Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows and could not help but exclaim softly. Gu clan? All of you are members of the Gu clan? Xiaoyan's surprised voice reverberated in the air above the mountain forest. The emotions in his heart also began to fluctuate. Hearing this, the members of the Gu clan involuntarily curled their lips. The God Seal skill was a skill of the Gu clan that was not passed down to outsiders. Quite a number of people in the middle region knew about it. How could this be anything new? While they were thinking in this way, many of them looked at Xiaoyan as though they were looking at a fool. Xiaoyan ignored this. Instead, he descended into a short period of deep thought. Soon after, he understood that this was definitely left behind by an expert from the Gu clan after returning to the clan after coming to the Yuanwu continent. After all, even he was able to meet members of the Gu clan in this foreign world. As one of the 8 ancient clans of the Dochi continent, it was not impossible for the Gu clan to do the same. Thinking in this way, everything naturally made sense. On this continent, the only people who can grasp the God Seal skill are members of the Gu clan. Do you not believe me? On the ground below, the 2 middle-aged men exchanged glances with each other. Both of them felt doubtful about Xiaoyan's words. The latter seemed to be a little surprised by their identities. It is not that I do not believe you. It is just that I did not expect to see the God Seal skill here. Xiaoyan shook his head when he heard this. He laughed softly. After hesitating for a moment, his gaze once again looked at the 2 middle-aged men. Under the doubtful gazes of the two, he slowly raised both of his hands. His 10 fingers moved together and numerous familiar seals were formed as his fingertips moved. When the 2 of them saw the familiar seals in Xiaoyan's hands, the expressions on their faces gradually solidified. This is, Open Mountain Seal, Overturn the Sea. Overturn the Earth. Cover the Sky. Ancient God Seal. 5 special seals were formed in succession by Xiaoyan's hands. Waves of powerful energy also gathered in front of him. Finally, it turned into a huge golden handprint that was suspended in the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. As the light on it flickered, an extremely terrifying energy aura spread out from it. The faces of all the members of the Gu clan present involuntarily revealed a shocked expression when this hand seal was formed. This was especially the case for the 2 middle-aged men. Their originally pale faces were so shocked by this hand seal that they were completely drained of blood. Both of their eyes stared at the action of Xiaoyan's hand. It was as though they were afraid that Xiaoyan would form the 6th seal. Fortunately, the seals on Xiaoyan's hands completely stopped at the 5th seal. Even so, their hearts were still incomparably shocked. You. Your Excellency, who exactly are you? How did you manage to grasp the ancient race's imperial seal art? The eyes of the 2 middle-aged men were extremely grave as they stared at Xiaoyan in the empty space. Under the deterrence of the handprint, even their voices were trembling. The 5th seal had been formed. If this black-robed young man was really aiming for the remaining 3 seals, the 2 of them would have already become his targets. Once the handprint landed, given their current condition, it was likely that they would not even have the possibility to block it. When he saw the grave expressions on the faces of the 2, Xiaoyan smiled faintly. He casually removed the handprint in front of him and said in an indifferent voice, "Don't worry. Don't worry, I won't harm you. If I really had any plans, you wouldn't continue to stand here. As for this imperial seal technique, it was given to me by the most important person to me. Now that your troubles have been resolved, you can all leave." After saying these words, Xiaoyan's eyes carried a somewhat complicated expression as he turned around. He was about to walk towards the location of Baihua's group. However, just as he lifted his foot, his body suddenly paused in the next moment. The instant he turned his head, he met with a dense gaze. Looking over, at the east of Xiaoyan, there was a handsome young man wearing white robes. He was staring at him with a smile that was not a smile. His eyes contained coldness, surprise, and joy. In short, it was a complicated expression. Looking at the white-robed young man opposite him, the expression on Xiaoyan's face could not help but be slightly startled. Looking at the other party's somewhat familiar face, Xiaoyan's mind immediately began to swiftly search. Soon after, a pair of pitch-black eyes suddenly flashed. After which, he suddenly raised his head and stared at the white-robed young man. His tone was a little surprised as he said, "It's you." "Haha, Xiaoyan. Back then, during the battle in the Northern Sea, I told you that we would meet again sooner or later. I never imagined that it would really come true today." Seeing that Xiaoyan had thought of him, the young man curled his lips and smiled. His body trembled slightly and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived near Xiaoyan. The 2 of them looked at each other and the various events that had occurred back then once again appeared before their eyes. "Shui Miao. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened slightly as he spoke in a deep voice. The white-robed young man in front of him was the opponent that Xiao Yan had encountered when he had first arrived at Beihai College. He was also the publicly acknowledged number one person in Beihai College, Shui Miao. After not seeing him for so many years, this fellow's strength was much stronger than before. Just from that attack just now, it was likely that Shui Miao's cultivation was not below the current him. He was also a genuine origin sect expert. Back then, your cultivation was merely a dodi. Now, you have actually stepped into the origin sect. Shui Miao's eyes swept across Xiao Yan's body as he lowered his eyelids slightly. Although his tone was somewhat mocking, it was unable to completely conceal the astonishment in his heart. Ever since he had left Beihai College, he had directly returned to the central region and had been wholeheartedly training. Coupled with the many cultivation resources from his clan, he had only managed to attain the cultivation of a 4-star origin sect. However, he had never imagined that Xiao Yan would actually be able to reach such a level without the support of any faction. He could truly be described as terrifying. Xiao Yan smiled in a non-committal manner when he heard this. However, he did not say anything. It was also at this moment that the two middle-aged men below once again stepped into the air. They arrived beside Shui Miao and bowed respectfully. With the aid of medicinal pills, the injuries in their bodies had been temporarily suppressed. However, they could not help but feel somewhat astonished when they heard that Xiao Yan and Shui Miao were so familiar with each other. Young Master Ouyang, do you know this person? We don't just know each other. Back then, I was defeated by him in Beihai College. Shui Miao smiled indifferently. He raised his chin and pointed at Xiao Yan as a stern expression once again surfaced in his eyes. The moment these words were spoken, the two middle-aged men and the rest of the younger generation of the ancient clan immediately inhaled a breath of cold air. Shock was revealed on their faces. They had long since heard about that battle. It was rumored that Shui Miao had been defeated by someone from the same generation, whose cultivation was much weaker than his. That battle back then had also stirred a commotion within their clan. It was unexpected that this was actually true. Immediately, shock involuntarily surged into the eyes of quite a number of people when they looked at Xiao Yan. At the same time, when Xiao Yan heard the middle-aged man's address of Shui Miao, he could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He could not help but ask with a surprised expression. Ouyang? You're from the Ouyang clan. Haha, Shui Miao is my name in Beihai College. My real name is Ouyang Miao. Ouyang Miao nodded slightly and did not hide anything. However, Xiao Yan was quite surprised in his heart. After a slight hesitation, he continued. Then, young master, my father is the patriarch of the Ouyang clan. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows slightly when Ouyang Miao said this. Although he already had a guess in his heart, he could not help but find it hard to believe when Ouyang Miao personally said it. I still have to thank you for what happened just now. Although Ouyang Miao was a somewhat aloof person, he was still able to distinguish between people and matters. When he saw the black-clothed people below who had already lost their breath, he already understood what had happened just now. Immediately, he cupped his hands together politely to Xiao Yan. Behind him, the two middle-aged men and the younger generation of the Gu clan hurriedly bowed respectfully to Xiao Yan when they saw this. It's fine. I only acted because I saw the Emperor's seal technique. If you want to thank someone, you should thank the elder who created the Emperor's seal technique. Xiao Yan nodded his head and pursed his lips into a smile as he said. The expressions of the members of the Gu clan present were immediately startled when they heard this. Their hearts were a little stunned. However, they quickly recovered and smiled while feeling fortunate. After all, Xiao Yan also possessed the God Seal skill in his hand. Perhaps it was because of this relationship that he would intervene. Although Ouyang Miao was somewhat puzzled by this, the expression on his face became much warmer. Speaking of which, he and Xiao Yan could be considered old acquaintances. Although they were opponents, the friendship between them was not inferior to some friends. In addition, Xiao Yan had saved the Gu clan members. Naturally, his attitude had changed quite a bit. At this moment, Bai Hua and Lianer also quickly flew over from afar. When the two of them saw that Xiao Yan had not returned for a long time, they discovered the strange situation with a glance. Immediately, the two of them could not help but become slightly nervous. Only when they arrived in front of everyone and saw the respectful attitude of the Gu clan members towards Xiaoyan did they slowly relax. It seems that you are not alone. Where are you going? Yang Miao's gaze paused on by Hua and Lianer. A slight surprise flashed across his eyes. Soon after, he asked Xiaoyan with a smile. The latter hesitated for a moment. In his heart, he recalled that the Ouyang clan had a large teleportation array. Immediately, he could not help but be tempted. Xiaoqing. Ouyang Miao's expression remained normal after hearing those words. On the other hand, the expressions of the people from the Gu clan changed instantly. They revealed expressions of surprise as they involuntarily looked at the corpses of the black-cloaked people below. Their gazes swept back and forth between the two corpses as a ripple involuntarily rose in their hearts. If that's the case, it will take at least a week to reach Xiao City from here. How about this? There is a teleportation formation in the St. Gold City of the Ouyang family. Although it can't reach Xiao City directly, it can save you a lot of time. Why don't you go there? Ouyang Miao's gaze slowly swept across the three people in front of him before finally stopping on Xiaoyan. A glint flashed across his eyes as he spoke with a rather cordial smile. Although Xiaoyan spoke in this manner, he was able to clearly see the heated fighting intent in Ouyang Miao's eyes. His heart immediately felt a little fiery hot. His heart also possessed an endless curiosity toward this fellow in front of him. After not meeting for so many years, he did not know just what level Ouyang Miao had reached. Moreover, Xiaoyan's current cultivation had just broken through. It would be quite a good choice if he could find an opponent of similar strength to test himself at this moment. Moreover, if it were not for Brother Zhao's help today, I'm afraid that they would not have survived. We should express our gratitude. Moreover, you and I have known each other for many years. Brother Xiao. With a change in tone, Ouyang Miao's way of addressing Xiaoyan immediately changed. This also caused the distance between the two to become closer. Of course, Xiaoyan scoffed at the so-called old friendship in his words. Back then, he had only fought with Ouyang Miao once in Beihai College. After that, they had never met again. How could there be any friendship between them? However, before Ouyang Miao could finish speaking, Ouyang Miao nodded with a smile and cupped his hands together. Alright, since Brother Ouyang has invited me so kindly, I will not be polite. Suddenly, the two people on the scene burst into laughter. However, it was unknown whether they were sincere or not. After laughing, Ouyang Miao seemed to have thought of something. He turned his gaze and looked at the corpses below. The expression on his face once again returned to its usual calm and arrogant state. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he asked in a deep voice, "Do you know who these people are?" The expressions of the two middle-aged men from the Gu clan by the side were slightly startled. Their expressions were a little strange as they looked at Xiaoyan. Only then did they hurriedly reply respectfully. "Prince, they are from the Zhao clan of Liang City." Noticing the strange gazes in the eyes of the ancient clan members, Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly. He could not help but feel a little suspicious in his heart. Liang City, a subordinate of the Xiao clan. Over the years, the Zhao clan has become more and more arrogant. They actually dare to openly kill people from my Ouyang clan. A dark coldness immediately surfaced on Ouyang Miao's face when he heard this. He immediately inhaled a deep breath of air. The moment he turned his head, his gaze collided with Xiaoyan's. Immediately, he involuntarily knit his brows. A doubt rose in his heart, but he did not say anything. When Ouyang Miao heard that the group of black-cloaked people belonged to a subordinate force of the Xiao clan, a look of surprise flashed across his originally smiling face. He did not expect such a thing to happen before he had even arrived at the Xiao clan. It was no wonder that they had such a look in their eyes when they looked at him earlier. "Prince, the Zhao clan did not send more than 10 source kings to kill us on impulse. Perhaps this matter," the two middle-aged men looked at Xiaoyan meaningfully. However, before they could finish their words, they were stopped by Ouyang Miao's gaze. He then reprimanded in a deep voice, "Enough. Since we know who did it, I will naturally seek an explanation from them. As for the rest, I will deal with it myself." Ouyang Miao naturally understood what they meant. Since the group of black-cloaked people were from the Xiao clan and had been killed by Xiaoyan, who had the surname Xiao, there was no doubt that they had other intentions. However, Ouyang Miao was much clearer about the origins of Xiaoyan and the others. Naturally, he would not easily believe that they were from the Xiao clan. Moreover, as the prince of the Ouyang clan, he was naturally very clear about the outstanding talents of the younger generation in the three great clans. After so many years, he had never heard of Xiaoyan in the Xiao clan. "Brother Xiao, there is no need to worry. Let's go." Ouyang Miao courteously smiled. He made an inviting gesture toward Xiaoyan. Only then did the latter nod his head slightly. His gaze exchanged glances with Bai Hua and Xiaoyan behind him. Immediately, the two of them flew side by side to the east. Half a day later, a huge city located at the end of the road gradually appeared in the vision of Xiaoyan and the others. High up in the sky, Xiaoyan and the others flew forward as they looked at the towering city wall in the distance. A look of amazement flashed in their eyes. St. Gold City was one of the largest cities in the central region. At the same time, it was also the city directly under the Ouyang clan, one of the three great clans of the central region. Due to these reasons, it was more prosperous than any other city. This holy gold city was indeed like its name. Its vast size did not cause the word holy to lose its luster. The ancient city wall that stretched to the end might be covered in moss, but one could still sense a deep and heavy aura that belonged to the ancient times. Some scars that were left on it added a legendary color to this enormous city. This was especially so when Xiaoyan's group saw a vast, enormous sword standing on an enormous open ground outside of the city before they even got close. A portion of the sword's body was inserted into the ground, revealing the upper half of the sword's body and its hilt. Only when they got closer did everyone gradually see that the sword's body had three large words that were engraved with a majestic sword aura. "St. Gold City. We're here." Ouyang Miao laughed softly. He looked at the majestic sword that stood outside of the city. A respectful expression involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. This was especially the case when he noticed the solemn expression on the faces of Xiaoyan's group by the side. His heart involuntarily rejoiced. Eyeing the huge sword in front of him, Xiaoyan felt aghast in his heart. This was especially the case when he noticed the three big words that were filled with vigor on it. The seriousness on his face became even deeper. "This sword, it's actually real, although part of the giant sword was inserted into the ground, only the part that was exposed was still sharp." The dense luster made people feel a sense of fear. Coupled with the crisscrossing sword aura on it, its power was even more powerful. It was hard to imagine that if it was a person with a weak will, they would not even be able to enter the city gate of St. Gold City. Hee, this sword came from the Heavenly Cloud Villa, so it's naturally real. Moreover, its outer shape is completely based on the orchid sword. Furthermore, the three words on it were personally written by the sword saint. Its purpose is to suppress some people with evil intentions. Ouyang Miao raised his chin and smiled. Hearing this, the expressions on the faces of Xiaoyan and the others suddenly changed. Looking at the giant sword in front of them, they could not help but reveal a hint of surprise. Orchid sword. Orchid sword saint. Ouyang Yu? When the orchid sword was mentioned, Xiaoyan immediately thought of the Heavenly Cloud Saint weapon list that he saw in the Heavenly Cloud Villa. The orchid sword was ranked 7th on the list. Its owner was Ouyang Yu, who was known as the Orchid Sword Saint in the outside world. If he remembered correctly, Luo Jin had once said that Ouyang Yu was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person in the Ouyang family. He did not expect to see the sword aura left behind by that expert when he first arrived in St. Gold City. Oh? It seems that Brother Xiao knows quite a bit about the central region. Seeing that Xiaoyan could actually name Ouyang Yu, Ouyang Miao could not help but be slightly surprised. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. "I stayed in the Heavenly Cloud Villa for a period of time, so I have heard of this senior's name. Now that I see the sword aura on it, it is indeed extraordinary." With his extraordinary eyesight, Xiaoyan could naturally see that the sword mark on the huge sword had obviously existed for many years. However, even if it had been many years, the sword aura on it was still overbearing. This point was really shocking. When Ouyang Miao heard Xiaoyan's words, a surprised expression immediately appeared on his face. At the same time, he seemed to have thought of something in his heart and said in surprise, "Brother Xiao was in the Heavenly Cloud Villa before?" In that case, could it be that the battle in the Heavenly Cloud Villa half a year ago was because of you? Ouyang Miao had naturally heard of the astonishing battle that took place in the Heavenly Cloud Villa. It was said that it was originally a battle between the Dewey sect and the Heavenly Cloud Villa. However, in the end, the Cloud Celestial sect and the Ghost Slaughter sect were also involved. At the root of it, it was a group of people who came from the border of the continent and entered the Heavenly Cloud Villa to seek protection. At this moment, when Xiaoyan mentioned it, Ouyang Miao immediately thought of that matter. In this regard, Xiaoyan did not hide anything. This matter was too important to hide even if he wanted to. Since he had already made it clear, there was naturally no need to evade. With a few simple words, Xiaoyan covered up the battle. However, when he retracted his gaze, Ouyang Miao clearly saw the cold killing intent that flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes. It was obvious that something big must have happened in the battle in the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Since Xiaoyan did not want to talk about it, Ouyang Miao naturally did not ask. Afterwards, Ouyang Miao briefly explained a few things about the huge sword. Xiaoyan and the others learned that this huge sword was forged by Sword Saint Yulan after she fought against 3 Source Venerables. On one hand, it was to intimidate the crowd. On the other hand, it was naturally to use Sword Saint Yulan's name to strengthen the Ouyang clan. This was something that they had achieved. The current Ouyang clan had an unshakable position in the central region. Although the 3 great clans of the central region were equally famous, the Ouyang clan's foundation was undoubtedly the strongest amongst the 3. Unlike the other 2 clans that only protected their bloodline, the Ouyang clan wantonly recruited outsiders to strengthen their foundation. There was no lack of people with different surnames in the clan. In the central region, there were many small clans that were subordinate forces to the Ouyang clan. The Gu clan was one of them. Under such expansion, there was no doubt that the Ouyang clan's strength was enormous. What was even more surprising was that, despite such a strong expansion, there had never been any internal strife within the Ouyang clan. If the Ouyang clan's reputation outside was due to Sword Saint Yulan Ouyang Yu, then the Ouyang clan's internal stability was due to the Ouyang clan's leader. The people of the Gu clan left by themselves at the city gate. Xiaoyan and the other 2 followed Ouyang Miao and temporarily rested in one of the Ouyang clan's courtyards in the city. Their original plan was to use St. Gold City's transportation array to leave this place, but Ouyang Miao had kindly invited them, so they couldn't refuse. Moreover, Lianer had been full of resentment for the past month. In order to let her have a good rest, the 3 of them had stayed. Of course, Xiaoyan also understood that Ouyang Miao's goal was to fight with him again. However, on the second day. The next day. When the first rays of the morning sun sprinkled down from the sky, St. Gold City, which had been silent for an entire night, was once again bustling with noise and excitement. Outside St. Gold City, countless people swarmed towards the city like ants. At the center of the city was a huge plaza, where 3 giant stone platforms had been built. Mysterious runes were carved into the stone platforms, forming 3 large-scale teleportation arrays. A Grade 7 large-scale teleportation array was vastly superior to the commonly seen Grade 5 teleportation arrays in terms of both number of people and distance. In the entire central region, only the subordinate cities of the central region's major factions or some provincial cities possessed Grade 7 teleportation arrays. The number of cities that possessed 3 Grade 7 teleportation arrays could be counted on one's fingers. Even among the 3 great clans, only the Ouyang clan possessed one. Moreover, the Ouyang clan had placed the teleportation array in one of their subordinate cities. Although the Ouyang clan's actions were extravagant, in the eyes of several factions, it was undoubtedly an arrogant or foolish act. After all, although placing a teleportation array in one's subordinate city would bring about considerable economic benefits, it would also bring about a potential crisis. In the event of an enemy attack, the teleportation array would give the enemy the best method to deal with it, making it the easiest choice whether to advance or retreat. Fortunately, given the Ouyang clan's powerful foundation, such a thing was unlikely to happen. As the teleportation arrays were activated one after another, more and more experts from various factions gathered in the city. Naturally, their strength could not be underestimated. Compared to the Origin Kings, who could dominate an area in the southern region, they were merely ordinary passers-by in Golden Saint City. There were also quite a number of Origin sect experts, and even origin venerate-level experts. When the morning sun poured into his room, Xiaoyan, who was seated on his bed, slowly opened his eyes. After a night of recuperation, the exhaustion from a month of traveling had been swept away, and he was in peak condition. The Genesis chi in his body flowed like a torrent, and a feeling of abundant power filled his limbs and bones. It was as if his body would transform into a human-shaped machine with the slightest movement, destroying everything in front of him. Phew, a fire glow suddenly flashed across Xiaoyan's calm, dark black eyes. He seemed to have already predicted what would happen today. A fighting intent leaped within his heart. After so many years, he wondered just what level the current Ouyang Miao had reached. Jumping down from the bed, Xiaoyan slowly walked out of the room, only to see Bai Hua and Lian already waiting in the courtyard. "Are you leaving or staying?" The moment Xiaoyan appeared, Bai Hua could feel the abundant Genesis chi circulating in his body. Coupled with Ouyang Miao's attitude yesterday, she naturally knew what would happen today. Of course. But before that, let's greet the owner first. Xiaoyan pursed his lips and smiled. There was some confidence in his eyes. Upon seeing this, Bai Hua smiled and nodded. She gently patted Lian who was lying lazily on the stone table, and lifted her up. After which, the three of them walked out of the manor. After leaving the manor, the trio saw Ouyang Ming walking straight towards them. From the looks of it, he had also just arrived. "Hee, are the three of you leaving?" Ouyang Ming laughed heartily as he approached. Xiaoyan observed the aura in Ouyang Ming's body and found that he was also at his peak. Although the two did not speak, they already understood each other's intentions. "We are indeed leaving, but it seems that Brother Ouyang Ming hopes that I will stay. In my opinion, Brother Xiao may not be in a hurry to leave." The two of them looked at each other, and the look in their eyes became sharper and sharper. Even the space between them started to distort slightly. This scene also surprised the two guards in front of the courtyard. In front of the manor, Xiaoyan turned his head to glance at Bai Hua and nodded. The latter immediately understood and retreated a certain distance with Lian. Only then did Xiaoyan's gaze return to Ouyang Ming. Flames surged in his eyes as he said in a chilling voice, "How do we fight, how do we fight?" "Haha, direct enough. Since that's the case, I won't hold you back. Same old rules, we'll decide the victor in 100 rounds. As his laughter faded, Ouyang Miao stomped his foot on the ground and retreated a certain distance. As the battle intent on their faces intensified, the vigorous Genesis chi in their bodies began to rapidly circulate. The two of them might not have to use their full strength, but it was destined to be a hearty battle. However, just as the atmosphere between the two grew increasingly tense, a faint chuckle suddenly interrupted the atmosphere. "Hee, Brother Ouyang Ming, it's been a while since we last met. Why are you suddenly in the mood to fight? Even if you want to fight, I should be your opponent. How can a mere two-star origin sect be worthy of fighting you?" The moment the chuckle was heard, the Xiaoyan duo immediately turned their gazes towards the source of the laughter. Xiaoyan frowned slightly, not very interested in Ouyang Ming's words. At this moment, a look of disgust appeared on Ouyang Ming's face, but it only lasted for an instant before he immediately withdrew it. The Genesis chi that had leaked out from his body was also completely withdrawn. The four of them expressionlessly looked towards one side of the street. Xiaoyan looked over and saw a young man in white robes smiling warmly at Ouyang Ming. Although the young man's face was warm, his smile gave off a feminine aura no matter how one looked at it. Behind the young man in white stood three elders. As Xiaoyan's gaze swept across the trio, the expression in his eyes involuntarily widened a little. The auras of the two elders at the back were not any weaker than First Elder Luo Xiong of the Heavenly Cloud Villa. They were clearly two 8-star origin sect experts. As for the elder standing at the front, when his gaze landed on the latter, Xiaoyan's heart violently shuddered. Origin Sovereign. This old man's appearance was scattered. Both of his hands were inserted into his sleeves. At a glance, he appeared no different from an ordinary old man. However, with his powerful spiritual perception, Xiaoyan was able to sense that this old man was definitely an expert whose cultivation had reached the Yuanzun class. The appearance of the young man in white instantly broke the atmosphere. The two guards at the entrance wore rather unhappy expressions when they saw the group of four. It was obvious that the young man in white did not have much of an impression in their eyes. By Ruoxuan, they are my guests. I hope that you can speak with some respect. Yangming's tone was a little heavy as he curled his lips. As he spoke, Yangming walked over to Xiaoyan's side and reminded him in a low voice, "Be careful of this guy. Be careful of this guy. He's from the Bai clan. He's not a good person." The moment Yangming said this, Xiaoyan immediately raised his eyebrows and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The one who could make Yangming warn him in such a manner was naturally the Bai clan, which was also one of the three great clans. Xiaoyan's eyes were surprised as he looked at this group of people in front of him. His heart was filled with surprise. His aim for coming to the middle region was to head to the Shao clan. It was unexpected that he had already met the members of these two large clans before he had even met the members of the Shao clan. Moreover, according to what Luo Ao had said back then, the mysterious Jade ruler seemed to be in the Bai clan. It was also at this moment that a strange movement suddenly came from Xiaoyan's storage ring. "Hehe, since you are Brother Ouyang's friend, I will take back my words. It is not that you are unworthy, but, you don't have the strength. By Ruoxuan, this is my Saint Gold City." Just as Bai Ruoxuan finished speaking, Ouyang Miao's deep voice suddenly sounded. The former smiled mockingly at Xiaoyan, then turned to face Ouyang Miao and said with a warm smile, "Brother Ouyang, don't be angry. Brother Ouyang, please don't be angry. I'm here to see my master. As long as you tell me where my master is, I'll leave right away." As Bai Ruoxuan said this, his eyes could not help but shake slightly. One of his hands slowly touched the storage ring, and the emotions in his heart fluctuated slightly. "Master? My second uncle never promised to take you as a disciple. I advise you to stop thinking about it." Hearing this, Ouyang Miao's face darkened as he said in a low voice. Slowly turning the storage ring on his finger, Bai Ruoxuan smiled as if he did not care. Soon after, he laughed softly. "Brother Ouyang, why do you say this? Although my master has no plans to take me as a disciple for the time being, I have already recognized this master. As the saying goes, where sincerity reaches, metal and stone will split. I believe that there will be such a day sooner or later. But at least it is not today. My second uncle is in seclusion recently. Please go back." Ouyang Miao turned his head to look at Xiaoyan by the side after saying those words. At this moment, the latter's hand was tightly holding the storage ring in his hand. His expression was somewhat unnatural as he looked at Bai Ruoxuan on the opposite side. He only felt that something within the storage ring appeared to be unable to control itself and wanted to charge out. Xiaoyan only forced a smile when he saw Ouyang Miao looking at him at this moment. Under Ouyang Miao's signal, the two of them and Bai Hua by the side walked to the other side of the street. Wait a moment. Just at this moment, Bai Ruoxuan's voice sounded again. Ouyang Miao's expression was impatient as he turned around and looked at the former. He frowned and said in a low voice, "What else do you want to do?" "I am not willing." "Are you going to force your way in?" "Haha, Brother Ouyang, you've misunderstood. I am not trying to force my way in. I merely want your friend to see something." Bai Ruoxuan laughed softly. Immediately, his hand, which was placed on his storage ring, slowly opened. While a thought passed through his mind, his right hand slowly clenched tightly at the empty space beside him. Almost at the same time, an enormous ruler, which was completely white like jade, slowly appeared in his right hand. From its appearance, it was actually exactly the same as the heavy Xian ruler. "This is mysterious jade ruler." Ouyang Miao frowned tightly. He seemed to have some other impression of the enormous ruler in Bai Ruoxuan's hand. However, he was unable to recall it at this moment. At this moment, Xiaoyan, who was beside him, was doing his best to control the storage ring in his hand. More accurately, he was controlling the heavy Xian ruler, which was trembling intensely within the storage ring at this moment. Ever since Bai Ruoxuan and the rest had arrived, Xiaoyan had clearly sensed that the heavy Xian ruler within the storage ring was trembling uncontrollably. That state was as though it was being pulled by something. Fortunately, with the isolation of the storage ring, Xiaoyan was able to barely suppress it. However, now that Bai Ruoxuan had taken out the mysterious jade ruler from his storage ring, the heavy Xian ruler within Xiaoyan's storage ring was naturally unable to be controlled. This friend, since you have already been discovered, why do you need to purposely hide it? In this world, the only thing that can cause my mysterious jade ruler to act strangely is that thing. Bai Ruoxuan's face was filled with a cold smile as he stared at Xiaoyan opposite him. There was a glint in his eyes. If he was unable to determine where the strangeness of the mysterious jade ruler originated from earlier, at this moment, he was certain that this feeling originated from Xiaoyan in front of him. Xiaoyan's heart was also filled with solemnity in this regard. He had actually met someone from the Bai clan in St. Gold City. Moreover, he did not expect that the other party was actually carrying the mysterious jade ruler. Additionally, there were a few people behind Bai Ruoxuan. Once his heavy Shan ruler was exposed in front of them, it was likely that the situation would become extremely disadvantageous for him. Humph, are you still going to stubbornly resist? Since you're not willing, let me give you a hand. As an icy chuckle sounded, Bai Ruoxuan's foot stomped on the ground. Genesis Chi gushed out from under his feet as he waved the white mysterious jade ruler in one hand. His figure shot towards Xiaoyan like a bolt of lightning, arriving in front of the latter in the blink of an eye. His face was filled with disdain as his ruler swung towards Xiaoyan's head. Besides Xiaoyan, Bai Hua and Ouyang Miao were just about to intervene when they were stopped by the two 8-star origin sect experts. They could only watch helplessly as the giant ruler in Bai Ruoxuan's hand smashed downwards. The biting cold wind pressure smashed onto Xiaoyan's face from all directions. However, his expression became calm instead. His hand, which was holding the storage ring, also slowly relaxed. In the next second, clang. As the deafening sound of metal clashing rang out, a buzzing sound immediately reverberated across the streets. The expressions of the two guards in front of the courtyard changed drastically as an invisible wave of energy violently unfurled between Xiaoyan and Bai Ruoxuan like a hurricane. At this moment, when everyone raised their eyes and looked over, they saw that Xiaoyan was tightly holding an enormous, dark black ruler with one hand. With a tight frown, he had temporarily blocked the ruler that Bai Ruoxuan had thrown over. Anyone present who was observant would be able to discover that the enormous rulers in the hands of these two people were basically the same with the exception of the black and white color. Boom! Next, the two individuals each slammed their palms into the ruler in their hands. As the two forces collided once again, both figures were pushed back several steps. Only then did they swing their rulers at each other. Humph, it is indeed the heavy mysterious ruler. Bai Ruoxuan coldly snorted, but there was a victorious smile on his face. Xiaoyan was noncommittal. His hand, which was holding the heavy Shan ruler, trembled gently. Immediately, a bang sounded and a fierce flame lingered over the ruler's body. Immediately, the temperature of the area where everyone was located suddenly rose by quite a lot. Even the ground under their feet was grilled by this high temperature until it cracked. Eh? It's actually a heavenly flame. At this instant, the old man not far behind Bai Ruoxuan finally raised his head. His old face carried a slightly surprised expression as he looked at Xiaoyan. His old eyes slowly narrowed, and only then did he speak. Young man, you are actually able to obtain the recognition of a heavenly flame. That is truly commendable. This old man will not interfere in this matter. As long as you hand over the heavy mysterious ruler in your hand, you can leave safely. Xiaoyan's gaze swept over the old man's body. As the seriousness in his eyes gradually increased, he withdrew his hand behind his back. His eyes stared intently at the old man as he slowly opened his mouth. As he spoke, a white jade array disc fell into his hand. What if I refuse? The old man's eyes slowly narrowed as he stared at Xiaoyan. He slowly lifted a hand, Genesis Chi gathering at his fingertips as he slowly said. If you're unwilling, then, Elder Rong, didn't you just say that you won't interfere? I'm afraid that it won't be good for you to do so. Right at that moment, Bai Ruoxuan looked to the old man with a face full of smiles. Although he was trying to dissuade the old man, there was a bit of fierceness in his eyes. Seeing that, the old man immediately understood what was going on. Don't worry, I've always kept my word. Moreover, I won't do things like bullying the weak. At most, I'll keep this little friend here for now. You can naturally leave when you've thought things through. In the face of such threatening words, the expression on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily became gloomy. On the other side, the impatience on Ouyang Miao's face became even greater when he heard these words. Bai Rong, you dare to block my guest. Ouyang Miao was originally a proud and aloof person. Moreover, Xiaoyan was his guest and his opponent. Yet, this old man in front of him had so casually decided whether Xiaoyan should stay or leave. How could he endure this? There's no need to be angry. I'm just saying. As for what to do, it will naturally depend on this mister's intentions. Bai Rong softly chuckled when he heard this. He turned towards Xiaoyan, the threatening look in his eyes growing even more intense. Xiaoyan was non-committal. His hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, tightened slightly. A thought passed through his mind and the flame that covered it immediately rose violently. The dense feeling deep within his pair of dark black eyes gradually became denser. He had never been threatened by anyone in his entire life. These words of this old man not only did not bring him any pressure, but instead only provoked his fury. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with anger. By the side, Bai Ruoxuan's gaze slowly swept across Xiaoyan and the rest, pausing on Ouyang Miao for a moment. After a brief moment of thought, he smiled in a feminine manner and said, we're all family. There's no need to ruin our relationship over such a small matter, you're not polite at all. When did my Ouyang clan become a family with your Bai clan? My second uncle is not your master, and St. Gold City is not a place where you can act as you please. With a cold snort, Ouyang Miao's expression darkened as a boundless energy aura instantly spread from his body. At the same time, water vapor rapidly condensed in the air around him, transforming into several water screens in the blink of an eye that protected Ouyang Miao. Although the 8-star source sect expert in front of Ouyang Miao was not afraid, he could not help but frown in the face of such an attitude from Ouyang Miao. In the entire middle region, Ouyang Miao could be considered an elite amongst the younger generation. Even his Bai clan's Bai Ruoxuan was slightly inferior to the former. Given this fellow's strength, even they had no choice but to treat him with caution. Brother Ouyang Miao, there's no need to be angry. The 3 great clans are of the same breath and branch. Moreover, I'm also teacher's disciple. Let's just consider it my wishful thinking. Today's matter has nothing to do with the relationship between our clans. However, this friend, the heavy Xian Buster Sword and my mysterious Jade Buster Sword are originally one. I hope that you can part with it on account of brother Ouyang Miao and give it to me. Bai Ruoxuan narrowed his eyes. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Xiaoyan and gave the latter a warm smile. Xiaoyan stared at Bai Ruoxuan in silence for a long time. A moment later, he suddenly grinned and said, since the 3 great clans are of the same breath and branch, and the Bai clan and Ouyang clan have such a relationship, why don't you give me the mysterious Jade Buster Sword on account of brother Ouyang Miao? Brat, how dare you? How can you casually touch something that belongs to the heir of my Bai clan? The other old man from the 8-star source sect by the side had a sunken expression. He stepped forward and a powerful aura immediately rushed toward Xiaoyan. Buzz. Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly as the aura surged towards him. He frowned as he let out a low shout in his heart. The Force Elephant skill was instantly unleashed, and with the strength of his powerful physical body, he was able to block the elder's aura. Ouyang Miao became increasingly furious when he saw this. Huh? The elder could not help but be surprised when he saw this scene. At the same time, Bai Ruoxuan's expression darkened. He looked at Ouyang Miao, who had an extremely ugly expression, and hesitated for a long time. Only then did he look at Xiaoyan again and said in a deep voice. Since neither you nor I are willing to give it up, why don't we use the simplest method to solve this problem? Brat, if you have the guts, fight with me. If I win, you will give me the heavy Xian Buster Sword. What if you lose? Xiaoyan lifted his eyelids and stared at Bai Ruoxuan as he asked indifferently. Bai Ruoxuan was stunned when he heard this. He could not help but be surprised by Xiaoyan's decisiveness. Soon after, he could not help but laugh. When the two of them had exchanged blows earlier, they had clearly seen through each other's cultivation. Bai Ruoxuan was currently an initial 4-star source sect, and his cultivation was only slightly weaker than Ouyang Miao's. On the other hand, Xiaoyan was only a 2-star source sect. Even the slightest difference between origin sect experts was enough to determine the outcome of a battle, let alone the fact that there was a 2-star gap between him and Xiaoyan. Bai Ruoxuan truly could not imagine how he would lose with such a huge gap. Ha 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 ha, although it is a little laughable, I cannot help but admire your courage. You actually dare to fantasize about the outcome at such a time. Since you want it, I will agree. If you defeat me, I, by Ruoxuan, will hand over the mysterious Jade Buster sword with both hands. Crown Prince, you can't, Elder Rong, you might be a little too careful. Could it be that you're worried that I can't deal with such trash? Before Bai Rong could finish speaking, Bai Ruoxuan's indifferent laughter immediately interrupted him. Although Bai Rong was slightly worried, he still took a deep breath in the end. He slowly nodded and did not say anything else. Afterwards, Bai Ruoxuan glanced at the other two 8-star source sect experts. The two of them exchanged glances before retreating, leaving the space for Xiaoyan and Bai Ruoxuan. Outside the arena, Ouyang and Bai Hua had also retreated. The three of them glanced at Xiaoyan, then looked at Bai Ruoxuan's confident appearance. They could not help but exchange glances as sneers flashed across the depths of their eyes. There was naturally no need to mention Xiaoyan's strength. During the Origin Emperor's time, he had severely injured a 4-star source sect expert, Tang Long. Now that he had stepped into the Origin sect realm, his battle prowess was naturally many times stronger than before. Ouyang knew that Xiaoyan's battle prowess far exceeded his cultivation, so he naturally would not treat the latter as an ordinary person. However, Bai Ruoxuan was currently acting so arrogantly. Once the two of them fought, Ouyang would likely have to pay quite a price. As the crowd dispersed, the home ground was naturally handed over to Xiaoyan and Bai Ruoxuan, who were currently staring at each other. The two individuals were currently wielding giant rulers, one black and one white, as if they were born to oppose each other. Bai Ruoxuan was a little taken aback when he saw that Xiaoyan was not the slightest bit afraid, his eyes filled with surprise at the former's mental fortitude. However, due to his powerful cultivation, he did not feel the slightest bit of worry. He wanted to let the black-robed, black ruler-wielding Xiaoyan understand that in the face of sufficient strength, pure willpower would not be able to create any miracles. Kid, I admire your temperament, but if you really dare to fight me, you will only be humiliating yourself in the end. As the heir of the Bai clan, one of the 3 great clans of the central region, Bai Ruoxuan had his own pride. Amongst the younger generation of the central region, the number of individuals who could match him could be counted on one's fingers. Hence, there was naturally no fear in his heart when facing an unknown brat. Xiaoyan paid no attention to Bai Ruoxuan's mocking. A fierce light pulsed in his eyes as the flames on the giant ruler in his hand grew increasingly stronger. With a thought, the Genesis chi in his body converged into the giant ruler in his hand. Under the flames, the grooves on the giant ruler were filled with scarlet-red light. As they flowed, they became as hot as boiling lava. Bai Ruoxuan sneered when he saw Xiaoyan's reaction. His arm jerked, causing the white ruler in his hand to tremble. Boundless golden Genesis chi flowed on it, causing the surrounding space to distort and ripple. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. With a cold shout, Bai Ruoxuan's foot slammed into the ground as his body shot forward like a cannonball. Golden light swirled around the giant white ruler in his hand, drawing a dazzling arc of light in the air. In the blink of an eye, his figure had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan, less than a foot away from the latter. So noisy, Xiaoyan's gaze was indifferent as he eyed Bai Ruoxuan's figure, which had already come close to him. He glanced at the intense wind that the Xian Jade ruler carried and shook his head at a steady pace. He allowed the enormous ruler to sweep over while his body merely took half a step to the right. Soon after, a fierce attack suddenly swept past. However, the shocking thing was that the enormous ruler, which was surrounded by a golden glow, actually whizzed past Xiaoyan's sleeves. Other than carrying a hurricane, it did not even touch Xiaoyan's sleeves from the beginning until the end. Such speed! The expression on Ouyang face instantly changed when he saw this scene, and he could not help but cry out in surprise. Even the 2 8-star source sects and Bai Rong could not help but frown. Although Xiaoyan's movements seemed slow, compared to Bai Ruoxuan's ferocious attack, it was undoubtedly several times faster. Even a ghost would not believe that it was a coincidence that he was able to dodge Bai Ruoxuan's attack so accurately at such a short distance. At this moment, Bai Ruoxuan also revealed a look of surprise when he saw Xiaoyan dodge his attack so easily. His heart immediately sank, and at almost the same time that he swept past Xiaoyan's figure, he suddenly waved the mysterious jade ruler in his hand. The giant ruler's tip suddenly turned, and Bai Ruoxuan also turned his body in the air, swinging the ruler horizontally toward Xiaoyan once again. Xiaoyan's expression turned stern when he heard the sound of wind behind him. His body did not move at all, and without even turning his head, he swung the heavy dark ruler in his hand backwards. Soon after, the two giant rulers heavily collided. This is the first ruler. At the same time that the giant ruler was swung backwards, Xiaoyan's indifferent voice was transmitted into Bai Ruoxuan's ears. However, before the latter could hear anything, the two giant rulers had already collided. Clang! When the two collided, an ear-shaking, enormous sound of metal colliding immediately sounded. A circular invisible air wave also swept apart. The golden-colored flowing light on the Xian jade ruler also unleashed a powerful energy ripple at this moment, which violently struck the heavy Xian ruler in Xiaoyan's hand. Xiaoyan's expression did not change even a little in the face of such a powerful energy attack. A thought passed through his heart, and the enormous ruler that was wrapped by the flame immediately trembled. Soon after, a startling ruler glow suddenly charged up from the heavy Xian ruler and collided with the energy on the Xian jade ruler. Soon after, it forcefully exploded. Bang! At the same time that the explosion rang out, a storm swept out. Xiaoyan's figure did not move at all. When he looked at Bai Ruoxuan again, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. As the chill in his eyes surged, he directly charged into the center of the storm. A loud roar was emitted from his mouth, and golden light suddenly appeared on the giant ruler. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a giant golden dragon. With a low roar, it explosively shot towards Xiaoyan. It was only at this moment that Xiaoyan slowly turned around. His gaze was calm as he looked at the giant white ruler that was furiously smashing down. He did not have the slightest intention of dodging. The giant ruler, which was covered in flames, was slanted towards the ground. As the flames rose, he suddenly waved the giant ruler, and a majestic ruler light also rushed out. The second ruler. The heavy ruler carried a ruler light as it ruthlessly streaked across the empty space. After which, it violently collided with the giant golden dragon, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The two collided and the two human figures were shaken until they took a couple of steps back. Bai Ruoxuan's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that Xiaoyan in front of him was actually able to unleash such a powerful energy. Even he was unable to obtain victory in one strike. Brat, I allowed you to luckily dodge my previous attack. Consider it my carelessness this time, but let's see how you will withstand my next attack. Bai Ruoxuan's body moved with a furious laugh. An afterimage remained where he was, and when he reappeared, he was already a short distance in front of Xiaoyan. Both of his hands tightly gripped the ruler's hilt as the Genesis Qi within his body continuously poured into it, causing waves of golden light to erupt from it like a small sun. Light of the sun. In the short span of a few breaths, the originally white ruler was already filled with a sacred golden light. The dazzling light illuminated the street, making it difficult to distinguish between heaven and earth. Wave after wave of powerful and terrifying energy spread from within. Is this an intent class Do skill? Seeing this, Xiaoyan finally slowly narrowed his eyes. The expression in his eyes became increasingly sharp. His hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, also tightened its grip. After which, the instant he raised his head, the enormous ruler in his hand also hacked down with a force from above. 3 feet. Ruler light shot out, but Xiaoyan did not pause. Instead, he continued to swing downwards, only stopping after the 9th swing. At almost the same time, Bai Rong's expression involuntarily changed. He took a step forward as the Genesis Qi in his body began to circulate. Light of the sun. A dazzling light shone over this entire world. A frightening energy ripple was emitted from within the golden light. The Xian jade ruler in Bai Ruoxuan's hand was violently hacked down at the same time Xiaoyan swung the 7 feet of the ruler. A golden-colored dazzling glow shot out from the enormous ruler. It soared with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a 1,000-foot-long startling glow. It hacked down toward Xiaoyan with a momentum that seemed to split the sky. At the same time, the 7 ruler glows that had been shot out from the heavy Xian ruler merged into one. The flame soared, and it became just like an incomparable sail that stood between the sky and the ground. It abruptly met the golden-colored glow that was shooting over from the bottom. In the next instant, boundless auras erupted like a volcano from the point of collision, blotting out the sky and covering the land. Cracking noises rang out as countless cracks spread across the surrounding ground and buildings, before they were completely destroyed with a loud bang. The invisible space cracked and formed numerous narrow, dark black crack lines under the collision of these two frightening energies. A monstrous energy wave spread over the sky. Although Xiaoyan was only 7 feet tall, the might of this 7 feet was far greater than in the past. Now that the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler had transformed into 9 feet, Xiaoyan was confident that he could completely block Bai Ruoxuan's attack even if he did not use his full strength. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion abruptly rang out at this moment. The battle between the two was completely destroyed at this moment, while the ground below was blasted into countless fragments that shot in all directions. Terrifying ripples from a punch swiftly spread at this moment, causing even Ouyang Miao and the rest, as well as the 2 elders from the 8-star origin sect, to involuntarily take a dozen steps back. They hurriedly circulated the Genesis Chi in their bodies, sealing off the area where the two had been. On the other side, Bai Rong's sinister eyes stared intently at the unmoving Xiaoyan. Killing intent surged in the depths of his eyes as the Genesis Chi in his body stealthily flowed to his palm. Swish, within the battle circle, the energy storm had yet to completely dissipate. Just as everyone was feeling anxious, a violent sound of rushing wind suddenly rang out from within. Almost at the same time, Bai Rong's body, who was outside the battle circle, also trembled. Only a gradually blurred afterimage was left on his original spot. However, his body had already appeared beside Bai Ruoxuan. Just as he was about to raise his hand and throw a palm forward, his expression suddenly changed drastically. At the same time, his body turned around and violently threw a palm towards the empty space on the other side. Boom! 2 skinny palms came into contact with each other in the invisible empty space. Energy ripples spread out like a hurricane. At the same time, the energy ripples in the surroundings were completely swept away. At the same time, the low and deep sound of another fist landing on the body was also transmitted into Bai Rong's ears. After which, everyone present clearly saw a white figure fly out from the battle circle like a kite with a broken string. After which, it violently landed on the ground. It rubbed against the ground for dozens of meters before it slowly stabilized. If one looked again, this person was undoubtedly Bai Ruoxuan. At this moment, 3 human figures were standing in each direction in the empty space. Xiaoyan stood in the middle while 2 old men stood opposite each other. Their gazes were staring at Xiaoyan alone in the middle of the battleground. This was especially the case for Bai Rong at this moment. The expression on his old face was gloomy. He did not expect that there would actually be someone who would intervene on Xiaoyan's behalf. Moreover, from the looks of the other party's aura earlier, it was likely that the other party's cultivation was not inferior to his. Damn it, Bai Rong turned his head to look at Bai Ruoxuan, who was in the middle of the ruins and had almost fainted. The expression on Bai Rong's face was extremely ugly. Then, he suddenly turned his head to look at Xiaoyan and laughed angrily. I never thought that you would have a helper. Hearing those words, Xiaoyan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He turned his head to look at the other side. At this moment, an old man wearing a purple robe with a face full of wrinkles was similarly standing in the air. However, looking at his expression that was filled with killing intent, Xiaoyan did not think that this fellow would be his helper. Helper? If you had not intervened to stop me, this brat would have already died under this venerable self's palm. Soon after, the old man in purple robes let out a hoarse and dark cold snort. Bai Rong's expression could not help but be slightly startled when he heard these words. From the other party's tone, it seemed that he had also come to kill Xiaoyan. Things had happened so suddenly that he had misunderstood the other party's intentions. Immediately, he heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart. His gaze bypassed Xiaoyan and stared at the purple-robed elder. He raised his hand and cupped his fist together as he faintly smiled. So it was a misunderstanding. This old man has been overthinking things. In that case, please do as you wish. Bai Rong swiftly descended to Bai Ruoxuan's side after uttering those words. The 2 8-star source zone had already helped Bai Ruoxuan consume medicinal pills. Although Bai Ruoxuan's injuries were temporarily stabilized, the killing intent in Bai Rong's eyes became even denser when he saw the deep, scarlet fist imprint on Bai Ruoxuan's chest. He turned his head and looked at the solemn expression of Xiaoyan in the sky. If Bai Ruoxuan's injuries were not too serious, it was likely that he would have personally attacked. When he looked at the empty space again, the purple-robed elder who had suddenly appeared was currently looking at Xiaoyan with a face full of killing intent. A powerful aura continuously surged from his body, appearing rather shocking. Where did you provoke such an expert? Ouyang body rushed forward and appeared beside Xiaoyan. He had quite a good understanding of the Bai clan, but he had never seen this purple-robed person in front of him. Naturally, he did not dare to carelessly speak. I have never seen him before. Xiaoyan frowned when he heard this and explained in a deep voice. Ouyang frowned in surprise when he heard this. However, at this moment, the purple-robed man spoke again. His hoarse voice was like an invisible blade that spread across the world. You don't recognize this old man, but you should remember Xiaxan, right? When the two words Xiaxan were spoken, an extremely terrifying aura and pressure suddenly swept out from the old man's body. It instantly enveloped Xiaoyan and Ouyang heads. Xiaxan, Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows. Subsequently, he suddenly raised his head and cried out in surprise. You are a member of the Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast clan. This sovereign is Xiaxan's father. You killed Xiaxan in the southern region. Do you really think that no one will know? Today, this sovereign will use your blood to pay tribute to my dead son. An earth-shaking furious cry was emitted. The body of the purple-robed old man suddenly shook. His body instantly turned into a purple-colored light figure that shot explosively toward Xiaoyan in the sky in front of the solemn gazes of Ouyang and the others. A sharp roar also shook the sky. At this moment, the white array disc that Xiaoyan was holding tightly in his hand also emitted a golden light. Immediately after, it was thrown into the air. At the same time the array was activated, numerous spiritual stones also flew out from Xiaoyan's storage ring. That purple-robed person appeared outside of the formation almost at the same time the formation above Xiaoyan's head was activated. Soon after, a palm was heavily imprinted on the golden-colored barrier in front of him. Clang, circular golden-colored energy ripples swiftly spread from the formation barrier at the same time the trembling sound appeared. The remaining strength of the rebound also forced the purple-robed person back by over 100 feet. By the time he raised his head, the formation had already been fully unleashed, covering Xiaoyan and Ouyang within it. A grade 7 array? The purple-robed man's brows knitted together as his expression darkened. With a flip of his hand, chilling blood-colored Genesis Chi rapidly gathered in his palm. With a vicious wave, it transformed into a stream of light that slammed into the array barrier. Ripples churned, but it remained incomparably tough. Not bad. I didn't expect you to possess such a high-grade array. But what can a mere grade 7 array do in front of me? With an icy chuckle, the purple-robed man was about to charge forward again when Ouyang suddenly took a step forward, frowning as he respectfully said, Elder, I am the heir of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang. I don't care what grudges you have with Xiaoyan, but I hope you can stop today and treat it as giving my Ouyang clan some face. Humph, I haven't been to the central region for many years. How did such an arrogant junior emerge? The Ouyang family is one of the 3 great clans of the central region and has Sword Saint Yulan as their leader. I have heard of your reputation, but why should I give you any face when you're just a junior? As his voice faded, the purple-robed man's figure had already appeared in front of the array barrier. Murderous intent surged in his eyes as he slammed his palm into the array barrier. Unlike before, the purple-robed man's figure did not retreat in the slightest. As his palm landed, ripples churned on the array barrier, followed by another palm strike. The entire array gradually began to tremble under his powerful attacks. Within the array barrier, Xiaoyan stared intently at the purple-robed man's astonishing attacks as his heart turned solemn. Even if a Source Venerate expert did not use any Do skills, he could still rely on his own power to shatter a grade 7 array. Although the array barrier was strong, it would not last long under the purple-robed man's attacks. As his heart sank, Xiaoyan had no choice but to quickly circulate the Genesis Chi in his body. Flames surged in his palm, swiftly forming a flaming wheel as wisps of great Dao power gathered. In the face of a source-venerate expert, the only thing Xiaoyan could rely on was the angry Buddha reincarnation, which was comparable to a great Tao skill. Outside, Bai Rong could not help but reveal a sinister smile when he saw the grave expression on Xiaoyan's face. It had to be said that the fact that Xiaoyan had been able to easily defeat the 4-star Bai Ruoxuan with his 2-star origin ancestor cultivation was partly due to Bai Ruoxuan's carelessness, but Xiaoyan's frightening battle power was also undeniable. Today's battle between Xiaoyan and Bai Ruoxuan had turned them into true enemies regardless of whether it was the mysterious Jade ruler or the fact that Xiaoyan had heavily injured Bai Ruoxuan. If not for the purple-robed man's intervention earlier, Xiaoyan would likely have already become a dead soul under his palm. Of course, doing so would definitely incur the displeasure of the Ouyang clan. However, the purple-robed man's intervention had saved Bai Rong a lot of trouble. Today, this kid will die without a doubt. The smile on Bai Rong's lips widened as he watched the increasingly crumbling golden formation under the purple-robed man's fierce attacks. Clang 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 clang, a series of heavy bangs rang out as tiny cracks quietly appeared on the white jade formation disc hovering in front of Xiaoyan. From the looks of it, it would not last for long, and the angry Buddha reincarnation in his palm would likely take some time to gather. Xiaoyan had no choice but to desperately gather the Genesis Chi in his body. The angry Buddha reincarnation was his greatest trump card at this moment. By the side, Ouyang Miao's expression grew increasingly dark. When he saw that the formation was about to collapse, he shouted in a low voice. Even if you don't give this junior face today, you should stop for the sake of my Ouyang clan. Otherwise, this matter won't end so easily in the future. He, boy, your words are a little arrogant. It is indeed the style of the Ouyang clan, but my purpose today is only to kill this boy. It has nothing to do with your Ouyang clan. If you attack, don't blame me for being merciless. Boom. At the same time that the cold cry was emitted from his mouth, a shriveled hand of the purple-robed person finally violently penetrated the formation barrier in front of him. After which, his arm shook abruptly. Soon after, the golden-colored formation barrier in front of him swiftly broke apart amidst a wave of cracking sounds. Even the white jade formation plate that was suspended in front of Xiaoyan similarly trembled intensely. Soon after, it actually broke apart in the air, transforming into a pile of powder that scattered and drifted down. Xiaoyan's expression changed drastically when the formation broke. The purple-robed man let out a sinister laugh. He twisted his right hand, his 5 fingers curling into a claw. His body immediately dashed forward, grabbing at Xiaoyan's throat. At almost the same time, Xiaoyan's side, Ouyang Miao also moved after a brief moment of hesitation. He blocked in front of Xiaoyan while the Genesis Chi in his body gushed out without reservation. His right hand grasped the air, and an ink-colored spear appeared in his hand. As water flowed around the tip of the spear, a curtain of water adhered to the spear. Next, he thrust the spear forward with a grave expression. Don't blame me for being stubborn. Seeing this, the purple-robed man's face darkened. With a slight twist of his wrist, the claw that was rushing forward immediately changed direction and grabbed at the long spear that was thrusting towards him. However, when the two of them were less than 10 feet apart, the space between them suddenly distorted violently. Immediately after, an incomparably terrifying light burst forth like a storm. While it easily pushed the purple-robed man back, Ouyang Miao's body and the spear in his hand were forcefully frozen in the air, unable to move at all. When this unparalleled sharpness gradually dissipated, what fell into everyone's line of sight was a long sword suspended in the void. When everyone saw the sword, the members of the Bai clan, as well as Xiaoyan's group, could not help but reveal shocked expressions. There was naturally no need to mention the Bai clan. As for Xiaoyan's group, although the sword was much smaller in size, the runes on it and the sharp aura it gave off were no different from the giant sword outside St. Gold City. It was the Serene Orchid sword. The appearance of the Serene Orchid sword meant that its master should be here. This is the Serene Orchid sword. On the ground below, Bai Rong's eyes suddenly shrunk when he saw the sharp longsword suspended in the air. Even the expression on his old face changed. In his heart, he involuntarily cursed the purple-robed person. If this fellow had not disregarded the face of the Ouyang clan and attacked Ouyang Miao, the Serene Orchid sword might not have appeared in this place. Now that the serene orchid sword had appeared and Ouyang Miao was protecting Xiaoyan, it was naturally impossible for this purple-robed person to kill Xiaoyan. Humph, this is the serene orchid sword? Rumor has it that the Ouyang clan has a serene orchid sword saint who once fought against 3 origin venerables by himself. Today, I would like to experience it. The purple-robed man narrowed his eyes as he stared at the space beside the serene orchid sword. Hee, I wouldn't dare to experience it. I only hope that your excellency will stop. Everyone who comes as a guest and my Ouyang clan should treat them with respect. I didn't wish for things to turn out this way. Why don't your excellency give me some face and let bygones be bygones? After the purple-robed man finished speaking, the space he was looking at gradually distorted. Then, a middle-aged man in green clothes appeared with his hands behind his back and a warm smile on his face as he looked at the purple-robed man not far away. At the same time, Ouyang Miao, who was behind him, gradually withdrew his tyrannical aura into his body. Even the energy condensed on the long spear was absorbed into Ouyang Miao's body. His stiff body suddenly returned to normal. The middle-aged man in green clothes had a handsome figure. He wore a crown on his head and had a resolute face. A pair of sword-like eyebrows made him look majestic without being angry. His pitch-black eyes contained a sharp light like that of an eagle's. If he hadn't deliberately restrained it, few people would have been able to look him in the eye. This person was the second-in-command of the Ouyang clan, known as the Serene Orchid Sword Saint, Ouyang Yu. Humph, I'll give you some face. As long as you hand him over, I will immediately turn around and leave. The purple-robed man pointed at Xiaoyan as he spoke with a sinister smile. The bloodthirsty killing intent in his eyes was not concealed in the slightest. Ouyang Miao's expression changed the moment these words were spoken. His footsteps shifted slightly to the side and blocked in front of Xiaoyan. His gaze, however, landed on the middle-aged man in front of him. The latter turned his head and smiled at Ouyang Miao. His gaze swept past Xiaoyan's face before he turned around and once again looked at the purple-robed person. He smiled slightly and slowly shook his head. My apologies, this little friend is also a guest of the Ouyang clan. Since he is in the clan, how can I not take care of him? I hope your excellency can forgive me. The purple-robed man's expression immediately darkened. The Genesis chi in his body churned as he spoke in a low voice. You're not giving it to me? Please forgive me. Ouyang's eyes, chi. The moment the middle-aged man finished speaking, the purple-robed man's figure instantly charged forward. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The short distance between the two of them was closed in an instant. The purple-robed man's 5 fingers curled into a claw and grabbed the middle-aged man's chest. I'd like to see just how capable a sword saint like you is. The curved claw tore a pitch-black crack in the void. Powerful energy gathered between the 5 fingers, wrapped in a fierce wind, and stabbed fiercely at the middle-aged man's chest. If this attack landed, even with Ouyang Yu's cultivation, he would be seriously injured in an instant. Bzz, however, just as the sharp claws were a meter away from Ouyang Yu's body, the serene orchid sword hovering in the air seemed to have sensed something and instantly arrived in front of Ouyang Yu. The 3-finger-wide sword firmly blocked the purple-robed man's attack. What? The purple-robed man was shocked. His attack was easily blocked by the long sword, and Ouyang Yu didn't even make a move. He was still looking at him with a calm expression. Then, with a thought, a fierce and domineering sword chi suddenly burst out from the sword and fiercely fell on the purple-robed man's palm. With a burst of sparks, a stream of blood spilled out. The purple-robed man was immediately sent flying. He lowered his head to look, only to see a scarlet sword scar on his palm. The intense pain caused his entire arm to tremble uncontrollably, while the muscles on his face twitched violently. Fortunately, he had his Genesis chi to block the attack, or his hand would have been severed by the sword chi. What a terrifying sword chi! The purple-robed man's expression darkened as he muttered under his breath. He could not help but feel a grave feeling in his heart. I hope you can stop here. Ouyang Yu smiled faintly. His smile was as simple and calm as before, but it was exceptionally pressuring. Behind him, Xiaoyan could not help but sigh inwardly when he saw the middle-aged man's calm appearance. Ouyang Yu had already displayed such powerful battle strength before even making a move. Even the purple-robed man, who was a Genesis venerate, had been forced to retreat. It was hard to imagine how terrifying Ouyang would be once he displayed his true cultivation. Sword Saint Yulan indeed lived up to her reputation. The purple-robed man's expression fluctuated indeterminately when he heard Ouyang's words. Xiaxian's death had made him extremely sad, and he had even sworn to avenge his dead son. But now, his enemy was right in front of him, and he was helpless to do anything. How could he endure this? A pair of dark red eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. A long while later, the purple-robed man gritted his teeth and unwillingly lowered his head. He said in a low voice, "I've lost." Although this was what he said, when he lowered his head, an extremely strong resentment abruptly emerged in his old eyes. Ouyang raised his eyelids and nodded slightly. Hearing this, Ouyang Miao's hanging heart finally calmed down. However, in the next moment, "I admit that I'm no match for you, and I can admit defeat. But this brat must die." The purple-robed man abruptly lifted his head as his body abruptly shook. Genesis Chi frantically gushed out from his body as a powerful aura spread outwards. It was an astonishing sight to behold. On the ground below, Bai Rong's expression could not help but change slightly when he felt the powerful aura from the purple-robed man's body. Although the purple-robed man's attitude was domineering, he had the ability to back it up. He was a 3-star Genesis Venerate, and his cultivation was much stronger than Bai Rong's. Genesis Chi surged. Borrowing the time when everyone present was shocked, the purple-robed person's body suddenly flashed. He swiftly passed Ouyang and shot towards Xiaoyan. "Brat, hand over your life." The expressions on Bai Hua's and Lian Er's faces changed drastically as they watched the purple-robed person charge towards Xiaoyan in a lightning-like manner. However, the purple-robed person had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Even if they wanted to intervene and stop him, it was too late. Even Ouyang Miao, who was standing around 10 feet in front of Xiaoyan, did not have the time to do anything. Given the full speed of an Origin Venerate expert, it was impossible for them to do anything. The purple-robed man arrived in front of Xiaoyan at lightning speed with a sinister smile on his face. He clenched his hand, and boundless Genesis Chi immediately condensed into a layer of energy crystals that transformed into a giant claw. He clenched his hand and viciously swiped at Xiaoyan's body. On the ground below, Bai Rong sneered inwardly at Ouyang Miao's ignorance as he watched the scene in the sky. Ouyang Miao had been famous in the central region for many years, and his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. If Ouyang Miao thought that he could avoid Ouyang Miao with just this, he was underestimating Sword Saint Yulan's reputation. At the same time, Xiaoyan also sensed the purple-robed man's attack with his extraordinary senses. The moment the giant claw appeared, Xiaoyan didn't wait for it to lock onto him. Instead, his feet moved, and his figure immediately retreated. "Humph!" The purple-robed man sneered when he saw Xiaoyan's quick reaction. His laughter had just sounded when the expression on Xiaoyan's face suddenly changed. All he could sense was a blur in front of his eyes. A huge claw that was filled with an enormous pressure once again strangely appeared. After which, it clawed down with lightning-like speed. Even the space around Xiaoyan solidified at this moment. Xiaoyan's expression changed when the surrounding space froze. His body was blocked. The giant energy claw was too troublesome, and even dodging it was extremely difficult. An Origin Venerate expert was indeed extraordinary. Numerous thoughts flashed across Xiaoyan's heart as he suddenly clenched his teeth. His dark black eyes stared intently at the huge claw that was viciously grabbing at him with a sharp wind. The remaining Genesis Chi in his body crazily surged out. At the same time, the fire wheel that had gathered in his hand behind him began to violently rotate. A dark black star emitted a destructive aura from the center of the wheel. He was ready to go all out against the purple-robed man. Ouyang, who had already sensed the activity on Xiaoyan's side, suddenly knit his brows together when the roulette wheel in Xiaoyan's hand began to rotate wildly. The aura emitted from the roulette wheel might be weak, but with his senses, he was able to clearly sense it. Immediately, he felt some surprise in his heart. At the same time, the enormous claw rushed toward Xiaoyan. It immediately spread open, appearing just like a ghost claw as it grabbed toward Xiaoyan's head from the air. As the giant claw grew larger and larger in his eyes, Xiaoyan's expression turned completely grave. He abruptly lifted the hand behind his back, and the Buddha's Fury reincarnation wheel frantically rotated in his palm. Heaven and earth energy gathered as he prepared to use all his strength. However, just as Xiaoyan lifted his hand, the space in front of him suddenly distorted strangely. Soon after, Ouyang Yu's figure emerged from the distorted space and stood in front of Xiaoyan. Buzz, almost at the same time when Ouyang Yu's figure appeared, a vast and steady aura suddenly surged out from within his body. Immediately, it swept out like a storm. Sharp sword chi swept out with Ouyang Yu's body as the center. Above his head, the invisible sword chi condensed into a faintly discernible giant sword, protecting Ouyang Yu's entire body. An extremely terrifying aura and pressure also spread out without reservation. It felt as if the person standing in front of him was not a person, but a towering sword. On the ground below, when Bai Rong and the others beside him felt this aura and pressure, their expressions changed drastically. Even with Bai Rong's temperament, his heart was also filled with shock at this moment. This guy broke through to 8-star? Sword Saint Yulan, Ouyang Yu, was a supreme expert who had reached 8-star Source Venerate. Your Excellency has repeatedly offended my Ouyang family, so don't blame me for not showing mercy. The moment Ouyang Yu's body appeared, a somewhat indifferent icy-cold voice was transmitted over. Quickly following this, the former placed two of his fingers together in front of Xiaoyan's stunned gaze and pierced forward without any fancy moves. After which, it pressed against the huge claw that was attacking him head-on. Buzz, a ray of white light suddenly flashed, and the face of the purple-robed man behind the huge claw instantly changed drastically. His figure hurriedly retreated, and the huge claw suddenly exploded in the next moment, turning into a large energy storm that swept out once again. At the same time, an incomparably sharp sword chi narrowly swept past the temples of the purple-robed man, cutting off half of his hair bun. This was all thanks to his timely reaction. Otherwise, what would have been cut off would not only be his hair bun. The purple-robed man hurriedly retreated until he was dozens of feet away before he slowly stabilized his body. At the same time, he felt the powerful aura and pressure emitted from Ouyang Yu's body, and his face immediately turned ugly. An 8-star Source Venerate. With such a cultivation, there were very few opponents in the Origin Venerate realm. Although he was also an Origin Venerate expert, compared to Ouyang Yu in front of him, he was undoubtedly a small child in the presence of a great one. He had not felt anything before, but now that Ouyang Yu had released the aura and pressure from his body, the gap between the two of them was obvious. With just 2 fingers and a sword, Ouyang Yu had easily broken the ghost claw condensed by him. It was obvious that Ouyang Yu's battle strength was extraordinary. At this time, if he continued to delay, he would lose more than just face. The purple-robed man's gaze swept across the pedestrians gradually gathering in the distance. His face was gloomy, and his gaze swept over Xiaoyan unwillingly. His eyes flickered rapidly, and after a long while, he bitterly gritted his teeth and coldly shouted at Xiaoyan with a vicious gaze, "Kid, you're lucky. Brat, consider yourself lucky this time. The next time we meet, I will definitely make you pay a painful price." A cold light flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes as he sneered. "I'll keep you company." Humph. Hearing this, the purple-robed man's old face could not help but twitch slightly. Immediately after, his cold gaze swept across the crowd, and he clenched his fists unwillingly. After a while, he finally decided not to do this useless thing. With a twist of his body, he quickly flew out of St. Gold City. "Kid, we will meet again." After the figure left, a cold cry drifted over from the distant sky. After which, it slowly reverberated in the sky. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in the depths of his pitch-black eyes. Xiaoyan slowly exhaled as he watched the purple-robed person's figure gradually disappear from his sight. He scattered the fire wheel in his hand. Now, he had finally escaped from this old monster. However, from the looks of it, the latter clearly did not wish to give up so easily. If they were to meet in the future, a true life-and-death battle would unavoidably erupt between the two of them. However, it was still unknown just what level Xiaoyan's cultivation would reach at that time. On the ground below, the light in the eyes of Bai Rong and the others could not help but dim slightly when they saw the purple-robed man turn around and leave. They originally wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of Xiaoyan, but who would have thought that things would turn out like this? They could not help but snort coldly and help Bai Ruoxuan, who had already woken up. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was in the sky, withdrew his eyes. They swept around and immediately gathered at a certain spot on the ground below. There was an enormous ruler that was as white as jade inserted into a pile of rock fragments at an angle. It was the mysterious jade ruler. With the end of the battle, this thing should be his spoils of victory. Xiaoyan immediately smiled. He extended his hand and beckoned. An invisible strength immediately spread out and swiftly wrapped around the Xian jade ruler. After which, it was pulled out from the rock fragments and shot toward Xiaoyan. "Boy, how dare you!" The expression on Bai Rong's face instantly changed when he saw the Xian jade ruler flying toward Xiaoyan. He waved his sleeve and a suction force surged from his palm. Immediately, he forcefully sucked the Xian jade ruler, which had rushed into the air, over. After which, he held it tightly in his hand. At the same time, he lifted his gaze and stared at Xiaoyan with a dark and solemn face. Xiaoyan's expression could not help but change slightly when the mysterious jade ruler was blocked. He immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, "What, you dare to bet but don't dare to lose? As a member of the Bai clan, you actually went back on your words and went back on your word. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? Boy, you have a sharp tongue. It was clearly you who launched a sneak attack first. If not for that, how could you be a match for my young master with your strength as a 2-star origin sect master?" Bai Rong's expression immediately turned cold when he heard this, and he sneered. "Bullshit." In the previous battle, Bai Ruoxuan was no match for Xiaoyan at all. Not to mention that his battle strength was superficial, just the fact that he underestimated his opponent was enough to kill him. Hearing Bai Rong's words, Yang Miao, who was in the void, immediately became gloomy. He could not help but scold Bai Rong's words, and his words made Bai Rong's expression. Bai Rong's old face turned red, but at the same time, he still tried to argue. "Humph, so what? This Xiaoyan made use of my clan's heir to underestimate him. Today's battle will not count. If you want to fight, send out a challenge. In the future, let's have a fair fight in the Bai clan." When Bai Rong said this, some of the passers-by who had been attracted to the scene couldn't help but sneer. Although they didn't know much about what had happened on the battlefield, they found Bai Rong's words to be a little too ridiculous. Many people present had experienced the Bai clan's shamelessness. This so-called fair fight might be fine if it was in public, but if it was in the Bai clan, how could it be fair when it was the entire Bai clan fighting against a single person? Yang Miao naturally understood this. His gaze was extremely disgusted as it violently swept over Bai Rong's shriveled old face. He was just about to open his mouth when Yang Yu by the side suddenly frowned and voiced his doubts. Only then did Yang Miao briefly explain the fight and bet between Xiaoyan and Bai Ruoxuan earlier. "What did you say? Dark heavy buster sword?" However, Yang Miao's eyebrows were suddenly lifted just as Yang Miao was explaining. It was as though he had heard something unbelievable as he let out a soft cry. At the same time, Yang Yu's gaze landed on Xiaoyan with a swoosh sound. There was an unusual glint deep within his eyes. Xiaoyan was first taken aback when he felt Yang Yu's gaze. Soon after, he could not help but shiver inwardly. With a thought, he stealthily circulated the Genesis Qi in his body through his meridians. Just in case, he would be able to provide support. Yang Miao also felt a wave of surprise in his heart when he saw the former's usually calm face reveal such a surprised expression. However, before he could ask, Yang Yu's gaze turned towards Bai Rong and the others below. His gaze swept over the few of them. Finally, it stopped on Bai Ruoxuan, who was looking at him with a surprised expression. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly said, "Ruoxuan, I know that you are unwilling to accept this, but victory and defeat are inevitable in a battle. Since you were the one who requested to fight first and there was a bet, you should accept your loss. At most, you can win it back in the future. I'm afraid that your actions today will damage the clan's reputation." But, just as Bai Ruoxuan was about to struggle, Yang Yu's next words instantly caused light to explode in his eyes, and even disbelief. "If you want to become my disciple, you absolutely cannot go back on your words. Do you understand?" Yang Yu frowned slightly, seemingly questioning Bai Ruoxuan. Joy immediately surged onto Bai Ruoxuan's pale face. Didn't Yang Yu mean that he was willing to accept him as his disciple? If that was the case, even if the mysterious jade ruler was temporarily in Xiaoyan's hands, it would be as easy as flipping his hand to take it back once he had mastered it. With this thought in mind, the light in Bai Ruoxuan's eyes grew even brighter as he hurriedly bowed towards Ouyang with the help of the 2 8-star origin sect disciples. However, Bai Rong frowned as he supported Bai Ruoxuan and said in a low voice, "Isn't this a little, shut up. It's just a useless weapon, so what if we lose it? But if the clan leader blames us, I will naturally explain it to father. Now, give it to me." Bai Ruoxuan's expression darkened as he slowly extended his hand towards Bai Rong. The latter could not help but grit his teeth as hesitation filled his old face. It was only when Bai Ruoxuan was about to act out again that he finally handed over the mysterious jade ruler. A familiar icy sensation immediately spread to Bai Ruoxuan's palm as the ruler entered his hand. A look of reluctance flitted across his eyes as he gazed at the giant ruler that had accompanied him for many years. Soon after, he steeled himself and raised both hands, waiting for Ouyang decision. "Teacher, please make your decision." "Yes, your Genesis Chi is of the metal attribute, making it extremely sharp. This mysterious jade ruler is too heavy and does not suit you. I will find another suitable weapon for you in the future," Ouyang nonchalantly said. After the latter respectfully expressed his thanks, he nodded and looked towards Xiaoyan with a faint smile. "Young friend Xiaoyan, this mysterious jade ruler is yours from now on. Please." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan could not help but gratefully cup his hands together towards Ouyang. Soon after, his eyes burned with desire as he looked towards the mysterious jade ruler in Bai Ruoxuan's hand. He smiled faintly as he beckoned with his hand. A suction force surged from his palm as the mysterious jade ruler was sucked into his hand. After a simple inspection, he stored it in his storage ring. Seeing that the mysterious jade ruler had landed in Xiaoyan's hands, the pale-faced Bai Ruoxuan below involuntarily revealed a vicious expression in his eyes. However, with Ouyang in front of him, he could only temporarily suppress this hatred in his heart. While he was cursing in his heart, a feeling of weakness was suddenly emitted from his body. Previously, he had received a heavy punch from Xiaoyan. The power of the punch was so great that it had instantly caused him to be seriously injured. Fortunately, he had the protection of the medicinal pill, which allowed him to remain unscathed. At this moment, the medicinal pill's remaining power in his body had been exhausted. That kind of pain once again attacked his heart. Seeing this, an old man by the side hurriedly helped him consume another healing medicinal pill. After the medicinal effect spread throughout his body, his complexion finally turned slightly better. In the sky, Ouyang frowned as he looked at Bai Ruoxuan and the others below. His eyes were filled with disgust. After the previous matter, he originally did not have a good impression of these fellows. However, at this moment, Ouyang had personally spoken. Thus, he naturally did not say anything. Moreover, a discerning person would naturally be able to tell that Ouyang's actions were mostly biased towards Xiaoyan's wishes. This point caused him to feel a wave of disbelief. In the past, Ouyang had never bothered with Bai Ruoxuan. Today, he was actually suddenly willing to accept him as a disciple. This was truly an unimaginable matter. With this thought in his mind, Ouyang involuntarily turned his gaze towards Xiaoyan. His eyes revealed some suspicion. Just what was so special about this fellow that even Ouyang, who had just met him for the first time, was biased towards him? Could it be because of the heavenly flame? Ouyang raised his eyebrows slightly. Immediately, he secretly shook his head. He had never revealed the matter of the heavenly flame to Ouyang. Therefore, Ouyang naturally did not know about it. At that moment, after thinking bitterly for a moment, he helplessly shrugged his shoulders and once again returned his gaze to Ouyang. At the same time, Ouyang's gaze once again returned to Bai Ruoxuan. Seeing the latter's condition, Ouyang's gaze swept over him indifferently. "Alright, that's all for now. Ruoxuan's injuries aren't light. Come with me first. As for the others, I'll leave Shui Miao to you." Ouyang respectfully nodded upon hearing this. Joy immediately surfaced on Bai Ruoxuan's face when she heard this. She hurriedly maneuvered the remaining Genesis Chi in her body and swiftly followed after Ouyang as he turned around and headed deeper into Golden Saint City. Behind him, Bai Rong's brows were tightly knitted together. His eyes took a deep look at Xiaoyan in the sky, and he coldly snorted before following. Not far away, Bai Hua and Lian also came to Xiaoyan's side. The three of them looked at Ouyangming in unison. The game with him was probably over for the time being. Next, they should prepare to head to the Xiao clan. Just as the few of them were about to move, Bai Ruoxuan, who had brushed past Xiaoyan, suddenly spoke in a low and cold voice. Xiaoyan, right? I'll leave the mysterious jade ruler in your hands for the time being. There will come a day when I will make you kneel and return it to me. The expressions of Bai Hua and Lian by the side immediately turned cold when these words were uttered. Xiaoyan, however, smiled in a non-committal manner. I'll wait for you to come and get it. Bai Ruoxuan's expression immediately darkened. Just as he was about to speak again, Ouyangyu suddenly frowned and growled. Only then did Bai Ruoxuan's expression change as he hurriedly chased after Ouyangyu with a smile. Although there was a smile on his face, the depths of his eyes contained a sinister anger. From the looks of it, he would have charged over if Ouyangyu had not been in front of him. Xiaoyan smiled faintly, as if he did not sense the hostility hidden deep within Bai Ruoxuan's eyes. He turned his head and glanced at Ouyangmiao, who was flying over from the side. The latter gave a slight nod before shooting a glance at Bai Ruoxuan, who was swiftly leaving, and coldly snorted. It's just a slip of the tongue. There's no need to bother about him. Xiaoyan smiled and shook his head. If he had to care about such a small matter, it was likely that he would not have reached where he was today. Xiaoyan involuntarily shrugged his shoulders as he looked at the ruined street. Ouyangmiao smiled faintly and indicated to Xiaoyan that he was fine. Soon after, he led the three of them in the direction of the teleportation formation. A moment later, this group of people arrived at a square in the middle of Holy Gold City. Following their arrival, the eyes of quite a number of people in the square gathered on Xiaoyan's group. As the successor of the Ouyang clan, Ouyangmiao's identity was naturally known by everyone in Golden Saint City. Apart from the disciples of a few ancient clans and sects, only a few of the more famous younger generation in the central region would be able to walk with him. However, the three people before him were not included among those people. Let alone the black-robed young man, just the other two had not even reached the Origin King level. If they were placed in the central region, no one would even remember their faces. However, they were able to stand together with Ouyangmiao at this moment, which inevitably surprised many people. However, the doubtful gazes of everyone present quickly turned into shock under the revelation of some people who were in the know. This was especially the case when they learned that even Bai Ruoxuan from the Bai clan had suffered at the hands of Xiaoyan. Quite a number of people revealed gloating expressions on their faces. Clearly, they did not have a good impression of the people from the Bai clan. 3 large-scale teleportation formations. As expected of one of the 3 great clans. This kind of extravagance is rarely seen. Xiaoyan involuntarily inhaled a gentle breath of air as he looked at the large square in front of him, especially the enormous teleportation formation that was being repeatedly rotated under waves of golden light. At this moment, there was a dazzling light flickering on the teleportation formation. The outer layer of the teleportation formation was covered by a solid formation barrier that blocked all the energy ripples within it. In this way, it would be able to reduce the exhaustion of energy. At the same time, it would also be able to prevent the trouble of a sudden attack. As the formation barrier dissipated, dozens of people walked out from within the great formation. Soon after, people stepped into the formation one after another. This is only a teleportation formation that my Ouyang clan built. When we reach deeper into the central region, there will be teleportation formations that are even more powerful than this. A rank 7 teleportation formation is not small, but it is not big either. Hearing this, Ouyangmiao smiled indifferently. This open ground, which was extremely shocking in the eyes of most people, was clearly much dimmer in the eyes of this heir. Xiaoyan could only smile and nod his head in response. He did not say anything more. After all, one's position was different, so naturally, one would see different things. The Ouyang clan was one of the superpowers in the continent. As the crown prince, Ouyangmiao's horizons were naturally greater than others. Xiaoyan admitted that he was new to this place, but it was only a matter of time before he understood the vast central region. Let's go. The group arrived in front of the teleportation formation. After exchanging a few words with Ouyangmiao, they directly stepped into the formation. Because of Ouyang Miao, they were spared the trouble of paying spirit stones. After Xiaoyan and the other two stepped into the formation, Ouyang Miao smiled at each other and nodded. Soon after, on a stone platform outside the teleportation formation, an old man who was controlling the formation formed a seal with both hands. As a special energy ripple spread out, a layer of golden formation enveloped the entire stone platform. Soon after, the huge formation beneath Xiaoyan and the others emitted a bright golden light. When the light gradually grew brighter and covered everyone's bodies, the teleportation formation was completely activated. The figures on the square disappeared from St. Gold City. Tianyang City was one of the 3 largest subordinate cities of the Xiao clan. At the same time, it was also the last transit point for Xiaoyan to head to the Xiao clan. Once he reached this place, he would truly arrive at the territory of the Xiao clan. Xiaoyan looked at the human flow in front of him, which was clearly much sparser compared to Holy Gold City. He involuntarily sighed in his heart. Although they were both part of the 3 great clans, the gap between them was completely revealed at this moment. Forget about everything else. Even in the entire Xiao clan, it seemed that this Tianyang City was the only place that possessed a rank 7 transportation formation. Ugh, Xiaoyan let out an inexplicable sigh. Soon after, his eyes scanned his surroundings and landed on an old man in linen robes. The old man was seated on an independent stone platform. His face was sallow and his old eyes were tightly shut. His entire body was as still as a stone statue. If it were not for his steady breathing, he would have been mistaken for a dead person. Just like St. Gold City, this old man was in charge of controlling the operation of the teleportation array. Xiaoyan smiled slightly. He led Bai Hua by the side and took a couple of steps forward. He respectfully bowed to the old man before immediately speaking in a respectful manner. May I ask Elder to tell me where the Xiao clan is? Although the 3 of them had already arrived at the territory of the Xiao clan, the map that they had brought did not clearly indicate the exact location of the Xiao clan. Even the locations of the other super factions were not clearly marked. As for Tianyang City, it was also impossible to determine the location of the Xiao clan based on the few wide streets. Hence, Xiaoyan could only seek help from others. At this moment, when the old man heard Xiaoyan's words, his originally tightly shut eyes slowly opened. His eyes were a little strange as he sized up the 3 people in front of him. Immediately, a glint flashed across his eyes and a tinge of surprise flashed across them. After which, he withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, 3 little children, why are you here at the Xiao clan? I have a friend who is a member of the Xiao clan. I have come here to look for him. I hope that Elder can lead the way. Xiaoyan smiled sincerely and said respectfully. Looking for a friend? What's his name? Maybe this old man can help you call him out. The old man looked at Xiaoyan with disdain and spoke in a casual tone. It's just a nameless junior. There's no need to trouble senior. I'll go find him myself. Heh, kid, do you really think that this old man is easy to fool? Your cultivation has already stepped into the origin ancestor realm. With such talent, even if that friend of yours is weak, how weak can he be? How could he be some nameless nobody? Upon hearing this, the old man softly chuckled. His eyebrows slightly lowered as a powerful invisible pressure immediately enveloped Xiaoyan and Bai Hua's heads. As for Lian, the old man did not seem to have any intention of pressuring her. Xiaoyan's expression instantly changed when the pressure descended. His body immediately sank and an exclamation was emitted from his heart at this moment. This is soul power. Xiaoyan's pupils abruptly shrank as he felt the pressure akin to a meteor falling from the sky on his shoulder. He could not help but feel a wave of horror in his heart. This was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying spirit pressure ever since he came to the Yuanwu continent. Tell me, what is your purpose in coming to the Xiao clan? The old man calmly looked at the 2 individuals who were bent over as he spoke in an indifferent tone. At the same time, the spirit pressure exerted on the 2 grew even heavier. Elder, you misunderstand. The 3 of us are here to look for an old friend. Xiaoyan tightly clenched his teeth. Genesis Chi frantically circulated in his body as spirit power gushed out from between his brows like a tide. It shrouded the space above the 2 individuals in an attempt to block the old man's spirit pressure. Eh? The old man let out a surprised soft huh in his heart as he ignored the words that were spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth. At the same time, a smile flashed across the corner of his mouth without anyone noticing. Although Xiaoyan's method did not achieve any substantial effect, it was likely that only those few brats from the Pill Tower among the younger generation in the middle region possessed such a spiritual strength. However, in comparison, Xiaoyan in front of him lacked the support of an external force. Just this point alone was sufficient to cause the old man to raise his eyebrows. Secretly nodding his head, the old man slowly withdrew the soul pressure he released after a while. His face was still indifferent, and his tone was slightly contemptuous as he laughed. Then he said, "Fine, I'll let you in." This old man wants to see just how big of a storm 3 little kids can cause. After speaking, he flicked his finger. A stream of light shot out and pointed towards the northern horizon. That was the answer Xiaoyan's group needed. Xiaoyan hurriedly led the 2 people by his side to once again respectfully bow to the old man when he saw the scene. The old man was too lazy to bother with them. Instead, his eyes leaped and looked at the transportation formation on the stone platform. The group of people who had already become impatient from waiting. Without his control, the transportation formation no longer functioned. These people could only wait with anxious faces while their mouths occasionally cursed. The old man's face was filled with disdain. After Xiaoyan's group turned around and left, he suddenly waved his sleeves. A golden light immediately rose from the enormous transportation formation. The noise disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even the square had become much quieter. As he gazed in the direction that the Xiaoyan trio had left, a satisfied smile involuntarily appeared on the old man's face. Soon after, he muttered to himself. "Xiaoyan, not bad little fellow. The future of the Xiao clan will depend on you youngsters. I only hope that you won't repeat the mistakes of your ancestor." Towards the end, a regretful expression involuntarily appeared in the old man's eyes. On the other side, with the old man's guidance, Xiaoyan and the other 2 were slowly walking in the direction that the ray of light had shot towards. Although they knew the location of the Xiao clan, this was after all Tianyang City, a city that belonged to the Xiao clan. Naturally, there was still a distance from the Xiao clan's main sect. Rather than rushing over in a hurry, it was better to take a leisurely and carefree trip. The 2 big men naturally did not pay attention to Xiaoyan as the 3 of them walked along the road. However, Lian, who had a lovely figure and a sweet and cute appearance, naturally attracted quite a number of somewhat heated gazes. This was especially the case when they noticed the grievance and weakness that Lian's pretty eyes revealed. The heated glow in their eyes became even more intense. Xiaoyan knit his brows slightly in the face of this. His gaze swept over the passers-by who were repeatedly throwing their gazes over. A dense coldness suddenly flashed across his eyes. Immediately, it caused a dangerous chill to suddenly rise in the hearts of those people. They hurriedly withdrew their presumptuous gazes. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to withdraw his gaze, an obscene gaze shot towards him. This caused him to instantly frown, and his icy cold gaze was thrown over. "Hee, this little girl is really pretty. It's been a long time since I've seen such a fine product. Hee, Boss Zhao, isn't that young master's type the best? If we bring her back, wouldn't it be, hee. On the street in front of Xiaoyan's group, a group of white-clothed figures directly blocked their path as the crowd dispersed. Beside the young man at the head of the group, a short and skinny wretched-looking man was whispering into the young man's ear. Soon after, the young man's strange laughter could be heard. At the same time, a pair of sunken eyes were impudently sizing up Lianer's body. His gaze was as though he was inspecting an object. That young man merely glanced indifferently at the icy cold gaze that Xiaoyan shot at him. Under the escort of the people around him, he finally turned his gaze of disdain towards Xiaoyan a moment later. He curled his mouth and smiled as he spoke with a face full of disdain. "Leave this girl here. You guys can scram after you collect your spirit stones." The young man's laughter faded as he strode towards Lianer with a sinister smile. He completely ignored the gloomy expressions on Xiaoyan's and Zhao Yu's faces. The surrounding passers-by could only shake their heads inwardly when they saw this. They cast sympathetic gazes at Xiaoyan's group. Although this person rarely came to Tianyang City, meeting him could only be considered a misfortune among misfortunes. The 2 parties were only about 10 feet apart. The young man took a step forward and arrived in front of Lian in the blink of an eye. With a sinister smile on his face, he raised his hand and extended it towards Lian's smooth face. At the same time, the rest of the people behind him stepped forward and prepared to stop Xiaoyan and Zhao Yu. From the looks of it, they had done this kind of thing many times before. However, this time, just as this group of people arrived in front of Xiaoyan and Zhao Yu's group with cold smiles, Xiaoyan completely ignored these people in white. He turned around and stared at the young man who was about to attack Lian. As the crowd stepped forward, he took a step forward. Immediately, a powerful aura swept out from his body like a storm. The terrifying wind pressure instantly pushed back the crowd in front of the shocked gazes of the surrounding passers-by. Almost at the same time Xiaoyan's step landed, his figure had already appeared in front of the young man. He raised his hand and grabbed the young man's wrist. With a gentle twist of his wrist, the young man's entire body instantly bent over uncontrollably. "Ah! Damn bastard, do you know who this young master is? I'm Xianxia." A furious roar was emitted from the young man's mouth at the same time as a painful miserable cry sounded. A thought passed through his mind and the Genesis chi in his body was about to erupt. However, Xiaoyan quickly kicked Xianxia's lower abdomen. The powerful force scattered the Genesis chi that had just gathered in Xianxia's body as it flew backwards and smashed heavily into the group of white-cloaked people. "Cough cough, kid, you actually dare to attack, scram." Xianxia's body once again stood up in everyone's embrace in a miserable manner. The furious curse in his mouth had yet to fall when his eardrums were shaken by Xiaoyan's words until he felt a throbbing pain. The expression on his face immediately turned green. His heart instantly became furious. Even his voice had become much more hoarse. "All of you, go. Kill this little bastard for me." However, the people around him looked at each other this time, and no one dared to recklessly attack. As for the vulgar man from before, no one knew where he had hidden himself, and not even a trace of him could be seen. The aura and pressure that had surged out of Xiaoyan's body earlier clearly indicated the strength of the person in front of them. He was an expert at the Source Zone class. The strongest among them was merely an Origin Emperor. Most of them were merely at the initial stage of the Origin King class. Although such a lineup pressured an ordinary person, it did not pose any threat in front of an expert from the Source Zone class. Asking them to attack and kill the former was no different from sending themselves to their deaths. A bunch of trash. What did I raise you guys for? Seeing that none of the people beside him dared to make a move, the expression on Xianxia's face became even uglier. On the other hand, the few white-cloaked people beside him could not help but curse in their hearts. Although Xianxia was the young master of the Zhao clan, the one who really raised them was also the head of the Zhao clan. To be honest, this person did not give them any benefits at all. If it were not for the orders of the head of the Zhao clan, they would not have allowed this fellow to order them around. At this moment, Xiaoyan led the two people behind him as he slowly stepped forward with a cold and indifferent expression. Each time he took a step forward, the powerful pressure that spread from his body would spread out a little. At the same time, a sharp killing intent also spread out. They did not doubt that once this pressure descended on their heads, it was likely that this black-robed, young man in front of them would attack. The surrounding people immediately withdrew. Even some of the white-clothed people around Xianxia revealed expressions of fear as they withdrew. On the other hand, Xianxia's face was filled with fury as he stared at Xiaoyan in front of him. The Genesis chi in his body once again gathered as killing intent surged in his eyes. "Die!" An explosive cry was suddenly emitted from Xianxia's mouth. The expression on his face instantly became ferocious. At the same time that his body charged forward, he rotated his hand. Genesis chi swiftly gathered in his palm, transforming into a sharp longsword in the blink of an eye. His body moved, and he directly rushed towards Xiaoyan's group. The dense killing intent caused the expressions of the few passers-by to change. However, Xiaoyan's expression was ice-cold as he watched Xianxia charge towards him. He continued to step forward as he unhurriedly lifted his hand and gently clenched it in the air. Xianxia's charging figure abruptly froze in the air as tiny black threads appeared in the surrounding space. With a thought from Xiaoyan, they would instantly cut Xianxia into countless pieces. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to attack, the crowd by the side of the road in front hurriedly opened up a path. A green-clothed middle-aged man with a somewhat hurried expression walked out of the crowd. Behind him, the wretched-looking man who had disappeared earlier was following closely. "Sir, could you please show some mercy?" The middle-aged man had sensed the danger of the situation the moment he appeared. He did not dare to hesitate as he hurriedly cupped his hands together towards Xiaoyan and the rest and spoke with a solemn expression. Xiaoyan's hand paused slightly when he saw the middle-aged man. His gaze swept across the person before him as he frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice. "You want to stand up for him?" With Xiaoyan's eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that this middle-aged man in front of him was a 9-star origin zone. This kind of cultivation was much stronger than the 2 elders from the Bai clan whom he had met in Golden Saint City. Otherwise, it was likely that he would not have stopped. After all, the middle-aged man was a 9-star origin sect master and was quite powerful. If this continued, Xiaoyan would not be able to gain an advantage in Heavenly Sun City. "Sir, you've misunderstood. I am Anan, the head of the Yin clan in Heavenly Sun City. I have no relationship with him. However, if you want to kill him, you should first consider the people behind him." The middle-aged man cupped his hands together again and hurriedly reported his identity. "Are you talking about the Xiao clan?" Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows. If that was the case, there was no need for him to worry. If the members of the Xiao clan were to find trouble with him because of such a mischievous person, then there was no point in going to the Xiao clan. However, Anan shook his head and slowly said, "It's his father. He is the head of the Xiao clan in Heavenly Sun City. That fellow's cultivation has already reached the origin venerate level. I hope that sir can prioritize him." Xiaoyan's expression could not help but change slightly when he heard this. After some hesitation, he nodded and smiled at Anan, withdrew his hand and cupped his hands together. Anan smiled and nodded when he saw this. He finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. "Brat, just you wait. Today's debt, this young master will definitely make you pay back double." Without Xiaoyan's control, Zhao Mingjia's body abruptly smashed onto the ground. At the same time as he stood up in a miserable manner, dark and vicious words that carried a vicious intent were spat out from his mouth. Bang! Xiaoyan's body suddenly flashed the moment Zhao Mingjia's words sounded. He appeared in front of the former in the blink of an eye. He extended his hand and waved it, violently sending Zhao Mingjia flying with a slap. At the same time that fresh blood shot out, Zhao Mingjia's entire body was once again smashed into the crowd behind him. By the time everyone looked over, Zhao Mingjia's expression was already pale. Half of his face swiftly swelled and he had also descended into a coma. Seeing this, Anan could only helplessly shake his head. Zhao Mingjia's fate could only be said to be his own doing. He had clearly just been forcefully pulled back from the brink of death. In the blink of an eye, he dared to utter such provocative words. It was likely that he was extremely lucky that Xiaoyan did not kill him. "You don't know what's good for you," Anan muttered under his breath. Anan muttered in a low voice. To be honest, if this matter had not happened in the Yin family's territory, he would not have bothered to step in. Everyone was tired of Zhao Mingjia's notoriety. He only relied on his father, who was a source venerate. Otherwise, he would not have been allowed to live until now. After dealing with Zhao Mingjia, Xiaoyan did not stay any longer. He nodded gently to the 2 people behind him and continued walking forward. When the surrounding passers-by saw this, they immediately opened up a path for him. Behind him, Bai Hua and Lian Er followed closely. Just as they were about to pass by Anan, the latter once again opened her mouth and said with a smile, "Looking at the direction you are heading, could it be that you are heading to Xiao City?" Xiao City was where the Xiao clan's main sect was located. Xiaoyan's footsteps paused. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Hehe, since you are heading to Xiao City, you should be careful. Although Zhao Mingjia's reputation is not good, he has some connections in the Xiao clan. You should be careful. Thank you for the reminder." Xiaoyan cupped his fists together and smiled. Soon after, he lifted his feet and continued to walk slowly towards the end of the street. In the blink of an eye, the group of 3 had completely disappeared at the end of the street. Anan narrowed his eyes as he watched Xiaoyan's group disappear. Soon after, he glanced at Zhao Mingjia, who was surrounded by a group of people, and coldly snorted. With a wave of his sleeve, he walked in the direction he had come from. By the time Xiaoyan's group arrived at Xiao City, it was already evening. What had happened during the day was still floating in front of Xiaoyan's eyes. With regards to this, Xiaoyan could only shake his head helplessly and toss those distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. Soon after, he led the two of them and randomly found a place to stay in the city. They planned to enter the Xiao clan tomorrow. The three of them were not in a good mood after encountering so many troubles in one day. In addition, they were also worried about the Xiao clan. Instead of rushing into the clan in a hurry, it was better for them to rest for a while. At the same time, they could also use this short period of time to inquire about the Xiao clan. Xiaoyan was still quite concerned about Zhao Mingjia, whom he had met earlier. While Xiaoyan's group arrived at Xiao City, two figures were seated opposite each other in a pavilion in the Ouyang clan. A tea set was neatly placed on the tea table in front of them. There was a cup in front of each of them. Tea was flowing and the fragrance of tea permeated the air. These two people were Ouyang Miao and Ouyang Yu. Little fellow, are you saying that this Xiaoyan is the person who defeated you in Beihai College back then? After hearing Ouyang Miao's explanation, Ouyang Yu involuntarily cast a sideways glance. He recalled the figure he had seen during the day and the shock in his heart became even more intense. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Miao nodded his head in a rather magnanimous manner. Soon after, he recounted the entire process of his encounter with Xiaoyan to the person in front of him in detail. After today's matter, his usually calm second uncle, the pillar of the Ouyang clan, had suddenly become interested in Xiaoyan, whom he had only met once. Not only did he help Xiaoyan obtain the Xian Jade ruler, but he had also called him over in the middle of the night to drink tea. Although he said that he was going to drink tea, the topic of conversation ultimately revolved around Xiaoyan. This caused Ouyang Miao's heart to be filled with doubt. Just what was so special about Xiaoyan that even Ouyang Yu would favor him this much? Wait, are you saying that Xiaoyan intervened because he saw the Emperor's seal art? Ouyang Yu raised his eyebrows. He looked at Ouyang Miao in front of him and asked with some surprise. The latter hesitated for a moment. After a brief moment of thought, he nodded and said, I don't know if that's the real reason, but Xiaoyan did indeed say that. Furthermore, he seemed to have cultivated the Emperor's seal technique before. However, he only knows the first 5 seals, right? This time, before Ouyang Miao could finish his sentence, Ouyang Yu interrupted him with a smile. At the same time, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Hearing this, Ouyang Miao felt a wave of astonishment in his heart. It was hard to imagine how Ouyang Yu would know all this. Not bad indeed. Imperial Seal Formula, Dark Heavy Buster Sword, no wonder he could reach this stage today. Ouyang Yu's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed. This caused Ouyang Miao to be even more flabbergasted. Just what could the Emperor's Seal art and the Dark Heavy Buster Sword determine? Second uncle, I don't understand what you're saying. Ouyang Miao's brows were tightly knitted together. The more he did not understand, the more curious he became. At certain times, a person's nature was even more terrifying than some methods. Losing to Xiaoyan is not a loss for you. To be able to stand out among the countless experts of a continent, how could he be an ordinary person? Ouyang Yu took a sip of the fragrant tea and smiled. Hearing this, Ouyang Miao's expression was first startled. His mind rapidly spun. At a certain moment, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Ouyang Yu with his eyes wide open. Second uncle, you're saying that Xiaoyan he comes from another continent. Ouyang Yu smiled indifferently. He placed the teacup in his hand on the table, producing a clear sound. It was as if a piece of wood had struck the hall, but also as if it was the final word. In the pavilion, the atmosphere was silent for a moment. Ouyang Yu's expression returned to its usual calmness, while Ouyang Miao stared at the tea in front of him for a long time, as if he was secretly digesting this shocking news. After a long while, Ouyang Miao once again raised his head to look at the person in front of him. He frowned and asked, but second uncle, how can you be sure that Xiaoyan is from another continent with just these 2 things? Ouyang Miao was not unfamiliar with the Dark Heavy Buster Sword. After all, there were many rumors about the Dark Heavy Buster Sword and the Dark Jade Buster Sword on the continent. As for the Emperor's Seal art, it was even more incomprehensible. Although the Emperor's Seal art was a secret technique of the ancient clan, it was not something special. Xiao Yan had even said that he obtained the Emperor's seal art from an old friend. This did not mean anything. Hehe, it's not a big deal that we know about the dark heavy buster sword. It's also not a big deal that we know about the Emperor's seal art. But there's one thing you need to be clear about. Before this, where did the dark heavy buster sword go, and where did the ancient clan's Emperor's seal art come from? Ouyang Yu laughed softly and immediately continued speaking. When I went to the Heavenly Cloud Villa, I heard from their first elder that the dark heavy buster sword had long been lost to another continent. This is also the reason why Bai Ruoxuan has been searching for the dark heavy buster sword for so many years without success. As for the Emperor's seal art, it was brought to him by an expert from the ancient clan. You and I clearly know that the expert from the ancient clan came from outside the Yuanwu continent. These two things that are impossible to obtain in the Yuanwu continent were given to Xiao Yan at the same time. Do you think that this is a coincidence? Ouyang Miao came to a sudden understanding the moment Xiao Yan's words sounded. The remaining trace of doubt in his heart was completely cut off. His heart carefully recalled the rough process of Xiao Yan's arrival in the middle region and felt extremely shocked. From a Dodi back then, Xiao Yan had transformed into a Yuan Zong that even he had difficulty defeating. Just how many people in the entire continent could compare with Xiao Yan's growth rate? How about this, make a trip to the ancient clan in a few days and borrow the last 3 seals of the Emperor's seal art from their clan leader. If you meet Xiao Yan the next time, give this to him as a gift. Ouyang Yu mused for a moment before suddenly speaking again. However, if I were to give it to Xiao Yan, the ancient clan, just do what you need to do. I will speak to the ancient clan. Before Ouyang Miao could finish speaking, Ouyang Yu interrupted him. The latter could only nod his head when he heard this. Immediately, he seemed to have thought of something and frowned. That's right, the direction Xiao Yan is heading to seems to be the Xiao clan. Xiao clan? This time around, the person in front of Ouyang Miao suddenly raised his head when the last word was spat out from his mouth. His face was filled with surprise as he stared at Ouyang Miao. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It was a long while later before he exhaled a long breath. He nodded somewhat helplessly and slowly said, "Let's find another opportunity to go. I'm afraid that it is inappropriate to go now." The former nodded slightly when he heard this. He seemed to have understood Ouyang Yu's intention. The atmosphere in the square once again became quiet. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the window and turned into specks of light that shone on the ground, Xiao Yan, who had his eyes tightly shut, slowly opened them and softly muttered, "Today, I need to check out the city first. Looks like I have to make some inquiries in the city today. I'm afraid the Xiao clan isn't a good clan to allow the Zhao clan to behave so arrogantly." With a soft sigh, Xiao Yan turned over and got off the bed. After washing up, he led Bai Hua and Xiao Yan out of the house and onto the streets. They headed towards the center of the city where there were more people. Only there would they be able to hear more about the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan and the other two slowly walked on the street where there was an endless flow of people. The cool morning air was carried by a gentle breeze as it pounced on their faces. It was cool and refreshing, immediately causing one to feel refreshed. From time to time, various shouts could be heard from the two sides of the street that was paved with thick and heavy green stones. A dazzling array of goods were placed in the shops on both sides of the street. Many people shuttled back and forth like ants. Although it was early in the morning, Xiao City was already incomparably lively. In front of Xiao Yan and the rest, the streets that were formed by intermittent stone steps became increasingly higher. Looking from afar, there was an extremely high and steep slope in the north. It was like a mountain peak that had been cut off at a slanted angle. Buildings that filled their vision rose and fell one after another like a towering mountain forest. From time to time, there would be figures flashing across the sky. This caused Xiao Yan and the rest to raise their eyebrows. Xiao City was the main city of the Xiao clan and no one was allowed to walk in the air without permission. Most of the people who walked in the air were either the guards of the Xiao clan in the city or some powerhouses whose cultivation had reached the level of a source venerate. Regardless of which one they were existences that the rest of the people in the city did not dare to offend. I heard that the insufferably arrogant young master of the Zhao clan was taught a lesson in Tianyang City yesterday. Today, he ran to Xiao City with an aggrieved expression. Oh? This is really karma. This guy has done a lot of things that are out of line. For this to happen, he only has himself to blame. After being taught a lesson, why did he come to Xiao City instead of looking for his father, Zhao Jin? TCH, he naturally came to find his true backer. With that person from the Xiao clan around, how can he not stand up for him? Haha, that's true. One has to look at the owner before beating a dog. If news of the dog's leg being beaten were to spread, the owner's face would be lost. Xiao Yan's footsteps followed a unique rhythm as he slowly walked forward. His gaze swept over the shops on both sides of the road. Waves of discussions were occasionally transmitted to his ears. Soon after, it stirred a wave of laughter. Behind him, Bai Hua and Lian Er involuntarily exchanged glances with each other when they heard this. They could not resist lowering their heads and emitting a mocking laugh. They wondered just what kind of reaction Zhao Mingjie would have if these words were to be transmitted to his ears. Xiao Yan gently shook his head. He knit his brows slightly. From the meaning behind the words of these people, it seemed that there were indeed some shameless people within the Xiao clan. His originally low opinion of the Xiao clan had become even lower. Of course, Xiao Yan was also aware that the discussions of outsiders were merely discussions. This was merely what he had seen with his own eyes. He would only be able to find out just how the Xiao clan was like after experiencing it. Just as Xiao Yan's three-man group was slowly walking forward, a somewhat familiar voice was suddenly transmitted from the human flow not far in front of him. In comparison, however, the tone of the owner of this voice appeared to be much more aggrieved. "Young Master Chu, you have to seek justice for me. That brat beat up my men on the street and even broke a few of my ribs. How dare he commit such a violent act in Tianyang City? It's one thing to injure me, but this is a slap to your face." Xiao Yan involuntarily stopped walking with a frown as the voice approached. He turned his head to look at Bai Hua and Lian Er and involuntarily sighed. Enemies are really bound to meet on a narrow road. His voice had just sounded when the crowd in front of him began to scatter in all directions. Soon after, Xiao Yan saw Zhao Mingjie, who had changed into a set of white clothes. At this moment, he was surrounding a young man. His face was filled with grievances as he repeatedly complained. When that young man heard this fellow's exaggerated words, a dense expression was revealed on his handsome face. "What does that brat look like? Where is he now?" The young man's gaze suddenly fell on Lian Er, who was behind Xiao Yan. His gaze involuntarily moved, but his tone was icy cold. "This?" Zhao Mingjie was speechless. Hearing this, Zhao Mingjie was momentarily at a loss for words. Yesterday, Xiao Yan's attack was so sharp that they did not even have the chance to retaliate. In the end, all of them were suppressed by Xiao Yan's aura alone. How would they have the time to pay attention to where he had gone? "Haha, young Master Zhao, I haven't seen you for a day, but you're still alive and kicking. Looks like I was too lenient yesterday." At this moment, a clear laughter that contained some ridicule was suddenly transmitted into Zhao Mingjie's ears. Immediately, this voice exploded in Zhao Mingjie's ears like thunder. At the same time that his expression changed drastically, his gaze also abruptly landed on Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, the latter was looking at him with a smile. He completely ignored the young man beside him at this moment. You actually dare to appear in Xiao City?" When Zhao Mingjie recovered, the fear on his face instantly disappeared when he thought of the young man beside him. His face was filled with resentment as he stared at the black-robed young man, who was standing in front of him, and shouted with all his might. Zhao Mingjie's furious roar instantly attracted the gazes of the passers-by on the street. Their gazes first gathered on Zhao Mingjie and the young man beside him. Soon after, they suddenly turned and looked at Xiao Yan and the others, who were standing opposite them. Immediately, they couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Many people were curious in their hearts. Who exactly was this person that could make Zhao Mingjie so furious? Soon after, however, a small portion of people who had some understanding of what had happened yesterday immediately recognized the identity of Xiao Yan's three-man group. As a soft murmur sounded, the expressions of the surrounding passers-by changed once again. Numerous gazes that contained surprise also landed on Xiao Yan's body. "Since even you, young Master Zhao, can come to Xiao City, why can't I?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan coldly smiled. His gaze slowly moved up and landed on the young man, his eyes calm. Zhao Mingjie was just about to open his mouth when he was stopped by a young man by the side. After which, he bitterly withdrew. That young man's gaze also turned to Xiaoyan at this moment. He slowly said with a smile, "Don't worry." What a glib tongue. Today, this young master wants to see just who gave you the courage to hit my, Xiaochuheng's, people. The young man smiled faintly as he gently lifted his foot. As he took a step forward, the aura of a source sect expert swept out from his body. Source sect? The second young master of the Xiao clan has also broken through to the source sect. When the aura unfurled from Xiaochuheng's body, the expressions of the passers-by on the street changed in an instant. Cries of surprise could not help but ring out one after another as countless astonished gazes turned towards the latter. I've heard that you're also a source sect expert. It just so happens that this young master has just broken through, and has yet to find someone to spar with. Today, I'll start with you. Xiao Chuheng smiled faintly when he felt the astonished gazes from the surroundings. Soon after, his expression abruptly turned cold as he abruptly clenched his fist. A formidable force formed in his palm in the blink of an eye. His foot stomped on the ground as his body instantly appeared in front of Xiaoyan like a bolt of lightning. Formidable claw winds viciously swept towards Xiaoyan like an inescapable net, the formidable force tearing pitch-black scars in the invisible space around them. In the face of Xiaochuheng's unhesitatingly ferocious attack, Xiaoyan took half a step back. The tip of his foot gently pushed off the ground as he began to perform a mysterious footwork in the short distance between the two of them. He had used an extremely bizarre movement technique to completely dodge Xiaochuheng's countless claw winds. Not bad speed, but speed alone is useless in front of me. Xiaochuheng's eyes involuntarily froze for a moment when he saw that Xiaoyan had managed to dodge his attack. Soon after, he let out an icy chuckle. As his foot stepped forward, an invisible stream of wind unfurled around his body. His figure was completely submerged in the invisible stream of wind as he pounced towards Xiaoyan like a phantom. Wind-ripping hand. As the wind swirled around him, Xiaochuheng's speed undoubtedly increased significantly. His 10 fingers curled into claws, and as the wind wrapped around him, the wind around his claws abruptly changed. Genesis chi rapidly gathered between his palms, and wherever his claws passed, the invisible space was torn apart as sharp sonic booms rang out. Xiaochuheng's sudden increase in speed and attack caused the expressions of quite a number of people present to change. He was after all the second young master of the Xiao clan. This kind of technique was rarely seen in the outside world. Forget about this wind-ripping hand, even the strange agility do technique that he had used earlier was something that was rarely seen in the outside world. However, it was something that he could easily use. Even so, all of this appeared much more ordinary in Xiaoyan's eyes. At the end of the day, Xiao Chuheng was merely a one-star origin zone. Without even mentioning the suppression in terms of cultivation, Xiaoyan believed that he would be able to easily defeat Xiao Chuheng with a single hand given his current battle power. This mysterious movement technique that would appear dazzling in the eyes of ordinary people was completely useless in the face of Xiaoyan's powerful spirit power. Xiaoyan's expression remained indifferent as he watched Xiao Chuheng draw closer and closer. With a wave of his sleeve, surging Genesis chi wrapped around it. Like a metal plate, it landed on Xiao Chuheng's palm at an extremely tricky angle, instantly neutralizing the powerful wind from the claw. Such a precise and tricky attack would still be acceptable if it was only once. However, it was able to completely neutralize the force from the claw with the same strength and technique at the same position each time. It was likely that no one of the same generation as Xiao Chuheng would be able to accomplish such a feat. However, it was extremely easy for Xiaoyan, who possessed spirit power that far surpassed Xiao Chuheng's. Bang bang bang. Every time the two of them collided, Xiao Chuheng's expression would turn a little uglier. This was especially so when Xiao Chuheng retreated after dozens of exchanges. The expression on his face was completely replaced by a solemn one. On both of his palms, there were 2 identical bloodstains that pierced his heart and caused him to feel pain. The consecutive attacks had failed to cause even the slightest bit of damage to Xiaoyan, and had even been easily received by the latter in such a relaxed manner. Such a dramatic outcome involuntarily caused Xiao Chuheng's face to twitch. The gazes of the surrounding passers-by gradually turned strange, while their originally extremely ugly expressions grew even more ashen. You and I are both from the origin sect. I don't believe that you can be any stronger. Xiao Chuhong's face gradually turned gloomy. As he uttered those words in a low voice, he suddenly took a step back. He quickly raised both of his hands to his chest and linked his fingers together. As his fingertips overlapped, a green curtain condensed in the void around him. Wind God's fury. With a low cry, the dozen green curtains around him swiftly formed. Waves of cool wind blew over for no apparent reason in the sky above his head. As it flowed, it actually faintly formed an enormous illusory figure. It was accompanied by a frightening aura as it stood behind Xiao Chuhang. The expressions of quite a number of people present instantly changed when this illusory figure was formed. Numerous shocked gazes watched the scene in front of them. Some of them had even retreated into the distance. Their eyes were filled with a grave expression. Wind God's fury. This fellow is crazy. Is he trying to destroy this street? Numerous exclamations sounded one after another. Some of the experts who had some understanding of the situation could no longer be bothered about anything else. Their bodies swiftly rushed towards the distant street. Once the might of the wind god's fury erupted, it was likely that this street would be destroyed in an instant. Buzz. Almost at the same time, the few guards of the Xiao clan who were patrolling in the sky above a building deep within Xiao City also discovered the great commotion. After discovering that someone was actually using the wind god's fury, the expressions of many of them changed slightly. Immediately, they hurriedly moved their bodies, transforming into a couple of lightning bolts that swiftly flew towards Xiaoyan's group. At this moment, waves of frightening wind pressure spread out from within the illusory figure as the illusory figure behind Xiao Chuhang gradually solidified. The strength of the wind pressure actually caused the shops on both sides of the street to sway. Even the street where Xiaoyan's group was currently located trembled slightly. This is a Grand Dao skill? Sensing the powerful aura emitted from the illusory figure, Xiaoyan could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He was a little curious in his heart. From the way Xiao Chuhang had mobilized the Grand Dao of Wind, the formation of this illusory figure seemed to be a Grand Dao skill. However, there seemed to be a slight difference. Although this difference was extremely vague, Xiaoyan was still able to distinguish it with his sharp senses. It was also at this moment that numerous sonic booms swiftly rushed over from the sky above the distant building. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the sky above the street where Xiaoyan's group was located. Seeing this, Xiaoyan curled his mouth and smiled. From the looks of it, there was no need for him to take action. Xiaoyan smiled and nodded his head as his gaze swept across the figures that were rapidly flying over from afar. Xiaoyan was indeed one of the three great clans. Their foundation was indeed not something that an ordinary faction could compare with. Just the strength of these people had already reached the Origin Emperor level. One of them had even stepped into the Origin Zone level, a level higher than Xiaoyan. Just the cultivation of the clan guards had already reached such a level. It was not difficult to imagine how strong the Xiao clan's foundation was. On the roofs on both sides of the street and in the sky, over a dozen Xiao clan guards wearing similar robes were solemnly looking at Xiao Chuhang, who was crazily condensing a huge illusory figure in front of him. Their brows were tightly knitted together, especially when they sensed the powerful energy aura that permeated from the illusory figure. Their expressions became even more solemn. Their gazes swept across Xiaoyan's group, who had a calm expression on their faces on the other side of the street. They could not help but feel a little surprised in their hearts. Who was this person that could actually make the second young master of the Xiao clan, who was used to being arrogant and domineering, so furious that he had even unleashed the fury of the wind god? However, based on the current situation, they did not have the time to bother about Xiaoyan's group. If they did not hurry up and stop Xiao Chuhang, it was likely that a disaster would occur in this place. Once the commotion was too great, it would not be a good thing for them or Xiao Chuhang. Young Master Chu, fighting is strictly prohibited in Xiao City. You have already violated the rules earlier. Please stop immediately. A middle-aged man slowly stepped out from the group. He frowned and cupped his hands together towards Xiao Chuhang as he spoke in a solemn tone. They had noticed the commotion that had occurred here since long ago. However, they had a rather good understanding of Xiao Chuhang's character. Coupled with the fact that both sides didn't attack too heavily, they didn't pay any attention to it. However, they never expected that the situation would develop to such an extent, and they had no choice but to pay attention to it. All battles were strictly prohibited in Xiao City. This was a rule set by the Xiao clan. Previously, Xiao Chuheng had attacked Xiaoyan first, which was already considered a violation of the rules. Now that he had unleashed the wrath of the wind god, once it was fully condensed, the energy contained within it would erupt, and it was likely that the surrounding area would be affected. At that time, not to mention the guards present here would be punished by the higher-ups, even Xiao Chuheng would not be able to avoid being reprimanded by the clan. Since when is it your turn to care about how I do things? Xiao Chuheng did not seem to care in the slightest when he heard this. An icy snort was emitted from his nose as the rage in his heart surpassed his rationality. He continued to gather the Genesis Chi in his body with all his might, causing the giant illusory figure behind him to grow increasingly corporeal under the frantic infusion of Genesis Chi. Its powerful aura caused the expressions of the guards present to turn grave. Amongst them, with the exception of the middle-aged man who was a Genesis ancestor, the others were all Genesis emperors. They were naturally no match for Xiao Chuheng's wrath of the wind god. In fact, even the middle-aged man did not have the confidence to completely receive Xiao Chuheng's attack. As members of the Xiao clan, they naturally had a good understanding of wind god's wrath's power. Although Xiao Chuheng had just broken through to the Genesis ancestor stage, with the support of wind god's wrath and his great Tao of wind, even a 2-star Genesis ancestor might not be able to receive his full power. These are the clan rules. I hope that young Master Chu will abide by them. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you won't be able to bear the consequences if the elders blame you. The middle-aged man's tone was a little solemn. Can't bear the consequences? Then let them talk to my big brother. I'm interested to see who exactly is the one who can't bear the consequences. As for now, all of you scram. Xiao Chuheng angrily snorted. As his words rang out, his body abruptly jerked as the giant illusory figure behind him completely condensed. Bzz, at this moment, a powerful wind pressure once again gushed out from the virtual image, forming a hurricane that swept out in all directions with Xiao Chuheng as the center. Seal the battlefield, we must minimize our losses. The expressions of the dozen or so guards around them immediately changed upon seeing this. The middle-aged man hurriedly cried out an order and immediately waved his hand. The remaining people around him swiftly nodded in response. Their figures swiftly withdrew, spreading out to a certain distance. Vast Genesis Chi frantically surged out, agglomerating together to form a huge light barrier that sealed Xiaoyan's group and Xiao Chuheng within. Kid, it's your honor to die under Wind God's wrath. After Wind God's wrath was completed, a sinister smile involuntarily appeared on Xiao Chuheng's face when he saw that the Xiaoyan trio was completely still. Soon after, he flipped his right hand and lifted it upwards. The illusory figure behind him also lifted its giant hand into the air as boundless energy gathered in its palm. Soon after, it slammed down on the Xiaoyan trio. Bzz, an extremely terrifying aura of destruction spread under the giant hand. The frightening wind pressure made it difficult for one to move. Just a glance at the giant hand was enough to make one feel fear in one's heart. An ordinary person would likely not even have the courage to fight against it. The hand fell from the sky, causing space to crumble along the way. Countless giant spatial cracks were torn open, as if even the world was about to be shattered by this palm. The might of Wind God's wrath is indeed well-deserved. Outside of the battleground, some of the stronger practitioners had pale faces as they watched the scene in the battleground. Just the aura that leaked out was already so terrifying. It was difficult to imagine just how terrifying it would be if this palm were to land. Moreover, this palm alone was not the entirety of Wind God's fury's strength. Wind God's wrath shocks the world. Kid, go and die. At this moment, Xiao Chuheng involuntarily let out a cold laugh. The ferocious expression on his face became even more pronounced. The fact that Xiaoyan was able to force him to such an extent was undoubtedly akin to giving the prideful Xiao Chuheng a cold slap. However, as long as this palm landed, all the grievances that he had suffered today would disappear without a trace. At this moment, the dozen over Xiao clan guards were looking at Xiaoyan's group with pity in their eyes. At this moment, they no longer had the chance to resist. Among the three of them, it was likely that only the leader, the black-robed young man, had the slightest chance of survival. Even so, it was likely that the outcome would not be good. On the battlefield, Xiaoyan finally shook his head slowly as countless gazes gathered on him. He sighed softly. Originally, he had hoped that these guards would be able to get rid of the trouble in front of him. However, looking at the current situation, he had no choice but to personally deal with it. Xiaoyan's footsteps gently stepped forward. He raised his head and looked at the enormous palm that was falling toward him. His eyes were indifferent. A thought passed through his heart and a dazzling golden glow suddenly surged out from within his body. In an instant, it transformed into a giant with a golden glow flowing over its body. A bright red flame shrouded it as it suddenly threw a punch forward, violently smashing into the enormous palm. Die. With a sinister laugh, Xiao Chuheng stared at the body that was like an ant under the huge palm as killing intent surged in his heart. Noisy, Xiaoyan merely let out an indifferent sound in the face of this. His expression was indifferent. A thought passed through his mind and the King Kong body was agglomerated in the blink of an eye. With Xiaoyan's familiarity with the giant elephant skill, he only needed a thought to use it now. The bright red lotus karmic flame surged up at the same time all the strength in his body gathered at this moment. It covered his golden body, causing it to appear just like a fiery red sun. The heat contained an explosive strength. Immediately after, he fiercely punched forward, the gigantic crimson fist shadow brought about a terrifying scorching strength chi as it forcefully broke through the invisible space. Wherever the fist passed, it would explode like never before. In addition to the burning of the heavenly fire, the pitch-black space was constantly distorting, and waves of sharp and ear-piercing sonic booms also spread out like thunder. In the face of Xiaoyan's volcanic eruption-like ferocious attack, the empty space in front of him had completely collapsed in an instant. Compared to the frightening wind pressure that was brought about by the enormous hand, the might of this punch could be said to be even greater than the latter. Almost at the same time, a hint of seriousness involuntarily surfaced on Xiao Chuheng's originally ferocious face. Immediately, he hardened his heart, and while his face was filled with ferocity, the power of the palm that landed also became more and more tyrannical. Wind God's fury, break for me. Soon after, under the countless number of gazes outside of the arena, the huge palm that was like a meteorite that had descended from the heavens finally arrived. After which, it heavily collided with the huge fist that seemed to burn the heavens. Rumble. The terrifying collision was like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, an earth-shattering sound erupted. Even the entire street that was sealed off began to tremble violently. However, soon after, the terrifying energy that he had imagined did not sweep out. Instead, it rapidly compressed at the point where the two energies collided. The space caved in and actually formed a strange vortex that sucked in all the energy in the surrounding space and condensed it into a ball. Once one of the two was unable to endure, this energy would be instantly broken through by the other party and unleash an even more ferocious attack. At this moment, whoever was the first to give up would have to bear the impact of this energy. To think that they have actually fought to such an extent, the expressions of the Shao clan guards outside the arena were ugly when they saw this grim situation. Putting aside the fact that a battle had occurred in Xiao City, Xiao Chuheng had actually fallen into such a dangerous situation. Regardless of the outcome of today's matter, it was likely that this group of people would receive quite a great reprimand. At this moment, Xiao Chuheng's expression had also rapidly turned grave. He did not expect that even with the might of the wind god's fury, he was actually unable to break Xiaoyan's attack in an instant. At this moment, if both parties continued to drag this out, it was likely that it would be extremely difficult to determine the outcome. The fastest method now was likely to be to go all out and fight. While this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Chuheng took advantage of the fact that Xiaoyan had yet to make a move to narrow his eyes. A ruthless glint flickered within his eyes. Immediately, the expression on his face suddenly turned dark. He suddenly flipped his left hand and the illusory image behind him once again threw a palm forward. It was accompanied by a ferocious wind that ruthlessly smashed towards the spot where the two collided. Is it going to end? The crowd outside the arena looked at the situation within the battle circle. While they were feeling anxious, they also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This battle had finally ended. If this continued, they were really worried that the energy barrier set up by the Shao clan guards would not be able to withstand it. Under countless gazes, the huge palm once again descended. Immediately, it carried an overwhelming wind pressure as it ruthlessly imprinted itself on the spot where the two collided. Buzz. In an instant, a buzzing trembling sound was suddenly emitted. A frightening wind pressure carried an incomparably oppressive aura as it heavily pressed down. The street below also had an enormous crack line formed from the pressure. It spread all the way to Xiaoyan's feet before coming to a stop. At the same time, the enormous energy that was gathered within the swirl also began to tremble violently at this moment. From the looks of it, the ending appeared to have already appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Is this brat unable to hold on any longer? After all, his opponent is the second young master of the Xiao clan. Moreover, he has even used the wind god's fury. Even though he has lost this battle, it is still an honorable defeat. At this moment, the scene that appeared on the battlefield caused quite a number of people to cry out in surprise. Everyone clearly understood that the collision before them was already the final fight between them. Whoever was the first to give in would likely be the first to be defeated here. Die! Xiao Chuheng roared. The powerful energy contained in his two palms completely erupted at this moment. It suddenly charged forward. At the same time, the surging energy gathered in the whirlpool was about to explode at this moment. However, it was under this kind of situation and under the focus of a countless number of gazes that Xiaoyan suddenly withdrew his fist and removed his only defense. Is this fellow courting death? Outside the arena, exclamations sounded once again. Wasn't such an action no different from courting death? Without any resistance, Xiao Chuheng's attack would completely land on his body. In addition to the energy of heaven and earth that was attracted over, once it exploded, there was no chance for him to survive. As expected, the moment Xiaoyan withdrew his fist, Xiao Chuheng's two palms suddenly fell. At the same time, the terrifying energy gathered in between his palms also erupted at this moment. Ha! However, it was also at this moment that Xiaoyan's fist, which he had just pulled back an instant ago, suddenly shot forward in a lightning-like manner with a kind of swift and fierce speed that was difficult to imagine. At the same time that a low cry erupted from Xiaoyan's mouth, one could only hear a muffled bang sound. The huge fist, which was covered by a flame, actually violently penetrated the energy that was about to explode under everyone's shocked gazes. At the same time, it heavily smashed into the space between Xiao Chuheng's two palms. The wild and violent energy also turned into a bright red flame pillar at this moment and suddenly erupted. In merely an instant, it penetrated the enormous illusionary image behind Xiao Chuheng. Immediately, it collided with the enormous energy barrier that covered this entire area, emitting a wave of heavy bell-like sound. This punch, Xiao Chuheng's full-force attack, was forcefully blasted apart by the latter in an unbelievable manner. From the beginning until the end, Xiao Chuheng was not even able to display the slightest bit of strength that he should have. This battle could be said to be absurd. The Do technique is not bad. Unfortunately, it is not mature enough. The golden light scattered, revealing the black-robed Xiaoyan under it. His posture was the same as before, and his face was the same as before. It was as though what had happened a moment ago had nothing to do with him as he softly spat out this comment. Immediately, he smiled at the two people behind him, lifted his leg, and walked to the end of the street. It was also at this moment that, "Sir, please wait a moment." In the arena, the middle-aged man's body suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xiaoyan and the other two and said with a smile, "You want to capture me?" Xiaoyan's footsteps paused. His tone seemed to be casual as he spoke. However, the middle-aged man could clearly sense the slight change in the aura on Xiaoyan's body. He hurriedly cupped his hands together and said, "Mister, you have misunderstood. Mister, you have misunderstood. It is normal for two people to win or lose in a spar. I have no reason to take action because of this. However, the battle between the two of you today has taken place in Xiao City. This is against the rules of Xiao City. Therefore, I would like to ask Mister to follow me and explain this matter to the elder before leaving." Xiaoyan lowered his eyelids when he heard this. His eyes flickered. In other words, this fellow wanted to bring him to the Xiao clan. This way, he might be able to avoid some trouble. As this thought flashed across Xiaoyan's mind, the middle-aged man suddenly opened his mouth and spoke again just as Xiaoyan was about to reply. "Mister, you don't have to worry about this trip. After all, my Xiao clan is a reputable force on the continent. We definitely won't do something like threatening revenge. I guarantee that as long as you explain the cause and effect of this matter, I will personally accompany you and send you out safely. There is no need to escort me. Let's go. After making up his mind, Xiaoyan smiled and spoke to the middle-aged man indifferently. The middle-aged man immediately heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. A smile surfaced on his face. Regardless of the outcome of this matter, with Xiaoyan around, the pressure on him would be reduced. Moreover, this matter was mainly Xiao Chuhong's fault. It was likely that the elders would act according to their discretion. The middle-aged man once again cupped his hands together towards Xiaoyan. Soon after, he waved his hand towards the other guards. A few figures immediately flew towards the pale-faced Xiao Chuhang. Not only was the wind god's fury instantly destroyed after receiving Xiaoyan's all-powerful punch, but the current Xiao Chuhang was also seriously injured. If no one supported him, it was likely that he would not even have the strength to stand. On the other hand, Xiaoyan was led by the middle-aged man and headed to the Xiao clan with Bai Hua. The group of people flew above Xiao City and looked at the towering wall at the end of the street from afar. Xiaoyan's emotions couldn't help but heat up slightly at this moment. Although they had experienced many dangers along the way, in the end, they had still arrived here. After a while, Xiaoyan's group of 4 stood at the end of the street. This place was a small square. The broken stone steps came to an abrupt stop over 100 steps away. The ground was paved with green stones that were as smooth as a mirror. If one were to look down from here, one would be able to see the entire Xiao City. The continuous number of pavilions were just like a mountain range that extended outwards. The enormous city was just like a huge beast that sat here. At this moment, in front of Xiaoyan's group was a huge arched door. There weren't any walls on either side of the arched door, nor were there any alleys. At a glance, it looked very natural. However, in this seemingly empty space, Xiaoyan could clearly sense that there was an astonishing spatial fluctuation faintly emitting from the space. An invisible force was standing on both sides of the arched door, forming a spatial barrier that blocked everything in front of him. There was also a special pressure that seemed to be looking down on them. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. An invisible spiritual strength spread out and pressed against the invisible wall. Immediately, a shocking rebounding force shot out. At the same time that Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was reflected, it also caused his spirit to be shaken until he felt a little giddy. What a sturdy spatial barrier! Surprise flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes as he steadied his mind. He could not help but feel a little apprehensive. Behind him, Bai Hua's expression also changed slightly. Evidently, she had sensed the extraordinariness of this spatial barrier. Only Lianer looked at the huge arched door in front of her with a flawless expression. Her beautiful eyes revealed traces of curiosity. Haha, this spatial barrier was personally reinforced by the successive clan leaders of our Xiao clan. It is enough to withstand the full force attack of an origin venerate. It is impossible for an ordinary origin zone to break it. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, "It can withstand the full force attack of an origin venerate?" Xiaoyan could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. He clicked his tongue in admiration. As expected of one of the 3 great clans of the middle region. Such a foundation was indeed far from what an ordinary faction could compare with. Xiaoyan and the rest slowly shifted their gazes away from the invisible barrier. Soon after, they looked towards the arched door in front of them. At the center of the arched door was a distorted space. Only by passing through this space would they be considered to have truly entered the Xiao clan. 2 old men were currently seated on both sides of the arched door. One of them indifferently glanced at the few people in front of him. His gaze paused on Lian and Bai Hua for a moment. Soon after, his gaze landed on Xiaoyan. He sized him up and a look of surprise flashed across the depths of his old eyes. An origin venerate expert. While the old man was sizing up Xiaoyan and the other 2, Xiaoyan's gaze also swept back and forth between the 2 old men. Immediately, his eyes narrowed slightly. Although the 2 old men looked ordinary, the pressure that was faintly discernible from their bodies was not any weaker than Bai Rong's. They were clearly 2 experts who had stepped into the origin venerate stage. The group arrived in front of the 2 old men. The middle-aged man took a step forward and respectfully cupped his hands towards the two old men. After explaining the reason, the old man indifferently raised his hand. Immediately, the distorted space behind them immediately transformed into a path. The middle-aged man turned his head and nodded at Xiaoyan and the other two before taking the lead to enter. Behind him, Xiaoyan lifted his head and looked at the huge arched door in front of him with a slightly heated gaze. "Ancestor Xiaoxian, I am coming," the three of them quietly muttered in their hearts. Only then did they follow the middle-aged man's footsteps and disappear into the distorted space. After Xiaoyan and the rest entered the distorted space, the two old men outside the door involuntarily opened their deep eyes. They looked at each other and softly laughed. "Haha, not bad kid. It is said that this little fellow was only King Yuan back then. In a short few years, he has actually grown to such an extent. Even in the entire middle region, there are very few people who can match his growth speed. Heh, not bad indeed. However, he has after all injured Xiao Chuhang. That brat is no ordinary person. I'm afraid that he will have to suffer a little if he wants to enter the Xiao clan." At the same time, a white-cloaked figure seated on a cliff within the Xiao clan suddenly opened his eyes the moment Xiaoyan and the rest stepped into the arched door. A relieved smile involuntarily appeared on his calm face. This person was Xiaoxian. "Little fellow, you are finally here." With a soft chuckle, Xiaoxian slowly stood up from the cliff. The tip of his foot gently pressed against the void. Wind swirled under his feet and condensed into an invisible blade. Soon after, his body immediately turned into a ray of light and swiftly flew down the mountain. After Xiaoyan's group entered the spatial tunnel, the light in front of them suddenly brightened. This caused them to shut their eyes out of habit. Soon after, they slowly opened them. The shock in their eyes immediately became denser. At this moment, an extremely long stone staircase appeared in front of Xiaoyan's group. There were no buildings on either side of the stone staircase. Instead, it was filled with lush greenery. When one looked into the distance, one could see that there were quite a number of buildings within the greenery. Faintly, one could hear some human voices being transmitted from afar. Finally, the voices gradually faded into the lush greenery. When one turned one's head around, everything behind them was no longer there. Other than the arched door, which was still standing, the original spatial barrier on both sides had already transformed into an extremely thick and heavy city wall. It stood majestically under the cover of green moss. There was an invisible ancient aura spreading from it. There is indeed a completely different world within this place. Lifting his head to look at the world in front of him, Xiaoyan's eyes swept across the sky above his head. His eyes narrowed. There was a faint distorted feeling at that spot. Clearly, the entire Xiao clan was enveloped within a layer of distorted space. Such a huge spatial boundary could be said to be a huge investment. It was no wonder that it looked so different from the marketplace that one could see in the outside world. One of the three great clans of the middle region did not have an undeserved reputation. "The three of you, please follow me." The middle-aged man smiled at Xiaoyan. After which, his body moved. His feet stepped on the empty space and rushed forward. Behind him, Xiaoyan and Baihua exchanged glances and nodded gently. Soon after, their bodies moved and followed closely behind. A moment later, the group of four stood on a cliff. In front of them was still a continuous stone staircase. However, at this moment, there were many buildings built against the mountain on both sides of the stone staircase. Stone staircases spiraled up the cliff on both sides. Above them were two small squares of similar size. Many members of the Xiao clan were shuttling back and forth. Occasionally, sparring sounds would be heard, causing some liveliness to appear in this place. In the middle of the two plazas, right above the stone stairs that extended upwards, there was a large hall in the air. At this moment, the four people were standing there. Along with a wave of steady footsteps, an old man in a purple robe walked out of the hall. His gaze swept past Xiaoyan and the other two, and then stopped on the middle-aged man. He glanced at the latter and said indifferently, "Xiao Huan, do you know your crime?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and cupped his fists. "Your subordinate has failed in his duty. Your subordinate is willing to accept the punishment. But elder, all of this is... That's enough. You don't have to say any more." By the time you come to report, the entire Xiao city will be in chaos. Go ahead. I won't say much about what to do. The old man spoke indifferently. Only then did Xiao Huan bow with a pale face. From the looks of it, it was likely that this elder was already aware of what had happened in Xiao City. His intention of bringing Xiao Yan and the other two here this time around was likely useless. However, just as Xiao Huan was about to bring Xiao Yan and the other two away from this place, the purple-robed old man once again opened his mouth and said, "You can leave. They can stay." Hearing this, Xiao Huan was immediately startled. Even Xiao Yan and the other two at the side were slightly stunned. The former wanted to open his mouth to argue, but the purple-robed old man's cold gaze suddenly shot over, causing his heart to buzz and tremble. He could not help but look at Xiao Yan and the other two with an apologetic face. Soon after, he clenched his teeth and quickly retreated. After Xiao Huan left, the old man's gaze finally began to slowly size up the three people in front of him. When he sensed the difference between Bai Hua and Lian Er, a surprised glint involuntarily flashed across the old man's indifferent eyes. He involuntarily nodded his head gently. Only then did his gaze stop on Xiao Yan's body as he said faintly, "You are Xiao Yan?" When the old man's words came out, the expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly changed. He immediately raised his gaze and looked at the old man in front of him with a face full of surprise. After hesitating for a while, he frowned and said seriously, "Elder, how do you recognize me?" "Humph, in the current Xiao clan, as long as one is an elder, who does not recognize you? Ever since you entered Xiao City, your identity is no longer a secret." The old man sneered, as if he found Xiao Yan's words somewhat laughable. In response, Xiao Yan could not help but be speechless. He originally thought that he was already quite cautious along the way. Even when he entered the territory of Xiao clan, he did not easily reveal his identity. However, he did not expect that he had already been discovered by the old man in front of him. "If you want to test the style of my Xiao clan, you should not use an outsider to do so. Once you enter the clan, you will naturally experience it for yourself. However, I advise you not to use this method elsewhere in the future. Otherwise, I am afraid that you will fall into a trap." After softly reminding, Xiao Yan hurriedly nodded and bowed to express his thanks. The old man gently waved his hand and said again, "Let's not talk about it. The first elder has high expectations for you. As long as you focus on your cultivation and do not follow in the footsteps of your ancestor, it will be fine." "Ancestor Xiaoxian, what happened to him?" The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes immediately hardened when the purple-robed old man's voice sounded. Even the expression on his face became a little gloomy. The first thing he was most concerned about when he came to Xiao clan was naturally Xiaoxian's situation. However, after hearing the old man's words, Xiaoxian's situation did not seem ideal. "This, since you are here, you should ask him yourself." The old man was just about to open his mouth when he suddenly turned his head and looked at the sky. A ray of light was rushing over at an extremely fast speed from that spot. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared in front of this large hall. At the same time, Xiao Yan's eyes were staring intently at the human figure that was formed by the ray of light. The figure was dressed in white and had a head full of long hair. His eyes were pitch black and as deep as the starry sky. There was a faint smile on his handsome face, and his entire body exuded an elegant temperament that was difficult to match with ordinary people. "Haha, little fellow, I haven't seen you for a few years and you have already advanced to Source Ancestor. Not bad. Looks like you have found what you want." Xiao Xian could not help but click his tongue in admiration when he sensed the aura in Xiao Yan's body that was much more powerful than his own. At this moment, Xiao Yan's tensed heart finally relaxed when he saw that Xiao Xian was fine. "Ancestor Xiao Xian, have you been well these past few years?" Xiao Yan asked with a face full of concern after he heaved a sigh of relief. The purple-robed old man by the side turned his eyes when these words were uttered. He immediately looked at Xiao Xian. The latter appeared to have not sensed anything as he smiled and nodded to Xiao Yan. After which, he turned his eyes to the old man by the side. He cupped his hands together in a respectful manner and said, "Elderly, long time no see. Haha, ever since you passed by my ancient hall, you haven't come here again." Xiao Xian smiled non-committally when he heard this. The old man glanced indifferently at the two people in front of him before he turned around and walked into the hall behind him. At the same time, his indifferent voice sounded again. "All right, I don't receive guests here. Since you are here, I will not find anyone to lead the way for him. You can lead him there." After speaking, the old man's figure disappeared into the hall. Xianxia smiled and nodded. After which, he looked at Xiaoyan in front of him with a smile. The latter's face was filled with suspicion. He could not help but frown as he looked at Xiaoxian and asked doubtfully. "Where are we going?" "To see the leader of the Xiao clan." Xiaoxian nodded and smiled. "The leader of the Xiao clan, huh?" "That's right. I can only be considered to have truly entered the Xiao clan after meeting him." Xiaoyan chuckled softly and slowly lifted his head. He looked at the stone stairs that climbed up behind the hall. In a trance, a low murmur was slowly emitted from his mouth. In front of the ancient city hall, Xiaoyan was led by Xiaoxian into the clan. Bai Hua and Lian were stopped by Xiaoli in the ancient city hall due to their status. Hence, only Xiaoyan and his granddaughter were left. Xiaoyan followed behind Xiaoxian. The rest of the journey was quite smooth. They passed by quite a number of pavilions and met a couple of elders of the Xiao clan. These elders were just like Elder Xiaoli from earlier. They did not appear to be surprised by Xiaoyan's arrival. However, their eyes contained some surprise when they looked at him. Xiaoyan was used to this. After welcoming them with a smiling face, he followed Xiaoxian's lead and hurried deep into the Xiao clan. "Ancestor Xiaoxian, may I know how you have been in the Xiao clan during these few years?" From Elder Xiaoli's tone earlier, it seems, haha, Elder Xiaoli has a cold character. Other than the clan head and a few elders, he is like this to everyone in the clan. Don't take it to heart. Along the way, Xiaoyan recalled how Xiaoli had mentioned Xiaoxian when warning him. He hesitated in his heart. However, Xiaoxian did not seem to mind as he laughed softly. Xiaoyan frowned. The manner in which Xiaoli had looked at Xiaoxian earlier did not seem to be due to his character. Instead, it gave Xiaoyan a harsh feeling. He was not unfamiliar with that gaze. However, Xiaoxian was unwilling to mention it at this moment. Hence, he could only drop the subject. Xiaoyan withdrew his thoughts. His gaze swept over Xiaoxian's body. Immediately, he rotated his eyebrows and asked. "Ancestor Xiaoxian's current cultivation has already reached the peak of the Origin Emperor, right? With the enormous resources of the Xiao clan, it would be too embarrassing if I still could not reach the peak of the Origin Emperor. Unfortunately, I lack the latter half of the third scroll of the Origin skill. It is likely that it will be very difficult for my cultivation to break through. However, since you are already here, this is not important." Haha, Xiaoxian smiled in an unconcerned manner when he heard this. His expression was a little disappointed. Without the Guiyuan skill, it was likely that his cultivation could only be as stagnant as it was back in the Doqi continent. If he were to forcefully break through, the result would be. Tianju was an example. As for searching for it, Xiaoxian could only hope for a fluke. Searching for a fragment of a cultivation technique in the entire continent was like searching for a needle in a haystack. It was obvious how slim the chances were. Fortunately, Xiaoyan had come to the Xiao clan. As long as Xiaoyan was fine, he would not be too concerned about his own cultivation. Compared to himself, he was more concerned about Xiaoyan's situation. However, even if he thought this way, Xiaoyan would not think the same. "Is that so?" Xiaoyan curled his mouth and smiled when he heard Xiaoxian's words. He flipped his hand and a black leather parchment that was half the size of a palm landed in his hand. At the same time, Xiaoxian, who was originally flying forward, suddenly paused. The expression on his face changed as he suddenly turned around. His gaze instantly landed on Xiaoyan's hand. His originally calm heart began to ripple at this moment. In this way, I believe that there is no need to worry about ancestors' cultivation. Xiaoyan's eyes flickered as he stared at Xiaoxian in front of him. Although he had spoken those words in a relaxed manner, Xiaoyan was not some naive and foolish little fellow. At this moment, he had recalled the words that Xiaoli had said earlier. In his heart, he could roughly understand what the so-called footsteps meant. Immediately, a cold and indifferent feeling rose in his heart because of this, huff huff, At the same time, an invisible hurricane suddenly gathered around Xianxia's body. Even the area where the two of them were at was stirred up by a storm. In the distant pavilions, some of the Xiao clan's disciples sensed the commotion, and their expressions could not help but change. Xiaoxian slowly extended his hand and caught the black fragment that was close to him. The black leather parchment was light and thin and did not have any temperature. However, when it landed in Xiaoxian's hand, it caused his face to flush red. The emotions in his heart almost uncontrollably appeared on his face. Although Xiaoyan did not say anything, he knew that Xiaoxian was unable to hide the agitation in his heart. The only regret in Xiaoxian's legendary life was the Returnant's art. At this very moment, the last fragment of the Returnant's art was in his hand. How could he not be excited? It was a long while later before Xiaoxian's stiff body gradually relaxed. His breathing was somewhat trembling as he exhaled. Immediately, he put away the black skin paper in his hand. His eyes were somewhat red as he looked at Xiaoyan in front of him. The expression on his face gradually recovered its calmness as he said, "Let's go and see the clan leader." The moment he turned around, a sharp aura filled with murderous intent spread out from his body. Even Xiaoyan behind Xiaoxian involuntarily cast a sideways glance when he sensed this. This sharp aura was something that he admitted that even he was unable to achieve. At this moment, Xiaoxian seemed to be different. After the two of them returned to their previous state, Xiaoyan followed closely behind Xiaoxian and flew forward. A moment later, the two of them gradually descended and landed in front of a fiery red hall. At this moment, there were many disciples of the Xiao clan standing guard outside the fiery red hall. Their vigilant gazes constantly scanned the surroundings. As expected of the Xiao clan, even the disciples guarding the hall possessed such strength. If these people were placed in the southern region, they would be a powerful faction. Xiaoyan could not help but exclaim in admiration as his gaze swept across the young people present. These people's cultivation were all above King Yuan, and there was no lack of origin emperors among them. It was already considered good to possess such strength among the younger generation. The reason why they were here was naturally because they represented the flourishing bloodline of the Xiao clan. From a certain point of view, this was also a display of the great foundation of the Xiao clan to the outside world. Haha, this is only what you see. Let's go. Since you are here, I believe the clan leader already knows. Don't let him wait for too long. Xiaoxian smiled and said. Xiaoyan nodded gently. Soon after, the two of them walked into the hall. At the same time, in another area within the Xiao clan, Xiao Chuheng, whose complexion had slightly improved, was sleeping on the bed. A young man was seated on a chair beside the bed. Behind him, a middle-aged man was standing respectfully with his head lowered. What did you say? Xiaoyan? Is he the foreign clan member that Xiao Mingyuan mentioned? The unknown Xiaoyan who entered Xiao Chuheng. In the hall, the young man frowned after hearing the middle-aged man's description. He turned his head and stared at the middle-aged man who was bowing in front of him as he spoke in a deep voice. There should be no mistake. When I passed by the ancient hall, that brat was chatting with Elder Shaoli. After which, Xiaoxian personally went to welcome him. I believe that he is Xiaoyan. Bang! Just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the chair under the young man suddenly exploded with a bang. The young man abruptly stood up with a gloomy expression. Xiaoyan, Xiaoxian, what a pair of grandfather and grandson. We have yet to settle the old debt from back then, yet you have injured my younger brother. The both of you are really the first within the Xiao clan. The young man slowly narrowed his eyes. As a cold glint flickered in his eyes, a surging energy aura involuntarily spread out from his body. A moment later, a sinister voice was faintly spat out. Let's go to the main hall. I want to personally meet these two. Following behind Xiaoxian, Xiaoyan successfully passed through the tight guards outside the hall. He then gently pushed open the door, creak. After the door to the hall was opened, an exceptionally majestic space appeared in Xiaoyan's sight. Xiaoxian hurriedly walked in when the door to the hall was opened. An old man coincidentally walked out. Xiaoxian hurriedly bowed to the person in front of him and said, "This old man is Xiaoyan. Third elder." Behind him, Xiaoyan also saw the human figure at the same time the latter walked out. His eyebrows were lifted slightly before he immediately smiled and bowed in the same manner as the former. Hee hee, little guy, in just a few short years, your growth has surprised the entire Xiao clan. The old man's eyes paused on Xiaoxian when he saw the two people in front of him. A regretful expression flashed across his face. Immediately, he looked at Xiaoyan behind Xiaoxian and spoke with a face full of praise. The old man was Xiao Mingyuan, who had taken Xiaoxian away in the extreme south. Now that they had met again, the old man seemed the same as before. However, Xiaoyan was no longer the returnant's brat from before. Even with the entire continent in perspective, he could be regarded as a true expert now. Long time no see. Senior, you're becoming more and more vigorous with age. Xiaoyan smiled. He was rather polite. Xiao Mingyuan had saved him and Xiaoxian before after all. Coupled with the fact that he was an elder of the Xiao clan, they might need his help in the future. Xiaoyan should treat him with respect. Haha, you can go in. I have matters to attend to, so I won't be accompanying you. The patriarch is still waiting inside. Xiao Mingyuan parted his mouth and smiled. He immediately lifted his foot and walked past the two of them. He swiftly left in front of the respectful gazes of the guards outside the door. After which, Xiaoyan and Xiao Mingyuan exchanged glances with each other. They smiled slightly and slowly walked into the large hall. At this moment, there were nearly 10+ figures seated in the large hall. Looking at their faces, it was clear that they were quite old. Their expressions were indifferent and did not reveal any surprised expression because of the arrival of Xiaoyan's group. It was as though they had already expected this. A well-built middle-aged man with grayish-white hair was seated at the leader's seat in the large hall. The latter's chiseled face was filled with a smile from beginning to end. Although he appeared a little unrestrained, no one present revealed any dissatisfaction. Clearly, they were clearly aware of the importance of this middle-aged man in front of everyone. Everyone in the hall finally threw their indifferent gazes over as the footsteps in the hall grew closer. This was especially the case when everyone saw Xiaoxian. Many pairs of eyes involuntarily flickered. They hesitated for an instant before shifting their gazes away from Xiaoxian. Immediately, they looked at Xiaoyan behind him. However, when Xiaoyan's exceptionally young face was reflected in the eyes of everyone in the large hall, the gazes of everyone in the hall involuntarily stilled. Many pairs of turbid eyes that were filled with the vicissitudes of life flashed with surprise. Compared to the information that they knew, the appearance of the person in front of them appeared to be much younger. Xiaoyan greets the patriarch. Xiaoyan did not care about those slightly strange gazes. He followed Xiaoxian's footsteps and walked straight to the center of the hall. His gaze directly looked at the gray-haired, middle-aged man at the main seat. The moment he entered the hall, he faintly sensed a spiritual pressure probing him. The source of this pressure was the gray-haired, middle-aged man, who seemed somewhat out of place with everyone else. When the middle-aged man saw Xiaoyan, he was also slightly surprised. However, in comparison, he hid it very well and did not reveal it. His gaze slowly swept over Xiaoyan. As he smiled and nodded, the astonishment in his eyes grew even more intense. Haha, little fellow, you're not bad. I didn't expect you to reach the source ancestor level at such a young age. Such talent is truly rare. The middle-aged man smiled as he looked at the respectful Xiaoyan below. Patriarch, you flatter me. This junior was just lucky. Xiaoyan's expression did not change, but he was inwardly surprised. This middle-aged man was indeed the patriarch of the Xiao clan. With a single glance, he could see through the depths of his cultivation. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Xiaoyan's gaze also swept over the middle-aged man at the main seat. He was somewhat shocked to discover that when he looked over, the middle-aged man's body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. It was extremely hazy, making it difficult for Xiaoyan to see his face clearly, let alone probe his aura. He's actually so powerful. Xiaoyan did not doubt that the middle-aged man's cultivation was at least comparable to Sword Saint Yulan of the Ouyang clan. Haha, whether it's talent or luck, as long as you can obtain it, it's your ability. Furthermore, the middle-aged man acted as though he did not hear Xiaoyan's probing. His mouth praised. However, his expression suddenly became serious when he reached the end of his words. His body slowly stood up. At the same time, the group of Xiao clan's elders seated below also stood up one after another. Numerous gazes gathered on Xiaoyan like spotlights. The middle-aged man mused for a moment before speaking with a serious expression. Since you've come to our Xiao clan today, it means that you've acknowledged us and yourself. Now, I, Xiao Yuheng, and the elders present here, on behalf of the entire Xiao clan, extend an official invitation to Xiao Yan. Are you willing to officially join the Xiao clan from today onwards? As the words from Xiao Yuheng's mouth sounded, a faintly discernible pressure began to surround Xiao Yan in the eyes of those elders present when they looked at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan involuntarily knit his brows when he sensed the special meaning contained within those gazes. If it was an ordinary person, it was likely that he would have bowed and acknowledged the pressure from so many experts. However, at this moment, the strange gazes that he received caused a feeling of rejection to surge out of Xiao Yan's heart. It was not impossible for him to join the Xiao clan. However, it was not in his character to submit to the pressure of outsiders. If these fellows continued to act in this manner, he might make other choices. Of course, we'll respect your wishes. If you're not willing to return to the clan for the time being, there's no need to force yourself. You can slowly get used to it in the future. If you're willing, you can also stay. It won't be too late to join us when you're willing. Appearing to have sensed the change in Xiao Yan's emotions, Xiao Yuheng hurriedly coughed softly. At the same time that the words were spat out from his mouth, the somewhat strange atmosphere within the large hall finally became relaxed. If that's the case, thank you, clan leader. At the same time that Xiao Yan's group entered the large hall, on the other side, Xiao Mingyuan walked out of the hall and headed east. Along the way, he passed by quite a number of pavilions and buildings until he reached a street where he saw two human figures swiftly rushing over from a distance. Only then did he gently raise his eyebrows, slowly paused his footsteps and quietly stood where he was. Very quickly, two human figures approached from afar and arrived in front of Xiao Mingyuan. The two human figures, who originally wanted to rush past this place at top speed, lowered their bodies to the ground because of the ladder. Their faces revealed respectful expressions. The two figures were a young man and a middle-aged man. After leaving Xiao Chuhang's place, they headed west and headed straight to the main hall of the Xiao clan. If they didn't see Xiao Mingyuan at this moment, they might not have stopped here. Third Elder. When they saw Xiao Mingyuan, the two of them hurriedly went forward and bowed respectfully. Xiao Feng, what happened? From the looks of it, are you going to meet the patriarch? Xiao Mingyuan nodded slightly and said as if he didn't know. I heard that one of the two outsiders that Third Elder found a few years ago has returned to the clan today and even alarmed many elders. As the heir of the Xiao clan, I should go and take a look. Hearing this, the young man chuckled. When he lowered his head, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Haha, your brother was seriously injured in Xiao City. Instead of taking care of him, you actually care about an outsider. Xiao Feng, this isn't your style. Xiao Mingyuan smiled indifferently. Looking at the gloomy face of the latter, he slowly shook his head and said again, I originally wanted to find you. This old man originally wanted to look for you. However, since I bumped into you here, it'll save me the trouble of making an extra trip. I've only come here to pass on a message to you. Listen well. Pass a message? Xiao Feng frowned and raised his head to look at the person in front of him. There weren't many people in the Xiao clan who could order him to pass a message. Ignoring the change in Xiao Feng's expression, Xiao Mingyuan's face turned serious and said in a dignified tone, from today onwards, Xiao Chuheng will be grounded in the clan for half a year. All of his monthly allowance will be deducted. During this period, he is not allowed to leave the clan and is not allowed to cause trouble. Anyone who violates any of these rules will be punished according to the clan rules. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Feng's gloomy face instantly changed. His emotions also became somewhat agitated. He stared at Xiao Mingyuan in front of him and said unwillingly, what is the meaning of this, Third Elder? It was clearly Xiao Yan who injured my brother. Why is he the one being punished instead? This is unfair. Fair? No one is allowed to fight within Xiao City, this is the clan's rule. Xiao Chuheng ignored the clan's rules and broke the rules knowingly, this is the first reason. He attacked first, and if he can't defeat his opponent, this is the second reason. Do you need this old man to say anything else? Xiao Mingyuan's face was expressionless as he spoke with an indifferent tone. But without monthly allowance and not leaving the clan for half a year, Chuheng, Being the second young master of the Xiao clan, he has been fooling around for a long time. Usually, I am too lazy to bother about him on your account. This time around, something has happened to him. This can be considered a lesson. Let him properly reflect on himself during this half a year. As for Xiaoyan, it is best that you forget about finding trouble with him. Xiao Mingyuan raised his hand slightly and interrupted Xiao Feng's words. Just as the latter was about to refute, he changed the topic and said sternly, Xiao Feng, this old man hopes that you can understand that these words are not passed down to you by the patriarch, nor is it the great elder. If you continue to be so stubborn, don't blame this old man for being merciless. As soon as Xiao Mingyuan's words fell, the words that were about to come out of Xiao Mingyuan's mouth suddenly became sluggish. At the same time, he seemed to have understood something in an instant. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly for a while. After a while, he gritted his teeth and endured the anger in his heart. He trembled and took a deep breath, slowly bent down and said unwillingly, Xiao Feng understands. I hope you really understand. Xiao Mingyuan frowned and said indifferently. Soon after, Xiao Mingyuan flew in the direction he came from. Behind him, Xiao Feng looked at Xiao Mingyuan's departing figure. The fists under his sleeves couldn't help but slowly clench. The expression on his face became even more gloomy. Xiaoyan, don't even think about entering my Xiao clan. Young master, don't be rash. The third elder has said it clearly. If you look for Xiaoyan now, I'm afraid that even you won't be able to avoid punishment. Seeing Xiao Feng in such a state, the middle-aged man couldn't help but dissuade him in a low voice. Humph, you go back and guard Chu Hang. I will personally deal with this matter. You've injured my younger brother and caused him to be punished. How could this matter be so easily forgotten? But, go ahead. I know what to do. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to speak, Xiao Feng said in an indifferent tone. Soon after, he stomped his foot on the ground and a force burst out from under his feet. As the blue stone shattered, his figure also flew forward and disappeared at the end of the street in the blink of an eye. Looking at the figure that sped away like lightning, the middle-aged man frowned and hesitated for a moment. Only then did he helplessly shake his head. With a soft sigh, he turned around and quickly flew in the direction he came from. On the other side, Xiao Yan and Xiao Mingyuan retreated from the hall. Although Xiao Yuheng had said a lot during this period of time, Xiao Yan didn't have the slightest intention of wavering. Currently, he didn't have a good impression of the Xiao clan. If Xiao Xian wasn't here, he would have turned around and left long ago. Why would he continue to stay here? The two of them retreated from the hall one after another and immediately met Xiao Mingyuan, who had returned. Haha, how was it? Did the little fellow agree to return to the clan? Seeing the two of them, Xiao Mingyuan's gaze immediately landed on Xiao Yan and said with a smile. Now that Xiao Yan had returned, his mission could be considered to have been more than half completed. As long as the former was willing to join the Xiao clan and become a member of the Xiao clan, it would be a good thing for both him and Xiao Yan. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I've disappointed third elder. Hearing this, Xiao Yan lowered his eyebrows and slowly said. Xiao Mingyuan was slightly startled. He didn't expect such an outcome. After hesitating for a moment, he changed his tone and said with a smile, it's fine. After all, you have just returned. It's understandable that you're not used to it. After a while, the first elder is still in seclusion. When he comes out, he might meet you. We'll talk about everything when the time comes. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded as a response. Xiao Xian by the side also had a respectful expression. However, Xiao Mingyuan didn't pay much attention to Xiao Xian before. At this moment, when he looked at Xiao Xian again, he vaguely felt that there was something different. The latter, who had always kept a low profile, actually had a hidden sharpness. Xiao Mingyuan frowned slightly. While he was feeling surprised in his heart, a rushing wind sound was suddenly transmitted from behind the few of them. Soon after, a human figure appeared in front of the three of them in the blink of an eye. A sharp wind instantly bullied Xiao Yan and Xiao Mingyuan. Immediately, the expressions on the faces of the both of them changed slightly. The old man frowned and turned around. Seeing the figure that had already appeared in front of him, his frown deepened as he said in a serious voice, Xiao Feng, was what I said earlier not clear enough? Haha, Xiaofeng will naturally remember Third Elder's words. However, there is an outsider returning to the clan today and I should come and take a look. Also, Xiaofeng smiled slightly when he heard Xiao Mingyuan's words. His gaze swept past the latter and swept over the two people beside him. Immediately, it paused on Xiao Yan. A smile appeared on his face as he said, I believe this must be Xiao Yan. Today, before you even arrived at the main hall, your name has already become famous in my Xiao clan. Although Xiaofeng's face was full of smiles, Xiao Yan could clearly sense the coldness that was emitted from the former's eyes. Immediately, Xiao Yan could not help but feel surprised in his heart. This was clearly the first time that he had met this fellow. However, there was no need for him to be viewed with such hostility. He is called Xiaofeng. Xiao Chuhang, who was heavily injured by you earlier, is his younger brother. Xiao Mingyuan stared at Xiaofeng and warned Xiao Yan in a low voice. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Only then did he understand. No wonder Xiaofeng was so fierce when he first saw him. It turned out that he was Xiao Chuhang's elder brother. Previously, I heard that Xiao Chuhang was called second young master. From the looks of it, this Xiaofeng should be the first young master of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan nodded his head in a manner that could not be detected. He quietly mused in his heart. Being able to become the heir of the Xiao clan, Xiaofeng's cultivation was clearly extraordinary. Just from this first glance, he would not be weaker than Bai Ruoxuan from the Bai clan. Little fellow, you have to be careful. Xiaofeng and his brother have no one to rely on in the clan. His younger brother is his reverse scale. Today, you have heavily injured Xiao Chuhang. This fellow will definitely find trouble with you in the future. However, with this old man here today, you can be at ease. Xiao Mingyuan cast a reassuring glance at Xiao Yan. Soon after, his gaze returned to Xiaofeng as he frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, Xiaofeng, now that you have seen them, shouldn't you let them go? As he spoke, he was about to lead Xiao Yan and pass by the latter. My younger brother fought with someone in Xiao City today and returned with serious injuries. As far as I know, it was done by Mr. Xiao Yan, right? However, the words that Xiaofeng spat out immediately caused the originally discordant atmosphere in the arena to instantly stiffen. Even some of the guards in the surroundings were secretly astonished as they looked at Xiao Yan in astonishment. Clearly, they understood the meaning behind Xiaofeng's words. He had just entered the Xiao clan, but he had already formed a grudge with the crown prince. This wasn't a good thing. Xiaofeng? Beside Xiao Yan, Xiao Mingyuan's face was slightly gloomy as he said in a serious voice. Haha, please don't worry. I already know what happened. Since Chuhang was inferior, I naturally have nothing to say. It's just that, before the few of them could catch their breaths, Xiaofeng continued to speak. My main purpose for coming here is to have a battle with you. At the same time, Xiaofeng suddenly raised an arm and pointed at Xiao Xian beside Xiao Mingyuan, who was beside Xiao Yan. Xiao Xian? In the surroundings, numerous gazes followed Xiaofeng's direction, and the expressions on their faces gradually turned into astonishment. Even they didn't expect that Xiaofeng would actually request to fight with Xiao Xian. In the past, Xiaofeng had never placed Xiao Xian in his eyes. According to him, someone who couldn't even break through to the origin sect didn't have the qualifications to be his opponent. But today, such unbridled words had actually been broken by Xiaofeng himself. Although that was the case, there were some discerning people present who could see some clues. From Xiao Mingyuan's attitude towards Xiaofeng, the former was clearly unwilling to let Xiaofeng fight with Xiao Yan. Due to Xiao Mingyuan's pressure, the latter was bound to have some concerns. However, at this moment, Xiaofeng had resolutely turned the spearhead towards Xiao Xian beside him. Everyone present understood that Xiao Xian was definitely no match for Xiaofeng given the gap in their cultivation. In this way, if Xiao Xian was unable to accept the challenge, the one who could replace him to fight with Xiaofeng would naturally be Xiao Yan. However, if Xiaofeng cowered and refused to accept the challenge, it was likely that Xiaofeng would use this opportunity to ruthlessly ridicule and provoke him. Regardless of which option it was Xiaofeng's revenge against Xiao Yan. However, if Xiao Yan took the initiative to accept the challenge, all the pressure that Xiao Mingyuan was exerting on him would naturally no longer be a threat. This move of Xiaofeng's was truly a thunderous move, once everything developed in the direction that Xiao Feng had predicted, it was likely that Xiao Yan's name would truly resound throughout the Xiao clan in the future. However, it was likely that he would become the laughingstock of everyone. If this was all, Xiao Yan would not be concerned. However, what he was concerned about was that Xiao Xian had already joined the Xiao clan and was currently a member of the Xiao clan. He could not possibly affect Xiao Xian's reputation because of himself. In that case, it was likely that he had no choice but to accept this challenge. Xiao Yan's expression immediately turned gloomy when he thought of this. Beside him, Xiao Mingyuan also frowned tightly. However, he felt quite helpless. He had never imagined that Xiao Feng would use such a tactic. In this way, it was likely that an intense battle between the two of them would be unavoidable. Xiao Mingyuan frowned as he swept his gaze back and forth between the two. He could not help but feel somewhat worried in his heart. Although Xiao Yan's cultivation had already stepped into the Genesis Ancestor stage, he was still only a 2-star Genesis Ancestor. In addition, he had already exhausted himself in the battle in Xiao City. If he were to meet Xiao Feng again, it was likely that his chances of victory would be unimaginable. Xiao Feng's eyes remained as sharp as ever as he gazed at the frowning duo. His chilling gaze paused on Xiao Yan as the expression in his eyes grew increasingly cold. The Genesis Qi in the vortex in his body stealthily began to circulate. He could no longer wait to make the person before him pay the price for what he had done. Xiao Yan exhaled deeply. His expression was stormy as he slowly clenched his fists under his sleeves. He gently lifted his foot, his gaze meeting Xiao Feng's as he lifted his head. Alright, I'll accept. However, while everyone present was waiting for the battle between Xiao Yan and Xiao Feng to begin, the white-clothed Xiao Xian by Xiao Yan's side took a step forward. His expression was calm as he looked at Xiao Feng on the opposite side. His clear voice was like a bell that reverberated in the ears of everyone present. Even Xiao Yan, Xiao Mingyuan by his side, and even Xiao Feng at this moment, could not help but be stunned. Ancestor, the expression of Xiao Yan, who had recovered, instantly changed. He was just about to move and block Xiao Yan when the latter turned his head and faintly smiled at him. He used one hand to block the action of Xiao Yan's hand and immediately patted Xiao Yan's shoulder gently. Don't worry, since I dared to accept, I naturally have confidence. Xiao Xian's face was indifferent as he gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder in front of everyone's eyes. The words that were spat out from his mouth caused most of the people present to involuntarily shake their heads. At this moment, it was a little too far-fetched to say that Xiao Yan would forcefully take on the situation. After all, the gap between the two parties' cultivations was clear for all to see. It was basically impossible for an Origin Emperor to fight a Source Zone class expert head-on. Moreover, the person Xiao Xian was facing was the heir of the Xiao clan, Xiao Feng. Xiao Xian, don't force yourself. If you can't beat him, it's not shameful to admit defeat. With me here, I don't think he can do anything overboard. Xiao Mingyuan glanced at Xiao Yan, who was frowning, and hesitated for a moment before speaking to Xiao Xian. Then, thank you, Third Elder. Xiao Xian nodded with a smile and cupped his fists at Xiao Mingyuan. Then, he turned his gaze to Xiao Feng, who had a gloomy expression. Xiao Feng, do you plan to fight here or at the martial arts practice field? Xiao Xian turned his head to look at the main hall, which wasn't very far from them, and swept his gaze over the surrounding guards. Fighting in front of the Xiao clan's main hall wasn't something to be proud of. Once a commotion occurred, it would probably alarm the upper echelons of the Xiao clan. Not to mention, there were still guards around. Although they weren't weak, the person with the highest cultivation had barely reached the Origin Emperor. Once the two of them fought, it wouldn't be a small matter. I don't think there's a need to waste time. Let's fight here and end it quickly. I believe there won't really be any commotion. Xiao Feng let out a ferocious smile. His feet suddenly stepped forward as wind swirled around his body. As it rotated, it directly transformed into an invisible wind wall. The wind gradually became thicker. As his body gently shook, the wind wall immediately transformed into an extremely strong wind pressure that swept out in this area. The bodies of some of the surrounding guards immediately trembled as their feet involuntarily retreated. In an instant, the expressions of all the guards changed. When they looked at Xiao Feng, their gazes became solemn. Xiao Feng's strength was indeed worthy of his status as the heir of the crown prince to be able to force them back with just his aura. Since you say you have the confidence to fight me, then let me see what qualifications a mere origin emperor has to say such arrogant words. Xiao Feng released his aura and wind swirled around him. He stomped his foot on the ground and shot into the sky. He looked down at Xiaoxian below and sneered. Xiaoxian smiled faintly in response, and a fierce look flashed in his pitch-black eyes. His figure moved, and when he reappeared, he was already in the sky. He clasped two fingers of his right hand together and gently waved them. A gust of wind gathered at his fingertips. It seemed ordinary, but it was accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, and the surrounding Genesis chi involuntarily gathered towards it. Seeing this scene, the guards below immediately cast sidelong glances. Even Xiao Mingyuan's eyes flashed with surprise. To be able to gather wind to such an extent, one could see how deep Xiao Xian's understanding of the Tao of wind was. It was likely that even Xiao Feng was inferior to him. It seems that he hasn't made no progress in the past few years. With a soft sigh, Xiao Mingyuan looked at Xiao Xian in the sky and couldn't help but reveal a look of regret. If Xiao Xian's cultivation hadn't made any progress, he would have become the most dazzling new star of the Xiao clan. However, all of this had come to an abrupt halt. It seemed that no matter how much Xiao Xian's comprehension of the great Tao of wind improved, it would ultimately be difficult for him to become a true expert. By the side, Xiao Yan couldn't help but frown again when he heard the old man sigh. Although he had some guesses about Xiao Xian's situation in the Xiao clan, from Xiao Mingyuan's tone, it was likely far from what he had imagined. Sigh, to be honest, this is also my fault. I originally let you return to the Xiao clan for your own good, but I never thought it would end like this. Xiao Mingyuan slowly sighed, appearing to have seen the resentment in Xiao Yan's heart. His turbid old eyes looked at Xiao Xian, who was currently in the sky. Some shame involuntarily surfaced on his old face. Back then, when Xiao Xian first came to the Xiao clan, we placed great importance on him. After that, he displayed extremely shocking cultivation talent. Relying on the cultivation resources of the clan, his cultivation leapt from an 8-star origin king to peak origin king in just 2 years. The old man spoke slowly as bright starlight shone from his eyes. Although this was a matter from a few years ago, it was still astonishing when one thought about it now. In just 2 years, his cultivation has made such a huge leap. Such a terrifying cultivation speed is probably unparalleled across the entire continent for thousands of years. After exhaling a long breath, Xiao Mingyuan focused his mind and continued, "That's right." During that period of time, everyone in the Xiao clan was shocked because of Xiao Xian. For safety reasons, the first elder and the clan leader repeatedly gave orders to completely seal the news within the Xiao clan and not to leak it out. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows as soon as these words came out. Even his expression changed slightly. He never thought that the upper echelons of the Xiao clan would be so decisive. In order to seal the news, they even killed their own clansmen. During that period of time, no one in the Xiao clan was allowed to go out. Many people died in the subordinate cities of the Xiao clan, including Xiao City. It could be said that blood flowed like a river. The Xiao clan has already sealed the news, but there are still people spreading it outside? Xiao Yan frowned as he could not help but feel surprised. With the means of the Xiao clan, such a thing could still happen. It was a little ridiculous. No news was spread outside. The reason for killing those people was only out of suspicion. Xiao Mingyuan slowly shook his head with a helpless expression. Hiss, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly froze. A deep sense of horror instantly surged in his heart. The reason for killing was only out of suspicion? Even as an expert, such an act was a little too ruthless. Regarding this, Xiao Mingyuan smiled in relief, but he didn't feel too guilty. He said calmly, "Don't be surprised. If it was just one person, such a method is indeed ruthless. But you have to understand that we have to seal all the news at all costs. It's not just for Xiao Xian, but for the future of the entire Xiao clan." With Xiao Xian's cultivation speed at that time, the fate of the Xiao clan would be in his hands if there were no accidents. The law of the jungle, this is an eternal truth in every era. However, perhaps it was because joy begets sorrow. What we hoped for did not happen. After his cultivation reached the peak of the Origin King level, he did not advance at all. At the beginning, we thought it was just a process of settling down, but it was not like that. Even when the Grand Elder personally investigated him, he was unable to discover anything strange. Xiao Mingyuan sighed deeply. He raised his head again and looked at Xianxia in the sky with a complicated expression. Who would have thought that after putting in so much effort, it would end up like this? Xiaoyan softly laughed when he heard these words. He had also experienced such a situation when he was young. Now that he thought about it, the feeling of having the hopes of the entire clan turn into a bubble with a bang was something that he could understand a little. After all, it was just as Xiao Mingyuan had said earlier. This world was one where the strong preyed on the weak. As for the first elder, it was naturally impossible for him to see anything. The returnance art was a cultivation method, and there was nothing wrong with Xiaoxian's body. Even if his body was cut open, it would be impossible to discover anything strange. It was also after that his prestige in the clan grew even lower. Even the elders in the clan rarely paid attention to him, and even those who originally supported him treated him like strangers. Some of them even ridiculed him a little. If it wasn't for his calm nature, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to continue staying in the clan. Xiaoyan only smiled in response. It was just some side talk. They had long since treated it as nothing, so it naturally would not affect them. Now that the returnance art was complete, he did not want to imagine what kind of interesting expressions those people would have when they saw Xiaoxian break through to the Origin Ancestor level. While the two of them were talking, the atmosphere in the arena, which had gradually solidified, finally exploded at this moment. Qi. In the sky, Xiaofeng suddenly clenched his fist. Streams of wind gathered in his palm and swirled around, transforming into an illusory spear. Cool wind gathered on the spear, occasionally emitting the sound of rushing wind. A chill surged within Xiaofeng's eyes as the long spear condensed. The long spear in his hand suddenly shook and a sharp rushing wind sound appeared. Immediately, the body of the spear twisted and directly drew an invisible dragon in the empty space. It was accompanied by a shockingly frightening wind pressure. With a roar, it wrapped around the long spear and shot explosively towards Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian calmly gazed at the invisible spear rushing towards him. He lifted his right hand, and the Genesis Qi in his body began to circulate without hesitation. With a thought, an invisible sword rapidly materialized in the air in front of him. Genesis Qi rapidly poured into it, and he slashed out with the sword. Buzz, two invisible forces suddenly collided in the void, and a low explosion immediately rang out. Waves of wind swept out, and the giant dragon and sword were completely buried in the wind and waves. Immediately after, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out again. Xiaofeng's body suddenly shot out from the huge wind and waves. He held a long spear in his hand and stabbed towards Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian, let's settle the old score between you and me here. Xiaofeng laughed angrily. His body jerked, and an afterimage remained where he was. When he reappeared, he was already not far in front of Xiaoxian. His long spear danced, and the wind wildly danced. The sharp sound of the wind turned into countless spear shadows that ruthlessly shot towards every part of Xiaoxian's body. Below, Xiaoyan scrunched his brows when he heard Xiaofeng's words. He cast a surprised look at Xiao Mingyuan and asked in a puzzled voice, "What? What's this? So there was already a conflict between my ancestor and Xiaofeng before this?" "This, not necessarily. If we want to talk about it in detail, it was because of Xiao Chuheng." It's him again. Xiao Yan, who originally didn't have a good impression of Xiao Chuheng, felt even more disgusted with him. Regarding this, Xiao Mingyuan knew that he could only smile bitterly and say, Xiaofeng and his brother lost their parents when they were young. Since they grew up, they had suffered a lot. As the elder brother, Xiaofeng doted on his younger brother a lot. Ever since he became the heir of the Xiao clan, he was even more so, but because of this, when Xiaoxian was valued by the upper echelons of the clan, Xiaofeng, as the heir, was given the cold shoulder. Xiao Chuheng felt that it was unfair, so he took advantage of Xiaoxian's breakthrough to barge in. However, because Xiaoxian's cultivation coincidentally broke through at that time, he was heavily injured by the backlash, which resulted in a conflict between him and Xiaofeng. After that, the two of them were unable to clash due to the obstruction of the upper echelons of the clan. Xiao Chuheng was also punished and focused on cultivation, which allowed him to break through the shackles of the origin sect. In the end, this could be considered a blessing in disguise. Xiao Mingyuan slowly shook his head as he looked at the cold face of Xiao Feng in the sky. If he only cared about his strength as the heir of the Xiao clan, he wouldn't be able to go far. Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh when he heard that Xiao Chuheng was reaping what he sowed. He raised his head and looked at the battle in the sky. Xiao Xian's expression didn't change in the face of Xiao Feng's fierce attack. With a twist of his wrist, countless sword images rapidly appeared around him. As he retreated, the sword images also pierced forward, colliding with the countless spears and blocking the former's attacks. Xiao Xian had lived for 1,000 years and had experienced countless bloody battles. Compared to Xiao Feng, who had been peacefully cultivating in the Xiao clan, Xiao Xian's battle experience was extremely rich. If the two of them were to fight, the latter would definitely not be Xiao Xian's match. The chilliness in Xiao Feng's eyes grew even colder when he saw that Xiao Xian was actually so calm. He waved his large sleeve and wrapped it around the spear handle. His entire body supported the spear as he shot forward while a hurricane whistled. Even space itself was forcefully torn apart as a huge crack was formed along the way. Chi! The spear darted out like a bolt of lightning, but just as it was about to hit Xiao Xian's chest, the latter quickly lifted his hands and formed a seal with his fingertips. Genesis Chi circulated and a cool breeze gathered, turning into an invisible sword in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, incomparably sharp sword chi surged out, causing the surrounding space to hum and distort. Huh? A wisp of surprise instantly appeared on Xiao Mingyuan's old face when he noticed the sharp sword chi. Although Xiao Xuanfeng's aura was strong, it had to be said that it was even more shocking to be able to utilize the power of the wind to emit such sharp and domineering sword chi. Clang! The invisible spear collided with the sword body, producing a crisp sound of collision. At the same time, the sword chi on the spear shot out along both sides of the spear body, tearing through space and heading straight for Xiao Feng's face. Humph! As the sword chi shot over, Xiao Feng's expression changed. He couldn't care about the spear anymore. He waved his sleeves and released the spear body. An invisible gust of wind covered his sleeves and blocked the sword chi. At the same time, Xiao Xian twisted his wrist, and the invisible sword in front of him collided with the invisible spear. Then, the invisible spear suddenly shattered with a crack, turning into countless whirlwinds that scattered in all directions. Prince Xiao Feng, since your weapon has been destroyed, I believe that this battle should have come to an end. With a faint smile, Xiao Xian retreated and landed on the ground below. When Xiao Feng returned to his senses, he had already seen the shattered spear. When he looked at Xiao Xian again, his face had completely darkened. If you want to end this battle, you have to defeat me. With a low roar, Xiao Feng's body in the air shook violently. Genesis Chi surged out from his body, and in the void around him, distorted invisible curtains rapidly formed. Then, he raised his hands to his chest and interlocked his fingers in a seal. Gusts of wind also gathered above his head. This is the wind god's fury. Xiao Yan's expression instantly changed when he saw this scene in the empty space. The seal that Xiao Feng was using was no different from the one that Xiao Chuheng had used in Xiao City earlier. It was undoubtedly the wind god's fury. However, it was fine if it was merely the battle earlier. Once the wind god's fury was used, it was likely that Xiao Xian would have difficulty enduring it given his current cultivation. Xiao Feng, this battle doesn't have much meaning to begin with. Why are you still entangling yourself? You should know that you will be severely punished if you injure your clansman for no reason. Whether it was because of the guilt he felt towards Xiao Xian or because of Xiao Yan's existence, Xiao Mingyuan's tone was even harsher. However, how could Xiao Feng be willing to stop so easily? Third Elder, until now, I have never admitted defeat, nor have I exhausted my strength. Therefore, the battle hasn't ended, and it can't be considered as injuring someone for no reason. Xiao Xian, if you want to end this battle, one of us must fall. Wind god's fury. A vast and mighty pressure that was filled with a majestic aura spread apart. The expressions of the surrounding guards changed drastically. Numerous figures swiftly withdrew. Even some of the elders, who were observing the battle from afar, nodded their heads slightly in response to this pressure. Regardless of how overbearing Xiao Feng's character was, there was no need to say anything about his strength. This was something that no one could deny. Buzz. Below, Xiaoyan took a step forward and blocked in front of Xiaoxian. A powerful pressure that was not inferior to the former spread out. Immediately, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Just Xiaofeng's pressure alone was already so shocking. If Xiaoyan was added, the result would be unimaginable if the two of them clashed. Is he going to attack? Staring at Xiaoyan, who was about to attack, a cold light flashed in Xiaofeng's eyes. The aura on his body also became increasingly powerful. However, in the next moment, just as Xiaoyan was about to attack, Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows. Just as he turned his head, Xiaoxian's hand stopped him once again. Xiaoxian's face was still calm. Before Xiaoyan could speak, Xiaoxian slowly said, "You have had a hard time along the way. Rest well. Let me end my own battle." After saying that, Xiaoxian took a dozen steps forward without caring about the expression on Xiaoyan's face. Then, under the gazes of the surrounding people, he slowly raised his right hand. As he put two fingers together, Xiao Mingyuan's expression suddenly changed. He raised his head and looked over. At this moment, a huge tornado had formed above Xiaoxian's head in the blink of an eye, and then, with a wave of his sword finger, the huge tornado above Xiaoxian's head turned into a huge illusory image in the blink of an eye under the disbelieving gazes of everyone present. This illusory image was Fury of the Wind God. Wind God's Fury. It's the Wind God's Fury again. Moreover, he hasn't formed any seals yet. How is this possible? On the battlefield, the expressions of the guards below changed drastically when the illusory image above Xiaoxian's head formed in the blink of an eye. They could not help but cry out in surprise, especially when they saw that Xiaoxian had formed the Wind God's Fury in an instant. Their hearts were filled with disbelief. Xiao Mingyuan's old face was also filled with astonishment. However, compared to the younger generation of the Xiao clan, he understood that although the Wind God's Fury was an intent class Do skill, it was not impossible to form it in an instant. However, in addition to needing a huge amount of Genesis Qi to support it, one's understanding of the Wind God's Fury must have reached a level that most people could not achieve. This made Xiao Mingyuan's heart even more shocked. At the same time, the pity he felt for Xiaoxian deepened. Xiaoxian, who was so calm and had such astonishing talent in all aspects, had his cultivation stopped at the peak of the Origin Emperor level. This was really hard to accept. Sigh. With a deep frown and a sigh, the old man's body could not help but tremble. His pair of old eyes were slightly red as he looked at the figure in front of him who was as carefree as a cool breeze. A wave of resentment actually rose in his heart for him. It's really, fate makes fools of people. By the side, Xiaoyan also felt a wave of surprise when he saw Xiaoxian's reaction. It seemed that he had underestimated his ancestor. He could not help but mock himself in his heart. Compared to Xiaoxian, his powerful battle strength was almost entirely due to the existence of the heavenly flame. On the other hand, Xiaoxian relied on his own strength. In this regard, Xiaoyan admitted that he was inferior. On the battlefield, as Xiaoxian's Wind God's Fury gathered, the expression on Xiaofeng's face instantly turned ugly. He had also practiced the Wind God's Fury, and his understanding of it naturally far surpassed ordinary people. The fact that Xiaoxian could form the Wind God's Fury in an instant was proof of his strength. If his cultivation had not stopped at the peak of the Origin Emperor level, he would have no chance of winning today's battle. Xiaofeng's aura trembled involuntarily as he calmed down. He rejoiced in his heart as he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again in the next instant, a cold glint shot out from them. A cold and resolute intent surged from the depths of his eyes. Wind God's Fury, So what? The gap between the Origin Emperor and the Origin Ancestor can't be crossed. You will undoubtedly lose this battle. Xiaofeng stood in the air with his hands clasped together. He glared at Xiaoxian angrily as the enormous illusory figure behind him slowly leaned forward. At the same time, a shocking pressure descended from the sky. On the ground below, Xiaoyan sensed the pressure that spread from Xiaofeng's body. The expression on his face also changed. He was indeed worthy of being the heir of the Xiao clan. Compared to Xiao Chuheng, the Wind God's Fury that Xiaofeng used was at least twice as strong. Xiao Yan admitted that even if he was the one facing this attack from Xiao Feng, it was likely that he would have to go all out. By the side, Xiao Mingyuan's turbid eyes were fixed on this situation on the battlefield. Wisps of Genesis Chi quietly circulated around the surface of his body. Once the situation changed, he would immediately take action. No matter what, he had to ensure Xiao Xian's safety. Wind. God. Fury. Xiao Feng's voice carried a vast and mighty echo as it reverberated across the sky. There were already quite a number of people standing on the two sides of the street and in the pavilions. Most of them were the various elders of the Xiao clan. They had already guessed in their hearts that if Xiao Mingyuan did not intervene, it was likely that only Xiao Yan by his side would be able to block Xiao Feng's attack. Terrifying wind pressure viciously slammed into the faces of the crowd below, causing several people to involuntarily retreat. Some even fell to the ground on their butts, unable to withstand the wind pressure. Even Xiao Yan had a grave expression on his face at this moment. The Genesis Chi in his body swiftly circulated, as if he was already prepared to act. At this moment, only Xiao Xian's expression remained calm in the face of the incoming wind pressure. The gale automatically dispersed when it was 100 feet away from him, as if it was waiting for the furious god in the sky to descend. If one was paying attention, one would discover that Xiao Xian's face had unknowingly turned a little pale. What is he doing? Why isn't he taking action? A group of elders had unknowingly filled the main hall, and the patriarch of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yuheng, was standing in front of the door. Everyone's eyes were gathered on Xiao Yan and Xiao Mingyuan. Of course, the majority were still waiting for Xiao Yan to take action. After all, Xiao Feng was the origin sect master. Have you guys noticed that another force seems to be gathering around him? Xiao Yuheng's brows were tightly scrunched together. No one could clearly see the situation around Xiao Xian under the God of Fury's pressure, but he could still faintly sense something. Unfortunately, the elders didn't expect Xiao Xian to resist Xiao Feng with his own strength. No one responded, and Xiao Yuheng could only shake his head helplessly. These old fellows are still stubborn. On the ground, Xiao Xian calmly watched the giant illusory figure approaching, and a fierce look quietly surged in the depths of his eyes. A strong pressure descended from the sky, and Xiao Yan and Xiao Mingyuan grew increasingly nervous. They even had the urge to take action. If Xiao Xian wasn't as calm as before, they would have already taken action. Ancestor, Xiao Yan couldn't help but clench his fists even tighter under his sleeves as he stared at the figure in front of him. His forehead was also covered in sweat due to the nervousness in his heart. Xiao Xian, you've lost. A voice filled with pressure resounded like a final judgment. Xiao Feng's body suddenly jerked, and a terrifying storm suddenly swept out, closing in on Xiao Xian. The giant illusory figure finally descended in front of Xiao Xian at this moment. Xiao Xian, whose eyes were as calm as before, slowly raised his head. His eagle-like gaze instantly collided with the former's. The sword finger on his right hand gently rotated, and a calm voice was slowly uttered. Green cleansing sword art, Dao Heaven. One sword. Buzz. Almost at the same time, the illusory figure above Xiao Xian's head suddenly raised its hands and clenched them in the air. A giant sword that towered into the sky suddenly appeared in the originally empty space. At the same time, a terrifying sword chi storm swept across the world, slashing countless sharp sword scars on the ground below. At this moment, everyone present, including the elders standing in front of the main hall and Xiao Yuheng, had a drastic change in expression. Everyone stared at the scene with their eyes wide open, and their hearts were filled with shock. It was only a moment later that they couldn't help but cry out involuntarily. This is the Great Way of the Sword. Peak Green Cleansing Sword Technique, Dao Heaven Sword. Xiao Xian's clear cry sounded in the sky. He suddenly lifted his sword finger. Soon after, the illusory figure above his head, which was holding the invisible huge sword, suddenly thrust the huge sword down furiously. Buzz. The sword aura surged and shattered the entire area, forming countless spatial cracks. A couple of elders from the Xiao clan immediately appeared outside the arena and joined forces to seal off the area where the two of them were. Even so, the muffled explosion that was emitted when the sword aura collided with the energy wall still caused countless people to tremble in fear. Chi. In the next instant, without any room to breathe, the invisible giant sword, which was accompanied by an incomparably sharp sword aura, instantly pierced through the wind god's fury that Xiaofeng had unleashed. Xiaofeng's entire body was instantly blasted to the ground below. The blue stone was annihilated and turned into a pile of dust. As the air wave swept over, it actually turned the surrounding 100 feet into ruins. In an instant, the aggressive fury of the wind god was forcefully destroyed. Even Xiaofeng was seriously injured. The storm dissipated under the nervous gazes of the upper echelons of the Xiao clan outside the arena. Everyone's eyes quickly gathered at one spot, and their faces were filled with shock. At this moment, Xiaofeng was lying on the ground without any aura. He was in a miserable state. However, Xiaoxian still had a calm expression on his face. The fury of the wind god was still above his head, and an invisible huge sword was suspended high above Xiaofeng's head. If Xiaoxian had not intentionally restrained his sword aura, it was likely that the sword aura would have already landed on Xiaofeng's body below. If this sword of mine lands, you will definitely die. Therefore, you have lost. Xiaoxian's calm voice slowly sounded. The sword finger that Xiaoxian was about to slash down trembled slightly and gradually loosened. At the same time, the illusory figure above his head and the huge sword also disappeared. I have lost. Xiaofeng, who was lying in the dust, could not help but reveal a self-mocking expression on his pale face when he heard this. His eyes gradually turned red. A long while later, he finally let out an unwilling laugh. He did not expect Xiaoxian to be able to comprehend the sword Great Dao while mastering the Great Dao of Wind. Wow! When Xiaofeng's self-mocking voice sounded, it immediately caused an uproar in the arena. Countless gazes were fixed on Xiaofeng, who was lying in the ruins below. Their gazes were filled with disbelief. It was hard to imagine that the crown prince before them would be defeated by an origin emperor. It was simply unbelievable. Of course, the person who was even more shocked, naturally, was Xiaoyan. There was no doubt that Xiaofeng's cultivation was not inferior to Ouyang Miao's. Xiaofeng's cultivation, who was in front of him, who was an existence. Xiaoxian was an existence. What was even more shocking was Xiaoxian's current state. This seemingly thin figure before them had actually grasped the energy of 2 grand daos. This was something that no one present in the surroundings had expected. The energy of the grand dao was the most difficult energy to control in the heavens and the earth. So long as an ordinary person was able to grasp one, then it would be sufficient to become an expert and be respected by all. From a certain point of view, the energy of the Grand Dao was the standard to measure an expert. However, to most people, comprehending the energy of the Grand Dao was already extremely difficult, so grasping 2 types of energy of the Grand Dao at the same time was simply unimaginable. Of course, nothing was absolute. In the entire continent, some heaven-defying figures in the cultivation world could also rely on their own abilities to control 2 types of Grand Dao energy. However, the number of such people could be counted on one hand. Most of them were experts who had made a name for themselves in the continent many years ago, or core disciples of those super forces. There was naturally no need to mention the former. Once the latter matured, he would definitely become an expert that stood at the peak of the continent in the future. However, Xiaoxian had actually grasped 2 types of Grand Dao energy. Once news of this spread, it would probably cause a mighty uproar in the central region. Some of the Xiao clan's elders present involuntarily shook their heads when they thought of this. Even Xiao Mingyuan, who was standing beside Xiao Yan, had a bitter expression on his old face. He naturally understood what it meant to possess 2 types of great Dao strength. Even though this was the case, Xiaoxian's shocking training talent no longer possessed any value. Huff, Xiaoxian's face was ghastly pale. He slowly exhaled as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. When he turned around, he staggered. Xiao Yan, who had been paying attention to the former, immediately flashed forward and helped him up. Ancestor, how are you? Xiao Yan's face was filled with worry. Even he was deeply shocked by Xiaoxian's attack. But from the current situation, Xiaoxian seemed to have paid a heavy price. I'm fine. It's just that using 2 Dao powers in succession is a little difficult and the Genesis Qi in my body is exhausted. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Xiaoxian forced a smile. He felt rather helpless. If it weren't for the limitation of his cultivation, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Xiao Yan hurriedly took out a few pills from his storage ring and handed them to Xiaoxian. Xian was taken aback for a moment, but then he grinned. I forgot that you're an alchemist. He unceremoniously received the medicinal pill and immediately consumed it. A warm medicinal strength immediately followed his throat and slid into his body. Soon after, gurgling Genesis chi swiftly spread along the meridians in his body. A moment later, Xian's pale face had become slightly better. Only then did he arrive in front of Xiao Mingyuan with Xiaoyan's support. He bowed slightly to the latter and respectfully said, "Thank you. I'm sorry to have made Third Elder worry." Xiao Mingyuan was slightly startled. He involuntarily smiled bitterly and shook his head. He immediately glanced at Xiaoyan by his side and immediately understood something in his heart. He slowly said, "We underestimated your strength. It seems that the reason you didn't show your strength for the past few years was because of this little guy." During these years, Xian was no longer valued by the upper echelons of the Xiao clan due to his cultivation. Naturally, it was inevitable that he would be ostracized by some people. After all, he was an outsider. He was alone and without help in this large clan. Moreover, his cultivation had stagnated. Quite a number of people had the thought of asking him to leave the Xiao clan. However, due to Xiaoyan having yet to return to the clan and the insistence of the First Elder and the others, he was able to remain safely. Now that Xiaoyan had returned, Xian would never allow what happened to him to happen to Xiaoyan again. Even if Xiao Feng didn't invite him to battle today, Xian was bound to take the initiative to fight in the future and win the right to face Xiaoyan. After the battle, more than half of the Xiao clan's higher-ups had witnessed Xian's strength. After today, Xian's name was bound to resound throughout the Xiao clan again. At the same time, Xiaoyan would also quickly enter the eyes of everyone in the Xiao clan. The names of grandfather and grandson would be quickly engraved in everyone's mind. At that time, the old fellows of the Xiao clan would no longer look down on them because they were outsiders. After this battle, their identities would no longer be doubted. In front of the main palace, Xiao Yuhing narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xian. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as a look of surprise appeared on his face. TSK, borrowing the might of the wind god's fury to display the great way of the sword. The power of this sword is something that few below the Origin Venerate can match. I wonder what kind of scene it would be if he used his full strength. Xiao Yuhing stared intently at Xian as light flickered in the depths of his eyes. He muttered to himself for a while before turning his gaze to the elders of the Xiao clan and sternly saying, "Pass on my orders. From now on, Xian will be promoted to an inner sect elder. Xiaoyan will be a direct descendant of our clan and receive the same treatment as the crown prince." What? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the elders in front of him changed in an instant. Shocked gazes immediately gathered on Xiao Yuhing's body. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. Clan leader, even if Xian defeated the crown prince today, he is still an outsider with such a cultivation. How can he bear the position of an inner sect elder? Although Xian possesses the power of two great ways, how could he have defeated Xiao Feng if he hadn't used a surprise attack? Moreover, Xiaoyan's attitude was rather naughty. Since he isn't willing to join our clan, how can he be qualified to be a direct descendant of our clan? Cold and indifferent words rose and fell one after another. Although they had seen the fight earlier, it was clear that they were unwilling to accept everything that had happened in front of them. Their words had greatly belittled Xiaoyan and his granddaughter. Qualified? Xiaoyan possesses the power of two great ways. Isn't that qualified? With the cultivation of an Origin Venerate, he was able to defeat Xiao Feng, who is a 4-star Origin Venerate. No matter what method he used, his victory is the result. As for Xiaoyan, who in the current continent can subdue a heavenly flame? Xiao Yuhing's extremely dignified gaze slowly swept across the group of elders in front of him as he spoke in a slightly heavy tone. It's not necessarily a bad thing for clansmen to reject each other. However, if you stand on the wrong side, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Everyone here is an elder of the clan, so I won't say too much to embarrass you. However, I hope that you all understand that what I said earlier was to inform you, and not to ask for your opinion. After saying those words, Xiao Yuhing turned around and walked into the hall. Behind him, the group of elders looked at each other and were speechless. After a long while, they sighed deeply and left. On the other side, Xiaoyan and his grandson spoke a few more words with Xiao Mingyuan. After bringing the latter away, they prepared to leave as well. But right at this moment, Xiao Feng, who stood up with the help of the two guards, suddenly spoke. Wait, Xiaoyan's footsteps paused as he turned to look at Xiao Feng with an unfriendly expression. Is there anything else? Beside him, Xiaoxian also slowly turned around and calmly looked at the latter. Xiao Feng ignored Xiaoyan's cold eyes. He looked at Xiaoxian by the side and hesitated for a moment before speaking in a serious voice. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Your cultivation can't be stagnant at the Origin Emperor, right? Hearing this, Xiaoyan could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He was a little surprised in his heart. Even the first elder of the Xiao clan could not do anything about Xiaoxian's cultivation. Unexpectedly, this fellow still had doubts. Xiaoxian still appeared calm in this regard, but he did not answer Xiao Feng's question. However, when he turned around, the latter vaguely saw that Xiaoxian seemed to have nodded his head slightly. This also confirmed the guess in Xiao Feng's heart. Only after a long while did Xiao Feng let out a disappointed smile. He calmed himself down and moved away from the two guards who were supporting him. Looking at the two figures that had disappeared into the distance, he let out a long sigh and said leisurely, Looks like I didn't lose this battle unjustly. As he sighed softly, his body shook slightly. He forcefully endured the waves of weakness that came from his body and forcefully relied on his willpower to slowly walk in the direction that he had come from. On the field, the group of Xiao clan guards could not help but feel surprised when they saw the scene. At the same time, a sense of admiration rose in their hearts. After all, Xiao Feng was the heir of the Xiao clan. Even though he had lost miserably in the battle with Xiaoxian, he was still able to rely on his own strength to forcefully drag his severely injured body to walk. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. Creak. A wooden door was slowly pushed open, and a ray of hazy sunlight spread through the gap in the door. Finally, it formed a thin ray of light on the ground. As the wooden door was completely pushed open, the ray of light rapidly expanded. Soon after, two figures that were stretched to different lengths by the sunlight walked in. They were Xiaoxian and Xiaoyan, the grandfather and grandson pair. After an entire day of trifling matters, the sky had already darkened. It was only then that Xiaoyan was able to heave a sigh of relief. Even though the process was a little complicated, he had finally arrived at the Xiao clan. Seeing that Xiaoxian was fine, the greatest worry in his heart had been relieved. Although the worry at the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart had already been resolved, another serious problem still lingered in his heart at this moment. You can stay here for this period of time. I believe that there will be news from the clan leader very soon. Xiaoxian leaned lazily on the chair and let out a long sigh of relief with a slightly tired face. He smiled at Xiaoyan. News? Xiaoyan was just about to nod when he frowned. His face was filled with suspicion. Xiaoxian smiled and said, Everything that happened today was witnessed by the clan leader. The clan leader has seen everything that happened today. Even if it wasn't for me, he would have done something to make you join the Xiao clan. The expression on Xiaoyan's face was involuntarily startled when he heard this. His eyes were a little erratic as they landed on Xiaoxian. He paused for a moment before suddenly speaking. He paused for a moment and said, Ancestor, do you really plan to stay here? At this moment, Xiaoyan did not have even the slightest good impression of this so-called clan. If it was not on account of Xiaoxian, he would have long since left. However, after the matter with Xiao Feng, Xiaoyan could tell that Xiaoxian seemed to have already adopted an attitude of acknowledging the current Xiao clan. Just this point alone caused Xiaoyan to have no choice but to change the way he looked at the Xiao clan. In response, Xiaoxian smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. You were saying this because of what happened during the day, right? Xiaoyan did not comment. However, Xiaoxian shook his head nonchalantly and said with a smile, Haha. Haha, you little brat. Xiao clan is one of the three great clans. How could they be as tyrannical as what you saw today? What you saw was merely what others wanted you to see. Moreover, Xiaoxian suddenly paused at the end of his words. He slowly lifted his head and stared at Xiaoyan. His tone was a little deep as he said, You didn't come here to the central region. You did not come to the middle region just for the Xiao clan and me. I believe that you are already aware of the relationship between the Ghost Temple Gate and the Ghost Temple Gate. If you wish to rescue your wife from their hands, it is impossible for you to do so by yourself. I believe that you know this better than anyone else. Sun Er. Xiaoyan's body suddenly trembled violently at the mention of Sun Er. His expression instantly turned gloomy. A terrifying murderous intent surged in his originally calm heart at this moment. Even the aura in his body uncontrollably surged out. Hence, given the current situation, the Xiao clan's help is indispensable if we want to fight against the ghost sect. Xiao Xian pondered for a moment before continuing. We do not know the foundation of the ghost sect, but since it can surpass the three great clans, it is not difficult to imagine its strength. As for the Ghost Temple sect, it is one of the four great factions in the Middle region and naturally has no lack of Source Venerate level experts. Not only that, but they also have two Source Venerate level sect leaders. Xiaoyan's face was dense. At the same time, his body trembled abruptly. A beautiful face that could cause the downfall of a country, carrying a thread of clear and elegant demeanor, slowly surfaced in his mind. No matter what, it could not be removed. Little fairy doctor, Xiao Xian could not help but frown slightly upon seeing this. He recalled that he had indeed not seen the little fairy doctor in the ancient hall. Now that he saw the expression on Xiaoyan's face, he immediately had a vague guess in his heart. In short, as of now, regardless of whether it is the Ghost Gate or the Ghost Slaughter sect, their strength is sufficient to cause us to look up to them. Between us and them, it is just like fire and water. A true all-out battle is only a matter of time. Therefore, we must gather sufficient strength before that happens. Joining the clan is undoubtedly the most effective method. Although you and some of the elders in the clan are prejudiced against each other, we are after all from the same clan. I believe that they will not stand by and do nothing when it comes to uniting against an external enemy. The expression on Xiaoyan's face gradually relaxed after hearing Xiao Xian's explanation. After panting for a moment, the killing intent in his chest also gradually calmed down. His eyes once again regained their clarity. He nodded slightly, looked directly at Xiao Xian in front of him and softly said, "Looks like Ancestor is already prepared for this." I do not even have the slightest chance to reject these words. Xiao Xian could only smile in a noncommittal manner upon hearing this. He understood Xiaoyan's character quite well. If he was not prepared, it was likely that the latter would not be willing to join the clan. After all, blood is thicker than water. We are ultimately from the same clan. It is reasonable for me to do this. If that's the case, I'll find a chance to join the clan too. Xiaoyan smiled and nodded. Although he did not have a good impression of the Xiao clan, he had to join the Xiao clan for Xiao Xian, Sun Er and the little fairy doctor. Haha, that's good too. After today's incident, I'm sure the patriarch's side will also make a move. It won't be long. Xiao Xian stood up with a smile. At the same time, he let out a long sigh of relief and relaxed a lot. Quickly following this, however, Xiaoyan's eyebrows suddenly turned. He appeared to have recalled something as he raised his eyebrows and exclaimed. Oh right, Bai Hua and Lian are still outside. The two of them were so focused on talking about the Xiao clan that they forgot about Bai Hua and her companion who were blocked by Xiaoli outside the ancient city hall. Now that the matter had come to an end, Xiaoyan suddenly thought of the two of them, but he didn't know how they were doing now. Haha, don't worry. Although Elderly did not allow them to enter the inner clan, there will be people who will arrange accommodation for them outside the ancient city hall. You don't have to worry about this. Xiao Xian smiled and gestured to Xiaoyan to be at ease. The latter secretly heaved a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, the grandfather and grandson looked at the courtyard outside the door. At this moment, a few figures were hurriedly rushing over in front of the courtyard. The person in front was an elder. Looking at his status, he should be an elder in the Xiao clan. However, there were two young people following closely behind him. Xiaoyan looked over and saw that they were Bai Hua and Lian Er. Seeing this scene, the two of them immediately raised their eyebrows. It was really a coincidence. They did not expect that they would arrive here just as they spoke. Xiaoyan and Lian Er quickly looked at each other when they saw the three people walking over. Then, they quickly stepped forward to welcome them. The elder immediately smiled when he saw this. Haha, Elder Xiaoxian, I have been instructed by Elder Li to send these two to you. Bai Hua and Lian quickly moved to Xiaoyan's side as he spoke. Then, they looked at the elder in front of them and quickly bowed to thank him. Thank you, Elder. Xiaoxian's eyes swept across Bai Hua and Lian. Then, he quickly looked at the elder in front of him. He did not dare to slight him and immediately cupped his hands together to thank him. However, he frowned in the next moment and suddenly lifted his head. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at the elder in front of him. He said in a strange voice, Elder Tang, you just said, haha, you did not hear wrongly. From today onwards, you will be the inner sect elder of the Shao clan. In the future, I will have to rely on you. The elder laughed softly when he saw the strange expression on Xiaoxian's face. Then, he said in a mocking tone. At the same time, a surprised expression surfaced on Xiaoxian's face. Although he had already expected the result of his battle with Xiao Feng, he did not expect it to lead to such an outcome. There was never a lack of elder positions in the Shao clan. Across the entire Shao clan, there were at least 100 people who held the position of elder. However, these people only held the position in name. They didn't wield any power or benefits. Among these elders, there were also the inner pavilion elders. These people were the true managers of the Shao clan. Xiaoxian did not expect that his battle would raise his status to such a level. Xiaoxian's heart did not rejoice because of this. Instead, he felt an invisible pressure. After all, regardless of whether it was his status or identity, he would not be welcomed by anyone in the clan. Adding Xiaoyan, it was likely that they would face even greater trouble in the clan in the future. In addition, young friend Xiaoyan, the clan leader, has specially instructed that from today onwards, you will be treated the same as the crown prince in the clan. Tomorrow, the clan will set up a separate residence for the two of you. Someone will also send the monthly allowance to the two of you. The old man sized up Xiaoyan in front of him. At the same time that a glint flashed deep within his old eyes, the smile on his old face also became denser. Thank you, Elder. Haha, young friend, you are too polite. I am Xiaoqing Tang. If you need anything in the future, feel free to look for me. As long as it is within my ability, I will not be stingy. The elder cupped his fists together politely. After a chuckle, he did not stay any longer. He turned around and walked out of the door. In the end, he disappeared from the sight of Xiaoyan and the others. Xiaoyan clapped his hands as he watched Xiaoqing Tang leave. He smiled and said to Bai Hua and the other girl beside him, Are the two of you all right? The two of them smiled and shook their heads. After confirming that they were fine, they followed Xiaoxian's guidance and found a room to rest in. The silver moon hung high in the night sky. Faint moonlight scattered down from the night sky like a huge silver veil that covered the entire Shao clan. Xiaoyan was seated on the top floor of the pavilion. Both of his eyes were tightly shut. Both of his hands formed a seal and formed a training seal. Following the circulation of his breathing, threads of energy that were visible to the naked eye drifted out from the surrounding empty space. Finally, following his breathing, the energy continuously entered his body. It was a long while later before the energy drifting around his body gradually slowed down. Xiaoyan's eyelashes trembled slightly. A moment later, he opened his eyes and exhaled the turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. His entire body had also recovered to its peak state in an instant. Although the continuous journey and the battle with Xiao Chuheng today did not consume too much of his strength, it still caused him to feel even more exhausted. Only at this moment did his originally dark yellow complexion once again recover its rosy color. His pair of eyes seemed to be wrapped in a layer of faint warm jade in the dark night, and it was rather strange. Shao clan, I hope that we will not disappoint the choice of our ancestor. A glint flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes as he muttered in a somewhat dense tone. Immediately, he lifted his head and looked at the dark sky in front of him. High up in the night sky, the stars were boundless. A bright moon hung in the horizon, emitting a bright moonlight. Although it was night time, the scene on the ground below could be seen clearly. Although it was not as bright as daytime, there was a different feeling to it. Xiaoyan was a little absent-minded as he looked at the night sky. In a trance, those stars seemed to outline a peerless beauty that could topple a country. Her curving smile caused one to have endless fanciful thoughts. Sonair, memories of the past continuously flashed across his mind. Everything that had happened in the past seemed to have happened yesterday. However, Xiaoyan did not dare to imagine Sonair's current situation. He was afraid that the longing in his heart would cause everything to turn into the most brutal killing intent in an instant. Ghost Palace, it is all your fault. Also, as dense killing intent surged in his heart, Xiaoyan suddenly flipped his palm. A palm-sized, emerald-green ancient jade appeared in Xiaoyan's palm. It was the Tushi ancient god's jade. Both of his eyes stared at the ancient jade in his palm. The hatred in Xiaoyan's heart grew even denser. His 5 curled fingers wished that he could crush the ancient jade. In the end, all of this happened because of this. Sigh. After a long while, Xiaoyan finally sighed with a bitter face. With a flip of his palm, he once again stored the ancient jade into his storage ring. No matter how much resentment he had in his heart, the Tushi was his most important bargaining chip to save Sonair. Any impulse. After being quiet for a moment, Xiaoyan shook his head violently. He threw out the distracting thoughts in his heart and once again entered his cultivation state. Currently, the Ghost Gate was still a rather distant existence to him. Rather than being deeply worried about this, it was better to focus all of his thoughts on how to raise his own strength. That was the most important thing. Even if he wanted to save someone, the prerequisite was that he needed to have sufficient strength to support it. The next day, when Xiaoyan walked down from the pavilion, Bai Hua and Lian Er, who were surrounding the table in the hall, immediately shot their gazes over. Both parties looked at each other and smiled. Immediately after, a wave of light footsteps in the courtyard outside the door attracted the gazes of the 3 people. When the 3 of them looked over, the person who had arrived was Xiao Mingyuan. Third Elder. Xiaoyan hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Behind him, Bai Hua and Lian Er followed closely behind. Haha, little fellow, we meet again. I believe that you are already aware of the matter that the clan leader announced yesterday, right? Xiao Mingyuan chuckled as he swept his gaze over the 3 people in front of him. There was no need to say much about Xiaoyan in front of him. However, after sweeping his gaze over Bai Hua and Lian Er behind him, his eyebrows twitched. A surprised expression involuntarily surfaced in his old eyes. Fortunately, he did not reveal too much of it. Xiaoyan smiled and nodded when he heard this. Soon after, he saw Xiao Mingyuan take off a storage ring from his finger and handed it over. This is your monthly allowance. Other than this month's allowance, there are also all of the monthly allowances for the past 2 years. As for the rest, you can count them yourself. Looking at the storage ring in front of him, Xiaoyan received it without any hesitation. If it was yesterday, he would definitely not accept it so easily. However, since he was already willing to join the Xiao clan, this monthly allowance should belong to him. Naturally, there was no need to hesitate. The expression in Xiao Mingyuan's eyes immediately brightened when he saw this. He more or less understood Xiaoyan's character. Xiaoyan did not open his mouth to agree to the powerful invitation of the Xiao clan yesterday. Naturally, it was impossible for him to happily accept this little monthly allowance. It was likely that something had happened last night. Xiao Mingyuan's heart immediately thought of Xiao Xian. That's right, where is Xiao Xian? He doesn't seem to be here. Given Xiao Mingyuan's current cultivation, he had already sensed that Xiao Xian was not here when he entered the pavilion. Ancestor went to the back mountain to train. A light flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes as he said nonchalantly. Although it was called training, it was actually to refine the last half fragment of the origin returning art. If his luck was not bad, perhaps Xiao Xian's cultivation would be able to step into the origin sect after he finished refining this half fragment. At that time, Xiaoyan wanted to see what kind of expression those arrogant elders of the Xiao clan would have on their faces. Oh, is that so? Yesterday, I saw the might of his 2 types of Grand Dao energy, and I'm still unsatisfied. I originally wanted to spar with him and perhaps he would be able to provide me with some guidance in the Grand Dao energy. But since it's like this, then forget it. The old man smiled mockingly as he looked at the stunned expressions on the faces of the 3 people in front of him. Soon after, his tone changed and he said again, "Oh, right. Since you are staying in the clan now, perhaps you can try to participate in the clan gathering in half a year's time." The clan gathering includes the best of the younger generation in most of the clans. Although it may not be attractive to you, the rewards of the gathering are quite tempting. First place will receive 20 top-grade spirit stones. At the end of his words, Xiao Mingyuan's tone was deliberately a little more serious, and the so-called reward for first place unsurprisingly caused the expressions of the three people in front of him to instantly change. 20 top-grade spirit stones. The corner of Xiao Yan's eyes twitched involuntarily when he heard these words. He recalled that back then, he had borrowed the 2 top-tier spirit stones that Xiao Jin had given him to raise his cultivation by 3 stars. One could imagine just what kind of enormous amount of training resources these 20 top-tier spirit stones were. After Xiao Mingyuan left, Xiao Yan and the other 2 were still surprised by the reward for the first place that he had mentioned earlier. Even Lian who always seemed ignorant, could not help but reveal a heated expression on her slightly childish face. A total of 20 top-grade spirit stones. If placed in the outside world, it would be enough to create a second-rate sect. Its influence could not be said to be small. If it could land in the hands of Xiao Yan and the rest, looking at Bai Hua and Lian by the side, Xiao Yan's heart was slightly moved. Although his strength had continuously increased during this period of time, they had not been stagnant either. With Bai Hua's physique, her current cultivation had already reached the level of a 7-star origin king. Moreover, there were faint signs of breaking through to the 8-star level. Lian's cultivation speed was incomparably shocking. The terrifying physique of the woeful poison body was completely displayed on her body. Her cultivation had also reached the level of a 4-star origin king. In addition to Bai Hua's daily training and the woeful poison body, this girl's combat strength could be considered quite extraordinary within the origin king realm. According to this training speed, Xiao Yan was confident that he would be able to raise the strength of the 2 of them to the Yuan Zone class within a year if he added the 20 top-tier spirit stones. What happened? Why are all of you standing here? Just as Xiao Yan and the other 2 were in a daze, Xiao Xian had unknowingly entered the courtyard. He took a few steps forward and looked at the 3 in front of him with a somewhat puzzled gaze. The moment Xiao Xian's words left his mouth, the 3 of them immediately returned to their senses and shook their heads. Only then did they roughly explain the matter of Xiao Mingyuan's visit. Naturally, this included the so-called clan gathering. Oh? Clan gathering, huh? Looking at the time, it is indeed almost time. If there is a chance, all of you should give it a try. There will be no harm. Even if you are not ranked, the clan will still give some rewards. Of course, if you are able to obtain a ranking, that will undoubtedly be the best. Seeing the fiery expression on Lian's face, Xiao Xian could not help but smile. However, the words that came out of his mouth caused the 3 of them to frown. Us? Among the 3 of us, only Xiao Yan is a member of the Xiao clan. I'm afraid that Lian and I don't have the qualifications to participate in such a grand occasion, right? Bai Hua and Lian looked at each other and said hesitantly. Haha, you don't have to worry about this. If it was in the past, perhaps you wouldn't be able to participate in such a clan gathering. But now, as the elder of the Xiao clan's inner cabinet, I still have some authority. In addition, with Xiao Yan around, I believe there won't be any problem. Xiao Xian smiled and waved his hand. He did not take this matter to heart. Seeing this, Bai Hua and Lian nodded and smiled. Bright light flickered in their eyes. Xiao Yan also felt a little excited in his heart. Honestly speaking, he was also quite curious about Xiao Feng's strength. Yesterday, he had seen Xiao Feng use the wind god's fury, which was extremely powerful. He wondered what his chances of victory would be if he were to face Xiao Feng head-on with his current strength. I wonder how much my strength has increased in half a year. Gently clenching his fist, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes gradually became determined. Soon after, the few of them chatted for a while before taking their seats one after another. As for the rules of the clan meeting, they are all clichés, so I don't have to say much about them. Someone will introduce them to you at the time, so I believe you don't have to worry too much about the rest. Remember, the purpose of the clan meeting is not for the rewards, but for the hope that you can gain rich experience through more actual battles. Therefore, you just have to do your best in the competition, and put yourself first. I believe that with your talent, as long as you cultivate in peace for the next half a year, it won't be a difficult thing to achieve results in the clan meeting. Bai Hua and Lian Er immediately nodded their heads when they heard this. A heated expression flashed across their faces. This caused Xiaoyan to feel a little helpless when he saw this. These two fellows had actually become like this after hearing about the reward of 20 top-grade spirit stones. This really caused one to be unable to laugh or cry. However, if one thought about it carefully, one would understand. A top-grade spirit stone was something that one could only encounter but not seek in the outside world. Its value was immeasurable. Now that they had such an opportunity, it was naturally unavoidable for their hearts to be excited. However, they seemed to have forgotten that the top-grade spirit stone reward could only be obtained by the final victor of the clan gathering. That's right, I wonder if the ancestors' cultivation method has been successfully refined. Xiaoyan recovered. Only then did he recall the return to source skill. Immediately, he hurriedly inquired. The latter smiled bitterly and shook his head when he heard this. He slowly replied. The refinement was naturally a success, but my cultivation did not break through as smoothly as I had expected. The stagnation this time has indeed affected my cultivation. I'm afraid that it won't be easy for me to break through to the origin ancestor stage. Xiao Xian felt somewhat helpless in this regard. According to the nature of the returnant's art, he should have used this opportunity to break through to the origin ancestor stage in one go. However, after refining the remnant portion of the cultivation method, he faintly sensed the barrier that should not have existed, the barrier to the origin ancestor stage. How can this be? The moment these words were spoken, Xiaoyan immediately frowned as surprise surfaced on his face. Based on his understanding of the returnant's art, it was impossible for one to encounter a bottleneck before reaching the peak of every cultivation method. However, Xiao Xian had encountered such a situation at the peak of the Origin Emperor stage. This was truly unexpected. It might be because the third scroll is incomplete. However, it's fine. Since there's a bottleneck, I'll just break through it. There's nothing to worry about. On the other hand, you need the help of a heavenly flame to raise your strength. Do you know where to find the other two heavenly flames? Xiaoyan helplessly shook his head when he heard this. Even Yi Honglian did not know where the other two heavenly flames were, so how would he know? The only thing he could be sure of was that they were in the central region. However, the continent was so vast that even in the central region, wanting to find the whereabouts of the heavenly flames was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. It was also at this moment that Xiaoyan suddenly recalled what Huizhu had said to him back at the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Based on that, the ancestor of the Pill Tower seemed to know where the heavenly flames were located in the central region. If he had no other choice, this might become a clue that he could not ignore. A bright light flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes when he thought of this. Xiao Xian could not help but smile when he saw this. He had some guesses in his heart. Soon after, he seemed to have thought of something. With a flip of his hand, the storage ring on his finger flickered slightly. Soon after, two spirit stones that emitted a rich energy aura appeared in his hand. When the three of them looked over, their expressions suddenly hardened. There was no doubt that these were two top-tier spirit stones. Although I have saved up some spiritual stones over the past few years, most of them have been used up. These two are useless to me, so I'll give them to you first. Xiao Xian chuckled and flicked his finger. The two spiritual stones flew to Bai Hua and Lian respectively. The two hesitated for a moment, glanced at Xiaoyan, and then respectfully received them. Haha, half a year's time is neither long nor short. These two spiritual stones are the only things I can help you with. You will have to rely on yourselves for the rest. The clan meeting is not as cruel as a real battle, but it is definitely not an easy task. You should treat it seriously. Hearing this, everyone, including Xiaoyan, nodded heavily. Then, Bai Hua and Lianer each went upstairs with the spiritual stones in their hands. Xiaoyan then took out the storage ring that Xiao Mingyuan had given to him and slowly said, "There are some spiritual stones here. Aside from some elixirs and medial spiritual stones, there are also 10 supreme-grade spiritual stones. They were given by the third elder. Yes, it's within my expectations. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given them the 2 spiritual stones." Xiao Xian smiled faintly and did not mind. He had encountered such means when he first entered the Xiao clan. Now that he saw it again, he was naturally not surprised. The reason why he did not want Bai Hua and Lian to know about the 10 spiritual stones was that he did not want them to place their hopes on external things. Although supreme-grade spiritual stones could help them quickly increase their cultivation, if they could not truly grasp this power, even if they obtained it, they would not be able to use it. Instead, it was better to let them feel the urgency of time. Under pressure, their potential would be stimulated. Xiaoyan was naturally able to understand the meaning behind Xiao Xian's words. Soon after, his thoughts once again returned to the spirit stone. Then these 10 supreme-grade spiritual stones, naturally, it is not a monthly allowance. Although there are many supreme-grade spiritual stones in the clan, it is not to the point of being rich. Even the crown prince has to make a certain contribution to the clan if he wants to obtain supreme-grade spiritual stones. However, that level of contribution is unattainable. Otherwise, the clan meeting would not be the place that many disciples yearn for. Hearing this, Xiaoyan secretly nodded. In other words, the Xiao clan had put in a lot of effort in order to rope him in. Xiaoyan's eyes stared intently at the storage ring in his hand. Many thoughts flowed within his heart. It was a moment later before he finally put it away. He lifted his eyes and exchanged a smile with Xiao Xian on the opposite side. A bright light flowed within his deep, dark black eyes. After the incident with Xiao Feng, Xiao Xian and Xiaoyan's status in the Xiao clan had changed instantly. This also caused some people who did not have a good impression of the grandfather and grandson duo to stop in their tracks and forcefully suppress the thought of finding trouble with them. This also allowed Xiaoyan to enjoy an extremely rare period of leisure in the following days. This made him, who was used to being pressed for time, feel a little uneasy. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Xiao Xian was still trying to break through the barrier to the source sect. However, due to the returnant's art, he was still far from achieving a result. Fortunately, given Xiao Xian's temperament, he did not care about this. After all, the returnant's art had been completely restored. No matter how slow the process was, it was only a matter of time before he broke through. On the other side, Bai Hua and Lian had already entered a retreat. From the looks of it, they held an extremely great attitude toward the clan gathering. From the looks of the waves of energy ripples that were occasionally emitted from their rooms, the training of the both of them had improved during this half a month. This caused the emotions in Xiaoyan's heart to become a little fiery hot. Are these two fellows about to break through again? Xiaoyan raised his head and looked at the room where the two of them were in. His mouth involuntarily sighed. The physiques of these two fellows were different from an ordinary person. Their training speed was something that others could only hope to catch up with. It was really difficult to imagine just what level their cultivation would reach once they completely absorbed and refined this top-tier spirit stone. Xiaoyan exhaled somewhat helplessly. He placed the teacup down with one hand. When he turned around, he suddenly frowned and looked outside the door. At this moment, a familiar old man's figure was looking at him with a face full of smiles. Surprisingly, it was Xiao Mingyuan. Third Elder, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your body looks much stronger. At the same time as he stood up, Xiaoyan cupped his hands respectfully toward Xiao Mingyuan. The latter laughed out loud, waved his hand, and laughed out loud. You little brat, don't flatter me. How are you? Have you gotten used to these days? Thank you for your concern, Third Elder. I've been doing well. I've clearly built a villa for you, but you still want to live here. If it was someone else, I'm afraid they would have already moved over with their belongings. Little brat, you're really different. Hearing this, Xiaoyan smiled noncommittally. He did not care much about those things. Moreover, Bai Hua and Lian were currently in seclusion, so he naturally could not leave. Xiao Xian is not here again. Looking at the empty pavilion, Xiao Mingyuan's eyes flickered slightly. At the same time, he seemed to have understood something in his heart. No wonder you don't want to leave. Third Elder, are you looking for the ancestor? Xiaoyan pursed his lips and said with a smile. No, I'm not looking for him. I'm looking for you. Randomly pointing at Xiaoyan, Xiao Mingyuan took 2 steps forward and sat on the chair. Immediately, he lifted his head and looked at Xiaoyan in front of him with a faint smile. Me? Hearing this, Xiaoyan's expression was a little surprised. He did not understand what was going on. The old man parted his mouth and said with a smile, "The first elder has come out of seclusion. He wants to see you." First elder, Xiaoyan's heart suddenly jumped when Xiao Mingyuan's voice sounded. The expression on his face could not help but change. The first elder of the Xiao clan was the second person in power after the clan leader, Xiao Yuheng. He was also the true expert of the Xiao clan. Now, this person who could decide whether he stayed or left was finally going to see him. Phew. Third elder, please lead the way. Xiao Yan focused his attention and once again turned his gaze to Xiao Mingyuan. Hearing this, the latter shrugged his shoulders and laughed dryly. "Don't worry. I have other matters to attend to and can't bring you there. I originally planned to let Xiao Xian lead the way for you. However, since he is not here, I'm afraid you can only go by yourself." Hearing this, Xiao Yan was speechless. The Xiao clan was so big. It was difficult for him to go out and find an old man whom he had never seen before. Seeing Xiao Yan's difficult expression, Xiao Mingyuan chuckled and teased, "Hey, kid. Why didn't I see such an expression when you barged into the Xiao clan alone? Don't worry, the first elder lives alone in the depths of the back mountain. As long as you follow the stone stairs to the end, you will reach his residence. He will be waiting for you there this evening. Remember, he will not wait for you there." It was almost evening, but Xiao Xian had yet to return. Bai Hua and Xiao Xian were still cultivating. It was almost time for the first elder's invitation. Xiao Yan sat on the bed in the loft. He was silent for a long time before he slowly opened his eyes. He had a strange feeling in his heart, like a son-in-law meeting his father-in-law, as he walked towards the back of the mountain. A moment later, Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the stone steps that extended into the depths of the forest. The green peak in front of him was where the Xiao clan's back mountain was located. The Xiao clan's first elder was also there. Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the majestic scene in front of him. His heart was filled with hesitation. The person he was about to face was the first elder of the Xiao clan. At this moment, the anxiety in his heart was indescribable as he stood in front of the stone stairs. He looked into the distance. Faint clouds curled around the lush green peak in the distance, making it look like a fairyland. The endless stone steps led the way forward, but it was hard not to let one's imagination run wild. A moment later, Xiao Yan took light steps and slowly walked towards the peak of the green peak. At the same time, a surge of spiritual energy spread out from his body as he observed the situation around him. Other than being serious about the Xiao clan's first elder, he was also curious about him. It was inevitable for him to have any thoughts before he met the first elder. Under Xiao Yan's control, invisible spiritual energy spread out like a tide and swept across the forest in front of him. After his cultivation had advanced to the source ancestor level, Xiao Yan's spiritual energy had increased by quite a bit. Currently, it was comparable to an ordinary rank 7 alchemist. The magnitude of his spiritual energy went without saying. Relying on his powerful spiritual energy, the entire appearance of the Green Mountain before him quickly appeared in Xiao Yan's mind. Until a certain moment, buzz. Xiao Yan's forward footsteps suddenly paused. The expression on his face also changed slightly. There was an invisible barrier deep within the mountain forest that had actually forcefully blocked his spiritual strength. The moment his spiritual strength came into contact with the barrier, a stiff rebounding force immediately surged out. At the same time that his spiritual strength was forced back, a giddy feeling was swiftly transmitted into his mind. He panted for a moment before gradually recovering his calmness. Phew! What a shocking spiritual energy barrier. Fortunately, I did not force my way through. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have to pay a heavy price. Xiao Yan's tone was quite serious as he let out a low groan. He raised his head and eyed the mountain peak in front of him that was buried under the lush greenery. A glint flashed in his dark black eyes as he slowly exhaled. Immediately, his toes pressed gently on the ground and his body immediately shot out explosively, transforming into a black-colored ray of light that flew toward the deep regions of the mountain forest. Since his spiritual energy was unable to clearly explore the Green Mountain, he had no choice but to personally go up and take a look. Xiao Yan's body passed through the stone steps in a lightning-like manner. His blurry afterimage appeared a little strange in the dim shade of the trees. The swaying of the tree branches on both sides caused a chill to rise in one's heart. The cool breeze of the evening blew on Xiaoyan's face, causing him to be in high spirits. His sharp gaze swept across a certain spot in the surrounding dense forest without anyone noticing. His body continued to charge forward until a certain moment, swish. All of a sudden, the sharp sound of rushing wind pierced through the air and arrived in front of Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. The stream of light had become rather fierce due to Genesis Qi, and it pierced through Xiaoyan's body in the blink of an eye. It shot into a nearby tree trunk and nailed into it. At a closer look, it was only a leaf as thin as a cicada. Eh? At almost the same time, a bewildered voice sounded from a certain spot in the dense forest. A few dozen feet in front of the stone steps, a blurry afterimage gradually solidified. When the figure stood up, it was without a doubt Xiaoyan. When he looked at the spot where the leaf had pierced, a blurry afterimage was slowly dissipating. Come out, there's no need to hide. Xiaoyan suddenly beckoned with his hand, his palm facing a certain spot in the dense forest. A suction force madly surged from his palm, and a hurricane howled as countless leaves were sucked into Xiaoyan's palm. With a gentle shake, the leaves abruptly exploded, transforming into countless streaks of light that shot into the dense forest to the front. Next, a figure swiftly shot out, dodging the leaves and gracefully landing on the stone steps like a spirit deer. Xiaoyan could not help but raise his brows at the sight of the person before him. The person standing before him was a graceful young lady. The young girl was wearing a red dress. Her skin was as white as snow, as if it could be broken by the wind. Her soft black hair was casually tied up with a simple silk ribbon, but it revealed a trace of charm. As the young lady was currently standing sideways, Xiaoyan was only able to see the side of her face. However, he was still able to sense her exquisite and somewhat soul-stirring beautiful silhouette. One could imagine that this lady's appearance was definitely at the level of a femme fatale. Although Xiaoyan had already sensed the person around him, he had not expected that this person would be a lady. Earlier, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength had failed to detect the existence of this girl. It was likely that her aura had been purposely hidden by someone. Now that this girl had attacked, Xiaoyan could tell that this somewhat weak lady in front of him possessed the cultivation of a 2-star source zone. Who are you? There was not much gentleness in Xiaoyan's eyes when he saw the lovely figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him. Instead, his tone was slightly solemn as he asked. Xiaoyan naturally would not be polite to this kind of person who had launched a sneak attack. If he had not already sensed this girl's existence, he would have mercilessly taught her a lesson. I should be the one asking you this. The back mountain of the Xiao clan is the first elder's training ground. Other than the clan leader and a few elders, no one else is allowed to enter. Why have you come here? The young lady's lively eyes sized up Xiaoyan as she spoke in a somewhat arrogant tone. Xiaoyan slowly nodded his head when he heard this. A strong person had taken action to help her hide her qi. She was still able to randomly pass through the deep regions of the mountain where ordinary people could not reach. It was likely that this girl was not an ordinary tribe member. I have been invited by the first elder to meet you. His gaze slowly swept across the young lady's exquisite and flawless face as he spoke in a flat tone. So you're Xiaoyan. You're the one who seriously injured Xiao Chuheng half a month ago? The young lady's eyes immediately brightened when she heard this, and she giggled with interest. At the same time, the Genesis Qi in her body began to circulate as light flashed in her lively eyes. There was a fiery look in her eyes. Hehe, since you were able to defeat that guy, your cultivation must not be weak. Why don't you have a fight with me? If you win, I will let you in. Xiaoyan could not help but be somewhat stunned when he heard this. Before he could respond, the young lady's foot lightly pushed off the ground, and her figure instantly shot forward like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. She was the first to shoot towards Xiaoyan with a fierce gust of wind. And, qi. In the girl's hand, the thin and smooth satin turned into a force as hard and heavy as steel. It broke through the restraints of the air and arrived in front of Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye, aiming straight for his chest. Surprise appeared in Xiaoyan's eyes in the face of the young lady's sharp attack. This girl appeared weak, but her control of her Genesis Qi was extremely precise. She was able to use every bit of her Genesis Qi precisely on the silk cloth. From this, one could see just how frightening her control of her own strength was. This also made Xiaoyan a little interested in her. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was slowly lifted into a faint arc as he looked at the fiery red cloth that was swiftly shot over. He rotated his hand and an invisible strength immediately gathered in his palm. He immediately pushed it forward and the empty space in front of him began to distort at this moment. An invisible hand vaguely seeped out of the empty space and collided with the cloth that was heading toward him with a bang. When the attack landed, the silk cloth was blocked. The expression on the young lady's face involuntarily changed slightly. The Xiaoyan in front of her appeared to be much stronger than she had imagined. At the very least, Xiao Chuheng would not be able to block this attack so easily. She lifted her head to look at the sky above the dense forest. Dusk had arrived, and the red clouds were roaring in the sky like a fire lion. It was almost time to meet the first elder's appointment. Hugh, as he turned his head, Xiao Yan slowly exhaled, looked up at the girl opposite him, and said with a smile, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, come on, what? The girl scrunched her brows together, and a look of suspicion came to her delicate face. If you can touch my body during this time, I will leave. The girl's face immediately turned blank when she heard Xiaoyan's words. Leave within 5 minutes? Although Xiaoyan's strength was indeed much stronger than Xiao Chuheng's, these words were similarly a little more arrogant than Xiao Chuheng's character. It seems that you're not much better than that guy. Both of you are equally arrogant and despotic. Since you said it yourself, don't blame me for not giving you any face. The young lady's pretty face carried a little gloominess as she let out a soft cry from between her teeth. Soon after, her lovely body twisted and her exquisite body transformed into a countless number of afterimages in midair. They swiftly surrounded Xiaoyan's body like a ghost. Fiery red satin shot out from the afterimages one after another and interweaved into a net, trapping Xiaoyan within it from the top of his head. Not even the slightest gap was revealed. From the looks of it, Xiaoyan would not even need 5 minutes. It was likely that he would be expelled from the back mountain in less than 1 minute. Xiaoyan nodded in a rare manner when he saw the scene in front of him. His eyes contained some acknowledgement. This exquisite agility and the tight satin. Under normal circumstances, this girl would already be an invincible existence among those of the same class. Unfortunately, the person she was facing today was different. Xiaoyan nodded his head. His eyes contained some acknowledgement. A bright light surged in his dark black eyes. The tens of thousands of illusions in front of him also disappeared. In front of the enormous spiritual strength, this shocking agility do technique of the young lady did not appear so dazzling. Chi. Suddenly, a satin flew out, tearing through the empty space like a sharp blade. At the same time, it was accompanied by a hurricane. From the looks of it, this girl had actually also grasped the great way of wind. A glint flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes. The instant the silk cloth flew over, his body suddenly took a step to the left without any forewarning. Almost at the same time, the fire thread-like silk cloth also flew close to Xiaoyan's body and shot away. He dodged it? The young lady's expression changed slightly. Surprise flashed across her pretty eyes. Soon after, her 2 lily-white hands began to move as the Genesis Qi in her body swiftly circulated. 2 more satin threads shot out from the afterimages, joining together on the left and right as they pounced towards Xiaoyan once again. Xiaoyan merely chuckled in response to the girl's closely following attack. The tip of his foot gently pushed off the ground as his body somersaulted in the air, once again dodging the satin attacks. However, the thing that was different from earlier was that the instant Xiaoyan's body dodged the silk fabric that had tightly formed a net above and the 2 threads that crossed each other below swiftly drew close at this moment. One above and the other below, sandwiching Xiaoyan between them. Humph, let's see how you'll dodge this time. The young lady let out an icy chuckle. At this moment, Xiaoyan had nowhere to run. How could he possibly dodge her attack? In response, Xiaoyan's expression remained calm. His footsteps shifted as he instantly executed the sky extinction steps. His body leaned close to the fiery red satin that was about to fall as he brushed past the young lady. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on a nearby stone step as he looked towards the young lady with a faint smile. Although there was no way to dodge the satin threads, the young lady before him was Xiaoyan's greatest breakthrough point. Although the young lady's movement technique was rather mysterious and could create countless afterimages, it was completely useless against the prying eyes of one's spirit perception. Moreover, Xiaoyan's sky extinction steps was superior in terms of movement techniques. Hence, dodging the young lady's attacks was not difficult at all. At this moment, the young lady's expression gradually became solemn where she stood. She did not expect that her 3 consecutive attacks would actually be safely dodged by Xiao Yan with a slight advantage. This was especially the case earlier when the latter appeared to have seen through her agility. He did not even hesitate during the entire process. This point caused her to feel even more disbelief. After withdrawing the satin, the young lady turned her head to look at the smiling Xiao Yan. A feeling of being wronged rose in her heart. Her pair of pretty eyes were filled with anger. Clearly, she was quite dissatisfied with this result. "How is it? Can you let me in now?" Xiao Yan smiled. The young lady felt anger rise to her head when she heard this. Immediately, she lifted her delicate hands without any hesitation. Her 10 fingers formed a seal and an invisible flowing wind immediately surged in the surrounding empty space. Xiao Yan smiled. The young lady's anger rose when she heard this. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned slightly. He felt somewhat helpless in his heart. This girl was really stubborn. She was actually unwilling to admit defeat even at such a stage. In the next moment, great Dao technique, flying shadows. A delicate cry rang out. Subsequently, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly jumped. His expression also changed abruptly at this moment. The figure of the girl had actually disappeared from the spot. Even her aura in the world had instantly disappeared. What? His heart was instantly shocked. At this moment, even Xiao Yan's spirit strength was unable to detect the location of the girl. It was as if she had suddenly disappeared from the world. What a strange great Dao technique. Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. Just as he was about to flash and retreat, the empty space beside him suddenly distorted. A fiery red satin suddenly shot out at an astonishing speed. In the dense forest, Xiao Yan's face was solemn as he dodged several attacks from the satin. The expression on his face became more and more solemn. He seemed to have underestimated this girl's ability. She was actually able to hide herself between heaven and earth. The most shocking thing was that even his spiritual strength was unable to detect the existence of this girl. The fiery red silk cloth shot out from the empty space around Xiao Yan with a lightning-like speed. Its speed and strength were undoubtedly many times stronger than before. Although Xiao Yan was not afraid of this kind of strange attack really caused one's heart to feel terrified. He could not see the form, but he could see the attack. This feeling of being able to only rely on the opponent to attack indiscriminately was probably unbearable. Xiao Yan's majestic spiritual strength swept over the nearby mountain forest over and over again. However, he was still unable to sense the slightest unusual aura in the air. He could only allow the fiery red silk cloth to suddenly shoot over from an unknown position. Although this process was not sufficient to cause Xiao Yan to feel any heaviness, no one knew whether the girl still had other tricks up her sleeves. Suddenly, buzz. Somewhere in the void suddenly distorted and transformed. Xiao Yan's gaze instantly swept over and a nimble and delicate figure appeared in the void. However, before Xiao Yan could sigh in relief, the empty space on the other side once again became distorted. Another similar figure appeared. It was just like a chain reaction. Numerous figures continued to appear in the surrounding mountain forest. In the end, there were hundreds of them. However, what also shocked Xiao Yan was that among these hundreds of people, he was actually unable to detect which one was the real body. Wind-killing tribulation. Cold words were spat out from hundreds of mouths in unison, causing the entire world to tremble. When the hundreds of girls raised their slender fingers and tapped lightly in the void in front of them, a circle of ripples spread out like water waves. An invisible hurricane instantly enveloped the entire world, and the spatial ripples completely sealed off everyone. The terrifying hurricane rapidly condensed at the tip of the girl's finger, and finally turned into a little green light, trembling gently at the tip of her finger. The surrounding void was filled with the sound of wind. The moment the young lady's finger made contact with the green-colored glow, the green-colored light spot turned into a majestic and frightening energy light pillar in the blink of an eye. An instant later, it swiftly shrunk and agglomerated into a light beam that was only as thick as an arm. It carried a sharp sound of rushing air as it shot explosively toward Xiaoyan, who was currently in the middle of the 100 people. Xiaoyan, if you can dodge this move of mine, I'm willing to admit defeat. Hundreds of people spoke at the same time. Their voices sounded like bursts of Buddhist chanting, causing one's heart to feel uneasy. The energy contained within their words caused the nearby forest to tremble slightly. On the stone steps, Xiaoyan's gaze rapidly swept across the hundreds of beautiful figures in the surroundings. When he saw the green light beam shooting towards him, he could not help but reveal a look of shock. This girl was actually able to condense such an enormous amount of energy to such a small size. Her battle prowess was likely much more frightening than he had expected. However, Xiaoyan smiled at those figures with a slightly regretful expression. He looked at the countless light beams shooting towards him, but did not show any intention of dodging. Instead, he quietly watched the front. Even the girl was surprised by Xiaoyan's actions. If he did not dodge, even if Xiaoyan was also a Genesis sect expert, he would not be able to guarantee his survival. The next moment, Xiaoyan actually took a step back while the young lady was hesitating in her heart. At the same time, the empty space behind him strangely transformed into a dark black tent. His body entered the tent without causing the slightest ripple. Soon after, hundreds of green-colored energy light beams suddenly passed through the spot where Xiaoyan had been standing a moment ago. What? At this moment, the young lady's heart was suddenly shocked. Her mouth involuntarily let out an exclamation. She did not expect that Xiaoyan's body would disappear without any forewarning. Even these hundreds of afterimages of hers were unable to stop him. That just now, could it be, the void great way, the hundreds of illusions gradually dissipated. In the end, only the girl was left standing on the stone steps. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared blankly at the spot where Xiaoyan had disappeared. Her heart was filled with disbelief. She believed that her flying shadows was something that no one of the strong people of the same level could dodge. Even her father praised it greatly. Today, however, it was actually dodged by Xiaoyan in such an easy manner. Haha, you've lost. It's time for me to leave. On the stone steps not far behind the girl, Xiaoyan's figure slowly stepped out of the void. He gave the girl in front of him a slight teasing smile. Immediately, his body moved, and his body turned into a ray of light that swiftly flew into the depths of the mountain forest. This girl had wasted quite a lot of his time. Xiaoyan did not wish to leave a bad impression on the first elder of the Xiao clan during their first meeting. Hence, he had no choice but to quicken his pace. After Xiaoyan dashed away, the young lady finally turned around in a leisurely manner. A pair of pretty eyes that carried an aggrieved expression watched Xiaoyan's disappearing back. The back of her teeth were tightly clenched. Immediately, she stomped her feet with some hatred and let out an angry snort. After which, her lovely body moved and immediately transformed into a fiery red lightning that chased after the former. Xiaoyan, no matter what, I will defeat you today. Xiaoyan, who was running wildly up the mountain, suddenly sensed the aura that was swiftly chasing after him. The expression on his face involuntarily changed. It was unexpected that this girl possessed such speed. This was especially the case when he sensed the sinister gaze that the girl threw over. A chill appeared on his back. He did not dare to hesitate any longer as he unleashed the sky extinction steps and rushed toward the deep regions of the mountain forest at full speed. Swish, suddenly, a sharp sound of rushing air was transmitted from beside Xiaoyan's ear. When his body turned, a ray of light brushed past Xiaoyan's ear, leaving behind a string of thumb-sized holes on a row of ancient trees in the distance. While he was secretly surprised, Xiaoyan cast a glance behind him from the corner of his eye, only to find that the girl had unknowingly caught up to him again. Her hands were forming a seal as Genesis Chi flowed at her fingertips. Beam after beam of light was continuously shot out, a look of unwillingness to give up. Xiaoyan felt rather helpless in this regard. He never imagined that he would end up provoking such an unreasonable person. This trip to the back mountain was likely going to be much more troublesome than he had imagined. Beams of light continued to shoot at him from behind. Xiaoyan could only dodge as he rapidly ran towards the depths of the mountain forest. This continued until a certain moment when the stone steps in the dusky mountain forest to his front broke, revealing a spacious clearing. On this clearing, a figure was currently seated with his back facing Xiaoyan. Xiao Yan's eyes instantly brightened when he saw that human figure. His body, which was dashing forward, became a little faster. At the same time, the hot-tempered pretty figure behind him also followed close behind. She appeared as though she would not rest until she was dead. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's figure had already leapt onto the clearing, arriving behind the figure. It was at this moment that a few more sonic booms were heard behind him. Xiao Yan's figure abruptly turned, narrowly avoiding them. In the next instant, the numerous arrow-like light beams shot toward the human figure in front of Xiao Yan after passing by him. At this moment, it was not only Xiao Yan. Even the young lady, who was following closely behind Xiao Yan, had also discovered this scene. Despite having the intention to stop it, it was already too late. Ch. However, just as Xiao Yan's and the girl's emotions were changing, the few beams of light strangely disappeared into the empty space with a chi sound when they were 10 feet away from the figure. They merely carried a few circles of spatial ripples before completely disappearing. The figure slowly stood up. The girl quickly came to his side and carefully supported him. At the same time, a somewhat hoarse and shallow laughter was spat out. Haha, you little girl. If you are willing to bet, just accept your loss. Why do you need to pester others? If it was someone else, they might not be so accommodating to you. Hearing this, the girl by the side could not help but blush. She immediately turned her head and stuck out her tongue at Xiao Yan behind her. Her mischievous appearance was somewhat adorable. As he spoke, the old man turned around and faced Xiao Yan. At this moment, the latter was looking at the person in front of him with a heart full of shock. Those energy beams from before were something that even he could not completely ignore. However, he did not expect that he could not even get close to this old man. From this, one could see how frightening his cultivation was. You are Xiao Yan? The old man slowly opened his mouth. The latter did not dare to slight him and hurriedly responded. Only then did the old man nod his head with a satisfied smile. Haha, I am Xiao Zhen, the first elder of the Xiao clan. After so many years, we finally meet. Under the starlight, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in front of a green rock in a mountain forest. An old man sat opposite him. Not far away, there was a delicate figure squatting on the ground in boredom. 2 white jade-like hands were supporting her delicate chin. Her quick-witted eyes would occasionally sweep back and forth between the 2 people in front of her. When she looked at Xiao Yan, she could not help but softly spit a few words. Regarding this, the 2 people in front of her treated it as nothing. Haha, this girl is indeed a little unruly. Even her father can't do anything about it. Don't take the matter from before to heart. Xiao Zhen smiled as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was sitting upright, and said with a smile. The old man's smiling appearance was very different from the slightly shocking appearance from before. His white hair appeared like a waterfall under the silver moon. A pair of deep eyes emitted a bright light in the night. The pitch-black pupils seemed to be able to see through the world, causing people to feel a sense of awe. Hearing this, Xiao Yan hurriedly shook his head with a smile and said, First elder is too serious. The old man smiled and nodded. On the other hand, the little girl at the side had an unforgiving expression as she snorted, Humph, if he dares to bully me, I'll tell my father to chase him out of the clan. When these words came out, Xiao Yan was instantly speechless. His gaze looked at Xiao Zhen, who was opposite him, and revealed a strange expression. Isn't this girl a little too arrogant? Although her cultivation talent is not bad, her temper is a little too much. Haha, don't mind it. Although the clan leader is spoiling her, it is not to that extent. If this girl goes overboard in the future, it is reasonable for her to be taught a lesson. Xiao Zhen fondled his beard and smiled. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, nearly choked when he heard these words. Only then did he understand in his heart that this girl was actually the daughter of the clan leader, Xiao Yuheng. No wonder she was so unruly and willful. Seeing the change in Xiao Yan's expression, the girl could not help but laugh. Her pair of beautiful eyes revealed some pride. Remember, this young lady is called Xiao Linger. If you dare bully me again, I'll ask the patriarch to deal with you. Xiao Linger raised her head and pouted at Xiao Yan as if she was showing off. However, Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who would have thought that this girl, who looked a little crazy, was actually the daughter of the Xiao clan leader, Xiaoyan still had a warm expression on his face as he continued. Other than wanting to meet you, I also want to hear a clear answer from you. Are you willing to join the Xiao clan? After recovering from his shock, Xiaoyan heard Xiaoyan's words and hesitated a little. He glanced at Xiao Linger, who had a curious expression on her face, and said with a smile, as long as the clan leader doesn't chase me out of the clan, I will forever be a member of the Xiao clan. As soon as these words came out, the girl's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly burst out with ferocity. However, the old man had a satisfied expression and laughed a few times. He nodded and said, in that case, this old man can be at ease. In the future, if you have any needs in the clan, you can ask the clan leader and me. If we can satisfy your needs, we won't be stingy. Xiaoyan nodded respectfully. The old man pondered for a while before continuing, as for Xiao Xiao, you don't have to worry about him. As for Xiao Feng, I hope that you won't take it to heart. What you saw wasn't his true nature. It's just that, he values his younger brother too much, it's just a spar. Xiaoyan naturally won't mind. Hearing this, the old man could not help but praise. Such a temperament was definitely top-notch among the younger generation. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan could not help but turn his head to look at the girl by the side again. He laughed mockingly, Ling Er, Xiaoyan's temperament is worth imitating. Ling Er ignored the old man's mockery. Instead, she made a funny face at Xiaoyan. After that, she turned around and ignored the two of them. Xiaoyan smiled. He had a better impression of this slightly mischievous girl in front of him. Also, regarding the clan meeting, I wonder what your thoughts are. Xiaoyan changed the topic. At the same time, Ling Er also turned her head slightly and looked at Xiaoyan from the corner of her eyes. She seemed to be waiting for his reply. Great Elder, don't worry. The clan meeting is a grand occasion of the clan. Xiaoyan naturally won't be absent. Xiaoyan smiled. His words had already placed himself in the position of a member of the Xiao clan. This caused the smile on Xiaoyan's face to become even wider. Yes, it's naturally a good thing that you are willing to participate in the clan meeting. However, before that, this old man has to remind you of something. Xiaoyan is all ears. He cupped his hands respectfully towards the old man in front of him. The old man nodded and smiled. Soon after, he frowned and slowly said, although you and Xiaoxian have both entered the clan, only the clan leader and a portion of the elders in the clan can truly acknowledge you. The rest of the people have some reservations about your identities. Therefore, you will face some obstructions in the clan meeting this time, and it won't be easy. Although Xiaoxian has proven his strength to the entire clan in his battle with Xiao Feng, but, at this point, the Great Elder could not help but pause. His gaze met Xiaoyan's for a few seconds. When he saw that the latter did not have any emotions, he sighed helplessly and continued speaking. Sigh, but he is still the Origin Emperor. This is an indisputable fact. If you want to obtain the clan's acknowledgement and shut their mouths, you have to personally prove it to them with your strength. Otherwise, even if the clan leader appears, he may not be able to achieve any results. Xiaoyan was silent when he heard this. He nodded slightly and roughly remembered these words in his heart. In this way, even if he was willing to join the Xiao clan, it would not be easy for him to obtain a place here. Since all of you want to prove it, I will use this clan meeting to tell all of you the answer. Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath of air. A sharp glint flashed across his dark black eyes. A fiery hot emotion surged within his chest. A silent explosive cry did not disappear from the bottom of his heart for a long time. Cuckoo, since you are confident, this old man will not worry too much. Additionally, there is a place that I hope you can make a trip to when you have the time. That place has something that can help you raise your strength. The old man nodded. The words that followed caused Xiaoyan to raise his eyebrows slightly. The Inner Sky Pavilion. Most of the clan's chi methods and do skills are stored there. There is a scroll called the Fire God's Fury. Together with the Wind God's Fury and the Lightning God's Fury, they are known as the three Fury Gods of our Xiao clan. This can be considered the greatest help this old man can give you in participating in the clan meeting. Xiaoyan's eyes immediately brightened when these words were uttered. He had personally experienced the might of the Wind God's Fury. Naturally, he was able to understand the strength of that do skill. It was likely that it belonged to the high tier even among the E-class Do skills. Since this so-called fire god's fury was equally famous as it was naturally not difficult to imagine how strong it was. If he was able to master this fire god's fury, it might become another great trump card of his. Xiaoyan slowly stood up when the moon was high in the sky. After chatting for a long time with the old man in front of him, he had gained a greater understanding of the Xiao clan and the other factions in the middle region. Although it was already halfway through the night, he still had a refreshed appearance. On the other hand, Xiao Linger had a sleepy appearance. How could she have noticed what they were chatting about? Thank you, First Elder, for your guidance today. Xiaoyan will take his leave now. Cuckoo, go ahead. You can come and find this old man if you need anything. The old man smiled and nodded. Xiaoyan replied. He glanced at the sleepy Xiao Linger before turning around and swiftly walking back the way he had come. When Xiaoyan returned to the pavilion, he saw Xiaoxian waiting in the main hall. When the two of them met, Xiaoyan naturally told Xiaoxian about his meeting with the First Elder. The latter nodded slightly upon hearing this. Xiaoxian nodded slightly upon hearing Xiaoyan's words. Soon after, he laughed softly and slowly said to Xiaoyan, there are only 3 people in the clan who have a grudge against you and me. Without mentioning the others, you need to pay special attention to them. Who? Xiaoyan immediately frowned upon hearing this. To be mentioned by Xiaoxian, the status of these 3 people in the Xiao clan was likely extraordinary. The 3 elders in charge of the inner pavilion are Xiao Gan, Xiao Jinghong, and Xiao Dingtian. They are in charge of the inner pavilion, and other than the patriarch and the 10 great elders, no one else in the clan can match up to them. The arrangements for the clan meeting are all personally planned by them, and they are quite concerned about the 2 of us. If we are unable to participate in the clan meeting, then it must be their doing. If that is the case, wouldn't our willingness to participate in the clan gathering be? There is no need to be too worried. Now that the return to source technique is complete, as long as I am able to break through to source ancestor within half a year, the pressure on the 3 of them will naturally lessen. At that time, with the support of the clan leader and the First Elder, they will not be able to do much. Before Xiaoyan could finish speaking, Xiaoxian smiled in a slightly comforting manner. However, Xiaoxian's words did not make Xiaoyan feel relaxed. Instead, it made him feel an even greater pressure in his heart. Although the former's words were light, the prerequisite for them to participate in the clan gathering was that Xiaoxian had to break through to source ancestor within half a year. Given his current situation, it was unknown just how long it would take for him to break through to source ancestor. If he went overboard, even if he could break through to source ancestor, it would likely cause an irreversible impact on Xiaoxian's cultivation. One could imagine how difficult it would be. What are the identities of the 10 great elders? After coming back to his senses, Xiaoyan focused on Xiaoxian's words again. The 10 great elders are made up of the previous cabinet elders, led by the great elder. Among the remaining people, you have only seen the 3rd elder, Xiao Mingyuan. Hearing this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Mingyuan to have such an identity in the Xiao clan. However, although the 10 great elders are above the inner pavilion elders, they are all in charge of their own affairs and do not care about the internal affairs of the clan. Naturally, they will not interfere in the clan meeting. This time, if the 3rd elder is not related to you and me, he would not be able to interfere. The 1st elder is biased towards the clan leader's side. However, just these alone are not enough. Xiaoxian slowly shook his head. He naturally understood Xiaoyan's meaning. However, at this moment, they could only rely on themselves. Any external help might end up becoming a reason for those elders to reprimand them. Xiaoyan frowned as he quickly pondered in his heart. In that case, it was inevitable that Xiaoxian's cultivation would break through to the origin ancestor level within half a year. Otherwise, they would not be able to participate in the clan meeting. Compared to the former, Xiaoxian was much calmer. Seeing the slightly grave expression on Xiaoyan's face, he smiled faintly and changed the topic. Don't worry, there is still some time before the clan meeting. We can still make it in time. Let's put this matter aside for now. Before that, the most important thing is to go to the Hidden Sky Pavilion and obtain the Fire God's Fury. Hearing this, Xiaoyan nodded heavily. He was also quite interested in the fire god's fury. It was also at this moment that Xiaoyan's heart suddenly jolted as if he had thought of something. His eyes slowly narrowed as he pondered. The hidden sky pavilion, as the Xiao clan's library, there should be quite a number of pill formulas in there, right? Haha, it's not just a few. Among the three great clans, the number of high-tier pill formulas that the Xiao clan possesses is comparable to the other two clans combined. In fact, they might even have more. As long as it is a pill formula below rank 8, the Xiao clan will not have anything that our Xiao clan does not have. Xiaoxian smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan was a little surprised by the Xiao clan's collection. At the same time, his heart also jolted slightly. If this was the case, he might not have to worry about the pill formulas that he needed. The next day, Xiaoyan walked leisurely on a spacious road. From time to time, he would turn his head and look into the distance. When he crossed the road, he could see a large number of pavilions scattered about. The endless forest surrounded the entire Xiao clan. Although he was far away, Xiaoyan could clearly see some huge stone towers that emerged from the forest. They stood in a mysterious position in the forest. It was not difficult to guess that it should be some kind of great array. At the same time, the members of the Xiao clan who passed by on both sides of the road were also looking at this person who had caused a commotion in the clan not long ago. Curiosity surfaced on their faces and some of their eyes were filled with hostility. From the looks of it, the elders of the clan were not the only ones who were against him. Even the ordinary disciples of the Xiao clan were affected. Xiaoyan could not help but shrug his shoulders helplessly when he sensed the strange gazes around him. He did not have the time to think about the mystery of the stone towers. Immediately, he changed his footsteps and executed the sky extinction step. In the blink of an eye, his body turned into a black streamer. Before the disciples of the Xiao clan could react, he had already disappeared at the end of the street. After a while, Xiaoyan walked through the streets and the surroundings became increasingly spacious. Finally, a huge pavilion appeared in front of him. A huge pavilion stood majestically in the spacious open space. Xiaoyan lifted his head and looked at the magnificent pavilion in front of him. He could not help but shake his head in amazement. On the plaque of the huge pavilion, there were 3 rather ancient words: Profound Sky Pavilion. The plaque was completely black, but it faintly reflected a little bit of golden light, revealing a vicissitude and ancient mysterious aura. Inner Sky Pavilion was one of the most important places in the Xiao clan. It carried the ancient inheritance of the Xiao clan for countless years. It was a place that every member of the Xiao clan yearned to visit. However, as the most important place in the Xiao clan, the defense of this place seemed to be a little too weak. At the very least, from Xiaoyan's point of view, there was no one guarding the Inner Sky Pavilion. Even the door, which had many signs of wear and tear, seemed to be a little loose. It seemed as though it would fall off at any time. Xiaoyan stood in front of the door. He hesitated for a moment before he respectfully cupped his hands together and bowed at the pavilion in front of him. He took a deep breath before he lifted his feet and walked to the door. He was about to push the door of the pavilion open. It was also at this moment that, "Stop right there. How can an outsider like you step into the important place of the Xiao clan?" Just as Xiaoyan was about to lift his hand and open the door in front of the Inner Sky Pavilion, a cold cry was suddenly emitted from behind him. The dense words carried a sense of arrogance. Although he had not seen the person, he could tell that this fellow was definitely not a good person. Xiaoyan frowned slightly and slowly turned around. His gaze immediately landed on a young man. The two of them looked at each other before he spoke in an indifferent voice. "Who are you?" "Xiao clan, Xiao Tian." The young man lifted his chin slightly and coldly replied. 9-star origin emperor. Not bad. Xiaoyan nodded his head gently. His gaze swept up and down the young man's body as he gave his evaluation with a soft smile. Soon after, he withdrew his gaze, turned around and pushed open the door of the Inner Sky Pavilion. He lifted his foot and was about to step into it. "Stop right there. Don't you understand what I have said? You are not allowed to enter this place." Xiao Tian's expression immediately sunk when he saw that Xiaoyan actually ignored his words. At the same time, a cold cry was emitted from his mouth. His foot stomped on the ground and his body immediately charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Xiaoyan and grabbed his shoulder. Buzz! Xiaoyan's shoulder shook gently the moment Xiao Tian's hand landed. A surge of surging energy immediately swept out from within his body and instantly forced Xiao Tian's body back. Xiaoyan's foot, which was about to land on the pavilion, also stopped and withdrew. After which, he turned around and looked at Xiao Tian, who had been forced back dozens of feet. His tone was slightly deep as he said, "It is not up to you to judge whether I am a member of the Xiao clan or not. It is also not up to you to decide whether I have the qualifications to enter the inner sky pavilion. However, if you wish to find trouble, I am happy to accompany you." Xiaoyan slowly stepped forward as his voice sounded. The aura that covered the surface of his body rose with each step he took forward. His dense gaze also landed on the latter's body. After the matter 2 days ago, Xiaoyan's heart clearly understood that if he wished to gain a foothold in the Xiao clan, the most effective method was to continue to prove himself and defeat all those who opposed him. The right to speak would naturally land in his hands. Today, he would treat this Xiao Tian as a good start. Xiao Tian's heart involuntarily trembled when he sensed Xiaoyan's gaze. Soon after, he coldly snorted. His gaze suddenly turned cold as a powerful aura spread out from his body. "Xiaoyan, I am aware that you are a Yuan Zong. However, others may be afraid of you, but I am not. I have heard that you have defeated Xiao Chuheng. In that case, allow me to see just how great your ability is today." Xiaoyan involuntarily lifted his eyebrows when he heard this. He could not help but feel curious about Xiao Chuheng's position in the Xiao clan. Could it be that this fellow was the standard to measure the strength of the younger generation in the Xiao clan? Why would everyone mention him before they fought? Xiao Tian's body shook after his cry sounded. Scarlet-red flames immediately spurted out from the pores all over his body. In the blink of an eye, the flames covered his entire body. A scorching temperature caused the air in the area to become much drier. Great Dao skill, Furious Storm. While the seal between Xiao Tian's hands was changing, numerous fire curtains were formed in the space around him in the blink of an eye. Soon after, they covered his body in succession. The surprising thing was that with the support of these fire curtains, what was agglomerating on Xiao Tian's body was not some powerful Dao skill. Instead, it was wave after wave of extremely powerful energy aura. With the support of this energy aura, Xiao Tian's cultivation had actually crossed the boundary of the Origin Emperor and reached the level of a Yuan Zong. Fierce flames crazily burned on the surface of his body. Xiao Tian's aura also became increasingly frightening as the fire curtains gathered. In the end, his aura was actually close to that of a 3-star Yuan Zong. It is actually a great Dao skill that can raise one's strength. How frightening, Xiaoyan exclaimed in his heart. He had never imagined that there would actually be such a shocking great Dao skill in this world. It was actually able to allow a peak Origin Emperor expert to directly cross the boundary of 3 stars. Great Dao skills were different from ordinary Dao skills. They would become increasingly powerful as the strength of the practitioner and the great Dao power increased. If the great Dao skills that they were currently using were equivalent to an E-class Dao skill, then once Xiao Tian's strength completely matured in the future, the increase that his great Dao skills would bring would be unimaginable. "Xiaoyan, let's fight." Bright red flames filled Xiao Tian's eyes. The glass flames were like a god that was inspecting the world. They carried an incomparably arrogant aura that caused others to involuntarily feel sluggish. "It must be said that this great Dao skill of yours is the most shocking one that I have ever seen. Unfortunately, flames are useless against me, arrogant person. The reason that Xiao Chuheng lost to you was because he was not strong enough. Since his fury of the wind god was unable to defeat you, today, I will use the fury of the fire god to show the might of my Xiao clan." Xiao Tian coldly snorted when he heard the words from Xiaoyan's mouth. As his words sounded, he swiftly raised both his palms. His 10 fingers moved together and flames that reached the sky immediately surged. A bright red huge virtual image also swiftly agglomerated behind him. Fury of the Fire God. Xiaoyan involuntarily shook his head when he saw this. He helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Only then did he slowly raise his right hand. He opened his palm and a thought passed through his mind. Soon after, a puff sound followed and a cluster of pale purple-colored flame rose from his palm. Almost at this instant, an invisible strange aura instantly swept out. The originally incomparably hot space seemed to have a layer of raging flames burning. The entire place was so dry that it was about to explode. Buzz. The expression on Xiao Tian's face instantly froze when he saw the flame in Xiaoyan's palm. His eyes were like copper bells as he stared at the cluster of flames. His expression was filled with disbelief. This is a heavenly flame? Xiao Tian felt his heart suddenly skip a beat when the two words heavenly flame were spat out. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Although he knew that Xiaoyan was a Genesis sect expert, he did not know that the latter actually possessed a heavenly flame. It was currently the most difficult energy to capture in this world. So what if it is a heavenly flame? Meet my fury of the fire god. Although he was shocked, he had no choice but to release the arrow that was knocked on the bow. The fury of the fire god had already been formed. If he stopped now, what difference would it be from fleeing? Xiaoyan smiled slightly when he heard this. Immediately, his feet gently stomped on the ground. With a thought, a sharp and overbearing golden light immediately flourished. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into a metal giant. The purple flame in its palm also burst apart with a puff sound, transforming into purple flames that filled the sky and swiftly enveloped the golden body. The giant elephant skill was only a matter of thought for the current Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan took a gentle step forward as he watched the fury of the fire god that was charging toward him while carrying a fierce flame. His enormous hand clenched in the air and a purple-colored flame immediately agglomerated in his palm, wrapping around his entire fist. He no longer used any Do techniques. He merely relied on the strength of the heavenly flame to suddenly throw a punch forward. Bang! When the two collided, the frightening force contained in the fist instantly erupted. The raging purple flame immediately poured out like a tsunami and directly swallowed all the strength in the fury of the fire god. Not only that, the might of the punch had scattered the fury of the fire god in the short span of a few breaths. Bang! After the fury of the fire god was broken, Xiao Tian's body was uncontrollably sent flying by the remaining strength in the fury of the fire god. If Xiaoyan had not held back, it was likely that this attack alone would have caused Xiao Tian to be seriously injured. Just as Xiao Tian's body was forced back by Xiaoyan's punch, a somewhat shriveled hand was placed on his shoulder without any warning. The powerful force that should have landed on his body was easily neutralized by another force. Brat, my Xiao clan will not allow you to act so presumptuously. After Xiao Tian's retreating figure was stopped, a faint elderly voice was unhurriedly transmitted from behind him. When Xiaoyan focused his gaze, he saw that an old man in a brocade robe had unknowingly appeared behind Xiao Tian. At this moment, a pair of turbid old eyes were staring at Xiao Tian from afar. His eyes were sharp. An invisible strength swept out in a vast and mighty manner the instant the old man's voice sounded. It was like a wave that instantly struck Xiaoyan's golden body. In merely an instant, it caused the giant elephant's skill to collapse. Xiaoyan, who was under it, was also exposed. This scene naturally caused some shock to surge into Xiaoyan's heart. The strength of this old man in front of him was indeed frightening. With just a single sentence, he had broken Xiaoyan's golden body. Moreover, from the sound of his words, it seemed that he was also one of their opponents. It was also at this moment that Xiao Tian, who had been stabilized by the old man, regained his senses. The instant he turned his head, he saw the old man behind him. Joy swiftly surged onto his face. "Grandfather, you are here." Yes, the old man smiled at Xiao Tian before slowly saying, "You must be careful in the future. Although your great Dao power is extremely powerful and you do not need to fear an ordinary origin zone, he is an exception since both of you are of the fire attribute." Xiao Tian's face was solemn as he nodded when he heard this. After the exchange earlier, he had also come to understand just how frightening a heavenly flame was. Within the entire clan, there was hardly anyone from the same generation who could receive the attack he had just unleashed, even if they were experts from the source zone. Moreover, Xiaoyan had done it with such ease. From this, one could tell just how frightening a heavenly flame's suppression of an ordinary flame was. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was opposite the two of them, narrowed his eyes as he stared at the two of them. No wonder this old man had such a gaze the moment he appeared. It turns out that he was Xiao Tian's grandfather. With this thought, Xiaoyan's heart suddenly sank as he felt that something was amiss. If Xiao Tian alone was unable to stop him from entering the hidden sky pavilion, it was likely that everything would be different now that this old man had appeared. You are Xiao Yan? The old man's gaze turned back and once again looked at Xiao Yan, who had dispersed his golden body. He took half a step forward and in the next instant, his body had already appeared a short distance away from Xiao Yan. A pair of turbid eyes sized up the latter while his expression was filled with indifference. This young one is Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's heart secretly shivered in the face of this old man's frightening speed. He clenched his teeth as quickly as he could as he calmed his mind as he cupped his hands together in a respectful manner as he spoke. Huh? Originally, he wanted to use this opportunity to intimidate Xiao Yan. However, he did not expect the person in front of him to still have such a calm appearance. Even with the old man's rock-like character, he could not help but feel a little surprised when he saw this. Among the younger generation that he had seen, there were very few people who had such a character. Even so, it was ultimately difficult to change his position. Your ancestor was promoted to an inner sect elder by the clan head as an exception. I believe that he must have told you quite a lot about the clan's situation. You should be familiar with the name Xiao Jinghong. Xiao Yan's heart suddenly tightened when the old man's voice sounded. The expression on his face involuntarily changed. Xiao Jinghong. He remembered that he had heard Xiao Xian mention last night that he was one of the 3 inner sect elders and also the biggest obstacle to them joining the Xiao clan. He did not expect to meet him in just one night. Xiao Jinghong smiled with satisfaction when he saw the change in Xiao Yan's expression. He continued speaking. Xiao Yan, this old man will not say any more nonsense. However, there is one thing. This hidden sky pavilion is an important place of our Xiao clan. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Although the blood of our Xiao clan flows in your body, you do not have the right to enter before you officially become a member of our Xiao clan. As expected, Xiao Yan frowned tightly as he quietly said to himself. At the same time, he could not help but feel a little helpless. The inner sect elder held a high position in the clan. Other than the clan head, no one could control him. Xiao Jinghong's words had naturally sealed off all of Xiao Yan's paths. If he was unable to enter the hidden sky pavilion today, it was likely that he would not have another chance in the future. Therefore, you should return. Xiao Jinghong faintly said. His gaze was calm as he looked at Xiao Yan. Both of his eyes narrowed, as though he was waiting for the latter's reaction. At this moment, a somewhat domineering delicate voice suddenly sounded. Why should I return? Since I have come, it is only natural that I should go in and take a look. I can't possibly leave dejectedly just because of your words. Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily brightened when he heard that familiar voice. He turned his head and looked over. Sure enough, he saw a lovely and pretty human figure walking over from a spot not far from them. Her intelligent eyes were withdrawn from Xiao Jinghong and immediately landed on the former. Her smiling face appeared to be harmless to humans and animals. However, whenever Xiao Yan recalled what had happened yesterday evening, his heart did not dare to be careless with this girl. This person was Xiao Linger, whom he had exchanged blows with yesterday. Even with Xiao Jinghong's status as an elder of the inner sect, he could not help but frown when he saw Xiao Linger. His gaze turned and he immediately began to quietly ponder in his heart. We meet again. Today, you will owe me a big favor. The young lady still had the same mischievous appearance as yesterday when she arrived in front of Xiao Yan. She giggled at the former. Xiao Yan also hurriedly cupped his hands together and thanked her in response. Just by looking at the young lady's appearance, he knew that he did not need to worry about the following matters. Linger, regardless of how arrogant you are usually, the hidden sky pavilion has its own rules. As an outsider, Xiao Yan does not have the qualifications to enter. Xiao Tian swiftly stepped forward from beside Xiao Jinghong and said in a low and deep tone. Xiao Jinghong frowned and looked at his grandson. He opened his mouth slightly but was unable to say anything. After which, he looked at Xiao Yan and Xiao Linger on the opposite side. Xiao Tian, whether Xiao Yan is an outsider or not, this does not seem to be something for you to say. Moreover, whether he can enter the hidden sky pavilion or not is not up to you to decide. Hearing these two sentences again, Xiao Tian's entire face instantly became green. He hesitated for a moment and was about to open his mouth again when he was stopped by Xiao Jinghong by the side. Linger, tell me. What is going on? Seeing this, Xiao Linger curled her lips and smiled. First Elder has given the order to allow Xiao Yan to enter the hidden sky pavilion. No one is allowed to stop him. After these words were spoken, Xiao Jinghong nodded his head with an ugly expression. Although he had already guessed this result, personally hearing Xiao Linger's explanation still caused him to feel a little astonished. From the looks of it, the First Elder should have seen Xiao Yan. Xiao Jinghong let out a long breath. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the former again. He said doubtfully, "Girl, you can't lie to me. Did the First Elder really say these words to you?" Hearing this, the expression on Xiao Linger's pretty face suddenly became slightly serious. After which, she hurriedly took out a white jade tablet from her storage ring. Shockingly, the word Xiao was written on it. "This is the jade tablet that the First Elder gave me. Why don't you take a look?" When she said this, the young girl's throat involuntarily rolled. In the next moment, just as Xiao Jinghong was about to raise his hand to take the jade tablet, his gaze suddenly changed. The movement of his hand also immediately stopped. After which, he deeply looked at Xiao Yan and Xiao Linger. Ignoring Xiao Tian's insistence, he quickly brought them away from this place. "Grandfather, from that girl's actions earlier, it is obvious that she has a guilty conscience. As long as we can prove that the jade token does not belong to the First Elder, then Xiao Yan, there is no need." Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Tian were slowly walking on a wide street. Their turbid old eyes casually swept over the young clan members who were respectfully greeting them. Xiao Jinghong slowly shook his head when he heard Xiao Tian's words and replied indifferently. A suspicious expression involuntarily appeared on Xiao Tian's face when he heard this. Before Xiao Tian could ask, the former quickly opened his mouth and said, "That jade token does not belong to the First Elder. I was already aware of this from her reaction when she heard my words. However, the one who can truly stop us is not her." "Not Linger? Then could it be?" Xiao Tian seemed to have understood something when Xiao Jinghong's words were spoken. Within the Xiao clan, there were only a few people who could cause this inner pavilion leader to back off. The former did not explain any further in response. Instead, he slowly stopped and his turbid eyes once again landed on Xiao Tian. His tone changed as he said, "Tian, what do you think about the fight with Xiao Yan earlier?" Xiao Tian was at a loss when Xiao Jinghong suddenly asked this question. He mused for a moment before replying truthfully, "He is very strong. At the very least, I am no match for him in terms of attributes. A heavenly flame is really too frightening." In the past, Xiao Tian might have underestimated this kind of thing that only existed in legends. However, after the clash with Xiao Yan earlier, he completely understood how frightening a heavenly flame was, who would not be afraid of the strongest energy in the world. "What if we disregard the heavenly flame?" Xiao Jinghong gently nodded and asked again. This time, the expression on Xiao Tian's face involuntarily tightened. His brows were tightly knit together as his eyes stared at the empty space in front of him. The arrogant aura that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier once again surfaced in his mind. After a dozen breaths, he finally spoke in a solemn tone. "He's definitely the strongest two-star origin sect expert I've ever seen. If Xiao Chuheng is compared to him, then even 10 of him wouldn't be able to compare to him. Even though I don't want to admit it, this is the truth." Because of his grandfather, even though Xiao Tian did not have a good impression of Xiao Yan, he did not quibble about the truth that he had experienced. A loss was a loss. There was no point in quibbling. Xiao Jinghong raised his eyebrows in some surprise when he heard this. He was naturally aware of his grandson's arrogance. Although his grandson's cultivation had yet to step into the origin ancestor class, his combat strength was not inferior to a 2-star origin ancestor. The number of people in the current clan who could defeat him could be counted with one's fingers. However, he was able to have such a high evaluation of Xiao Yan, whom he had met for the first time. This was sufficient to see how powerful Xiao Yan's cultivation was. Xiao Jinghong could not help but feel a little curious about Xiao Yan when he thought of this in his heart. Even though he still did not acknowledge Xiao Yan's identity as a member of the Xiao clan until now, his powerful combat strength was sufficient to cause him to have a whole new level of respect for Xiao Yan. Of course, whether Xiaoyan had the qualifications to join the clan was another matter. At the same time, in front of the inner sky pavilion, Xiaolinger also resentfully withdrew the jade tablet that she was tightly clenching in her jade-like hands. She secretly sighed in relief in her heart. While the expression on her pretty face relaxed, her pretty eyes once again looked at Xiaoyan beside her. Her expression changed as she playfully laughed. "Remember, you owe me a favor." Xiaoyan smiled. A mocking expression flashed across his pitch-black eyes. Immediately, his face became serious as he said, "Isn't that the jade tablet's owner's possession? Isn't that jade pendant the Grand Elder's? If anything, it should be the Grand Elder's favor." "Why, alright, if you don't want to enter the inner sky pavilion, you can take it that way. I will call them back now." The young lady immediately curled her lips coldly when she heard this. She turned around and was about to leave. Xiaoyan was speechless. He hurriedly pulled her back and bitterly laughed. "I admit defeat. I must enter the inner sky pavilion. What about the favor?" The young lady immediately smiled. Her pretty face was filled with a victorious expression. The loss that she had suffered at the hands of Xiaoyan the day before yesterday could be considered to have been repaid. "The favor is naturally yours. This should be fine, right?" He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Xiaoyan's face was filled with helplessness. This girl really held a grudge. Hearing this, the young lady chuckled. Then, she led the way and walked straight to the entrance of the inner sky pavilion. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment. His gaze inexplicably swept across the sky above his head. After that, he slightly bowed towards a certain direction before following closely behind. When the two of them arrived in front of the inner sky pavilion and looked at the half-open door, Xiaoyan slowly let out a sigh of relief. His mood also relaxed a little. "Alright, you can go in. Remember that you owe me a favor." The young lady stopped and gently waved her hand, indicating for Xiaoyan to enter. "What, you're not going in?" Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing suspicion in his eyes. However, the young lady shook her head and said, "There are rules in the inner sky pavilion. Unless there is permission, or there is a grand occasion in the clan, no one is allowed to enter. So that's how it is." Hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes flashed. He couldn't help but think of the scene when Xiao Tian made a move earlier. That guy was indeed in a hurry. At this moment, when he connected it with Linger's words, it turned out that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop him after entering the inner sky pavilion. After thinking through this point, Xiaoyan no longer hesitated. At the same time, he pushed open the door in front of him and stepped in. The originally bright line of sight in front of him suddenly darkened at this moment. It was as if there was a special power sweeping across his body. Everything about him seemed to be completely exposed under this power. Just as Xiaoyan was secretly surprised in his heart, the voice of the young lady outside the door sounded again. "Remember my favor. After you come out, I want you to do something for me." "Okay, I promise you." Also, turning his head to look at the door that was about to close and the delicate figure that was about to be isolated, Xiaoyan slowly smiled and said, "The matter of your jade token can't be hidden from Xiao Jinghong." After these words were spoken, the door of the inner sky pavilion was tightly shut. The expression on the face of the young lady outside the door suddenly froze when she heard these words. At the same time, in the back mountain of the Xiao clan, the old man who was seated faintly smiled. He looked at a cup of tea that was placed on a flat green rock in front of him. His eyes were filled with a special charm. If one were to look carefully, one would discover that the scene reflected by the tea in the cup was currently outside the inner sky pavilion. The moment the door of the inner sky pavilion was tightly shut, an ancient and desolate aura came rushing over. This caused Xiaoyan to hurriedly focus his attention. He didn't dare to have any other thoughts. After a few breaths, Xiaoyan finally inhaled a deep breath. He lifted his head and scanned the scene in front of him. Unlike the squarish pavilion that one could see in the outside world, the space within the inner sky pavilion was circular in shape. At a glance, the entire space appeared extremely spacious. There was only a spiral staircase in the middle of the hall that led to the second floor. The incomparably hard black walls surrounding the hall were divided into countless orderly storage cabinets. At every set distance, there would be an empty space between the storage cabinets. Huge words of different colors were engraved on the cabinets. These words corresponded to chi methods and do skills of different grades and attributes. In this hall, the one with the highest grade had reached the level of a human class chi method and do skill. At a glance, the countless number of storage cabinets were filled to the brim with various chi methods and do skills. The collection of the Xiao clan could really be described with the word terrifying. Unfortunately, the things that Xiaoyan needed clearly did not exist in this hall on the first floor. After exclaiming in his heart, Xiaoyan took a step forward and directly stepped onto the staircase that led to the second floor. Compared to the first floor, the space on the second floor was a little smaller. Even the way the items were displayed had changed. Other than the storage cabinets on the walls, there were also rows of storage shelves that were made of the same material as the walls. Even the items that were stored on the shelves had an additional category of medicinal pills. The grades of all the items on the second floor had stepped into the spirit class. Even some of the medicinal pills had reached the level of a Tier 7 medicinal pill. When he reached the third floor, the space in the hall became increasingly smaller. The chi methods here had also reached the E class. The air was filled with waves of pill fragrance. Relying on this, Xiaoyan judged that the medicinal pills stored on this floor had at least reached the level of a Tier 7 medicinal pill. When he arrived beside a row of storage cabinets that were used to store medicinal pills, Xiaoyan looked at the row of jade boxes that were emitting threads of cold air. He could not help but click his tongue in admiration. Even with the strength of his current spiritual strength, he did not have much confidence in refining a Tier 7 medicinal pill. However, there were actually more than 10 of them displayed here. If this number was brought to the outside world, it would definitely cause quite a big commotion. Other than this, Xiaoyan also saw a couple of Tier 6 formation plates. Although their grades were not low and being able to be placed on the third floor of the inner sky pavilion was considered an honor in the eyes of an ordinary person, Xiaoyan could not help but sigh. Compared to medicinal pills, array discs were even rarer on the continent. This was especially the case for high-grade array discs. They could be said to be priceless existences. Ordinary factions would not even be able to lay their eyes on them. It was already quite rare to see a rank 6 array disc in the hidden sky pavilion of the Xiao clan. After all, even the Heavenly Cloud Villa, which specialized in arrays, did not have many of them. On top of the 3 black stone platforms, there were 3 semicircular energy barriers that looked like overturned bowls. Under the sturdy energy barriers, there were 3 scrolls of different colors. This was the only special thing about the entire third floor. The 3 scrolls were the Wind God's Fury, the Thunder God's Fury and the Fire God's Fury of the Xiao clan. Xiaoyan's gaze was fiery hot as he eyed the crimson scroll with purple lines drawn on it. A smile involuntarily surfaced on his face. The Fire God's Fury, it's you. Xiaoyan was not overly anxious in the face of this scroll that was so close to him. Instead, he gently exhaled and slowly extended his hand. He placed it on the seemingly weak light barrier and exerted a little force with his palm. Immediately, he was able to sense a strong rebounding force surging out, shaking Xiaoyan's hand until it involuntarily trembled. The defensive power is not bad. After roughly measuring the defensive strength of the light shield, Xiaoyan smiled faintly and took half a step back. His right hand clenched into a fist, and as Genesis Chi gathered in his palm, a stream of golden light began to flow around his arm. Huh! His slightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and his raised right fist instantly smashed down. The moment the space in front of him distorted, his fist had already heavily smashed into the light barrier. Clang, with a loud bang, circular ripples rapidly spread from the point of collision like raging waves. The entire light shield trembled violently, but it did not show any signs of breaking. Instead, a strong rebounding force continued to sweep outwards in an attempt to block Xiaoyan's fist. Force Elephant Art, break! With a roar in his heart, Xiaoyan's right arm suddenly jerked, and a surging force rushed out from his arm, violently attacking the light shield like a volcanic eruption. Boom! In the next instant, the light barrier was blasted apart under the frightening attack of this strength. Only then did the crimson scroll below land in Xiaoyan's eyes. Xiaoyan slowly exhaled, and his arm suddenly jerked. His robes fluttered, and the sound of bones colliding rang out. Only then did he gradually relax. Ever since Xiaoyan entered the Xiao clan, it was only at this moment that he truly fought. The collision between his bones had completely swept away all the fatigue that had accumulated in his body over the past half a month. His entire person had even become much more energetic. Xiaoyan smiled with satisfaction. Only then did he once again look at the scroll on the stone table in front of him. The crimson flowing light wrapped around it, appearing just like a real flame. It appeared that as long as it was slightly supported, it would completely burn. In the next moment, when Xiaoyan extended his hand to grab the scroll, the entire scroll shook violently. A raging flame suddenly rose from it, and it looked as if it wanted to climb onto Xiaoyan's arm, as if it wanted to devour him. It actually has the ability to defend itself. This is really rare. Xiaoyan softly muttered. Immediately, a thought passed through his mind, and the hand that was holding the scroll tightened slightly. In an instant, the flame that surged out from it suddenly disappeared, and the scroll that was originally shaking violently immediately calmed down. Seeing this, Xiaoyan casually kept it into his storage ring. After doing this, Xiaoyan, who should have left, did not stop. Instead, he lifted his foot and once again arrived in front of the stairs, intending to step onto the 4th level of the profound sky pavilion. Buzz. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to step onto the stairs, the originally calm space in front of him instantly condensed into an invisible barrier, blocking his footsteps. Xiaoyan's heart was startled. His footsteps immediately took a few steps back. As his expression changed, his solemn gaze involuntarily swept swiftly over the surrounding space. However, he did not see even half a human figure. Immediately, he cried out in a deep voice. "May I know what elder means by this?" "Humph, brat, don't you know the rules of the profound sky pavilion?" In the empty hall, a hoarse old voice inexplicably sounded. The pressure that it contained immediately landed on Xiaoyan's head, causing the emotions in his heart to become increasingly solemn. On the 3rd floor of the profound sky pavilion, after hearing the old man's words, Xiaoyan's heart froze. With regards to the rules of the profound sky pavilion, if it wasn't for Ling Er's explanation earlier, he wouldn't have known at all. However, he didn't expect that the mysterious old man would mention it again at this moment. This caused Xiaoyan to be at a loss. With the astonishing pressure above his head, Xiaoyan was silent for a while before he said with some difficulty, "I'm sorry. This is the first time this junior has entered. No one told me the rules here." "Humph, forget it. Those who don't know can't be blamed. Since it's your first offense, you can leave now." Hearing this, the mysterious old man snorted softly. At the same time, the imposing pressure on Xiaoyan's body also dissipated. However, without waiting for Xiaoyan to make a move, another aged voice sounded again. "Remember, after entering the profound sky pavilion, anyone can only take one thing away. Moreover, they must return it to its original place within 3 months. Otherwise, they will be punished according to the clan rules." After these words were spoken, Xiaoyan's heart suddenly sank. The expression on his face couldn't help but change slightly. Today, he entered the profound sky pavilion not only for the fire god's fury. However, the words of the mysterious old man at this moment had completely destroyed his plans. However, even if he was unwilling in his heart, the rules were like this. At this moment, he could only helplessly accept it. Letting out a long breath, Xiaoyan helplessly curled his lips. He lifted his feet and walked towards the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. The two mysterious old men once again fell into silence. This little fellow seems to be somewhat unwilling. In the top floor of the profound sky pavilion, 2 old men were sitting cross-legged. Their bodies didn't move at all. Although their old eyes were closed, they knew everything that happened in the pavilion like the back of their hands. At this moment, seeing the unwilling expression on Xiaoyan's face, one of them couldn't help but laugh. Rules are rules. The first elder has already been very tolerant of him. He definitely can't make an exception for him. Compared to the former, the other old man seemed much more rigid. His tone was indifferent, and his voice carried a cold aura that kept people thousands of miles away. The laughing old man seemed to be used to this. He only chuckled and said again, "Hee hee, of course we can't break the rules. However, I also remember that although we can only take away one item, it doesn't include the items cultivated in the profound sky pavilion. What you mean is? The cold old man's closed eyes suddenly opened. He stared at the former with a look of surprise and said in a deep voice, "In the past 100 years, only 3 people have managed to do this. The previous person seems to be the ancestor of this little fellow. I remember that not only did he successfully learn the wind god's fury in the hidden sky pavilion, he even took away a scroll. Perhaps this little fellow might be able to complete the pioneering work of his ancestor." The moment the laughing old man's words were spoken, the latter immediately became silent. His eyes were a little sluggish, as though he was recalling the situation that the former had described. The fellow who was called a cripple by the clan members had left an extremely deep impression in their hearts. As the old man's words faded, the pavilion also returned to silence. At the same time, Xiaoyan was also frowning as he stepped down from the first floor. His slightly sluggish footsteps stepped on the thick floor. Xiaoyan's brows were tightly knitted, and there was a hint of bitterness in his expression. Although the result was clear, he was still somewhat unwilling in his heart. Although he did come to the profound sky pavilion for the fire god's fury, he also hoped to find a way to help Xiaoxian break through the bottleneck here. However, he did not expect the result to be like this. Sigh, letting out a helpless sigh, Xiaoyan raised his head to look at the door that was getting closer and closer. The emotions in his heart grew more and more nervous. Once he opened these 2 doors, it would be very difficult for him to enter this place again. After all, even with the protection of the First Elder, he could not repeatedly refute the wishes of the 3 cabinet leaders. He could only hope that a miracle would happen before he raised his hand to open these 2 doors. The tightly shut door of the pavilion was just inches away. Xiaoyan's emotions were also tense to the extreme. Even his breathing had slightly paused at this moment. Some cold sweat involuntarily appeared on his originally calm face. 4 steps, 3 steps, 2 steps, involuntarily counting the steps to the door in his heart, the skin at the corner of Xiaoyan's eyes could not help but twitch. When he reached the last step, Xiaoyan finally slowly exhaled. He raised his slightly trembling hands and placed them on the round and shiny door handle. With his hand tightly holding the door handle, Xiaoyan's emotions calmed down for a moment. Then, he suddenly gritted his teeth and was about to open the door and leave. It was also at this moment that an old voice that caused his movements to instantly stiffen came from the empty hall behind him. "Kid, if you really want to take away the other things, it is not impossible." The old voice was like sweet rain that poured into the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart, which was on the verge of collapsing. The next moment, when Xiaoyan turned around, a piercing pain was instantly transmitted from his left eye. Only then did he suddenly realize that cold sweat had unknowingly covered his face. Even the clothes he was wearing were drenched by cold sweat. "Senior, please enlighten me." After regaining his senses, Xiaoyan hurriedly bowed towards the depths of the hall. The emotions in his heart also quickly stabilized. He was not a fool. Hearing the meaning in the old man's words, it was obvious that there was something else. Since they were able to make a concession, they would definitely have other requests. That's easy. As long as you can cultivate the fury of the fire god or the other thing you are looking for to great success within the limited time, you can take one of them and leave the profound sky pavilion. Otherwise, you won't be able to take anything away. The time limit is 3 days. If you succeed in cultivating it within 3 days, you can choose any item within the profound sky pavilion. If you fail, we will forcefully expel you. The former's voice had just sounded when a cold and indifferent old voice quickly sounded. The meaning in his words caused the emotions in Xiaoyan's heart to tighten. Immediately, he felt a pressure assault him. 3 days. If it was merely to cultivate an E-class Do technique into shape, it was very easy. However, if one wanted to grasp its essence and reach great success, this was something that was basically impossible to accomplish. The formation and maturity of everything in this world required a process. Based on the simplicity of things, the length of time required for the process would naturally be greatly different. Although there were impressions left behind by predecessors within a high-class Do technique, allowing one to achieve twice the results with half the effort, comprehending its essence was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Moreover, it was an E-class Do technique. If this action was successful, the benefits would naturally be quite great. However, if it failed, not only would he not be able to find a way to help Xianxia break through the bottleneck, he would also lose an extremely powerful trump card, the Fury of the Fire God. It was indeed difficult to weigh the pros and cons within. We won't force you. If you think that you can't do it, you can turn around and leave. You can still obtain the Fire God's fury. Just as Xiaoyan was hesitating, the cold old man's voice sounded again. The impatience in his tone was not concealed at all. In the hall on the first floor, Xiaoyan's expression did not change when he heard the old man's words. He merely inhaled a deep breath of air and was quiet in the same spot for a moment. When he once again lifted his gaze, his feet stepped forward and once again walked toward the stairs that led to the second level. The intention in his heart was undoubtedly revealed. If Xiao Jinghong had stopped him outside the House of Hidden Sky Pavilion, it would have been fine. However, since he had entered the House of Hidden Sky Pavilion, he naturally had to find an answer that he was satisfied with. If he left just like that, wouldn't he appear to be a little cowardly? Moreover, one had to have the courage to do and fight. If he did not force himself, how would he know the depth of his ability? Since the Xiao clan dared to set such a rule, there must be a reason behind it. Since it was something that the predecessors could do, it might not be impossible for him to do it. Hee, this brat is quite courageous. That laughing old man within the pavilion involuntarily revealed an expression of praise on his old face when he saw Xiaoyan once again step onto the second level. The other old man, on the other hand, let out a faint cold snort and said, "If he doesn't dare, then he can dream of joining our Xiao clan." Hearing this, the old man smiled but did not say anything. The reason why they gave Xiaoyan this opportunity was not only because of his relationship with the first elder, but also because they wanted to use this opportunity to test him. After all, if he did not even have the courage to fight for an item, how could he participate in the clan meeting and enter the Xiao clan? However, judging from the current situation, Xiaoyan's actions had obviously satisfied them. As for whether he could obtain the item he wanted, it would depend on his luck. The pavilion quieted down once again as Xiaoyan slowly stepped onto the third floor. Finally, he stood in front of the stairs leading to the fourth floor of the Profound Sky Pavilion. Xiaoyan involuntarily clenched his teeth tightly as his pitch-black eyes stared straight at the tiny staircase that was just inches away from him. His expression was grave. From his current position, it seemed that he was only one step away from this staircase. However, he clearly understood that it was extremely difficult to truly take this step. One could naturally imagine how difficult it was to train an E-class Do technique to the complete mastery stage within 3 days. This was not only a test of one's strength. At the same time, it was also a verification of one's training talent. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of outstanding talent the person who was able to set such a rule in the inner sky pavilion was. Phew, Xiaoyan let out a long breath. His body sat cross-legged on the ground. After a short silence, he tossed all the distracting thoughts in his heart to the back of his head. After which, he raised his hands, formed the training seal and swiftly entered into his training state. Since time was of the essence, he needed to be in peak condition for the upcoming cultivation process. He needed to master the Fire God's Fury to the complete mastery stage within 3 days. He could not afford to fail during this process. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When the churning and gathering Genesis Chi in his body calmed down, a faint warmth was transmitted from his limbs and bones. Only then did Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes slowly open. At this moment, his entire body had once again returned to its peak condition. Xiaoyan twisted his body slightly and sensed the surging tide-like energy within his body. He did not stand up. Instead, he rotated his wrist and took out a crimson scroll from his storage ring. It was the Fire God's Fury. A trace of nervousness and excitement involuntarily flashed across Xiaoyan's heart as he looked at the scroll in his hand. He had witnessed the great power of this item since the first day he entered the Xiao clan. It was finally time for him to train. Xiaoyan carefully unrolled the scroll in his hand and carefully studied all the information on it. Thoughts rapidly spun in his mind as a wave of information slowly flowed across his heart. After carefully studying the cultivation method of the Fire God's Fury for a long time, Xiaoyan could not help but frown. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. The fire god's fury was indeed worthy of being called one of the three fire gods' fury of the Shao clan. It was much more difficult to master compared to ordinary intent class Do skills. At the very least, the heart-shattering palm that Xiaoyan practiced could not be compared to the fire god's fury. It requires the great Tao of fire as the foundation to form the fire god's fury. Xiaoyan frowned. Although his cultivation attribute was fire, the great Tao he comprehended was the great Tao of void. In a fundamental sense, it did not meet the requirements needed to practice the fire god's fury. Although everyone could comprehend more than one great Tao, it was clearly impossible for him to reach the same level as Xiao Xian in his current situation. Sigh, Xiaoyan sighed softly and helplessly shook his head. Now that things had developed to such a stage, he no longer had the time to comprehend the great way of fire. He could only rely on the heavenly flame within his body to give it a try. He had spent quite a lot of effort in order to arrive at this place. If he were to be forced back because of this reason, he would really let down the First Elder's kind intentions. After throwing away the emotions in his heart, Xiaoyan's mind gradually calmed down. A moment later, he once again poured his mind into the scroll in front of him. As Xiaoyan's mind poured into the scroll, a complete set of cultivation methods was formed in his mind. An illusory figure formed a seal in his mind as an ethereal force gathered. It was the fire god's fury. At the same time, Xiaoyan closed his eyes again and lifted his hands involuntarily. His mind followed the movements of the illusory figure, slowly changing the seals in his palms. The Genesis Chi in the vortex in his body also began to circulate. At the same time that the thin fog around the illusionary figure agglomerated into numerous curtains, a purple-colored flame on the surface of Xiaoyan's body immediately spat out from a countless number of pores. It swiftly agglomerated and covered Xiaoyan's body. Throughout the entire process, Xiaoyan did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. From the maneuvering of his Genesis Chi to the agglomeration of the heavenly flame, everything seemed to proceed smoothly without the slightest mistake. Even some of the unavoidable bottlenecks described in the scroll were naturally passed. What's going on? Xiaoyan was dumbfounded as he examined everything that was happening to his body. He couldn't believe it. The cultivation of the fire god's fury was a little too easy. This point was something that Xiaoyan did not know. Naturally, other people would not have thought of it either. Although practicing the fury of the fire god required the way of the fire god as a foundation, fundamentally speaking, the way of the fire god was a derivative of the strength of a heavenly flame. Compared to an ordinary person, Xiaoyan, who possessed a heavenly flame, was far superior to others regardless of whether it was his understanding or control of the flame. It was only natural that he would succeed in practicing the fury of the fire god. At a certain moment, when the enormous illusionary image behind the illusionary figure was formed in Xiaoyan's mind, an enormous image that was agglomerated from a purple-colored flame was slowly being formed behind Xiaoyan in the third level of the inner sky pavilion. Buzz, the moment the fire god took shape, an invisible blazing pressure abruptly spread out, covering every corner of the third floor. A domineering aura seemed to soar into the sky, as though it wanted to overturn the inner sky pavilion. At the same time, the two elders sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed in the pavilion abruptly opened their eyes. Their turbid eyes were filled with shock. Xiaoyan was seated cross-legged on the third floor of the inner sky pavilion. Behind him, a giant flame statue towered like a small mountain. If Xiaoyan wasn't sitting cross-legged, the statue would have pierced through the dome. Inside the pavilion, the bodies of the two old men couldn't help but tremble slightly. Their eyes were wide open in anger, and their eyes were filled with deep shock. Buzz buzz buzz, on the third floor, the giant statue behind Xiaoyan trembled slightly, and the astonishing pressure it exuded grew stronger and stronger. Even the giant statue's body continued to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. In fact, it had already broken through the original size limit. Enough! It was at this moment that the laughing elder's deep and solemn voice suddenly rang in Xiaoyan's mind. Xiaoyan's thoughts instantly became clear, and the Genesis Chi and heavenly fire that he continuously sent into the giant statue also came to an abrupt halt. The giant statue behind him stabilized again. At the same time that Xiaoyan opened his eyes, he was surprised to sense the frightening pressure that filled the space around him. He could not help but be a little stunned. Immediately, a thought passed through his mind and the enormous statue behind him slowly disappeared. Only then did the pressure within the hall, which was about to explode, gradually disappear. At this moment, the empty space a short distance behind Xiaoyan suddenly became distorted. A black-robed old man slowly appeared. Xiaoyan seemed to have sensed something as he swiftly turned around. He hurriedly bowed and greeted the old man the moment he saw him. Xiaoyan pays respect to elder. The old man acted as though he did not hear anything when he saw this. His pair of old eyes swept up and down Xiaoyan. His eyes involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. His gaze was startled as he stared at Xiaoyan in front of him. It was a long while later before his expression suddenly flashed and he recovered. He inhaled a gentle breath of air and said, hesitantly, "Hiss, it's really done?" Perhaps it was because of his relationship with the first elder, but the old man's heart held some expectations for Xiaoyan in front of him. However, he did not expect that the latter would actually be able to practice the fire god's fury to the advanced stage within less than half a day. This kind of training speed was really beyond imagination. Moreover, from the looks of the special pressure that Xiaoyan had unleashed when he used the fire god's fury earlier, it had exceeded his knowledge of the fire god's fury. Regardless of whether it was the frightening degree of the pressure or the continuous soaring of the fire god's fury, it was the first time that he had seen such a thing. In Xiaoyan's hands, this scroll seemed to have unearthed an unprecedented power. Just from this point alone, Vulcan's fury and Xiaoyan were practically tailor-made. Seeing the incredulous expression on the old man's face, Xiaoyan couldn't help but grin. He scratched his head and laughed dryly. "I was just lucky. I didn't expect the process to be so smooth." "Cuckoo, isn't it too modest to say that you were lucky? After all, something like a heavenly flame is not something that can be obtained by relying on luck." After the shock in his heart, the old man immediately associated it with the heavenly flame within Xiaoyan's body. The latter also smiled awkwardly. A moment later, he finally laughed dryly and asked, "Since the Do technique has already been mastered, may I know if this younger generation can enter the 4th level?" "Hey, you are really not polite. If the old me was not here earlier, I'm afraid that this House of Hidden Sky Pavilion would have been overturned by you if you were to continue like that earlier. At this moment, you don't even have a word of thanks?" This younger generation knows his mistake. Elder, please forgive me." Hearing this, Xiaoyan was initially startled. After which, he hurriedly smiled awkwardly and bowed to apologize. He also did not expect that he would actually create such a strong pressure just by following that training method to train. However, it would be a joke to say that he could overturn the House of Hidden Sky Pavilion. Regardless of the old man in front of him, just the formation and the barrier that was added to the House of Hidden Sky Pavilion was not something that he could easily shake. "Alright, the old me is not here to criticize you. Since the fire god's fury has been mastered, the old me will not stop you from doing whatever you want to do next. However, you must remember that you can only take away one of the things in here. Additionally, you are not allowed to step into the 4th level and above. Only people at the elder level can enter the upper levels of the House of Hidden Sky Pavilion. If you continue to act like before, don't blame the old me for not giving you any face." The old man smiled slightly. A warm smile surfaced on his old face. However, when he reached the end of his words, his expression turned stern, causing one to involuntarily feel a sense of awe in their hearts. As the words from his mouth faded, the old man immediately waved his sleeves gently. The invisible barrier that was condensed in front of the stairs quietly disappeared. Xiaoyan was finally able to step forward once again. "Thank you, elder." Once again, Xiaoyan respectfully bowed to the old man. Without any hesitation, he turned around and walked towards the stairs with large strides. A fiery emotion involuntarily rose from the bottom of his heart. "Wait a moment." However, just as Xiaoyan was excitedly taking large strides toward the stairs in front of him, the voice of the old man behind him was once again transmitted over. The somewhat hoarse old voice was like a steel nail, causing Xiaoyan's body to instantly freeze. The joy that had just surfaced in his dark black eyes instantly disappeared. After pausing for a long while, his body stiffly turned around and once again looked at the old man. In his heart, he could not help but have the impulse to curse out loud. "First, return the fury of the fire god in your hand to its original position. Otherwise, you will not be able to step onto the 4th level." The old man's eyes contained a hint of ridicule as he glanced at Xiaoyan and laughed softly. When the former heard these words, the tensed nerves all over his body suddenly relaxed. He slightly trembled as he exhaled. Immediately, he hurriedly returned the scroll in his hand to its original position. When he turned around again, the old man's figure had already disappeared. Seeing this, Xiaoyan finally calmed down. In his heart, he secretly hoped that the old man would not cause any trouble. His footsteps did not dare to stop as he swiftly flew towards the fourth level. At the same time, in the pavilion, the two old men were also looking at each other. Although he did borrow the benefits of the heavenly flame, it is an indisputable fact that he was able to master the fury of the fire god in half a day. Half a day. I remember that even Xiao Tian used close to 2 days. Although that is the case, compared to his ancestor, he is still lacking a little. Just as the cold old man's voice faded, the pavilion suddenly turned silent. In the minds of the two, the scene from a few years ago appeared at the same time. Although he appeared calm, it stirred up a storm in their hearts. It was likely that they would never be able to forget the scene from that day for the rest of their lives. That man only used 4 hours to master the fury of the wind god in one of the 3 fury of the fire god. Now, although this junior of his couldn't compare to him, he could definitely be called stunning. Let's see how he performs in the clan gathering. After a long while, the cold old man suddenly said such a sentence. It seemed to be affirmation and also anticipation. On the other side, Xiaoyan had already stepped onto the 4th level of the sky-containing pavilion. Compared to before, the collection on the 4th level was undoubtedly more abundant. Unfortunately, even after rummaging through all the jade boxes that contained medicinal pills, Xiaoyan was still unable to find any medicinal pills that could help Xiaoxian break through his cultivation. This also caused his originally burning heart to become nervous and anxious. A moment later, in front of a storage shelf filled with various pill formulas, Xiaoyan's gaze was carefully and slowly sweeping across every scroll. These pill formulas were his last hope. If he failed, then his trip to the sky-containing pavilion would be considered a fruitless one. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Xiaoyan's eyes did not blink as he flipped through every pill formula on the storage rack. After a full hour, he saw that there were only a few pill formulas left that he had not checked. However, the pill formula that he needed did not have any results. Xiaoyan could not help but knit his eyebrows tightly together. The emotion in his heart also became increasingly gloomy. This is already the last scroll. Xiaoyan's hand trembled a little as he picked up the last scroll of the pill formula from the storage shelf. Holding the mentality of taking a gamble, the movement of his hand was extremely slow as he slowly opened it. The thick words gradually entered his eyes. Xiaoyan could not help but hold his breath and concentrate until the pill formula was completely opened. Rank 7 recovery pill, sigh. In the end, there is still nothing. With a slightly heavy sigh, Xiaoyan helplessly put away the scroll in his hand and put it back to its original place. His hands hung low, and his face was gloomy. The palms under his sleeves could not help but clench into fists, then release them with trembling. In the end, he bitterly smiled, shook his head, and turned to walk towards the stairs. Just as Xiaoyan was about to turn around, his feet appeared to have stepped on something. When he lifted his leg to take a look in surprise, he was surprised to see a roll of pill formula that had rolled onto the ground and was spread open. What was reflected in his eyes at this moment were the 3 bold and powerful words barrier-breaking pill. On the 4th floor of the inner sky pavilion, Xiaoyan held the pill formula in his hand tightly. He could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. His pitch-black eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise. The rank 7 barrier-breaking pill was a mid-grade pill. It could increase the chances of a peak origin Emperor expert breaking through by 20%. If one was lucky, the chances could even increase to 30 to 40%. Although the chances did not seem high, for an expert who had reached the peak of the Origin Emperor realm, even a 10% chance of breaking through was extremely tempting, not to mention this barrier-breaking pill could increase it by 20%. Phew, after letting out a sigh of relief, Xiaoyan hurriedly put away the pill formula in his hand. After that, he did not stay any longer and quickly walked towards the stairs he came from. Now that he had obtained the pill formula, he had finally found a way to solve Xiaoxian's cultivation. Of course, there was no need to continue staying in the inner sky pavilion. Xiaoyan's footsteps were light and quick as he ran down the stairs. His mood also became much more comfortable. Now that he had found the pill formula, the haze that covered his heart naturally disappeared. What he needed to consider next was how he should prepare to refine this rank 7 medicinal pill. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan returned to the first floor. Eyeing the gently swaying door in front of him, Xiaoyan sighed in his heart. His hand involuntarily rubbed the storage ring on his finger and gently rubbed it. After confirming that the pill formula was indeed present, he took a few steps to the front of the door and was about to lift his hand to pull open the door. However, it was also at this moment that the old voice from within the hall was once again transmitted over like a malicious spirit. Wait a moment. Hearing these words again, Xiaoyan felt his mind shake. The hand that he had just raised suddenly stopped in midair, and he could not help but feel a wave of grievance in his heart. The successive actions of these two old men had caused his mood to fluctuate. He did not know what other tricks this old man had up his sleeves. Helplessly sighing, Xiaoyan shrugged his shoulders and slowly turned around with a bitter face. As long as these two old fellows didn't have any ideas about breaking the pill formula, everything else was fine. This time, standing in front of him were two old men in black robes. One of them had a mocking expression on his face, which was the one that Xiaoyan had seen earlier. As for the other, his aged face seemed to be somewhat stiff, and he gave off a cold and indifferent aura, which made people not dare to approach him easily. The one who had called out to Xiaoyan earlier was undoubtedly the latter. Xiaoyan, greet the two elders. Even if he was dissatisfied in his heart, the two people in front of him were still the pavilion guardians of the Hidden Sky Pavilion. Not to mention their strength, just this identity alone was enough for him to treat them with respect. In response to Xiaoyan's respectful attitude, the laughing old man smiled and waved his hand. The other old man indifferently ignored him and coldly opened his mouth. The pill formula you chose is the barrier-breaking pill? As soon as the cold old man finished speaking, Xiaoyan's heart suddenly sank, and the expression on his face couldn't help but change slightly. He didn't expect this old man to really come for the pill formula of the barrier-breaking pill. Is it for Xiaoxian? Seeing that Xiaoyan didn't respond, the old man continued to speak indifferently. At the mention of Xiaoxian, the former suddenly frowned and clenched his teeth, refusing to comment. Seeing this, the laughing old man couldn't help but shake his head helplessly and said, "Little fellow, this old man doesn't mean to discourage you, but with Xiaoxian's condition, even the great elder won't be able to find out anything. Even if you can refine the barrier-breaking pill, you won't be able to help him." Hearing this, the expression on Xiaoyan's stiff face eased a little. He cupped his hands towards the old man and said, "Junior appreciates senior's kindness, but no matter what, I have to try it myself. But if Xiaoxian has already taken the barrier-breaking pill, do you still insist?" As soon as the old man said this, Xiaoyan raised his brows and looked at the other party in surprise. Hearing the old man's words, Xiaoxian had already taken the barrier-breaking pill. If that was the case, then wouldn't the pill formula that he had painstakingly found be worthless? Thinking of this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. Who would have thought that all his efforts would be in vain in the end? Seeing Xiaoyan's lowered eyebrows and eyes, the two old men looked at each other. Under the indication of the laughing old man, the latter flicked his finger and the storage ring on his finger flickered. A scroll turned into a stream of light and landed in the former's hand in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, just as the disappointment on Xiaoyan's face grew stronger, the laughing old man's voice sounded again. "Although you can't use the barrier-breaking pill, I have another pill formula here. I wonder if you have the courage to try it." "Another pill formula?" Hearing these words, Xiaoyan's somewhat disappointed eyes instantly turned. He raised his head and looked at the old man in surprise. A blazing light bloomed in the depths of his eyes once again. Seeing this, the old man chuckled and said, "Have you heard of the zone transformation pill?" "Zone transformation pill?" Almost at the same time as the old man's voice sounded, Xiaoyan could not help but exclaim out loud. Wild joy could not help but appear on his face. Compared to the barrier-breaking pill, the zone transformation pill was even more famous. Even though both elixirs were rank 7, the zone transformation elixir was a high rank 7 elixir. Just the difficulty of refining the elixir was far beyond the former. It was not inferior to some ordinary rank 8 elixirs. At the same time, the effect that it could produce was naturally not something that ordinary elixirs could compare to. The greatest effect of the Ancestor Transformation Pill was as its name suggested. It could allow an expert at the peak of the Origin Emperor realm to successfully break through to the Ancestor Transformation realm. This characteristic had successfully caused the Ancestor Transformation Pill to be highly sought after by countless Origin Emperors on the continent. However, there were two sides to everything. Although the Zone Transformation Pill could help Origin Emperors break through to the Origin Ancestor stage, the so-called Origin Ancestor stage could only be considered a pseudo-Origin Ancestor. Although the pill's special effect allowed one to gather Genesis Chi to break through, the result of the breakthrough would also cause the Genesis Chi in one's body to become unstable, making it difficult to gather. This would also cause one's cultivation to stagnate for a very long time, causing one to miss the best time to cultivate and regret it for the rest of one's life. Although this was the case, all these negative conditions were not a problem for Xianxia. After all, the return to origin art that Xianxia practiced was aimed at gathering Genesis Chi. Even if Xianxia did not deliberately cultivate it, he would still be able to gather Genesis Chi, let alone the side effects of the pill. Xiaoyan had no doubt that with the help of the Zone Transformation Pill, Xiaoxian's breakthrough was a certainty. Walking out of the inner sky pavilion, the orange-yellow sunlight spilled over. A cool wind brushed past Xiaoyan's face, brushing away the slightly oppressive aura on his body. It made Xiaoyan, who had stayed in the pavilion for an entire day, have the urge to merge with the world. He rubbed his face with all his might. Today's changing emotions made his entire face feel a little unnatural. It was only when he left the pavilion that his inner emotions were able to relax. Covering his face with his palm, Xiaoyan looked at the fiery red sky in the distance through the gaps between his fingers. He could not help but take a deep breath of cool air and look over with rapt attention. At the edge of the square, 3 figures were standing quietly. The person in the lead was undoubtedly Xiaoxian. As for the 2 people beside him, they were Baihua and Lian, who had been in seclusion for half a month. Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian exchanged glances with each other after arriving in front of him. The 2 of them smiled in understanding. Immediately, they looked at the 2 people by the side and laughed. "Why did you come out?" Baihua shrugged her shoulders and spread out her hands with a bitter smile. "We have finished absorbing the energy of the spirit stones. Our cultivation has broken through, so we naturally came out." As he said this, he could not help but curl his lips and look at Lian beside him. There was a different meaning in his eyes. Seeing this, the latter snickered and did not say anything. Hearing this, Xiaoyan suddenly came back to his senses. His gaze quickly swept over the former. His eyes flashed and he could not help but exclaim. 8-star Origin King? She has broken through 3 stars. Hee, the truly terrifying one is this girl. She has broken through 5 stars of cultivation. Although she already showed signs of breaking through before this, she still surprised me for quite a while. Baihua gently shook her head and sighed. Xiaoyan's face was filled with surprise when he heard this. He looked at Lian, whose pretty face was filled with a smile, by the side. When he sensed the shocking aura within her body that was many times stronger than half a month ago, the expression on his face involuntarily changed once again. It was really as Baihua had said. At this moment, this girl's cultivation had already reached the level of a 5-star Origin King. In half a month's time, with the help of a single supreme-grade spirit stone, he was able to cross over 5 stars of cultivation. Even though it was only a breakthrough of 5 stars, such an astonishing speed was probably unheard of in the entire continent. TSK. That's really amazing. Did you swallow the spirit stones in one gulp? The little girl stuck out her tongue playfully. The adorable expression on her face made one unable to help but feel tender affection for her. Even Xiaoxian, who rarely commented on others, could not help but click his tongue. This girl's cultivation talent is even stronger than yours. Moreover, with her special constitution, if she is properly nurtured, her future achievements will be immeasurable. Haha, don't worry, I have a doctor. As soon as Xiaoxian finished speaking, Xiaoyan immediately laughed out loud. However, the words that were about to come out of his mouth instantly stopped when a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. Even the expression on his face instantly dimmed. Seeing this, the emotions on Bai Hua and Lianer's faces immediately became much more restrained. Seeing this, Xianxia could not help but frown slightly. Then, he turned his gaze and said, "Seeing that you have stayed in the sky pavilion for a day, I think that you have probably mastered the fury of the fire god?" As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaoyan, who was immersed in his memories, suddenly returned to his senses. His eyes flashed as he looked at Bai Hua and Lianer. A smile appeared on his face as he nodded and said, "Yes, I also found a pill formula. As long as the pill is refined, it will be able to help you break through to the source ancestor realm." "Haha, I don't think that's necessary. I have already consumed the barrier-breaking pill, and it will no longer have any effect. You should refine it for them in the future. The most important thing in this half a year is to increase your own cultivation. Only when you are strong enough can you truly establish your position in the clan gathering. As for me, I believe that I will eventually break through." Hearing this, Xiaoxian smiled with some regret, as if he already knew the pill formula that Xiaoyan had mentioned. However, after hearing this, the latter slowly shook his head. Then, he took out the pill formula that he had obtained from the indifferent old man from his storage ring and said with a smile, "Rest assured, Ancestor Xiaoyan. What I want to refine is not the barrier-breaking pill, but the zone transformation pill. As long as the pill is refined, I have full confidence that it will be able to help you break through." Xiaoxian immediately raised his eyebrows. He had seen the zone transformation pill in some ancient books. A few years ago, the upper echelons of the Xiao clan wanted to use this pill to help them break through. However, they gave up in the end because the barrier-breaking pill was ineffective. Now that it was mentioned again, even with Xiaoxian's mentality, he could not help but secretly rejoice. After all, it was related to cultivation. It would be a lie if he said that he was not moved. Even Xiaoxian could not hide this. "The problem of the pill formula has been solved, but I'm afraid that I still have to work on the medicinal ingredients." Xiaoyan turned his head around and could not help but frown once again. Earlier, he had roughly glanced at the medicinal ingredients required by the pill formula. There were quite a number of them that were difficult to find on the market. A portion of them were existences that had a price but no market. It was likely not easy to find these. "Haha, don't forget that we are not alone now. The medicinal ingredients in the clan are much more abundant than any force in the outside world. Just tell me what medicinal ingredients you need." Xiaoxian smiled and comforted Xiaoyan when he saw that he was in a difficult position. "But, those guys," Xiaoxian frowned again as soon as he turned his head. He recalled Xiao Jinghong and his grandson that he had met at noon. Based on today's situation, the older generation of the Xiao clan would not easily let him go. "You have underestimated my status as an elder. Even if some people are against us, they will not be too presumptuous with the clan rules. So you can rest assured." Xiaoxian smiled faintly when he heard this. He was not too worried. He gently patted Xiaoyan's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. Let's go. Since the fire god's fury has been completed, there is no need to be too anxious about other matters. Rest well tonight. I will handle the medicinal ingredients tomorrow. I believe that there will be a result soon. In addition, although the two of you are not weak in cultivation, your actual combat experience is lacking. During this period of time, apart from daily cultivation, I will also be responsible for improving your actual combat skills. I am looking forward to your growth in the next half a year." Xiaoxian stroked his sleeves and turned around. A breeze flowed under his feet, and his body trembled slightly. In the blink of an eye, he was 100 steps away. His indifferent voice also entered the ears of Xiaoyan and the other two. "Now, let me see the results of the past half a month." The three of them faced each other. Soon after, Bai Hua and Lian Er laughed out loud as they shot out one after another. They transformed into two rays of light that chased after Xiaoxian in front of them. Only Xiaoyan remained in the same spot for a moment before shaking his head. Only then did he slowly walk forward. The next day. The sun was high in the sky and close to noon. Xiaoyan sat cross-legged on his bed with his eyes closed. Threads of Genesis Qi gathered in the air around him and entered his body as he breathed. At the same time, his body involuntarily emitted a faint oppressive aura. It was like a giant beast that had been entrenched, causing others to not dare to easily touch it. He had been sitting cross-legged here since early morning and had been training for several hours. All the exhaustion from yesterday had been swept away. He could begin refining the zone transformation pill once Xiaoxian returned. With the pill formula for the zone transformation pill, Xiaoxian was naturally very concerned about it. He had gone to the clan's storage pavilion early in the morning. With the Xiao clan's enormous resources, he believed that there wouldn't be any problems. I'm back. At a certain moment, Xiaoyan, who had his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. A smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth as his seated figure appeared in the hall of the pavilion. At the same time, a familiar human figure slowly walked in from the entrance of the courtyard. It was Xiaoxian. Baihua and Xiaoxian also stood up when they saw Xiaoxian return and quickly followed. Xiaoyan couldn't help but frown when he saw Xiaoxian's pale face. Soon after, he couldn't help but ask curiously. How is it? It's basically complete. Xiaoxian forced a smile and handed a storage ring to Xiaoyan. However, the latter couldn't help but frown when he heard this. It was obvious that they were still lacking some medicinal ingredients. How can it be? Even with the Xiao clan's collection, they still can't gather all the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the zone transformation pill? That's not it. I just didn't expect to meet Xiao Gan in the storage pavilion today. He was one step ahead of me and took the summer grass. Although I said a few more words, I still couldn't get it back. Xiaoxian helplessly shook his head. He also didn't expect that the most crucial ingredient in refining the zone transformation pill would be snatched away by Xiao Gan. Now, it seemed that they had to find another way. Although the Xiao clan was huge and the others might have summer grass, with the 3 elders present, it was unlikely that they would be able to find it in the clan. They most likely had to look outside. Have they started? Xiaoyan's hands slowly clenched under his sleeves as he said in a low voice. The expressions of Baihua's group by the side changed when these words were uttered. They involuntarily frowned as they looked at Xiaoxian. If Xiaoyan had not mentioned it, it was likely that they would not have noticed Xiaoxian's somewhat pale face. Xiao Gan said that he would give me the summer grass in 3 moves, so I gave it a try. When the latter heard this, he was stunned at first, but he knew that he couldn't hide it from the former, so he smiled brightly. Xiao Gan Xiaoxian, I will remember this. In an instant, Xiaoyan's aura suddenly changed. The area where the few of them were located suddenly trembled. An invisible hurricane suddenly agglomerated above Xiaoyan's head. Only when Xiaoxian gently patted his shoulder did Xiaoyan's emotions slowly calm down. These are all small matters. Most importantly, where can we find the summer grass? Xiaoyan suddenly recovered when he heard this. The summer grass was the foundation of refining the zone transformation pill. It had an extraordinary status among the rank 7 medicinal pills. There were even many rank 8 medicinal pills that used the summer grass as a supplement. Hence, it was not difficult to imagine its value. It was likely difficult to find it in an ordinary medicinal shop. Why don't we try an auction? The Xiao clan is in charge of quite a number of auction houses. The nearest auction house is in Shuyang City, one of the 3 Sun cities. If we are lucky, we might be able to find it there. Xiaoxian slowly said after pondering for a moment. All right. Instead of doing nothing, why don't we give it a try? We can treat it as going out to relax. Xiaoyan mused for a moment before gently nodding. His eyes glanced at Baihua and Lian by the side. He involuntarily smiled when he saw the excitement that surfaced on Lian pretty face. This girl's mind might not have matured, but her character was extremely wild. However, if he thought about it now, she had been in a nervous state ever since she had entered the Xiao clan. It was time for her to relax after training for half a month. Haha, this girl is already impatient. Let's go. Now? Xiaoyan could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard Xiaoxian's words. The former smiled at Lian and said. There's no time to lose. Let's go. Yay! The little girl cheered and immediately turned around to rush back to the pavilion, leaving Xiaoyan and Baihua to look at each other and helplessly shrug their shoulders. Xiaoxian turned around and sat in front of the table. He poured a cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. That's right, there is something that I think you might be interested in. Xian suddenly opened his mouth and looked at Xiaoyan. The latter turned his suspicious gaze over. I heard some rumors a few days ago. One of the four great factions at the border of the Middle region, the Dewey sect, held a grand wedding and invited many factions to participate. Buzz. Xiaoyan's expression instantly turned gloomy before Xiaoxian's voice sounded. A thick killing intent that could not be suppressed suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. Xiaoxian's eyes flashed as he stood in front of the stone table. He raised 2 fingers and a hurricane gathered above Xiaoyan's head. It turned into a sharp sword aura and forcefully suppressed the thick killing intent on Xiaoyan's body. The wedding was rather grand, and the entire process went very smoothly. However, according to the news later, the experts of the various factions who went that day all mysteriously disappeared on the second day of the wedding. It is very likely that the Dewey sect was behind it. Now, the Dewey sect has been targeted by many factions. They can be said to be the target of public criticism. Silence. As Xiaoxian's voice sounded, the atmosphere in the courtyard was strangely silent. It was so heavy that even the air seemed to have frozen. Until a long while later, I will definitely personally take back the debt that the Dewey sect owes. The killing intent in Xiaoyan's eyes was gradually hidden. In the end, Xiaoyan actually used the calmest tone to utter these words. Bai Hua by the side knit her brows tightly. She held her breath and focused. For those who were familiar with Xiaoyan at this moment was the most frightening. The most terrifying slaughter was the calmness that appeared after the extreme rage. At this moment, Lian, who was in the pavilion, suddenly trotted forward quickly. The sadness in her young eyes slowly faded away. She smiled cutely at them and urged, "Let's hurry up. When are we leaving?" The 3 men could not help but laugh at the same time when they saw the little girl's beautiful new clothes. Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian looked at each other and smiled. They nodded and immediately smiled at Lian. Let's go now. Hee, don't just laugh. This time, you have to follow us obediently. Don't run around. Bai Hua reminded her, but the little girl continued to argue. The 3 of them walked out of the courtyard and headed out of the Xiao clan. Shiyang City, Tianyang City, and Liang City were collectively known as the 3 Sun Cities under the Xiao clan. Among them, Liang City was the most prosperous. The reason for this was that the number 1 clan under the Xiao clan, the Zhao clan, was in charge of it, followed by Shiyang City. Shiyang City had an auction house set up for the Xiao clan. At the same time, it was also the main source of Shiyang City's economy. Across the entire continent, the establishment of an auction house would attract the attention of tens of thousands of clans. This was because in this place, as long as one possessed sufficient resources, one could bid for anything without any reservations and would not attract any trouble. Of course, this was merely common knowledge under normal circumstances. After all, in front of absolute strength, any obstruction would lose its effectiveness. Shiyang City was located to the east of Xiao City and was thousands of miles away. Fortunately, due to the teleportation formation, Xiaoyan's group did not spend too much time and arrived at this place on the same day. After the golden light disappeared, a couple of human figures appeared within the enormous light array. Xiaoyan's group was within it. The eyelids of Xiaoyan's group twitched gently when they sensed the light that covered their bodies disappear. Immediately, they slowly opened their eyes. Their eyes revealed a curious expression as they observed their surroundings. Within a short couple of breaths, the few of them were surprised to discover that they were not in the city. Instead, they were on an open-air stone platform outside of Shiyang City. This teleportation formation is actually built outside of the city? Xiaoyan, who had experienced many teleportation formations, knew that all of them were located in the central area of the city. It could be said to be the most important economic hub of a city. However, today, a teleportation formation was actually built outside of Shiyang City. This was really surprising. Let's go. Let's enter the city first. Xiaoyan only realized that there were only the 3 of them left on the teleportation formation when he sensed the numerous strange gazes that were shot over from a short distance away. Only then did he recover his senses and hurriedly led the other 2 beside him to follow the crowd and hurry over. Along the way, the 3 of them swept their gazes over the outline of the huge city not far away. All of them involuntarily raised their eyebrows. This city in front of them seemed to have brought them more than one surprise. Different from the cities he had seen in the past, the city gate of Xianxia City in front of him was actually built at the corner of the city wall. The high wall was like a giant beast that could devour people. The black boulders that extended from the wall were deliberately arranged to form the words Xianxia City. Just from this alone, one could see that this city was really unique. The three of them followed the pedestrians and walked out of the somewhat dark city gate tunnel. Immediately, glaring sunlight scattered down from the sky. A bustling noise poured into Xiaoyan's ears from all directions like a demonic sound, causing Xiaoyan to frown slightly. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes and slowly lifted his head. Looking at the huge inner city and the crowded streets in front of him, Xiaoyan could not help but frown and exclaim in admiration. After all, it was one of the top 3 cities under the Xiao clan. The scale of this Xianxia city was not inferior to the Donghua city of the southern region that he had seen previously. It could even be said that it was even larger. Where should we go next? Bai Hua's gaze swept all around. Her eyes paused for a moment on the strange towering shadow at the end of the street as she softly asked. Xiaoyan muttered to himself for a moment. His gaze also paused on the shadow. Soon after, he said, let's first go to a few of the larger medicinal ingredient stores in the city to take a look. Since there is an auction here, there should be quite a number of rare medicinal ingredients circulating. If we are lucky, we might be able to find the sumaru grass there. Bai Hua nodded slightly. Lian who was by her side, could not help but glance around. Her clear and beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. At the same time, her pure and tender face also attracted the attention of quite a number of people in the surroundings. Numerous drooling gazes involuntarily landed on the delicate figure of the young lady. Buzz, with regards to this, Xiaoyan merely had a thought in his mind. An invisible pressure immediately spread out from his body. The powerful aura immediately caused the surrounding crowd to recover their senses. After which, they hurriedly spread out. The area around the three of them became much more spacious. Let's go. With Xiaoyan in front, Bai Hua pulled the curious Lian with one hand. The three of them slowly walked forward. The passers-by in front of them, who had witnessed Xiaoyan's terror, also hurriedly made way. The group of them freely shuttled through the crowd and headed towards the strange shadow at the end of their sight. The three of them slowly shuttled through the enormous Xianxia city. Their gazes occasionally swept across the shops on both sides of the street. Along the way, they scanned and probed. However, Xiaoyan did not see any medicinal store that could catch his attention. However, the increasingly congested human traffic around them allowed them to feel the liveliness of Xianxia city. Although they did not obtain any results along the way, Xiaoyan did not feel anxious because of this. The marrow grass was an extremely precious medicinal ingredient. Even the Xiao clan's collection did not have many of them. It was somewhat wishful thinking to think that it would be so easy to find one in Xianxia city. Along the way, the vision in front of Xiaoyan's group gradually became clearer. Only then did they clearly see that the strange shadow at the end of their sight was a huge stone tower under the sunlight. From the looks of it, it was actually exactly the same as the strange stone tower that Xiaoyan had seen in the Xiao clan. Based on Xiaoyan's estimation, the location of this stone tower should be the center of Xianxia city. At the same time, there was a towering wall surrounding the stone tower. From the looks of it, there was no doubt that this was the only auction house in the city. A moment later, the footsteps of the three of them finally came to a stop in front of an extremely large pavilion. With astonishment in his eyes, Xiaoyan could not help but slightly open his mouth as he stared at the pavilion in front of him. Soon after, he sneered. He did not expect to see a branch of the Xiao clan in the middle region. Yunin Pavilion. This fellow, I thought that his branch was only at the border of the continent. I did not expect that he would also be involved in the middle region. With a grin, Xiaoyan could not help but praise Luo Jin's methods. That fellow would always do things that ordinary people would not be able to do. Extending his clan's influence under the feet of the three great clans was something that even the three great clans would not dare to do. After all, if they were discovered by the Xiao clan, it was likely that they would be wiped out. Standing in front of the Yunin Pavilion, Xiaoyan smiled slightly. After which, he directly led the Bai Hua duo into the pavilion. Compared to other people, he felt an exceptionally warm feeling when he entered this place. At the very least, he believed that the Union Pavilion would not be his enemy. After entering the Union Pavilion, the noise from the outside world immediately weakened significantly. A rich medicinal fragrance that was mixed with countless kinds of medicinal ingredients pounced on their faces. The medicinal fragrance was so strong that it caused the three of them to involuntarily sneeze. Xiaoyan rubbed his nose. When he turned his gaze around, a human figure swiftly came forward from the side and a laughter followed. "Dear guests, may I know what you require? We have qi methods, dough techniques, medicinal pills, medicinal ingredients, and even formation plates here. I believe that we should be able to satisfy your needs." After these words sounded, an old man wearing golden robes appeared in front of Xiaoyan. He had a warm smile on his face as he looked at the former, who was currently sizing him up. Previously, when Xiaoyan's group entered the pavilion, the old man had already noticed them. When he used his spiritual strength to observe them, he was even more surprised to discover that even with his rank 5 spiritual strength, he was actually unable to see through the depths of this young man. Immediately, there was an additional respect in his eyes when he faced Xiaoyan. A rank 5 formation master, huh? It is indeed worthy of being the work of the Union Pavilion. Seeing the old man's attire, Xiaoyan could not help but quietly say. Immediately, he did not speak any nonsense and smiled at the old man. With a twist of his wrist, he took out a white jade fan from his storage ring and handed it to the old man. The latter smiled as he received the white jade fan. His gaze swept over it and the expression on his old face suddenly changed. His mouth involuntarily inhaled a breath of air as he hurriedly and carefully observed the jade fan in his hand. Only after a couple of breaths did he carefully return it to Xiaoyan's hand. He cupped his hands together in a respectful manner and said, "So it is Mr. Xiaoyan. May I know what you need the old man to do?" Hearing the old man actually call out his name, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little surprised. After which, he cupped his hands together and said with a smile, "Elder is too polite. I am here to find a medicinal ingredient called the sumaru grass. May I know if you have it?" "Sumaru grass?" When Xiaoyan said these words, the old man's expression immediately paused. He hesitated for a moment but still nodded heavily and said, "Yes." Inside the Union Pavilion, upon hearing the old man's words, Xiaoyan's face could not help but reveal a joyful expression. He did not expect that the trip to Shuyang City would yield results so quickly. In this way, the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the zone transformation pill were all gathered. But, at this moment, the old man in front of him spoke with a slightly hesitant tone. The emotions in Xiaoyan's heart could not help but suddenly tighten. "We do have the medicinal ingredients, but we will need Mr. Xiaoyan to lead us for a while. There are some troublesome matters in between, but this old man guarantees that we will definitely hand over the sumaru grass with both hands." Seeing the change in expression on Xiaoyan's face, the old man hurriedly comforted him. Only then did the former heave a sigh of relief. He nodded his head towards the old man and thanked him. Soon after, under the old man's lead, they entered a separate hall in the Union Pavilion. The old man immediately left. Looking at his appearance just now, it seems that he has some difficulties. After the old man left, Bai Hua finally spoke about what she had observed just now. "It seems that there is some trouble. Let's wait first. If there is really no other way, we will find another place. After all, we cannot bring trouble to the Union Pavilion." Hearing Bai Hua's words, Xiaoyan also slowly nodded his head. Previously, when the old man first heard about the sumaru grass, the expression on his face had already changed. However, in the end, he still hardened his heart. Evidently, it was because of his relationship with Luo Jin. Otherwise, he would not have been so decisive. Just as Xiaoyan and Bai Hua were conversing, outside the separate hall, a commotion suddenly sounded out. Moreover, the sound was getting closer and closer. It was obvious that someone was rushing towards them. Furthermore, there was no need to doubt that the person's mood at this moment was not good. Well done, Hidden Cloud Pavilion. You actually did not hesitate to offend me for a so-called distinguished guest. Today, I want to take a good look at who exactly dares to snatch food from the tiger's mouth." Xiaoyan frowned with a strange expression when he heard these words. The next moment, he heard a bang sound. The tightly shut door was forcefully shattered by an external force. Soon after, a domineering human figure strode into the other hall. His face was filled with fury as he looked at the three people present. A young man led the group behind him. The old man from earlier and the rest of the surrounding crowd followed closely behind him. Numerous gazes looked at the interior of the other hall through the gaps. However, when the young man who had broken the door and entered saw the three people in front of him, his face, which was filled with fury, instantly turned green. The furious words that were about to be spat out from his mouth were abruptly stopped. Even the other young man, who was following closely behind, suddenly focused his eyes the moment he stepped into the other hall. His face was filled with disbelief as he eyed Xiaoyan's three-man group seated in front of him. In the other hall, Xiaoyan's expression was strange as he looked at the two young men in front of him. He could not help but feel a burst of laughter in his heart. The young man with an ashen face in front of him was the young master of the Zhao family, Xianxia, whom he had met in Tianyang City. The young man standing at the door with a surprised expression was Xiao Tian, who had been beaten back with a single punch 2 days ago. Both of them had suffered at the hands of Xiaoyan. Today, they had appeared in front of Xiaoyan at the same time. Moreover, it was in such a comical situation. This kind of thing was really hard to imagine. "He is the distinguished guest that you mentioned?" A long while later, Xiao Tian finally asked the old man by the side with an ugly expression. The latter had also sensed the current situation in the arena. At this moment, he appeared to be at a loss as to what to do after being questioned. All he could do was to quietly nod his head. He immediately looked at Xiaoyan in the arena and softly said, "Mr. Xiaoyan, how do you know these two?" "Not only do I know them, but I have also fought with them." "Isn't that right, young Master Zhao?" Xiaoyan smiled faintly. His gaze paused on the ashen face of Zhao Mingjie. Soon after, he looked at Xiao Tian. The two of them had ugly expressions and were silent for a while. At the same time, the anger in their hearts towards Xiaoyan deepened. "Fought with them? Mr. Xiaoyan, young Master Xiao Tian is from the Xiao clan." Just when the old man was surprised by Xiaoyan's fight with Xiao Tian, he instantly understood something in his heart. He slowly raised his gaze and looked at Xiaoyan in disbelief. When he saw the latter smile and nod his head, he finally understood. No wonder Xiaoyan would appear here. No wonder he could be so calm when facing Xiao Tian and Zhao Mingjie. It turned out that Xiaoyan was also from the Xiao clan. "Xiaoyan, don't be too proud. Don't forget that this is Shuyang City. No one can protect you anymore." After a long silence, Zhao Mingjie finally shouted angrily again. In response, Xiaoyan sneered and said, "Protect me? Young Master Zhao, do you think that with your strength, I need someone to protect me? You. As long as you wait a moment, you will definitely pay the price for what you have said now." Zhao Mingjie roared hoarsely. He even seemed a little crazy. Xiaoyan still sneered. He slowly stood up and said, "Is that so? But at least, you can't do it now." The moment his voice fell, Xiaoyan's figure had already appeared in front of Zhao Mingjie. He clenched his 5 fingers and punched out. Bang! In the next second, another figure blocked in front of Zhao Mingjie and also punched out, facing Xiaoyan head-on. When the figure was seen clearly, it was Xiao Tian. "Xiaoyan, don't go too far." Xiao Tian's face darkened. He knew that Xiaoyan was powerful, but after all, Zhao Mingjie did not attack him today. Xiaoyan's strength was a little too much. "I'm going too far? Why don't you say that you forced me to do this?" Xiaoyan was completely fearless in the face of Xiao Tian. Instead, he let out a mocking laugh. These fellows had repeatedly obstructed him after he had entered the Xiao clan, but he had already endured all of them. He could even endure being stopped by Xiao Jinghong when he entered the inner sky pavilion. However, Xiao Xian had been injured by Xiao Gan today. This was something that he could not endure. If he were to meet this person in front of him at this moment, he would naturally not hold back. As this thought flashed through his mind, a fierce look flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes. He immediately roared in his heart. At the place where the two fists collided, a terrifying force erupted like a torrential flood. In an instant, Xiao Tian's face changed abruptly. However, before he could react, he was blasted back by Xiaoyan's punch. Even Zhao Mingjia, who was behind him, was sent flying. After knocking down 2 people with 1 punch, Xiaoyan stopped and said coldly, "Where are the herbs?" "Here." At the side, the old man hurriedly stepped forward and placed a tray in front of Xiaoyan. On the tray, there was a translucent ice crystal jade box. Inside it was a medicinal herb. It was the sumuru grass that Xiaoyan was looking for. "How many spirit stones do you need? Or pills are fine too." Seeing the old man step forward, Xiaoyan immediately returned to his previous calm state and said softly. The old man hurriedly shook his head and smiled apologetically. "Mr. Xiaoyan is too polite. The pavilion master has already instructed that if Mr. Xiaoyan comes, no matter what you need, the Union Pavilion will provide it unconditionally. Mister, please feel free to take it." Hearing these words, Xiaoyan couldn't help but be stunned. After thinking for a moment, he no longer held back and nodded towards the old man in gratitude. He took the jade box and stored it in his storage ring. Only then did he look at the 2 people who had crawled up from the ground. His face was cold and his tone was cold. "I advise you, if you have any resentment, feel free to come at me. If you dare to touch the Union Pavilion, I, Xiaoyan, will repay it 100 times over." After saying that, he led Bai Hua and Zhao Mingjia out of the Union Pavilion under the astonished gazes of the crowd outside. As they walked out of the Union Pavilion, the glaring sunlight immediately shone on their faces, washing away the gloominess and unhappiness on their faces. The noise on the street rang out once again, causing Xiaoyan's state of mind to gradually calm down. Compared to meeting those 2, he was more inclined towards the noisy outside world. "Are we going back home?" Bai Hua's gaze swept around as she softly said. Since they had obtained the sumuru grass, their goal had been achieved. Naturally, there was no need to continue staying here. In addition, although Bai Hua was not afraid of Zhao Mingjia's furious words, she was still somewhat worried. After all, as they knew, behind Zhao Mingjia stood a source venerate level father. Once they met him, things would not end so easily. Hearing this, Xiaoyan muttered to himself for a moment. He also had some considerations in his heart. His gaze then turned towards Lian, who was curiously looking around. He paused for a moment, then smiled in relief and said, "Forget it. Since we are here, we should naturally take a look around. Since we have obtained the sumuru grass, there is no need to be so anxious. Today, we will accompany this girl and have some fun. Moreover, the auction house is worth taking a look. Perhaps we will be able to obtain some unexpected gains." Then the Zhao family, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthware. Don't forget, regardless of whether it is the Zhao family or Shuyang City, they are all under the rule of the Shao clan. Understanding Bai Hua's worries, Xiaoyan turned his head and gave her a comfortable smile. The expression on his face gradually relaxed. His gaze landed on Lian, looking at her still young and tender face. Xiaoyan could not help but reveal a doting expression on his face. He gently rubbed Lian's delicate little head with one hand, allowing her to pout and mutter with a depressed expression. Then, he raised his chin towards the towering black stone tower in front of them and said indifferently, "Let's go." After saying this, he took the lead and led the way. Lian naturally followed closely behind. Bai Hua turned her head to look at the Union Pavilion behind her and frowned slightly before following them. Without any hindrance, the 2 of them naturally allowed the little girl to run as she pleased for the rest of the journey. She was like a little pony that was galloping in all directions. The smile on her pretty face was even more enchanting. Xiaoyan felt an inexplicable envy in his heart as he watched the little girl's lively and happy manner. Although they were able to clearly see the appearance of the enormous black tower from a distance, there was still some distance before the 3 of them could reach it from their current position. Although the 3 of them were moving at a steady pace, Xiaoyan appeared to have underestimated Lian's character. Once a woman's nature was released, the shops along the street seemed to become 2 rows of delicious cakes in her eyes. Under Lian's crazy rampage, almost all the shops along the street had been broken into by her and plundered along the way. Even with Xiaoyan's financial resources, he could not help but feel a burst of pain. Looking at the storage ring handed over by the shop owner with a face full of smiles, as well as the spirit stones he had crazily poured out, Xiaoyan's expression could not help but become a little absent-minded. On the other hand, Bai Hua, who was beside him, could not help but look at him with a face full of ridicule. Sigh, with a bitter smile and a sigh, Xiaoyan could not help but look at Bai Hua for help. Only then did the latter smile in her heart and pulled Lian, who was about to rush out of the door, behind her obediently. Only then did Xiaoyan not dare to delay any longer and quickly rushed towards the auction house in the center of the city. If he continued to allow this girl to continue like this, he was afraid that he would have to spend all his money here. The horses hurried without stopping for a while. A moment later, an auction house that surrounded the enormous black tower appeared in front of the three of them. The huge auction house was in the shape of a ring, with a stone pillar in the middle. Towering pitch-black walls stood tall, like an iron bastion, giving people a kind of inexplicable pressure. At this moment, many people were gathered outside the auction house in queues, waiting to enter the auction house in order. Looks like we have to wait for a while. Xiaoyan involuntarily smacked his lips as he eyed the somewhat crowded human flow in front of him. His brows were knit together slightly. Based on the current queue outside the auction ground, it was likely that they would have to wait for another 2 hours before they could enter. With regards to this, Bai Hua naturally had an indifferent attitude. Her gaze was calm as she looked at the lively scene in front of her. With one hand, she tightly held on to Lian, who was looking around with the intention of leaving, and quietly waited. "This is Mr. Xiaoyan?" However, just as Xiaoyan was frowning, a somewhat suspicious voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. Immediately, the three of them looked towards the source of the voice. In the crowd, a group of people led by a middle-aged man also turned towards them. Turning his gaze, Xiaoyan's gaze immediately locked onto a middle-aged man in the group of people in front of him. Seeing the latter, Xiaoyan's mind only pondered for a moment before he immediately recognized the middle-aged man in front of him. Surprisingly, the middle-aged man in front of him was the head of the Yin clan, and Nan, who had once stopped him in Tianyang City. "So it is the head of the Yin clan. It has been a few days since we last met. How have you been?" After recovering from his shock, Xiaoyan immediately cupped his hands politely towards Nan. Although he did not have a good impression of this person, he did not completely disregard him. Moreover, Nan had been courteous to him first, so he naturally had to return the favor. "Haha, Mr. Xiaoyan is too polite. A month ago, Nan was blind and did not recognize Mr.'s identity. Recently, there has been some news about Mr. in the clan. Only then did I know that Mr. is also a member of the Xiao clan." In the face of Xiaoyan's attitude, Nan did not dare to slight him. According to his knowledge, this seemingly ordinary black-robed young man in front of him had caused quite a commotion when he first entered the Xiao clan. After that, he was favored by the higher-ups of the Xiao clan. Now, he actually appeared in front of him again. This was an opportunity for the Yin clan. Seeing that their head of the Yin clan actually displayed such a respectful attitude towards an unfamiliar young man, the few Yin clan members behind Nan could not help but cast a surprised gaze at Xiaoyan, who was wearing a black robe. They could not help but feel suspicious in their hearts. Who exactly was this young man that could make Nan so respectful? Nan, it is too early for you to say this. Before everything is settled, he is not a true member of the Xiao clan. At most, he is just an outsider with the same surname. Just as Xiaoyan and Nan were chatting happily, a cold laughter that was filled with disdain suddenly sounded from the crowd at the side. As the voice sounded, the surrounding crowd quickly moved aside. Soon after, Xiaoyan once again saw the Xiao Tian duo, who he had forced back not long ago. However, the difference from before was that there was an additional middle-aged figure in a light yellow robe in front of the two of them. The laughter just now was emitted from his mouth. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the middle-aged man who was stepping forward step by step. Surprise flashed across his eyes. With his current spiritual strength, he was actually unable to see through the middle-aged man's strength. In this way, there was no need to guess the identity of this person. This middle-aged man must be the head of the Zhao clan in Liang City, Zhao Jin. Following the appearance of the middle-aged man and Xiao Tian behind him, the noise in the area where the crowd was located immediately became much softer. Some of the stronger people had unnatural expressions. At this moment, Anan, who was standing in front of Xiaoyan, was slightly startled when he saw the middle-aged man. He could not help but become a little gloomy as he said in a serious voice, "Zhao Jin, you have indeed come. Although Annan had already expected Zhao Jin's appearance, he did not expect to meet him here. Humph, even your own clan has received the news. How can I, Zhao Jin, not know? There are not many times that an E-class Do technique is auctioned in Shuyang City. In the past, my Zhao clan had obtained it 3 times. I wonder how confident clan Hedan is this time. Zhao Jin coldly smiled. His words did not leave any face. Annan's expression involuntarily became a little ugly after these words were spoken. Even his face could not help but tremble slightly. Xiaoyan, who was by the side, also frowned slightly. The way this father and son of the Zhao clan acted was exactly the same. It was no wonder that they were disliked. At the same time, he also noticed the matter of the E-class Do technique in his heart. The Xiao clan had strict control over high-class Qi methods and Do techniques. These things would not easily be leaked out. It was unexpected that an E-class Do technique would be auctioned in this city. This caused Xiaoyan to be a little surprised. There is no need for clan head Zhao to worry. The outcome of the auction will naturally be revealed when the time comes. Annan clenched his teeth and spoke in a deep voice. Humph humph, all right. However, clan head and better not disappoint me when the time comes. Otherwise, it will be very boring. Zhao Jin coldly smiled with disdain. He had long since stopped caring about the Yin clan. With his origin venerate cultivation, the current Zhao clan could be said to be changing rapidly. His Zhao clan was the strongest among the subordinates of the Xiao clan. Although the Yin clan controlled Tianyang City alone, they were merely struggling at death's door. As for you, Xiaoyan, I didn't want to pursue the matter of you injuring my son a month ago because you're a junior. However, I didn't expect you to be so stubborn and mischievous, committing the same crime again and again. A mere outsider dares to rebel against your superiors. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Mingjie and the other members of the Zhao family behind him immediately revealed expressions of disdain. Gazes filled with ridicule and disdain were also cast over. Resentment surged in Zhao Mingjie's eyes. On the other hand, Xiao Tian frowned slightly after hearing these words. He glanced at Zhao Jin and a glint flashed across his eyes. A chill rose in his heart. In recent years, as the Zhao clan grew stronger with the support of Xiao Jinghong and the others, the morale of the members of the Zhao clan also soared. Some ordinary members of the Xiao clan even looked down on them. Although the higher-ups of the Xiao clan were aware of this, they usually turned a blind eye to it. However, Zhao Jin's words had touched a taboo in Xiao Tian's heart. Firstly, Zhao Mingjie was injured because his skills were inferior and he is a piece of trash. Secondly, in the entire Xiao clan, the Zhao clan doesn't even have the qualifications to appear on the stage. How can you rebel against your superiors? Thirdly, it's not up to you to decide whether I am an outsider or not in the Xiao clan. Clan head. Zhao thinks too highly of himself. Xiaoyan smiled faintly. His mocking words didn't contain the slightest trace of politeness. As a result, Zhao Jin couldn't help but pull a long face when he heard these words. Xiao Tian, who was behind him, curled his lips and smiled faintly. Sharp-tongued brat. Zhao Jin's expression was dark and solemn as he cursed in a low voice. Immediately, a frightening aura and pressure abruptly spread from his body. The powerful pressure immediately caused the expressions of quite a number of people present to change. Even the expression on Xiaoyan's face had become grave. The Genesis Qi in his body was swiftly maneuvered. While resisting the pressure, he was also preparing to face Zhao Jin's next move. Xiaoyan, I originally did not intend to pursue the matter of you injuring my son a month ago on account of you being a junior. However, I never expected you to be so stubborn and mischievous. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to teach you a lesson on behalf of your ancestor. Zhao Jin's eyes were dense as he stared at Xiaoyan. A ferocious smile surfaced on his face. Being the clan head of the Zhao clan, he was naturally aware that Shuyang City was a territory that the Xiao clan was in charge of. Even if the members of the Xiao clan did not have a good impression of Xiaoyan, they would definitely not allow him to attack. However, it was not difficult to teach Xiaoyan a lesson before the experts from the Xiao clan arrived. As for the outcome, it was likely that the Xiao clan would not be overly entangled as long as Xiaoyan did not die. A cold glint surged within Zhao Jin's eyes as he let out a cold laugh. His body suddenly flashed forward and rushed toward Xiaoyan in a lightning-like manner. At the same time, a frightening wind that contained a powerful pressure swept forward with him. Xiaoyan's expression changed rapidly. Genesis Qi gushed out from his body without reservation, and the heavy Xian ruler reflexively appeared in his hand as he prepared to meet Zhao Jin's attack. Buzz, immediately after, another powerful wave of energy soared into the sky. The powerful pressure formed an invisible barrier in front of Xiaoyan and the others. Anan, who had been enduring silently, finally took a heavy step forward. He looked up at Zhao Jin with a grave expression, gritted his teeth, and threw out a palm strike. Boom! A muffled collision suddenly rang out, attracting the attention of many people in the surrounding area. Astonished gazes quickly converged on the scene. Zhao Jin stood still while Anan took a few steps back with a heavy expression. A muffled groan escaped his throat before he looked back at the other side. You dare to stop me? Zhao Jin glared at Anan with a dark expression and said in a chilling voice. I just want to advise Patriarch Zhao to respect himself. You and I are both subordinates of the Shao clan. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the higher-ups for attacking a member of the Shao clan in public? He's just a trifling outsider. With my status, even if I killed him, so what? Get the hell out of my way. With a furious roar, Zhao Jin waved his sleeve and shot out a powerful stream of energy towards Anan. The latter's expression changed rapidly. As he retreated, Genesis Qi gushed out from his body. Just as he was about to attack, everyone suddenly heard the ear-piercing cry of a sword. Then, the stream of energy was cut in half by a scarlet-red sword. At the same time, a disdainful and mocking laughter rang out. Patriarch Zhao is truly awe-inspiring. You're a mighty Origin Venerate, yet you've personally taken action to deal with the Origin Sect Jr. Once news of this spreads, I'm afraid that not only will you be branded as someone who bullies the weak, but you'll also be accused of overstepping your authority. A middle-aged man wearing a crimson long robe slowly appeared in front of everyone's sight after the laughter sounded. His body blocked the front of Xiaoyan's group. He curled his mouth and his face carried ridicule as he looked at Zhao Jin. Fan Jian, you're here? Seeing this person, Zhao Jin's expression instantly changed. He couldn't help but exclaim as he stared at the red-robed middle-aged man in front of him in surprise. On the other side, while Xiaoyan was staring at the figure in front of him in bewilderment, a fair hand gently landed on his shoulder. Buzz, Xiaoyan's heart was greatly alarmed in an instant. He subconsciously raised the giant ruler in his hand as the Genesis Qi in his body immediately erupted. When he turned his head, the first thing that entered his eyes was a familiar handsome face. All the movements of his hands came to a sudden halt at this moment. We have not seen each other for a month. Why is Brother Xiao acting like this? Xiaoyan's group was standing in front of an empty space surrounded by people in Shuyang City. At this moment, there was a handsome young man in white robes beside Xiaoyan. He was smiling as he looked at the person in front of him. At this moment, Xiaoyan's face was filled with disbelief as he looked at the smiling handsome young man in front of him. Shui Miao! Xiaoyan involuntarily exclaimed as he stared at the person in front of him with shocked eyes. His heart was filled with surprise. It had been a month since they last met. It was unexpected that they would meet again under the rule of the Shao clan. At the same time, Zhao Jin's expression was ugly as he stared at the red-robed middle-aged man in front of him. Even if he had thought of everything, he would never have expected that this person would help Xiaoyan's group. Fan Jian, this is a matter of my Shao clan. You dare to intervene? Humph humph, you dare to call yourself the Shao clan? What a joke. Zhao Jin was about to be furious. However, his eyes quickly flashed as he saw the white-clothed young man standing beside Xiaoyan. His heart trembled slightly as he quietly muttered. The heir of the Ouyang clan? Why is he here? Moreover, he is standing together with this little bastard Xiaoyan. Zhao Jin's eyes rotated as he looked at the two people who were chatting with each other. A glint flashed deep within his eyes. Shuyang City is under the rule of the Shao clan. Why are you here? Xiaoyan only recovered after they chatted and laughed. Under normal circumstances, the three clans would not interact with each other in order to avoid any misunderstandings. However, Ouyang Miao had appeared in the territory of the Shao clan today. This was really difficult to fathom. Haha, we are naturally here for you. Ouyang Miao looked at Xiaoyan with some meaning as he softly laughed. For me? Xiaoyan was momentarily at a loss. He could not help but feel somewhat stunned. Before he could recover, the latter continued. We should have headed all the way to Xiao City to meet you. However, along the way, we heard that there was news of an E-Class Do skill being auctioned in Shuyang City. Therefore, we came to take a look out of curiosity. It is unexpected that you were also here. This has saved us a lot of trouble. The we you're talking about are. Hearing the strangeness in his words, Xiaoyan's gaze immediately turned to the red-robed middle-aged man in the field. Only then did he realize that this mysterious expert was actually on the same side as Ouyang Miao. No wonder he would take action. Senior, haha, we'll talk about other things later. Let's solve the problem here first. Before the words from Xiaoyan's mouth sounded, Ouyang Miao gently patted Xiaoyan's shoulder. He immediately turned his head to the red-robed, middle-aged man in the arena and laughed. Uncle Jian, sorry to trouble you. Ha 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 ha, it's a piece of cake. The middle-aged man who was addressed as Uncle Jian turned his head and laughed heartily. He rubbed his palms together and the red sword that had flashed before everyone's eyes previously landed in his hands. His sharp gaze then landed on Zhao Jin. Fan Jian, I've only heard that you've joined the Ouyang clan. To think that it's actually true. You, who have always been proud and arrogant, would actually crawl under the feet of others. Looks like you're nothing more than this. Zhao Jin's face was cold as he looked at Fan Jian in front of him and sneered in a deep voice. Heh, cut the crap. I've heard that Patriarch Zhao's Ice Grand Dao has already reached perfection. Today, let me have a good taste of it. As his final words sounded, Fan Jian immediately threw out the crimson longsword in his hand. At the same time, his feet stomped on the ground. After which, he directly appeared in front of Zhao Jin. His face was filled with a warm smile. Humph, since you asked for it, you can't blame anyone else. Zhao Jin's gaze was gloomy as he looked at the smiling Fan Jian in front of him. A sinister glint appeared in his eyes. With a twist of his hand, an extremely cold icicle condensed in the air and gathered in his palm. It transformed into an icy blue spear that cut through the void and rushed towards Fan Jian with lightning speed. Seeing this, Fan Jian chuckled. With a clench of his hand, flames immediately condensed in his palm. The longsword that flew from behind him passed through the flames, bringing along raging flames as it collided with the long spear, receiving all of Zhao Jin's attacks. The auction is about to begin, so I won't beat around the bush with you. I'll hurry up and fight with you. Withdrawing his longsword, Fan Jian flicked his finger on the body of the sword. The flames on the sword immediately spread out and curled around his body. Amidst a series of roars, the flames turned into a fire dragon. With a deep roar, it pounced towards Zhao Jin. Even someone as strong as Zhao Jin had no choice but to treat Fan Jian's ferocious attack with caution. He immediately slapped his hands together, shattering the ice spear in his hand into countless pieces. Genesis Chi wrapped around the spear as it frantically spun and charged towards the oncoming fire dragon. Bang, 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 the surrounding crowd scattered in all directions, revealing a large area. The clash between the two grew increasingly intense, causing the surrounding energy to churn violently as if it was about to boil. Cries of alarm rang out from the crowd from time to time. Several people had already gathered their Genesis Chi to block the terrifying energy ripples from the clash between the two. Xiaoyan watched the scene that occurred in the midair. His heart was somewhat shocked. After experiencing the battle at the Heavenly Cloud Villa and seeing this scene today, the emotion in his heart involuntarily became anxious. Both of his hands under his sleeves involuntarily tightened. As his horizons continued to expand, coupled with everything that had happened since he had entered the Shao clan, Lin Dong's heart had also become increasingly clear that with his current strength, he would need to use all of his strength to deal with the Origin Zone level expert. It would be even more difficult to make the foolish Shao clan take him seriously. Hence, he needed to raise his strength as soon as possible. To Xiaoyan, raising his strength meant that he needed to obtain a new heavenly flame. The ancestor of the Pill Tower, where can I find such a person? Xiaoyan could not help but sigh helplessly at the thought of Huazhu's words. What kind of person was the ancestor of the Pill Tower? It was no different from a fool's dream for the current him to meet the ancestor. From the looks of it, he would have to find another way out. Boom! Fan Jian and Zhao Jin's palms clashed again in the air. Fan Jian's sword was thrust forward, while an ice spear was thrust forward. The two were quickly pushed back. Ha 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 ha, how delightful. Try and take my flame luo seal. Fan Jian laughed heartily at the sky. He kept his sword and formed a seal with his hands. Raging flames swiftly gathered between his hands and were quickly sent flying. Humph, freezing sky palm. Zhao Jin showed no fear in the face of this situation. Chilling Genesis chi swiftly gathered in his palm as his foot stomped on the air. His figure flashed forward, appearing in front of the giant fire seal a split second later. His expression was solemn as he viciously threw a palm strike. As the palm blasted out, an incomparably cold air suddenly surged out. Like a flash flood, it gushed out from the palm of his hand and attacked the fire seal in an earth-shattering manner. Bang! Under the gazes of countless people below, the two powerhouses were like two shooting stars that streaked across the sky. At that moment, they collided brilliantly, and what followed was an earth-shattering sound that reverberated through the heavens and earth. A terrifying energy storm unfurled in the sky. A giant pitch-black spatial crack was formed at the spot where the two had collided. It was like a gully embedded in space, causing one to involuntarily feel a chill in one's heart when looking at it. The spreading of the energy storm brought about a hurricane that swept across the land. The city below could not help but become restless as cries of surprise continuously rang out. Numerous energy pillars rose, jointly resisting the energy hurricane that was descending from the sky. Haha, it seems that your great Tao of ice is only SOSO. Come again. Shameless boasting. Today, this sovereign will convince you. The hurricane scattered as Fan Jian's arrogant laughter rang out once again. Scarlet flames suddenly rose in the air. On the other side, Zhao Jin was completely unafraid. His body jerked as he charged forward once again. Enough. Do you think that you haven't caused enough trouble? It was also at this moment that an aged reprimanding voice suddenly sounded in the world. Almost at the same time, an unparalleled and terrifying pressure immediately enveloped the sky above the arena. As the voice faded, the two individuals in the sky, who were about to attack again, suddenly stopped. Their originally icy gazes were first stunned, before they abruptly returned to their senses. Two pairs of eyes simultaneously looked towards the giant stone tower that towered to the side as fear surged in the depths of their eyes. In Shuyang City, there was a huge plaza outside the auction house. Two figures were standing tall in the air. The two people who were fighting fiercely a moment ago had stopped because of the sound of an old voice. How can it be him? Fan Jian could not help but breathe as he softly muttered with a trembling voice. His eyes could not help but flicker. Soon after, he glanced at Zhao Jin, who was in the air opposite him. At this moment, the fierceness on the latter's face had long disappeared and was replaced by a submissive expression. His eyes were also filled with astonishment. Compared to before, the current him was like a completely different person. Fan Jian trembled as he exhaled. His gaze slowly swept across the messy ground below, and then looked at the square, where the atmosphere was a little tense. His gaze turned, and he did not hesitate to bow in the direction of the stone tower. He respectfully bowed, and then retracted the astonishing aura that he had released. Fan Jian withdrew his gaze and quickly locked onto Ouyang Miao, who was standing together with Xiao Yan. He gently nodded, raised his eyes, and revealed a row of white teeth at Zhao Jin. With a cold smile, his body moved, and in a flash, he landed on the ground. After feeling the pressure above his head disappear, Fan Jian once again deeply exhaled. He calmed himself down and walked towards Xiao Yan and Ouyang Miao. Zhao Jin, on the other hand, was a little unwilling as he clenched his teeth. He quickly glanced at the huge stone tower with fear in his heart. As his body descended, his cold gaze swept across Xiao Yan and Ouyang Miao. Immediately, he frowned, took a deep breath, and stared at Xiao Yan below. At a certain moment, he strangely sneered and muttered. This time, I want to see how you will stay in the Xiao clan. Junior Xiao Yan thanks Senior for your help. Seeing Fan Jian walk forward in a majestic manner, Xiao Yan did not dare to be negligent as he hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. Hee, it's fine. Given Zhao Jin's character, I have long wanted to meet him. Today was just an opportunity. If it weren't for that person stopping me, I would have already skinned him alive. Fan Jian gently waved his hand when he saw this. His gaze involuntarily glanced at the enormous black tower standing behind Xiaoyan. An expression of fear flashed across his eyes. Seeing this, Xiaoyan could not help but frown. Who exactly was inside the stone tower that could make a source venerable reveal such an expression? Mr. Xiaoyan, you have just returned to the clan and must not be familiar with many of the clan's elders. The owner of the voice from before was the clan's second elder. Appearing to have seen the doubt in Xiaoyan's heart, and Nan by the side hurriedly smiled and stepped forward. After his voice sounded, he did not dare to slide Ouyang Miao and Fan Jian as he cupped his hands together. Although Xiaoyan was able to face them indifferently, he did not dare to be careless. Forget about anything else, just Ouyang Miao's status as the heir was not something that he could easily touch. Second elder? Xiaoyan's brows twitched when he heard Nan's words. His eyes immediately looked to the enormous stone tower behind him. It was unexpected that such a person was hidden within this strange stone tower. The second elder of the Xiao clan. This status was second only to the first elder and the clan head in the clan. Even the latter had to be a little more courteous when meeting him. It was really a strange thing that such a person had appeared outside of the clan. It is said that the second elder has a somewhat strange temperament and does not like to stay in the clan. In order to cultivate, he often resides in this stone tower and has not shown himself for many years. I did not expect him to speak today. Annan slowly spoke as he looked curiously at the huge black stone tower. Fan Jian's expression could not help but turn sluggish when he heard this. He stared blankly at Annan and was speechless in his heart. This was the clan's second elder. With such a status, his location had been revealed so easily. Was he not afraid of being attacked by enemy forces? Don't worry, brat. The fact that the second elder of the Xiao clan is cultivating here is not a secret. In the entire middle region, there are many people who know about this. In terms of strength, there are countless people who want to kill him. However, in comparison, the name Xiaotian is even more terrifying. Fan Jian chuckled when he saw Xiaoyan's manner. He lifted his head and looked at the small mountain-like stone tower in front of him. His eyes involuntarily flickered with an unusual glint. Xiaoyan's heart was slightly startled when he heard this. Although the former's words were said in a simple manner, Xiaoyan also understood that when one's cultivation reached Fan Jian's level, every word he said was not baseless. Just imagine how powerful this Xiao clan's second elder was to be able to intimidate so many people with just a name. Xiaotian. Is this the second elder's name? He is indeed extremely heroic. Not only heroic. According to what I know, ever since the second elder's name was established, he has experienced countless battles, both big and small, and has never been defeated in his life. The only time, at the mention of Xiaotian, even with Annan's current cultivation, a hint of reverence couldn't help but surface on his face. Even Fan Jian, who was at the side, took a deep breath and nodded heavily. However, at the end of their words, the two of them fell silent. After pausing for a moment, their gazes involuntarily landed on Ouyang Miao. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's expression was startled at first, then his eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. After that, he looked deeply at the huge black stone tower that stood quietly and sighed softly. If we continue to talk, the auction will probably end soon. Just as Xiaoyan was lost in thought, Ouyang Miao's words suddenly broke the strange atmosphere between the few people present. Everyone immediately came back to their senses. Only then did they notice that Zhao Jin's group had already disappeared. They must have entered the auction house. Looking at the long queue in front of him, Xiaoyan frowned slightly. Seeing this, Annan immediately stepped forward and chuckled. Everyone, don't be anxious. Please follow me. Compared to the former few people, Annan was naturally very familiar with this place. With him in front, everyone could save a lot of trouble. Following Annan, everyone bypassed many people along the way and walked toward a certain location in the auction house. Mr. Xiaoyan, this is the first time you have come to Shuyang City, so you don't know the rules here. I won't say anything else, but there is one thing. As long as you are a member of Xiao clan, you will get as much convenience as possible here if you take out your identity jade token. Seeing the vision in front gradually emptying out, and a stone door that no one could pass through stood at the foot of the high wall. While Xiaoyan was surprised, Annan's words immediately came into his ears. When he heard this, the jade token that Xiao Linger held in her hand the other day immediately appeared in the latter's mind, and he instantly understood in his heart. He never imagined that a small jade token would actually have such an effect. But unfortunately, he didn't have it. End of chapter 1413. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.